Lorna Doone, A Romance of Exmoor by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 1. Elements of Education. If anyone wishes to read a simple story told in a simple way, I, John Ridd, from the parish of Orr in Somerset, will tell it. I am a farmer and a church officer. I have seen many things in this place, and I have taken part in them. I will try to tell everything in the right order, if God lets me live and remember well. Those who read this book must remember two things. First, I write to clear the name of our parish from bad stories and false talk. Second, I am only a plain and uneducated man. I do not know foreign languages like a gentleman. I do not use long or difficult words. If I know any fine words, I learned them from the Bible or from Master William Shakespeare. I respect him very much, even if others do not. In short, I do not know much, but I know enough for a farmer. My father was a man with good land and money, at least for our part of Exmoor. Our family had owned one of the three main farms in the parish for many years. It was the best and the largest farm. My father, also named John Ridd, was churchwarden and overseer. He liked learning and could write his own name well. So he sent me, his only son, to school in Tiverton, in Devon. That old town is proud of two things. One is its wool trade. The other is its large grammar school. It is the biggest school of its kind in the west of England. A rich man named Master Peter Blundell started it in the year 1604. By the time I was 12, I had moved up into the upper school. With help from an English book, I could read some parts of Eutropius and Caesar. I could also manage about 6 lines of Ovid. Some people said that before I became a man, I might rise almost to the 3rd form. They said I worked hard and did not give up easily. But everyone agreed, except my mother, that I was slow in learning. Now I see that this hope was too great for a farmer's son. Above the 3rd form there is only one more. That class is for the best and strongest students. They are called monitors. So it happened, by God's will, that I left school while I was still in the upper school. I was sitting at the desk of the junior 1st class. I had just begun to learn a Greek verb. My eldest grandson likes to say that I could never have learned that Greek verb. He says there were 10 more pages after it, and that was all he himself could manage, even though he was often punished to help him learn. I know he is cleverer than I was. But he will never be as strong as I am. I am thankful that I stopped learning at the right time, with a humble and healthy mind. If anyone doubts that I went to that school because I know so little now, they can go and look for my name. It is cut into the wooden seat. It says, John Ridd. As soon as I was strong enough to hold a knife and write my name, I began to cut it into the oak wood. First I cut it into the block where I sat today. Later I cut it into the desk in front of me, each time I moved to a higher place. My grandson can still read it there today. He once fought another boy who laughed at it and read it aloud as John Ridd his name. After that, my grandson also cut some winkies there again. They are a playful but naughty trick, and we boys like them very much. I will explain what a winkies is. I do this so that none of my children or grandchildren will try to make one in my house. If any of them does, I will know the mark at once, and I will punish him well. First, the boy gets a handful of saltpeter. He may beg for it or pay for it. Then, with the same knife he should use to fix his pens, he makes a hole in the desk. The desk must be about 3 inches thick. He makes the middle part a little high. He digs the outer edge deeper than the center. Then he fills the hole with saltpeter. He leaves a small empty space in the middle, where the round part of the wood stands up. If a small piece of wood points upward, it is even better. On that small wooden point, he fixes the end of a tallow candle. We called this candle a rat's tail. He lights the candle, and it burns slowly and evenly. While he reads his lesson in this light, he sometimes looks up. After a short time, the flame reaches the saltpeter. It begins to burn with a sharp, quick sound. The fire jumps and cracks. Then the boy must quickly take his pen. He must stir the burning saltpeter bravely. He must not care if the pen is spoiled. If he does this well, he will see a bright red light. It looks like a small mountain of fire. There is thick smoke and many bright sparks. If he keeps stirring, the fire will not stop. If there is enough saltpeter, it will burn until the wood is eaten away. The hole grows deeper and deeper, like a well in the ground. It is not safe for the head of a boy who sits above this fire while reading his book. So it is wise to finish this trick before the master comes into the room in the early grey morning. There are other customs in the school of Blundell. Some are just as clever. For example, boys sometimes burn the edges of nightcaps. It is pleasant to remember these things. But I will not speak more about them now. I will only tell one more custom, which happens when there is a flood. The school stands next to a small stream. It is called the Lomond. About a mile lower, it flows into the wide river Exe. The Lomond is usually a quiet stream. It does not often make loud noise or cause trouble. But when there is heavy rain, it can grow very big. The water rises high and strong. This happens most of all when another small stream joins it. This stream is called Taunton Brook. I have picked the best watercress there. It is very good with salt. When there is much rain, this brook runs down fast and wild. It looks like a strong horse jumping over hedges. Then the grey stone walls of Blundell are surrounded by water. The valley becomes full of moving water. It is very hard for the day boys to go home for supper. At that time, old Cop the porter stands at the gate. People call him Cop because he wears copper boots. They keep his stomach dry. His nose is also red like copper because he likes strong drink. His duty is to watch the flood. He places strong boards into grooves at the gate. These boards keep the water out. He stands there and watches the water rise. He tries not to be carried away by it. But long before the water becomes so high, when it is still rising, some boys are already watching. They look through the drain holes near the ground. They watch when Cop is drinking something strong inside. In front of the gate, just outside the arch, the ground is paved with stones. There you can see large white letters made of pebbles. The letters are P.B. There is a rule in the school. When the rising water touches even one small pebble of these letters, something special may happen. The water may come along the wall from below the road bridge. Or it may rush across the fields from a cut called Owen's Ditch. I have seen it come both ways. The very moment the water covers even one pebble of the letters, any boy may run into the great schoolrooms. It does not matter how small he is.
He may shout as loud as he can, P.B.
Then, with a loud cry, all the boys jump up. They leave their places at once. They throw their caps high up to the dark beams of the roof. Some even throw their books. The older boys stop troubling the younger ones. The younger boys stand bravely against the older ones. Together they run out quickly. They want to see how high the water has risen. They also want to see Cop's trouble at the gate. They often push the day boys away with rough words. The masters look at each other. They have no boys left in their classes. So they lift their faces and smile a little. They shut their books with a loud bang. Then they invite one another to smoke pipes and drink strong foreign drinks. They speak about the good luck of the time and the comfort of being away from the cold water. But look! Chapter 2. An important item. Now I will tell why I left Tiverton School and how it happened. It was on the 29th of November, in the year 1673. That day I was 12 years old. I had spent all my money on sweets. I bought them to give a treat to the small boys. But the bigger boys came and took them away. We left school at 5 o'clock, as we always did on Tuesday. As usual, we pushed the day boys down the path from the school door to the big gate where Cop lived and worked. We did not care that they were citizens of the town and connected to our founder's family. We never asked about their family names. We, the boys who lived in the school, had decided that the day boys were caddes. We called them this because they paid no money for school. They brought their own food each day. We often helped them eat it. Our meals in the hall made us hungry again. While we ate their food, we let them talk to us. But when their food was gone, we felt they should be pushed out of the school grounds. Some of them were sons of shopkeepers, like grocers, and sellers of skins or chickens. These boys understood that they would be kicked, and they accepted it. Others came from good families in Devon, such as Carew, Bouchier, and Bastard. Sometimes these boys turned around and hit the boy who kicked them. Still, even they seemed to know that they would be kicked because they paid nothing.
If you break my bag on my head, how will I eat tomorrow?
After these charity boys, as we called them in a rude way, had gone, one of them cried. Then old Cop shut the heavy double gates with a loud noise of iron. Above the stone arch there were Latin words in small brass letters. Some of us were not hungry and did not care about the supper bell. We had eaten many pies and cakes that I had paid for. I was not a rich boy, but I had saved my money for my birthday. At dusk, 6 or maybe 7 of us stood by the iron bars of the gate. We were all small boys. The light was fading, and a light fog was coming. Cop did not see us. If he had seen us, he would have sent us away, because he was not kind to little boys, especially when his wife had taken their money. There was enough space at the gate for 9 boys standing close together. But we were thin, so there was plenty of room. We looked out at the road and wished we could go there. We also hoped to see a line of pack horses passing by. We wanted to see soldiers riding with them for protection. The day boys had told us that some travelers were coming to town. They had stayed that morning at Sampford Peveril. They would need to arrive before night. Faggus was riding after them. Mr. Faggus was my first cousin. He was a famous man on the road from Bareham Town to London. He was known by many people, so I hoped he would catch the packmen. The boys around me asked what I thought. They spoke as if I knew everything. One boy stood very close to me. He would not give me space for my elbow. He hit me hard in the stomach, even though he had eaten my pudding. I felt angry at once. Without thinking, I hit him in the face. Then he bent his head down. He pushed it hard into my waist. For a short time I could not breathe. I felt weak and empty. It was hard to stand. Before I felt better, the boys decided we should fight at the place called the Ironing Box. It was a small triangle of grass. 2 paths met there, one from the school door and one from the hall door. We often had our fights there, but we had to wait until the horses passed. After that, we would make a ring with candles, and the boys would enjoy it. Suddenly, from the side of Lomond Bridge, 2 horses came around the corner. One was a pony. The other was a larger horse with a red-faced man riding it.
"Please, young masters," the man called from the gate, "can you tell me where Jan Ridd is?"
"I am here," said a small boy, making fun of the man's way of speaking. "Show him, then," said John Fry. He pushed his whip through the gate. "Show him and bring him out."
The little boys pointed at me. Some began to shout, but I understood what was happening.
"Oh, John, John," I cried. "Why have you come now? And Peggy has crossed the cold moor. The holidays do not begin until 2 weeks from Wednesday. How could you forget that?"
John Fry leaned forward on his horse. He looked away from me. He made a strange sound in his throat.
"Oh, we know that well, Master Jan," he said. "Everyone on Exmoor knows it. Even without going to school like you, your mother has saved all the apples. Old Betty has made the black puddings. No one is allowed to set traps for birds. It is all for you, lad. Every bit of it is for you."
He stopped speaking suddenly. His face changed, and I felt afraid. I knew John Fry very well.
"And father? How is father?" I asked quickly. I pushed the boys aside. "John, is father in town? He always comes to fetch me. He never sends anyone else."
"Your father will be at the shepherd's hut on the other side of the counting house," John Fry said. "He cannot leave home because of the Christmas bacon and some bad cider."
He looked at his horse's ears while he spoke. I knew his ways. I understood that he was not telling the truth. My heart felt heavy like a stone. I leaned against the gate. I no longer wanted to fight anyone. A dark feeling stayed over me. I was afraid to hear bad news. I did not even touch my pony Peggy. She pushed her nose through the gate. She smelled my hands. Then she gently moved her lips over my fingers. But in this world, life goes on, and people think their work is important. For the boys at school, the most important thing was to fight each other. The boys stood close around me and told me to fight. But I did not feel ready. I am slow to think, and that is true. So I looked at them one by one, hoping someone would stop it. I was not afraid to fight. I had been at Blundell School for 3 years. In that time, I had fought at least once every week. The boys knew I could fight well. But that day my heart felt heavy. It was not light and happy like in summer at the hay field. It is sad to say, but even now I think boys cannot live without fighting. Unless they are very gentle boys and afraid of each other. I did not listen to them. I looked at John Fry with dull surprise. I saw Smiler the horse, the big gun, and Peggy my pony. John Fry scratched his head. In the light from Cop's window, his face looked blue. He moved up and down on Smiler, as if he did not know what to do. He looked quickly from my eyes to my closed fist. I thought he tried to wink at me. Then Peggy moved her tail.
Come on, Jack, one boy said. He hit you. You must hit him back.
No, I said. I will not fight you now, Robin Snell. I will fight you when I come back.
Take a coward's hit, Jack Ridd, several small boys shouted. They pushed Bob Snell toward me to strike me.
Should I fight, John? I asked at last. I wish you had not come.
God's will be done. I think you had better fight, Jan, he answered softly through the bars of the gate. There will be much fighting in your life. It is best to begin at the right time. Will the gatekeeper let me in to see that it is fair, lad?
He looked down at his boots. They were covered in mud. The ground outside was very wet and dirty. Peggy was not too dirty because she was light. But Smiler was covered in red and black mud. He did not look like himself. The big gun was full of thick mud. John Fry's Sunday hat had long wet grass on it. I saw all this while he got down from his horse. He moved slowly and looked tired. He lifted his leg from the saddle as if his back hurt. By this time, the fight was no longer my choice. Some older boys came running down the road. They liked to teach us how to fight. They showed us how to block, how to step back, and how to move fast. They even taught smaller boys to kneel when they could not win. These older boys liked to watch us fight more than they liked to fight themselves. 6 or 7 of them came when they heard there was a small fight at the gate. They called it a mill. I do not know where that word comes from. Some boys said it came from a Greek word for battle. Maybe it is like the arms of a windmill that turn and beat the air. I am not learned enough to say. The boys who made the circle called it a mill. We boys inside the circle tried to laugh with them. But soon the joke made us feel sick. Now I felt I must show courage. John Fry was watching me. I must show the strength of the Ridd family. I must show the honor of Exmoor. Until that day, no boy had beaten me. In 3 years at school, I had fought more than 60 fights. The grass in the middle of the ironing box had often been wet with blood from these battles. At first, I did not win fights because I was clever. I won because I was strong and tough. For many fights, maybe 20 or 30, I only hit as my body told me. I did not know any rules. I fought like a small insect flying into light. Still, I won many times. I was strong by nature. I was hard like the boys from Exmoor. Also, I did not know when to stop. I could not feel when I had enough. But this time was different. My heart felt weak. Robert Snell was bigger than any boy I had fought before. He was heavy and strong in the head, as hard as I was. I never told my mother about my fights. She was kind and soft. I did not tell my father either. He never saw them. So John Fry thought this was my first fight. He saw only a quiet boy with fair curls and no bad words. Some boys told Cop that John had a message for the headmaster. So they let him in at the gate. Peggy and Smiler were tied to the railings while I finished my business.
Please do not fight, Jan, he said. Do not do it now.
It is too late to stop, I answered.
The Lord be with you, Jan, he said quietly. Turn your thumb in when you strike.
The place for the fight was not very big. It was at the corner of 2 roads. But it was big enough for boys to fight. The older boys stood in a circle around us. The smaller boys lay on the ground and looked between the legs of the big boys. While we were getting ready, candles burned and made a soft sound in the fog. Old Phoebe came out from her room over the hall door. She was more than 80 years old. She walked slowly with a stick. She always came to stop the fight. No one listened to her. She knew they would not listen, but two older boys had to take her home before the fight could begin, so they always missed the first round. I do not know what Robin Snell felt. Maybe he did not care. He was always loud and wild. But my heart moved up and down in my chest. The boys helped me take off my clothes. I was afraid I would lose. I blew on my knuckles to make them warm. I took off my short jerkin and put it on my cap. Then I placed my waistcoat on top. A boy named Thomas Hooper took them and kept them safe. He looked at me in a serious way. My mother had made the little jerkin in the winter evenings. She worked on it with care. She made it look fine and neat. I did not want to see blood on it. There were good nuts in the pocket. Then Robin Snell came up to me. He later became mayor of Exeter 3 times. He stood firm and straight. I looked at him, and he looked at me. He wore a cloth around his waist. He had light shoes on his feet. His upper body was bare. He moved and danced in front of me. He was some inches taller than I was. My head felt light when I watched him. I was still thinking about John Fry and his message. I had only taken off my jerkin and waistcoat. I did not feel ready.
"Come now, shake hands," cried a tall boy who was almost 6 feet high. He was happy to see the fight. "Shake hands, you two. Be brave. Fight well. May the better boy win."
Robin took my hand. He looked at me with a proud face. Then he hit me hard in the face before I could lift my guard.
"What are you doing, boy?" John Fry shouted. "Hit him back, Jan. That is it. Well done, our Jan boy."
I struck Robin back with all my strength. The fight began in earnest. The boys who watched were not disappointed. I could not hear what they shouted while they were hitting me. The noise was too loud. Later John Fry told me they were swearing very loudly. But at that time I did not listen to anything. I was busy fighting and could not think clearly. When the round ended, I went back to my corner. My chest hurt, and I was breathing very hard. I felt like I would fall down.
"Time is up," the head monitor shouted before I could breathe well again.
I wanted to rest a little longer on the knee of the boy who was holding me. John Fry came near. Some boys were laughing at him. They said he wanted a stable lantern and would tell my mother about the fight.
"Time is up," another boy shouted quickly. "If we count to 3 before you come, you lose and must go away."
This was hard for me. He began to count.
1, 2, 3.
Before he could finish, I stood in front of my enemy again. I held both hands up. My breath was hot and rough. I decided to wait and see what would happen. I had been resting on the knee of a clever boy. He was wise and gave me advice. He told me that the end of a fight is often different from the beginning. He was a very good student. Now he is a famous scholar. Clever boys and men often care for slower ones.
"Finish him, Bob," a big boy shouted.
I remembered that boy because he had eaten my toffee that afternoon. I thought he was not kind.
"Finish him completely. He should not fight a strong boy like you."
But I was not ready to lose. My knuckles hurt and felt cold and sore. Only my legs felt strong, and they helped me. In this round I fought more carefully. I remembered what the clever boy had told me. I wanted him to be proud of me when I came back to him. I think I have never heard sweeter words in my life, except from the girl I loved, than the words of my friend who helped me. He had become my supporter and cared about me. He would have cried if I lost.
"Very good, Jack, very good," he said. "Just keep breathing well, Jack. Then you will win."
At the same time, John Fry walked around and asked the boys what they thought. He asked if I would be badly hurt. He said my mother would be very sad. When he heard that I had already fought many times, he came close to me. I was breathing fast and sitting on my friend's knee. Someone was holding a soft sponge to clean the blood from my face. John Fry spoke into my ear quickly, like he was pushing a horse to run.
Do not give up, Jan. If you do, do not come near Hexmoor again.
After he said that, something changed inside me. My head felt hot and full. A bright feeling came into my eyes. I lifted both fists again. My heart felt strong and firm. Either Robin Snell would defeat me, or I would defeat him. I went forward with new courage. Bob came toward me with a smile, sure he would win. I hated him for that smile. He tried to hit me with his left hand. I hit him with my right hand, straight between his eyes. He blinked and did not like it. I was not afraid of him. I did not hold back. I did not protect myself either. Soon I could breathe again. My heart felt calm. My eyes did not burn with anger anymore. I only knew one thing. I would die before I brought shame to my home. I do not remember how the fight ended. I only know that I was there at the end. I helped to put Robin into bed. Chapter 3. The Warpath of the Dunes. From Tiverton town to the town of Orr, the road is long and hard. A traveller must find his own way. The road is still not finished, at least on this side of Dulverton. Now it is less dangerous than when I was at school. Today a good horse can pass without too much jumping. But when I was a boy, the ground was so soft that even strong spurs were useless. The mud could stop a horse when it needed to move most. In these times we have tried to improve the road. People have put down sticks and branches. In some places they even laid small tree trunks. So now, in clear daylight, a sober man will not sink into the mud. I have always tried to do my duty as road warden over Exmoor. In the old days, when I came home from school, it was hard to see where the road truly was. Those were good days. The house felt warm and safe then. Now that kind feeling is slowly going away. People now begin to mark the road with fences on both sides, at least near towns. To me, this seems too showy. It also makes it easy for robbers to know where travellers must go. But near London, where there are racecourses, it may be useful. We left the town of the Two Fords very early in the morning. They say that is the meaning of its name. We had stayed there one day to rest our horses. The poor animals had sore feet and were very tired. I was also glad to rest. My body hurt all over, and I had many bad bruises. We stayed at the White Horse Inn in Gold Street. Across the street was a house with the names John and Joan Greenway written in gold letters. We had to leave at sunrise, so we slept early. John Fry still would not tell me why he had come. He only told stories about my father, and I could see they were not true. He was not good at hiding the truth. Still, I hoped everything was well. Boys always hope for good news, especially after they win a fight. I thought maybe father had a fine harvest. Perhaps there were many rats in the corn store, and he needed me. It was about noon when we reached Dulverton. Near that town, the river Exe joins the larger river Barle. My mother had an uncle living there. This time we did not visit him. That surprised me. We had to stop for 2 hours to feed the horses well before we crossed the Black Bog Road. The bogs are safe when there is hard frost, except where warm water comes up from the ground. But there had been no real frost yet that year. Only a little frost came in the morning. It made the blackbirds look big and round. When the frost is very strong, they look small until snow falls on them. The road from Bampton to Dulverton was not very good. Still, it was not too bad. In most places the mud was not deeper than a horse's legs. Only in some rotten spots was it worse. The day was warm and a little foggy. Both horses were sweating. Peggy carried only me because my clothes were on Smiler, and John Fry was always complaining. So we could ride a little faster than him. I could even hear him laugh behind us. John was not very kind to me. I thought this was not polite, because I was coming home for the holidays. Still, I tried to understand him. He had never gone to school. He would never sit and learn spelling like I did. So I rode on and thought he was only hungry and thinking about his dinner. I believed he would be kinder after he had eaten. When he was very hungry and thinking about bacon, he sometimes stopped and looked at me. His face became softer. It was like he felt sorry for being hard with me. At Dulverton, we had the best dinner I ever tasted. Even now, when I am old, I remember it and feel hungry again. It is like when I think about my first love and feel warm inside. I had often heard rich boys talk about hot mutton pasty. They spoke about it after dinner like it was something special. When I heard them, my mouth filled with water. My stomach felt empty and ready. John Fry walked into the inn with strong steps. He moved proudly, even though his legs were short. He shouted as loud as if he was calling sheep on the hills.
Hot mutton pasty for 2 travelers at number 5 in 5 minutes. Put it in the tin with the gravy, the same as last Tuesday.
Of course it did not come in 5 minutes. It did not come in 10 or 20 either. But that made it taste even better when it arrived. The smell was so good that any hungry man would thank God for his empty stomach. 50 years have passed faster than the taste of that gravy left my mouth. Good boys usually do not care about fine clothes. They do not think much about how they look. If I see a boy worry about his coat and his trousers, and care more about looking nice than being strong, I think he is too soft. When boys grow older and begin to love young women, then they care more about their clothes. That is natural. Their fathers were the same before them. But no man should be foolish in love, as I have been. If God had wished, he could have stopped it. After we finished the mutton pasty, Peggy and Smiler also ate well. Then I went to wash at the pump in the yard. I like to be clean, even if it meant leaving my dinner for a moment. John Fry did not like washing, except on Sundays. He had kept me from the pump before because he did not want the food to be taken away. Now he came out slowly and happily. He held a small piece of quill in his hand. He leaned against the door and listened to the horses eating. He was already thinking about supper. Then a lady's maid came into the yard. The sun shone on her face. She turned as if to go back inside. But then she lifted her head and smiled. She fixed her dress and stood in the sunlight, so the men would not laugh at her. She held a long glass in her hand. She walked gently to the pump where I was washing my head, shoulders, and arms. I had seen her a little through the water. But when I saw her clearly, I felt surprised and shy. She did not look shy at all. She looked at me as if I were a small child. She was about 30 years old. She spoke in a bold and easy way.
Good little boy, come here. Your eyes are so blue. Your skin is white like snow. But some bad man has hurt you and made it dark. Let me touch it. Oh, it must have hurt you. Do not worry. You will love me now.
While she spoke, she touched my chest lightly with her brown fingers. Her voice sounded different. I knew she was not from our country. She was a foreign woman. I was less shy when I heard her speak. I could speak English better than she could. Still, I wished to put my coat on. But I did not want to be rude.
If you please, madam, I must go, I said. John Fry is waiting by the door. Peggy is calling me. We must reach home tonight. My father will wait for me near the telling house.
There, you may go, little dear, she said softly. Perhaps I will follow you. I feel much love for you.
I did not understand what she meant. Still, I worked the pump hard for her. She poured the water away many times into the trough, as if it was not good enough. At last she was happy. There was a light mist on the outside of the glass, and the water looked bright inside. She made a low bow to me in a strange and joking way. She held the glass by the bottom so she would not touch the mist. Then she tried to kiss me. But I was out of breath, and I have always been shy about that, unless I begin it myself. So I bent down under the pump handle. She hit her chin on the wooden end of it. The stable boys came out and asked if they could help her. She walked away across the yard with a dark and proud look. She walked in a foreign way. It was so different from the way their sweethearts walked that the boys stopped and did not follow her. They stood near a pile of hay and waited to see if she would turn around. When she did not, each one laughed at the others. At the north end of Dulverton town, near the 2 new pig houses, the people from Orr and the people from Watchet walk the same road. They go together until they reach a broken stone cross where a murdered man is buried. Peggy and Smiler climbed the hill strongly, as if nothing was too hard for them after eating beans. When we turned past some trees, we suddenly saw a large coach with 6 horses. The horses were pulling very hard. John Fry rode forward and took off his hat, as he should before rich people. I was so surprised that I forgot to take off my cap. I stopped my pony without knowing it. In the front seat of the coach, which was half open because the day was warm, sat the foreign lady I had met at the pump. Next to her was a small dark-haired girl. She looked special and soft, as if she always got what she wanted. I could not look at her for long. She did not look at me at all. She was busy watching the hedges. Inside the coach, in the best seat, sat a beautiful lady. She wore warm clothes and had a soft and gentle face. Beside her was a lively little boy, 2 or 3 years old. He had a white ribbon on his hat. He looked at everything and everyone. The boy saw Peggy and liked her at once. His mother, if she was his mother, had to look at my pony and at me. I do not greatly admire rich people, but she looked at us with real kindness. Her smile was sweet, more than that of many women who milk our cows. Without knowing why, I took off my cap to her. She raised her hand and blew a kiss to me. Perhaps she thought I looked like a good and gentle boy. People often called me innocent, though I was not. Then the foreign lady turned and saw what was happening. She looked straight into my face. I was ready to greet her from a distance, not in the close way she had tried before, but she stared at me as if she had never seen me. She looked as if she did not wish to see me again. This surprised me very much. Such behavior was new to me. I moved my legs without thinking, and Peggy felt it. She was fresh from the stable and full of spirit. She jumped forward suddenly. I could only turn around and lower my old cap once more to the beautiful lady. Soon I caught up with John Fry. I asked him who those people were. I asked why we had not seen them leave the inn.
All he would say was, "They are murdering papists. I want nothing to do with them, or with the devil they come from."
John never liked to talk much before he drank a large cup of cider. He also said it was lucky for me that I had gone down to Dulverton to buy sweets for Annie. If I had stayed, my foolish head might have been turned by their grand show. After that we did not see them again. We turned onto a smaller road. Soon we had to watch our own path carefully. The road became worse and worse. At last it almost disappeared. It seemed ashamed to show itself. We went on as best we could. We were not sure when we would reach home, unless God helped us. The fog came down over the moor. It was thicker than I had ever seen. There was no sound at all. There was not even a small wind to help us find the way. Small trees stood here and there. They looked like bushes on thin wooden legs. Water covered them. Drops fell slowly from their thin branches. Where a hedge ended and rose from the low ground, the yellow sand was full of small holes. Rabbits had made them under the low trees. Soon it was too dark to see anything. I could only see faint lines of light in the valleys. After some time, even that light was gone. The only comfort was to see our horses' heads moving as they walked. I could see the dark ground under us. It looked a little lighter where it was wet. I heard the soft splash of their feet, one after another. Their tails moved in a steady way. There was also the strong smell of the horses. John Fry was falling asleep in his saddle. His head bent forward. I could not see the wet drops in his beard now. He had a fine red beard. It was bright and carefully shaped, because he was newly married. I had often looked at it before. I had wondered if one day I might have a beard like that. The drops of water had hung on it like small shining beads. Even in the fog, I could see his Sunday hat move up and down. I could also see part of his shoulder. That was enough for me to speak if his horse stepped badly. Suddenly John woke up.
"Mercy of God! Where are we now?" he said. "We should have passed the old ash tree, Jan. Did you see it on the road?"
"No, John. I saw no ash tree. I saw no, John. I saw no ash tree. I saw nothing at all. And I heard nothing, except you snoring."
"You are a fool, Jan. And I am no better," he said. "Listen now. Listen."
We stopped our horses and listened. We put our hands to our ears and tried to hear through the thick air. At first there was nothing, only the heavy breathing of the horses. Water drops fell from our hats and coats. There were soft night sounds that make a man feel strange and quiet. Then we heard something. It was a low sound. It was sad but not frightening. It made the hair on my neck rise. It came 3 times. Each time it grew weaker and faded away. I touched John's arm.
"Do not be foolish, Jan," he said softly. "It is music. Very fine music. God bless the man who made it."
Have they hanged one of the Doones, John? I asked.
"Hush, lad. Do not say that. Hang a Doone. If the king tried that, he would be in danger himself."
Then who is hanging there, John? I felt brave when I asked. I had crossed Exmoor many times. I had begun to think some men deserved such an end.
"It is no one for us to worry about," John said. "He came from the other side of the moor and stole on our side. His name is Red Jem Hannaford. Thank God he is gone, lad. His poor soul makes that creaking sound."
The quiet swinging sound guided us. It grew louder and softer as the wind moved it. At last we came to the place with the tall wooden post and cross beams.
"Good work here," John said, looking up. "There is my own cut mark on the post. Yes, that is Red Jem. No doubt about it. He hangs straight enough. God bless the men who found a way to stop a thief. Good night, Jem. Sleep well, and do not let the creaking wake you."
John laughed a little. He touched his horse with the bridle hand and turned toward home. But I felt sorry for Red Jem. I wanted to know more about him. I wondered if he could have lived in a better way. I thought about his wife and children, if he had any. John would not speak more about it. Perhaps the lonely sound behind us made him quiet.
"Hold your tongue, lad," he said sharply. "We are near the Doone track now. It is 2 miles from Dunkery Beacon, the highest hill on Exmoor. If the Doones are out tonight, we must move very carefully."
I knew at once what he meant. The Doones of Bagworthy were feared in all Devon and Somerset. They were outlaws and killers. My legs began to shake against Peggy's sides. Behind us was the dead robber in chains. In front of us might be living ones. "But, John," I whispered and moved close to his saddle. "Dear John, do you think they can see us in this thick fog?"
There is no fog strong enough to hide us from their eyes, he whispered with fear. We are near the hollow ground. Be careful now, boy. Be very careful if you want to see your mother again.
Like many boys, I wanted to run fast across the Doone track and finish the danger quickly. I wanted to rush over it and not think about it again. But I felt strange when he spoke about my mother and said nothing about my father. We came to a long and deep hollow. On Exmoor they call it a goyle. I do not know where the word comes from. When boys laughed at me in Tiverton for saying goyle, an older boy hit them and said the word was in Homer. He said it meant the hollow of a hand. Another time a man from Wales told me it was like what they call a pant in his country. But I know what it is. It is a long dip between wild hills that goes down toward flatland. The bottom is round and the sides are firm and steep. It can be straight or it can turn. That does not matter. We rode slowly down our side of the hollow. At the bottom we moved through soft grass. All the time we listened very hard, as if the air could speak to us. Then we rode up the other side with care. When we were near the top, I heard a sound. I caught John's arm, and he lifted his hand to his ear. It was the sound of horses walking through wet ground. Their feet made heavy, sucking sounds. I heard tired men make low noises. I heard the lift of stirrups and the ring of metal. Leather straps rubbed and creaked. The horses breathed hard through their noses.
For God's sake, Jack, move around her belly and let her go where she wants, John whispered.
I did what he said at once. He was already off his horse. But our 2 small horses were very tired. They did not go far. They began to lower their heads and eat grass. They sniffed loudly. I moved softly to John's side with the bridle over my arm.
Let go of the bridle, he whispered. Let it go, boy. If God is kind, they will think the horses are wild forest ponies. If not, they may shoot at us.
I understood him and dropped the bridle. The mist was slowly moving away. We were standing against the sky, and the riders were dark shapes below us. John lay flat on the ground near a small hill of heather. There was a narrow dip in the earth beside him. I crawled to him slowly. I was afraid the sound of my legs moving would be too loud. My cord trousers made a small creaking noise. John made a soft sound like a cold sheep. He did this to hide the noise I made. Just as the first rider passed about 20 yards below us, a wind came up the valley. The fog moved away quickly. Then a strong red light shone across the moor. It came from the heavy clouds above. The light spread over the land and touched the riders' metal weapons.
Dunkery Beacon, John whispered very close to my ear.
I could feel his lips shake.
They cannot light it now, except to show the dunes the way home. Not since the night they climbed up and threw the watchman from the top. Why are you moving, boy? For God's sake.
But I could not stay still any longer. I slipped away from his arm and crawled along the small dip in the ground. I stayed flat on my chest and legs. At last I reached a grey stone with dry ferns around it. I lay there, not more than 20 feet above the riders. I was afraid even to breathe. The beacon fire rose high into the sky like a storm of flame. Its shape moved and changed in the wind. The dark clouds hung low above it. Red fire hung in the sky in long twisted lines. A great line of fire moved through the dark night. The hills were full of red light, and the valleys were dark with shadow. The wide open land looked angry and wild. The fire shone strongly into the rocky valley below me. There the horsemen rode in silence. They did not even turn their heads. They were big and heavy men. They did not care how they carried their guns or how they sat on their horses. They wore leather coats, long boots, and iron plates on their chest and head. Behind their saddles was stolen goods. In front of them hung large bottles for drink. More than 30 men passed by. They looked like dark clouds in a red sunset. Some carried dead sheep with the skin still on. Others carried deer. One man had a child lying across his saddle. I could not see if the child was dead or alive. The child hung with the head down. It had no way to protect itself. They had taken the child because of its clothes. The clothes were bright and fine. The men did not have time to take them off. The cloth shone in the firelight like gold and jewels. In my heart, I felt deep pain. I wanted to know what they would do with the little child. I was afraid they might even eat it. It hurt me to see the child among those cruel men. In my anger, I jumped onto a rock. I shouted at them loudly. I did not think clearly. 2 men turned around. One lifted his gun and pointed it at me.
But the other man said, "It is only a pixie. Do not waste your powder."
They did not know who I was. I also did not know that one day I would destroy their castle. John Fry had thrown himself down beside Smiler when he was afraid. Now he came up to me slowly. The danger was over, so he felt brave again. He was wet, cold, and stiff from lying on the ground.
Small thanks to you, Jan, he said. My new wife could be a widow because of you. And who will help her and her child if I die? I should throw you down into the dune track. If this is how you act, you will fall into it one day.
That was all he said. He did not thank God at all. A few minutes before, he was very afraid. He was ready to thank God for anything. I said nothing. I felt ashamed. Soon we found Peggy and Smiler together on the road home. They were eating grass where it was good. They were glad to see us. Not because they liked carrying us, but because horses do not like to be alone.
My father did not come to meet us. He was not near the telling house. He was not by the crooked post. He was not at the home linhay. The dogs barked loudly, so he must have heard us. When we came near the linhay and the ash hedge, my heart felt heavy. My father had taught me there how to catch blackbirds. Suddenly my chest felt empty and cold. There was no lantern hanging on the peg near the cow house. No one shouted at the dogs to be quiet. No one called out, "Here our Jack is." In the dark, I looked at the tall gate posts. They were tall like my father. Then I looked at the door of the harness room. He used to sit there, smoke his pipe, and sing.
Then I thought that maybe he had visitors. Perhaps some people were lost on the moors, and he did not want to leave them alone, even for his son. Still, I felt jealous. I was ready to be angry with him when he came home and showed me kindness. I touched the new pipe in my pocket. I had brought it for him from Tiverton.
I said to myself, he will not have it until tomorrow morning.
Oh, I cannot explain it. I do not know how I understood the truth. I only know that I walked away quietly. I did not cry. I did not even think about crying. I hid myself in a saw pit. The pieces of wood above me made dark lines over my body. I wanted to feel nothing. I did not want anyone to speak to me.
After some time, I heard a sound from above. It was the sound of a woman crying. Then I saw my mother and my sister. They were holding each other and crying hard. They were the people I loved most. But I could not look at them. At last, they seemed to need me. They covered their eyes with their hands. Chapter 4. A Very Rash Visit. Illustration 028. JPG Illustrated Capital.
My dear father was killed by the dunes of Bagworthy. It happened on a Saturday evening. He was riding home from Pollock Market. 6 other farmers were with him. They were all sober men. My father did not like men who drank too much. He would not spend time with any man who drank more than half a gallon of beer or a full gallon of cider.
The robbers had no special anger against him. He had never insulted them. He did not complain loudly when they robbed other people. He believed that every man should protect himself and his own goods. But if a man belonged to our parish, then we must help him. That was his strong belief. The 7 farmers were riding along the rough road. They helped one another where the ground was bad. They sang hymns and songs to keep their spirits strong. Suddenly, in the starlight, a horseman stood in front of them. They knew him at once by his clothes and his weapons. They also knew him by his tall shape in the light of the evening star. He looked like one man against 7. But in truth, he was stronger than all of them together. The 6 farmers had just been singing about the power of God and about being good men. Yet not one of them stayed brave. Each man quickly took out his money. Each man gave what he had to the Doone. But my father thought differently. He believed that if a man had good clothes and comfort, he should fight to keep them. He would not stand and watch. While the others took off their hats and shook with fear, my father lifted his staff high. Then he rode straight at the robber. The wild man moved his horse quickly and escaped the attack. He seemed very surprised that anyone dared to fight him. My father's horse was not trained for battle. The horse was used only to farm work and pulling the plough. Because of the strong movement, the horse ran past the robber. Then the outlaw gave a sharp whistle. After that, he calmly took money and goods from the other farmers. But father rode toward Smiler's Head to come back and help them. Suddenly many men came out from behind a stack of turf. Some were on horses and some were on foot. They quickly stood around him. Still, father fought as hard as he could. He was a big and strong man. His blood was hot with anger. It was not easy for them to fight him. With quick moves of his wrist, he hit 3 or 4 men on the head. He was always very good with his stick. At last the other men pulled their horses back. Father thought he had won. He thought he would go home and tell his wife about it. Illustration 029. JPG He rode at the Doone robber, but one man stayed far away from the stick's reach. He was hiding near the peat stack. He had a long gun on his shoulder. He saw my father clearly against the sky. I cannot tell what happened next. We only know that Smiler came home alone. There was blood on his back. In the morning they found my father dead on the moor. His stick was broken under his body. Now I do not know if this was a fair fight. God can judge between the Doones and me. Illustration 030. JPG father was found dead on the moor. In those days there was much violence. So it was more sadness than surprise when mother became a widow. Her children had no father. There were only 3 of us. We were too young to help her. We could only give her love while she worked for us. I, John Ridd, was the oldest. I felt a heavy weight on my heart. After me was my sister Annie. She was about 2 years younger than I was. Then came little Eliza. Before I came home and learned about my great loss, mother did something very brave. No boy ever loved his father more than I loved mine. The neighbors said mother must be mad. On Monday morning, while her husband was still not buried, she put a white hood over her hair. She wore a black cloak. She did not ask anyone for advice. Then she walked alone toward the Doone gate. In the early afternoon she came to the empty and lonely entrance. There was no rail gate there. There was only darkness inside. If I continue this story, I will tell more about that place later, as I saw it myself. For now, I will not speak more about it. No one shot at her. They only covered her eyes. Someone held her hand and led her forward. They did not try to hurt her. The road was rough and wild. She could not think clearly. A cold piece of iron was held against her, and it made her afraid. At the end of the road they uncovered her eyes. She could hardly believe what she saw. She stood at the top of a deep green valley. The valley was round in shape, like a great bowl in the mountains. Around it stood high walls of rock, 80 or 100 feet tall. Above the rocks were dark hills with trees, rising to the sky. Near her a small river came quietly out from under the ground. It made a soft and low sound. At first it flowed in shadow. Then it grew brighter in the light. After that it ran down into the valley. Then the stream ran across the green field. On both sides stood alder trees. Grass grew near the water, and yellow rushes bent over it. They looked as if they watched the water move fast. Farther down the valley, stone houses stood on both sides of the stream. They were square and rough. The stream ran between them like a street. Each house had only one room. They did not stand straight across from each other. They stood in and out, like small stones in a game. The first house was larger. It was the captain's house. It was really 2 houses joined by a wooden bridge over the water. My mother counted 14 small houses. They all looked almost the same. Only the captain's house was different. The valley was deep and quiet. There was no loud noise there. There was no fighting or shouting. Only the soft sound of the stream filled the air. Any man would think these were simple and peaceful homes. But every house there belonged to men who killed. 2 men took my mother down a steep and slippery stair. It was like climbing down a ladder in a barn. They walked beside the falling water until they reached the captain's house. There they left her at the door. She was shaking but ready to speak. She wondered what right she had to be angry. She was only a farmer's widow. The Doones were people of high birth. Everyone on Exmoor knew that. We had been taught that people like us must obey those above us. So my mother felt a little ashamed that she wished to complain. But soon she remembered her husband. She remembered how he stood close to her. He often put his strong arm around her. She thought of how he liked his bacon fried. She remembered how he praised her cooking with kind words. Then tears filled her eyes. She could not stop them. A tall old man came out of the house. He was Sir Ensor Doone. He held a sharp tool in his hand. He wore thick gloves like a worker in the fields. He looked almost like a common labourer. But his face, his walk, and his voice showed that he was not. Even a child could see that he was a leader. His white hair moved in the wind. He stopped and looked down at my mother. She felt his dark eyes on her and made a small bow.
"Good woman, you are not one of us," he said. "Who brought you here? Young men can be foolish. But I am tired of this kind of work."
He looked at her face in a hard way. Yet there was also something softer in his eyes. But my mother felt deep pain for her husband. His look felt like an insult to her. At once she spoke.
"I do not know what you mean," she said. "You are traitors and killers. You are cowards. I have come to ask for my husband."
She could not say more. Her heart hurt too much. Her breath came hard in her throat. She only looked at him with wide eyes.
"Madam," Sir Enza said, in a calm voice, "I ask your pardon. My eyes are old, or I would have understood sooner. If your husband is our prisoner, he shall go free. He will not pay anything. I have spoken badly to you."
"Sir," my mother said, her voice full of sorrow, "please let me cry for a moment."
He stepped back. He seemed to understand that a woman needs no help to cry. And when she cried, he understood that she believed his men had killed her husband. He also knew deep pain from his own past. So he did not grow angry with her. He let her speak again.
"I do not want to blame anyone without reason," Mother said. "But I have lost the best husband God ever gave to a woman. I knew him when he was just a small boy, and I was small too. He never spoke a hard word to me. He always let me speak my mind. He taught me about herbs and how to cure bacon. He told me the right time to kill a pig. He even told me how to guide the young girls. Not that I would ever wish, oh, John, it feels so strange. Last week you were my whole world."
She wiped her eyes with her new red handkerchief and looked at its pattern. Then she began to cry again. She did not cry loudly. She turned away quietly because she felt that no one would wipe her tears now. Many small things from daily life came into her mind. She remembered simple things from each day and week. Her heart felt weak and tired.
"This matter must be looked at," the old man said. "It will be looked at once. Madam, if any wrong was done, trust the honor of a Doone. I will do my best to make it right. Please come inside and rest while I ask about this. What was your husband's name? When and where did this happen?"
Even he felt a little moved, though he tried to stay calm.
"Oh dear," Mother said. "On Saturday morning I was a wife. On Saturday night I was a widow, and my children had no father. My husband's name was John Ridd, sir. Everyone knows him. There was no better man in Somerset or Devon. He was riding home from Pollock Market. He had bought a new gown for me and tied it behind the saddle. He even bought a shell for my hair. Oh, John, you were so good to me."
He placed a chair for her in a polite way, but she would not sit. She began to think of this again. Her sorrow felt so heavy that she could not believe it was real. It seemed like a bad dream. She almost thought she would wake soon and see her husband smile at her. So she wiped her eyes and even tried to smile. She looked around as if she expected to see him.
"Madam, this is very serious," Sir Enza Doone said kindly. "My sons are sometimes wild. I know that. But I do not think they would harm someone on purpose. Still, you do seem badly hurt by this. Send counselor to me. Send counselor to Captain."
He showed real concern. Then he called from the door. His voice went down the valley. Councillor Doone came before my mother had fully calmed herself. If anything could surprise her at that moment, it was the sight of him. He was a strong and heavy man. He was a little shorter than the other Doones. A long grey beard reached down to his belt. Thick eyebrows covered his face like dark branches. Under them were two large brown eyes. Sometimes he hid his eyes. Sometimes they shone bright like fire. He stood there with his hat in his hand. Mother tried to look at him, but he did not seem to see her.
"Counsellor," said Sir Enza Doone, "here is a lady of good name."
"Oh no, sir. Only a woman," Mother said softly.
"With your leave, madam," Serenza continued. This is a lady, counselor, well known in this part of the country. She says that the Doones have wrongly killed her husband.
Killed him. Killed him, my mother cried. If ever there was a killing, this was one. Oh, sir, you know it.
I only wish to know the full truth, the old man said proudly. Justice will be done, madam.
Oh, please, she said. Do not speak of it like business. God in heaven, look at me.
State the case, said the counselor.
The case is this, Serenza replied. This lady's good husband was killed while coming home from Pollock Market. This happened last Saturday night. Madam, correct me if I am wrong.
He lifted one hand to quiet my mother.
No, sir. You are right. Sometimes it feels like a whole year ago. Sometimes it feels like only an hour.
Tell us his name, said the counselor.
His eyes still looked inward. Chapter 5. An illegal settlement.
Master John Ridd, as I understand, he said. Counselor, we have heard of him many times. He is a good and quiet man. He does not trouble us in our work. If any of our young men were rough with him, they will pay for it. But I can hardly believe they did this. People in this area often do not understand our troubles. They do not feel sorry for us. Counselor, you keep our records and you are strict with us. Please tell us what really happened.
Oh, counselor, my mother cried. Sir Counselor, please be fair. I can see kindness in your face. Only tell me who did this. Let me stand in front of him. I will thank you, sir. God will bless you and my children.
The tall man with the long grey beard did not show any feeling. He stepped back to the door and began to speak. His voice was hard and cold.
I will speak only a few words, he said. 4 or 5 of our most peaceful men went to the small market in Pollock. They carried money with them. They bought food and other things for the house. They paid a high price. Then they left the busy crowd and rode home. When they stopped to let their horses rest near a stack of peat, the night was dark. Suddenly a large and strong robber rode toward them. He wanted to frighten or kill them. At first they were shocked by his bold attack. But they would not give up the goods they carried. They were responsible for those goods. He struck 3 of them and knocked them down. He was very strong. The last man tried to stop him with a pistol. It was Carver, our brave Carver. He saved the others and himself. They were happy to escape. We hoped his wound was not serious. We did not want him to continue in sin.
When my mother heard this full story, she was too shocked to speak. She only looked at the man. She felt as if the ground would open under her feet. But nothing moved except the counselor's large brown eyes. He looked at her with sadness when he spoke about sin. She could not bear his eyes. She turned quickly to Serenza. She thought she saw a small smile on his lips. It looked as if he enjoyed the moment.
All the Doones are gentlemen, the old man said calmly. He looked serious and never smiled. We are always ready to explain mistakes about us, he said. Sometimes country people misunderstand us. We do not say your husband planned to rob anyone. We will not take his land from you. Is that right, counselor?
Without doubt, his land could be taken, the counselor answered. Unless you choose to show mercy.
Counselor, we will show mercy, the old man said. Madam, we forgive him. Maybe he did not know right from wrong at that late hour. The drink in Pollock is strong. Even an honest man may act badly in these violent times.
The Doones spoke about violence as if they were innocent. My mother felt dizzy. She bowed to them because she remembered her manners. She did not fully understand what was happening. Inside her heart, she felt she was right. But she did not know how to prove it. She wiped her tears quickly and went out into the cold air. She was afraid she might say something dangerous. Later, as she walked home with guards beside her, her eyes were full of tears.
She could hardly see the road. Suddenly someone ran up behind her. He pushed a heavy leather bag into her hand.
The captain sensed this, he whispered. Give it to the children.
But my mother dropped the bag at once. She let it fall to the ground as if it were something alive and terrible. Then she bent down and prayed to God. For the first time, she prayed that even the Doones might feel pity for her. Good people who live in a safe and lawful place may judge our land badly. They may think we were wrong. So I must tell the whole truth. Many of us want to explain how the robbers came to live among us. We did not want it to happen. God knows that. But it happened slowly, in this way. Please remember that I learned many of these things later in my life. Around the year 1640, England was full of trouble. Great families in the north lost their land very suddenly. There were fights between powerful families. Important people at court supported one side. Because of this, large estates were taken away. The owners lost everything. They were lucky if they escaped with their lives. These lands were shared by two family lines. I think this was called joint tenancy. I do not fully understand the word. But it meant that if one owner died, the other received all the land. This happened even if there was a written will. One of the owners was Sir Ensor Doone. He was a clever and quick-thinking man. The other owner was his cousin, the Earl of Lorne and Dykemorn. Lord Lorne was older than Sir Ensor. He wanted to end their shared ownership of the land. He tried to divide it in a fair way. But suddenly trouble came because of secret plans and a woman's actions. Instead of dividing the land, they lost it. Lord Lorne still had money, but he had to spend less than before. Sir Ensor was left with nothing. Many people now depended on him, but he had no money to give. He believed his cousin had treated him badly. He thought the legal trouble happened because of his cousin's unfair request. Many friends told him to ask for help at court. They said he had done nothing wrong. They also said he was a good Catholic, and Lord Lorne was not. They believed he would receive support and maybe some reward. But Sir Ensor was an angry man. He had been married for many years to Lord Lorne's daughter. He did not like her family more because of this marriage. He refused to ask for help. He did not want to repair the problem. Instead, he left with his wife and sons. He took the little money he still had. He spoke with anger about everyone. Maybe he was wrong to act this way. Perhaps he made a mistake. Still, many of us might have done the same in his place. Some people say that, in his anger, he killed a gentleman from the court. They say he believed that man had helped to take his property. Others say he spoke to King Charles I in a very bold and rude way. This made the king angry. One thing is certain. Sir Ensor was declared a criminal and an outlaw after some violent act. Before this, he had asked many people for help. He had good reason to hope they would support him. In better days, he had been generous and kind to them. He often gave advice and help when they needed it. But now these same people only gave him words. They said they felt sorry for him. They gave him advice. Yet they did not move to help him. They gave no money and no action. People from all sides, both royal and common, knew he was poor. His kitchen was cold. No one wanted to serve him anymore. This hurt him deeply. It may have hurt him more than losing his land and good name. At last, in great sadness, he decided to live far away. He wanted to go where no one knew him. So, on a day that was bad for us, he came to the west of England. I do not think our land is strange or wild. I have never found a better place. But people say it is rough, large, and empty in many parts. There he found a place that seemed right for him. It was hidden and easy to defend. It was also hard for strangers to reach. At first, nearby country people brought him small gifts. They brought bacon, cider, dried meat, and venison. For a short time, he lived honestly and peacefully. But after some time, people grew tired. They began to think that even a gentleman should work. If he did not work, he should pay others. Farmers were tired of polite manners without real talk or trade. They also said it was not fair that young men owned a rich valley but would not dig or plough because they were noble. As the young Doones grew older, they began to take what they did not ask for. Now I must say something about myself. I am a solid man.
I own 500 acres of land. Some of it has fences and some does not, and that is my own concern. I am also the church warden of this parish, and I will remain so until I die. I am proud to be called the parson's friend. I have never known a better man. He enjoys tobacco and strong drink, and he reads the church lessons very well. He also studied at Blundell's school. Let me make one thing clear. I fully support the church and the king. I am a true royalist. There is no doubt about that. I say this because some people judge too quickly. They may misunderstand my easy way of speaking and my small jokes. Sometimes my words may sound mixed or playful. But no one should think I am not loyal. I tell them that I am good inside. There is no bad feeling in me. I only have strange thoughts and a silly way of speaking. At first there were not more than 12 of them. This number included a few men who still followed Sir Enza. But soon their group began to grow. They increased in number in a surprising way. Maybe it was the deer meat they ate, which we think makes men strong. Maybe it was the sheep from Exmoor. Maybe it was the fresh soft air on the moor. In any case, the Doones grew in number faster than they grew in honesty. At the beginning, they brought some women with them. These women had good names and were known as kind people. Later, the Doones added more women by taking them from nearby farms. They carried away many farmers' daughters. At first the girls were very unhappy. After some time, many of them accepted their new lives. They made homes there and cared for their children. It seems to me that women often like strong men more than weak ones. They want someone firm and steady beside them. In our country, we are strong and solid people. But out of 60 men, you would not find even one good enough in size and strength to stand with the Doones. Next to them, most of us would look small. We could fight them fairly if we chose the best men from all around Exmoor. We are thick and strong in body. We could show them how we wrestle. But in height and fine looks, they were above us. Most women would not look twice at us. Still, I, John Ridd, and one or two others I know were not so bad. But it is better not to speak much of that, even if my hair is grey now. Perhaps their hiding place could have been attacked. Perhaps they could have been driven out of the forest. This might have happened if honest people had acted at once, when the Doones first began to steal. But people remembered their good family name. They felt sorry for their past troubles. Some even thought it was a kind of justice that men who had been robbed became robbers themselves. So the squires, the farmers, and the shepherds did little at first. They only complained quietly. Sometimes they even laughed about it, when it happened to someone else. After some time, it was no longer a matter for laughter. The robberies became more violent. People were hurt, and some lost their lives. Fear spread everywhere. Every mother held her child close. Every man turned pale when he heard the name Doone. The sons and grandsons of Sir Enza grew up without rules. They were proud and full of hate. They showed no respect for God or for other people. They were cruel even to animals. There was only one good thing about them. They were loyal to each other. They were always true to their home in the valley. But this made them even more feared. Everyone knew they would take revenge on anyone who harmed a Doone. One night, about 10 years before I was born, they attacked the house of a rich man near Minehead. During the attack, someone fired a gun at them in the dark. They did not pay much attention to it. Only one of them knew that someone had been hit. Later, when they were riding home, one of the men suddenly fell from his horse. They had not killed anyone that night. They had not even burned a house. But this young man died without a sound. He had been shot, but he did not complain. Perhaps he did not understand how serious the wound was. He was bleeding inside his body. His brothers and cousins placed him gently on a bank of berry bushes. Then they rode back to the small village where he had been shot. In the morning, no man or woman was alive there. No house was left standing. Only one small child remained, and the child had lost its mind. This bad act was done. There was no doubt about it. After this, careful people decided to stay away from them. No one wanted to cause trouble with them. They had made their place very strong. There were many of them now. Only a group of soldiers could safely enter their land. Even that might end badly, as you will see later. I will speak about the place itself another time. It was very strong and hard to reach. Every man there was very big and strong. They were tall and wide. Each man was strong enough to lift a very heavy weight. If a son or grandson of Old Doone, or one of their men from the north, failed a test at the age of 20, he could not stay. He had to stand barefoot at Sir Enzor's door. He had to touch the top of the door with his forehead. His shoulders had to fill the doorway from one side to the other. If he could not do this, they took him away. They brought him to the narrow pass at the valley. There they pushed him out with shame. After that, he had to earn his living in an honest way. That doorway was 6 feet and 1 inch high. It was almost 2 feet wide inside. Yet I know, because I lived near them, that almost no one failed this test. No son of Sir Enzor failed. No close family member failed either. Only the counsellor was excused, because they needed his wisdom. Only 2 other men ever failed. Those few had to leave and live honest lives. I do not think this test is so special. If they had put me in that doorway at 20, I believe I would have carried the door away on my shoulders. I was not even at my full strength then. But I speak of the common size of men in our area. The Doones were much bigger than most of us. They also learned to shoot very well. They used heavy guns. Even a boy could shoot a rabbit in the head from 80 yards away. Some people may think this is nothing. Some talk more than they truly shoot. But to do this every time is very hard work, as far as I know. I do not believe the stories about Robin Hood. They say he could split a thin stick at a very long distance. I do not believe it. A thin stick is smooth and hard to hit. Even if you hit it, it moves. Let a man put such a stick in the ground. Let him stand 10 yards away, or even 5. Then let him try with his bow. After all I have written, and all you will read later, you may understand the Doones better than I did. You may see more clearly than I ever could. So you will not be surprised when I say that the judges were afraid to act. They did not want to hold a public inquiry about my dear father's death. If they did, they would have to ride home at night. No one knew what might happen to them on the road. It is often better to say little. That way there is less trouble. So we buried my father quietly. Only my mother could not stay silent. We buried him in the small churchyard at Orr. It lies on a gentle slope. The Lynn Brook runs below it. It is a peaceful place. There are not many graves there. The parish is very large. There are many woods and open lands, but few houses. If one man dies in 3 years, we speak of it for 3 months. We say that next time it may be our turn. We do not grow used to it before another person dies. Annie was not allowed to come. She cried too much. She ran to the window and watched from there. She made a low sound like a little calf. She was very afraid and felt alone. Eliza walked with me. We stood one on each side of our mother. There were no tears in Eliza's eyes. She looked surprised. Everything was new to her. She did not want to look, but she could not stop looking. Poor little thing. She was very clever. She was the only one in our family. Thank God for that. But even she did not know what it means to lose a father. Chapter 6. Necessary Practice. I remember very little about the rest of that winter. I was only a young boy. I missed my father most when I was outside. I missed him when we caught birds. I missed him when we followed hare tracks in the snow. I missed him when we trained the sheep dog. Many times I looked at his gun. It was an old gun that people found in the sea near Glenthorne. He was very proud of it. It was only a matchlock gun, but he loved it. I remembered how I once held the burning cord while he aimed at a rabbit. One time he even aimed at a red deer near the hazel trees. When I looked at the gun now, nothing happened. Sometimes I had foolish tears in my eyes. One day John Fry took the gun down from the hooks where my father had left it. It hurt me to see him touch it. He held it as if it was just an old tool. It seemed to me that he had no memory of my father. John spoke in his rough way. He said it was a bad thing my father did not have the gun on the night he met the Doones. He said Farmer Jan would have shown them the way to heaven. He said my father would not have given up so easily. He pointed far away and said I could see the grave if I looked along the barrel. Then he saw my face. He told me not to cry. He said he was sorry he had spoken.
I am not crying, John, I said. You are wrong. You think about little Annie. I only cough in the winter. Father used to give me sweet drink for it. Now give me the gun, John.
You have the gun, John said. You are not strong enough to hold it. It is very heavy.
I can hold it, I said. You do not know. Move away. You are in front of the barrel. It may still be loaded.
John jumped away very fast. He moved quicker than when he worked in the fields. I rested the gun on a wooden bar. I felt sure I could hit the door in front of me, or at least I could hit the stone wall near it. There was no danger in the orchard. John would not give me the burning cord. He would not let me fire it. In truth, I was a little glad. I remembered my father saying the Spanish gun kicked like a horse. Also, the charge inside it was his last one. I did not want to change it. Later I learned the gun did not kick very hard if you held it tight. It only hurt if it was badly loaded. The metal was very thick and heavy. That surprised many people. Some people said the gun once belonged to a great Spanish captain. They said he led a large ship in the Invincible Armada. That was the fleet England defeated long ago. God and the storm helped us win. It happened more than 100 years before my time. After John fired the old charge at a rat, the gun felt different to me. It no longer seemed too special to touch. Soon I began to practice shooting with that big gun. I liked it better than John Fry's wide blunderbuss. His gun looked like a bell with a stick under it. For a boy, a windmill is a good thing to shoot at. I have seen that in flat lands. But on our moor there were no windmills. There were only a few barn doors in quiet places. You could walk up the small valleys. The sides of the valley helped guide your aim. If you put your cheek against the barrel and stayed calm, you had a fair chance to hit the door. Slowly I became a good shot. At last I had shot so much that almost all the lead from the gutter on the north side of our church went through our best barn door. I have often felt sorry for that since. Later I became churchwarden. Because of this, I have forgiven many naughty boys. Still, my father was not buried on that side of the church. All this time I walked over the hills or worked on the farm. Sometimes I listened to John Fry talk. But my mother stayed mostly inside the house. She was older and felt the pain longer. She worked with the maids and looked after the hens. She did not wish to talk much. Sometimes she suddenly spoke about the good master we had lost. She said we had all lost him. The hens did not care. They only made noise for barley. The young maids had liked my father. But when spring came, they thought more about their sweethearts. My mother thought this was wrong. She felt they were selfish and not thankful. Yet sometimes she felt proud. She believed no one had more right than her to feel such deep sorrow. Only Annie moved quietly in the house. She went in and out and often cried alone. She liked to stand in the corner near the bees and the grindstone. She did not want anyone to see her tears. She wanted to think alone and cry by herself. Many times I saw her crying. Many times she turned and looked at me. Then I could not look back at her. I only asked how long it was until dinner. In the deep winter month of December, my father had been dead for 2 weeks. He was lying quiet in his grave. One day I had no more powder for my gun. I needed powder to practice and think about his enemies. Each time I fired the gun, I thought, this is for the man who killed my father. John Fry once said I made such angry faces that it was a wonder the gun worked. I was not strong enough to hold the gun well, unless I leaned my back against a fence. Still, it made me feel better to hear it fire. I liked to think I might hit one of his enemies.
Oh, mother, I said after dinner that day.
She was sitting and looking at me.
Almost every day she said, "You are growing like your father. Jack, come here and kiss me."
Oh, mother, if you only knew how much I need a shilling.
"Jack, you will never be without a shilling while I am alive," she said softly. "But what do you need it for, my dear boy?"
I want to buy something in Pollock, mother. Maybe I will tell you later. If I do not tell you, it is for your good and for the children.
"Bless you, child," she said. "You speak like an old man. Come and give me a little kiss, Jack, and you shall have the shilling."
At that age I did not like kissing. Strong boys often feel that way. But I wanted the powder very much. So I went to her and kissed her, a little shy. I looked around first to be sure Betty did not see me. Mother kissed me many times. For all those kisses, she gave me 1 shilling. I wanted to ask for another one, but I could not do it. Very quickly I ran off with the shilling in my pocket. I took my horse Peggy onto the Pollock Road without telling my mother. She was afraid of that road now. She thought danger was hiding behind every tree. She would not let me walk even a short way there alone. To tell the truth, I was afraid of that road for many years. Even now, when I ride there at night, I feel fear. If I see a man near a pile of peat, I begin to shake. Then I ride closer to see who he is. But that day I felt brave. I had John Fry's big gun with me. I watched every bush and dark place carefully. Still, I saw only sheep, small red cows, and some deer from the forest. When I came near Pollock town, I rode straight to Mr. Pook's shop. The sign outside showed a spit and a gridiron. Mr. Pook was asleep. There was not much work for him that day. I tied Peggy to the handle of a large pan outside. She made loud sounds and blew her breath, which was not polite. Then I walked inside in a strong and proud way, carrying John Fry's big gun. Timothy Pook was a quiet man. He liked a calm life and did not enjoy danger. I was already tall and big for my age. As soon as Mr. Pook opened his eyes and saw me, he quickly dropped down behind his counter. He pulled a large frying pan over his head. He thought the Doones had come to rob him again, as they often did after the fair. It made me feel hot and strange when he thought I was a robber. But in my heart, I also felt a little proud.
"Gadzooks, Master Pook," I said, because I had learned fine words at Tiverton. "Do you think I do not know how to carry a gun? If this were an old Spanish match gun, not this good flint gun, you might have more reason to fear. I can carry this gun for 10 miles and it will not fire. I could point it at you, like I do now, for an hour. It would not shoot unless I pull the trigger hard. So you see, Master Pook, you need not be afraid."
For God's sake, John Ridd, dear boy, cried Pook, when he knew me. Do not point it at me like that. Please put it down. If you do, I will give you the best things in my shop.
"Ho!" I said with great pride. Then I turned the gun, and it hit his ring of candles and knocked them down. "Ho! Do you think I cannot handle a gun? My hands are cold from the moor. If they were warm, I could point this gun at you for an hour. You would have no need to worry."
Even with my words, he only wished me and my gun to leave his shop. Gunpowder was never so cheap as it was that day. For 1 shilling, Master Pook gave me 2 large bags of powder. They were too big for my pockets. He also gave me a big piece of lead. I tied the lead on Peggy's back. He even gave me sweet comfits for my sister Annie. Her kind face and sweet ways made everyone love her. There was still some light in the sky when I rode up the hill above Pollock. I wondered if my mother would be afraid because I was late. The 2 big bags of powder hung behind my back. They knocked against each other as Peggy walked. I was afraid they might spill or even catch fire. I feared I might be thrown off Peggy and fall from the wool cloth I rode on. Father always liked a horse to have wool on its back when it went far from home. The horse might have to stand outside, hot and wet, and wait. Father also said saddles were for heavy grown men. He said young men should ride without them. No boy on our farm dared to sit in a saddle. We knew Father would throw us off at once. I tried a saddle once, only to see what it was like. After that, I could not walk well for 2 or 3 days. The hard leather hurt my knees badly. Now Peggy carried me well. She blew warm air from her nose because the night was turning cold. Soon the moon rose over the hill. Peggy and I were glad to see its light. But we were also afraid of the long dark shadows it made. I was ready to shoot at anyone at any time. I trusted my big gun. Still, I hoped I would not need to use it. When I came to the narrow place where the Doones killed my father, great fear came over me. I bent low over Peggy's neck. I closed my eyes. My whole body felt cold. But no one was there. We reached the old farmyard safely. There I saw my mother crying. Betty Muxworthy was speaking in a loud, angry voice.
Come now, I whispered to Annie after supper. If you can keep quiet, I will show you something.
She stood up quickly from the bench. Her face turned red with joy. She looked so happy that I had to turn my eyes away. I made Betty look in another direction. Betty thought I had hidden something in the cupboard near the clock. She believed it even more when I said I had not. But Betty never caught me in a lie. I never told lies. Not even to my mother. And later in life, not even to the girl I loved. Betty had once been hurt in love many years before. A man who worked digging and cutting hedges had tricked her. Since then, she trusted no man. She believed all men lie and all women are foolish to believe them. When Betty could find no fault in me, she pushed me aside at once. Then she began to speak kindly to Mistress Annie, as she always called her. She smoothed Annie's soft hair and whispered in her ear. At the same time, dear mother was falling asleep. She had worried about me for many hours. Watch, my father's old dog, sat close to her. His head slowly dropped into her lap as he grew sleepy. Now, Annie, will you come? I said. I want you to hold the ladle while I melt the lead. Will you come now, Annie? Or must I call Lizzie and let her see everything?
You will not do that, Annie said. Do not call Lizzie before me, John. She cannot even stir a pot of brewis. She hardly knows the difference between a tongue and a ham. And she says it does not matter, because both are good to eat. Oh, Betty, what do you think of that after all her book learning?
Thank God he cannot say that about me, Betty answered.
She did not like arguments unless she was winning.
I thank him almost every morning that I am not led that way, she said. Men can trick you, and women too. But books are the worst of all. They have heads and tails and little marks inside. They look like a peg with spots from the measles. Some people say they laugh and cry over them. God forgive them, they are not telling the truth.
Betty was very stubborn about reading. She would never believe that people truly read words. She said people first learned everything by heart. Then they only pretended to read from paper to surprise honest folk, like men who do tricks at fairs. Even when she saw the parson and the clerk reading, she was not convinced. She only said it made no difference. They are the same as the rest of us, she would say. By this time she had lived on the farm almost 40 years. She had cared for my father when he was a child. She made his clothes and cooked all his food. In the end, she laid him in his coffin. Because of this, she had great power in the house. It was not worth any man's wages to argue with her. If he spoke against her, she would answer him 10 times over, or even 20. Annie was her great love and joy. For Annie she would do almost anything. She would even try to smile when the little girl laughed and danced around her. I do not know how it was, but everyone liked Annie the first time they saw her. She had sweet and gentle ways. Her manners were kind. There was a soft light in her long blue eyes. They were full of trust and happiness. People felt better just by looking at her. She did not know anything bad in her heart. She was also very good at cooking. You would not expect it from someone so young. Her greatest joy was to see that she had pleased you. I have traveled far in the world, as you will hear later. Yet I have never met anyone like Annie for making a tired man feel warm and happy. Chapter 7. Hard it is to climb. Many winter nights passed in a happy way. We sat together and worked with hope in our hearts. The bright round pieces of lead hissed as they fell into the water. Red apples cooked in the fire and made a soft, bursting sound. Annie roasted them for me. We did our evening work in the chimney of the back kitchen. There was space there for chairs and a table, even with the fire burning. On the right side stood a great oven. Betty often said she would bake us inside it. On the left side hung long pieces of bacon. They came from our best pigs and were turning brown and fine. Annie knew the name of every pig. Now and then she would step through the wood smoke and look up at the bacon. A soft thought would come to her. She would ask the pieces how they were doing. She would even ask when they wished to be eaten. Then she would return to us with tears in her eyes. She felt sad that they must be eaten one day. I was soft in another way. At such times I would decide not to eat bacon again. But that decision never lasted. When breakfast came, after 3 hours on the cold moors, I forgot all about the pigs. I thought only of the bacon on my plate. Ours is a hungry county. If there is such a place in England, it is here. Men must eat well, and they do not wait long to do it. The air on the moors is sharp and clean. It makes a man remember good things from the past. It also makes him hope for better things to come. So when he sits down at the table, his heart and his stomach agree together. Neither of them wishes to say no. Almost everyone in our area knows how gentle and soft the land is around Plover's Barrows farm. Above the farm there are high dark mountains. They are covered with rough grass and feel empty and wild. But near our house the valleys open wide and give warmth and shelter. There are trees and bright green fields. There are orchards full of fruit and peace. You can hear the brook everywhere, but you can hardly see it. A good strong part of the brook runs through our farmyard. Sometimes it grows big and loud when there are clouds on the hills. Below the farm, where the valley turns and the Lynn stream joins it, there are beautiful meadows. The fields slope down to the water. The sun shines on the river there. Almost all this land is ours, until you reach the land of Nicholas Snow. About 2 miles below our farm, the Bagworthy water flows into the Lynn. There it becomes a real river. Then it runs fast and strong under a bare hill. After that it goes to rocks and woods again. In those places the river is dark and deep, and it moves slowly in heavy pools. There are many fish along this part of the river. The farther you go, the bigger the fish are. They have deeper water to live in. In summer, when my mother did not need me on the farm, I went there. Annie came with me because the place felt lonely. We often caught almost a basket full of small trout and minnows. I used a hook with a worm on it. Sometimes I used a light fly or a small insect on a hazel stick. At school in Blundell's I learned many things. But only 2 things stayed with me. One was how to fish. The other was how to swim. They teach swimming in a rough way there. The older boys take the younger boys and put them through something they call sheep washing. In the 3rd meadow near the school gate, going up the river, there is a large pool. It is in the Lomond, where the Taunton Brook joins it. They call it the Taunton Pool. The water runs down fast and strong. Then it turns suddenly where the small brook comes in. On one side the bank is steep and about 4 or 5 feet high. It hangs over the water. On the other side the bank is flat and full of small stones. It is easy to climb out there. The big boys take the little boys who cry and ask for mercy. Some of the little boys think about their mothers. The big boys hold them firmly by the back of the neck. They bring them to the top of the high bank. Then they make them take off their clothes. The little boys fall on their knees and cry. But the big boys believe this is good for them. They do not listen to their cries. One by one they throw them into the water. The boys sink down at first. Then they come up and struggle and splash. It is not very dangerous, because the water pushes them toward the shallow stones. The deep part ends there. When it was my turn, they only needed to throw me once. After that I jumped in by myself. I did not think the Lomond was frightening after the strong Lynn River. In this way I learned to swim, like the other boys. The most important thing in learning to swim is to know that you must do it. I always loved the water. I could not stay away from it for long. Even the boys who hated water learned to swim somehow. After a year or 2 of being thrown into the Taunton Pool, they managed it. Later, my sister Annie came with me to keep me company. She always stayed close to me. She was not afraid of the Lynn stream. When she could not jump across, I carried her on my back. If she did not want to step on the stones, I helped her cross. But even so, neither of us had ever gone up along the Bagworthy water. We knew that a good stream came down from there. It was full of fish and also full of small stones. We thought it must be a very pretty place. It made a path where there was no path before. Even cows did not go there to drink. I cannot say now if we were afraid. It was a long time ago. But I think we were a little afraid. Bagworthy water flowed out of Doone Valley. It was about a mile from the mouth of the valley. When I turned 14, I began to wear proper clothes like a young man. I wore small trousers with buckles at the knees. I also wore strong blue wool socks. My mother made those socks for me. At that time, I went to explore Bagworthy water. I did not plan it before. It just happened. My mother had been ill for a long time. She could not eat much food. Nothing makes us more afraid than when someone does not want to eat. Then I remembered something. One holiday, I brought my dear mother a jar of pickled loaches from Tiverton. I caught the fish myself in the River Lomond. I cooked them in the kitchen oven. I used vinegar, some bay leaves, and about 12 peppercorns. Mother said she had never eaten anything so good in her life. I do not know if she said this only to be kind to me. Maybe she wanted to praise my fishing and cooking. Or maybe she truly meant it. I believe she truly meant it. Anyone who tasted them would think the same. So I decided to catch more loaches for her. I wanted to cook them in the same way. I hoped this would help her eat a little. Even now, many people do not really know what a loach is. They do not know where it lives. They do not know how to catch it or pickle it. I will not explain everything about it. If I did, people might catch too many. Then in 10 or 20 years, there might be no loaches left. A pickled minnow can taste good. You must catch it in a small pool, and it should have red fins. But it is not as good as a loach cooked in the right way. I decided to catch loaches, no matter how hard it was. On the morning of St. Valentine's Day, in the year 1675 or 1676, I left the house. I did not tell anyone. Annie did not come with me. The water was too cold for her. The winter had been long. Snow still lay in small patches along the banks. It looked like white gloves left on the ground. But spring was starting to come. In Devonshire, spring always comes when the days begin to turn longer. You could not see much change yet. Still, you could feel it in the air. It surprises me that I remember those early feelings so clearly. At that time, I did not think about them at all. Now they come back to me bright and clear. Other memories are lost in the grey mist of the past. I feel like an old man looking at his glasses from the outside. As he cleans the dust, he sees the face of his grandson playing a little game with him. No matter how old I become, I will never forget that day. I will never forget how very cold the water was. I took off my shoes and socks. I put them in a bag and hung it around my neck. I left my small coat at home. Then I pulled my shirt sleeves back and tied them near my shoulders. Then I took a fork with 3 sharp points. I tied it tight to a long stick with cord. I also took a small piece of cloth with some bread inside. Then I walked into the shallow water with stones, trying not to think about how cold it was. For more than a mile along the Lynn stream, I turned over almost every stone. I knew very well how the loach hides. The fish is grey with small spots and you can almost see through it. It looks a little like a small sea fish, but it is stronger. It stays very still near green weeds in the fast water. It hopes you will not see it. It does not even move its tail. When you disturb it, the fish jumps away very fast. It moves like a thin piece of bone that slips from your finger. Then it hides under a flat stone and pushes its head inside. Sometimes it hides in the mud and only its back shows. That is the best time to catch it. You must hold the fork very carefully. You must remember that the fork can bend a little in the air and water. Sometimes the loach is not outside when you come. It stays inside its small home. Then you may see it come out because the stones move under your feet. It looks surprised. It moves its fins and looks at you. Then it shoots up the stream like a small grey line. You must watch it closely and follow it very carefully. Later, in a sandy place, you move slowly behind it. Its head always points up the stream, so it cannot see you behind its tail. There it rests in the clear water. It looks calm and quiet. It almost seems friendly. Then, while it looks so harmless, you try to strike it with the fork. The water moves around you. The sun shines on everything. Your fingers shake a little. But when you push the fork down and think you have it, the fish is gone. It disappears like a shadow. Only a small cloud of mud rises in the water. That day I walked a long way down the clear, cold stream. The water was bright and very cold. I was only a small boy, but I went there to kill fish. All the young fish seemed to know why I was there. It was as if they understood that men take more from the earth than they give back. A cow could come to the water and drink quietly. A kingfisher could fly low over the stream like a blue arrow. It could sit on a hanging branch and rest. Even an otter could float down the water and look like a piece of wood. Its flat head could lie on the top of the water. Its eyes could look around calmly. Other animals were not afraid of these things. But when a man comes, everything feels fear. Do not think that I understood these ideas when I was young. I did not think in that way. In truth, I felt proud that all the small creatures were afraid of me. In those lonely places, I should have been afraid if something had come near me. It is very beautiful to see the trees ready for a new year. The water makes a happy sound as it moves. The river banks look peaceful and wide. But a boy does not care about such things. Unless he is born to be a poet, which I am not. He would rather have a good apple. He would even take a bad one if he could steal it. After I had walked about 2 miles, I felt very cold. Sometimes I came out of the water to rub my legs and make them warm. I only tried to fish in some places because the water was too rough in others. Then I came to an open place with green fields around it. There I saw another stream flowing gently into our brook. From the feel of it against my knees, I thought it carried more water than the Lynn. It moved more smoothly and quietly. The Lynn runs over many small steps and stones. But this new stream moved straight and calm, as if it had a clear purpose. I stopped and thought about it. My feet were very cold and my toes hurt. So I went to the bank and rubbed them with a young nettle plant. Then I jumped about for a while to make myself warm. After that, I felt ready to eat a little bread. At that time, the whole future of my life depended on that moment. But as I sat there and ate a piece of Betty Muxworthy's sweet brown bread and some cold bacon, I knew nothing about what was happening above me. I moved my small red heels in the dry soil to keep them warm. I understood no more than a fish on a hook. It felt sad to go back and tell Annie that there were no loaches. But it was also very frightening to go up the Bagworthy water alone. No grown man was brave enough to go there. And I was only a boy then. I liked new things, but I was not strong like a man. As I ate more food, I began to feel braver. I remembered my father. He told me many times never to be a coward. My body felt warmer. My little heart stopped beating so fast.
I said to myself, if Father is watching me, he will see that I obey him.
I put the bag on my back again. I pulled my breeches high above my knees because I thought the water would be deeper. Then I crossed the Lynn and walked bravely under the dark branches over the Bagworthy River. The river was full of thick bushes and broken wood. It was not as rocky as the Lynn. The water moved more evenly. Old sticks stretched from the sides into the stream. Light water plants floated on the surface. Long blades of last year's grass shook gently in the quiet water like thin threads. The water was clear with a soft green color. Here and there the sun shone through the trees. The light touched the waves and made them move. It also made shadows over the small stones below. Many times I felt afraid of the deep dark places. With every step, I thought I might not be able to step back. Still, I caught many fish. I caught loaches, trout, and minnows. Some I caught with a fork. Some I caught with my hands. Others I drove into shallow corners and lifted out onto the bank. If you have ever been fishing, you will understand what happened next. I forgot all about danger. I did not think about the time. When I caught a big fish, I shouted in a happy voice. We called a big fish a whacker in Tiverton. There were many fine loaches here. They had more places to hide than in the rough Lynn stream. They were not quite as large as those in the Lomond. In the Lomond, I once caught one that weighed half a pound. But when I shouted, no one answered. There was only the sound of an echo from the rocks. Sometimes a bird flew away in fear. Sometimes a water vole jumped into the stream. The bushes grew thicker around me. The trees above became darker. Soon it felt as if the fish might eat me instead of me eating them. The day was ending behind the brown hills. The trees had no leaves. They stood hard and tall like giants ready to strike me. The sky was clearing, and a white frost was coming. The water grew colder and colder. At last I almost cried because of the cold. In this poor state, I came to an open place in the bushes. In front of me was a great black pool. At first I thought snow lay at its sides. Then I saw it was only white foam. I could swim well and was not afraid of deep water. But I did not want to jump into this dark pool. I was tired and stiff. I was already very cold. The water reached only to my waist, not counting my arms and shoulders. The look of that black hole was enough to stop anyone from diving in. Even on a hot summer day, it would seem dark and cold. I do not think the sun ever shone there. I shook and stepped back. It was not only the pool that frightened me. The air around it felt dark. White foam moved around it in circles. Thin white lines turned and turned on the surface. But the center was still and black. Soon I understood why the pool was so deep and moving. I also understood the loud roaring sound that had made me wonder. I walked carefully around one side. It was not easy because the rocks were high and steep. The narrow path at their foot gave little space to stand. Then suddenly I saw something amazing. It was something I had never even imagined. For I stood at the bottom of a long pale sheet of water. It came down to me in one smooth line for more than 100 yards. High cliffs stood on both sides. They were straight and steep, and they shone in the low light. The water did not run fast or fall in drops. It did not jump or splash. It moved down in one smooth slope. It looked as flat as a wooden board on dark steps. There was no rail at the side. There was no path to walk on. Only a narrow channel of water lay before me. The high rock walls closed out the evening light. This place made me feel very sad and afraid. I wished I was at home. I wanted to see Annie cooking my supper. I wanted our dog Watch to lift his nose and smell the air. But wishing never helps. I had learned that long ago. Wishing only makes a man weaker. So I stopped and thought about my problem. I did not stop because I was lazy. I needed a little rest. I wanted to see the place clearly. Then I spoke to myself.
John Reed, these trees and dark rocks are making you afraid. The setting sun is playing tricks on your mind. Will you go home like this? Will you let your mother think you are not brave?
Still, I must tell the truth. Shame was not the real reason I went on. It was almost as dangerous to go back as to move forward. The way back was long and hard. What truly stopped me from turning around was my strong wish to know. I wanted to understand why the water came down in this strange way. I wanted to see what was at the top. I was ready to risk much to learn this. So I prepared myself for a hard fight. I pulled my breeches tight and closed each buckle one hole more. The wet straps had become loose. Maybe my legs were smaller from the cold. I tied my fish more tightly around my neck. I did not look around much, because I did not want to grow more afraid. I crawled over a fork of rock where the water had cut the stone away. I kept away from the edge where the water rose like a white horse's mane above the dark pool. Then I slowly put my feet into the moving water. But I had made a great mistake. I thought I was clever, but I was wrong. The strong water almost threw me into the deep black pool. If that had happened, I might have died there. The green wave hit me hard. In a moment, my legs were swept away. I had no time to cry out. I only thought of my mother and Annie. My head struck the rock, and I felt dizzy. Before I knew what was happening, my fork stuck fast in the rock. The strong tool saved me. The water rushed over me with a loud roar, but I did not fall. The fork held me up. For a moment, I felt nothing. Then the cold water on my face helped me wake. My mind grew used to the loud sound. I remembered that I had been in worse danger before, when I first fell into the River Lomond. Slowly I pulled my legs back, like a fisherman pulling in fish. When the water pushed too hard, I stopped. I kept my body low and did not let the wave catch me again. At last I found a place to stand. I leaned forward like a strong horse pulling a cart. I balanced my weight and kept the wooden fork behind me for support. Then I said to myself,
John Ridd, it is better to go back the way you came.
But when I looked behind me, I felt great fear. There was no way back now. I had only one choice. I must climb up that hill of water. If I did not, the water would pull me down into the pool and I would drown there. For I could not go back the way I came down. Farther up, high rock walls stood on both sides of the water. They were about 100 yards high, maybe even more. There was no place to put my foot. I said the Lord's Prayer, which was the only prayer I knew. I did not say it well. Then I held my strong stick tight under a knot and used my left hand to keep steady. With a deep sigh, I began to climb up through the rushing water. To me, it looked like half a mile of water above me. Later I learned it was much shorter. It was a hard climb. The rocks were slippery, and the water pushed hard against me. I did not think I could reach the top. But when I faced the danger, my fear became smaller. I had to fight, so I used all my strength. At that time, I did not feel surprised at my own courage. Now, when I remember it, I do feel surprised. The water was only 6 to 9 inches deep. As I climbed, I could see my feet looking white in the dark place. Sometimes I found a small place to rest. I held the rock and breathed hard for a short time. Slowly, I began to feel brave. I thought maybe no one had ever tried this way before. I wondered what my mother would say about it. Then I thought about my father. The pain in my feet became less. I moved very carefully, one step at a time. I kept my arms in front of me. I did not make my legs straight. I cannot clearly remember how I did it. Even now, I do not like to think about it, because it comes back in my dreams. The worst danger came when I did not see it. Near the top, I ran across a patch of black weed. I felt proud and careless. Suddenly I slipped and fell hard. I almost hurt my knee badly. The water caught my other leg while I tried to hold my hurt one. Then a strong cramp took my leg. I could not move. I shouted, and water filled my mouth. My body began to slide down. That fear woke me up. My elbow caught in a hole in the rock. With great effort, I began to climb again. Now I was more careful and less proud. I was very afraid because I was close to the top. Hope beat strong inside me. I used both my arms and legs and pushed hard. I moved like a machine and made low sounds as I worked. At last, the water that came over the top pushed me into the middle. My toes held onto slippery weed. Everything looked green and wet around me. I did not dare look back. Then I thought I would die. If I died, my legs would stop hurting. My breathing would not pain my chest. But it felt sad to stop after fighting so long. Light was close above me, so I fought again toward the light. Suddenly I felt fresh air. I fell forward onto the ground. Chapter 8. A Boy and a Girl. Illustration 062. JPG Illustrated Capital. When I woke up, my hands were full of soft grass and earth. A little girl knelt beside me. She gently rubbed my forehead with a dock leaf and a handkerchief.
Oh, I am so glad, she whispered softly when I opened my eyes. Now you will try to be better, won't you?
I had never heard a voice so sweet. She knelt there and looked at me. I had never seen anyone so beautiful. Her large dark eyes looked at me with kindness and wonder. Slowly, I looked down at her long black hair. It fell over the grass. Among her hair, on the ground, I saw the first primrose of the season. It looked small and bright like a star. And from that day, I always think of her when I see an early primrose. I remember her in all the hard times of my life. Maybe she liked my face. I know she did, because she told me later. But at that time she was too young to understand why she liked me. I was not handsome, and I never said I was. I only had a strong and healthy face. Many girls had laughed at it before. I sat up straight and still held my small fishing fork in one hand. I was afraid to speak. I knew I spoke like a country boy, and I thought she might not like that. I did not want her to stop liking me. but she clapped her hands and danced around me in a playful way. She came to my other side and looked at me as if I were a new toy.
"What is your name?" she asked. "How did you come here? And what are these wet things in this big bag?"
"You should not touch them," I said. "They are fish for my mother. But I can give you some if you want."
"Oh, you care so much about them," she said. "They are only fish. But your feet are bleeding. Oh, I must tie them for you. You have no shoes or stockings. Is your mother very poor, poor boy?"
"No," I said, and I felt upset. "We have enough money to buy this whole meadow if we want. My shoes and stockings are here."
"But they are as wet as your feet," she said. "I do not like to see your feet hurt. Please let me help you. I will be very gentle."
"Oh, it is not so bad," I answered. "I will put some goose fat on them. But you look at me in a strange way. I have never seen anyone like you before. My name is John Ridd. What is your name?"
"Lorna Doone," she said in a quiet voice. She looked down and I could only see her forehead and her long eyelashes. "If you please, my name is Lorna Doone. I thought you already knew it."
Then I stood up and touched her hand. I tried to make her look at me, but she turned her face away. She was young and innocent, but her family name was known for bad things. Still, I looked at her with kindness. Soon her red face changed to tears. She began to cry softly and slowly. "Do not cry," I said. "You have done nothing wrong. I will give you all my fish, Lorna. I can catch more for my mother. Just do not be angry with me." She lifted her soft arms while she cried. She looked at me with such sadness that I did a strange thing. I kissed her. Later I thought it was very strange. I did not like kissing, as most boys do not. But she made my heart feel warm and happy, like the first flowers of spring. She did not smile at me. She even wiped her lips and stepped back. Then she smoothed her dress, as if I had done something wrong. That made my face grow hot and red. I looked down at my bare legs and felt ashamed. She was not proud in her face or manner. But I knew she was born very different from me. My family could try for many years, even for many generations, and still we would never have her natural grace. She looked like someone born to be special. I was only a farmer's son. I looked like one in every way. And she was a true lady. She knew it too. People with good taste dressed her and cared about her beauty. Her hair had fallen down because she had moved about so much. Part of her dress was wet because she had helped me. Still, her clothes were beautiful enough for a queen. The colors were bright and rich. The cloth was fine but not too showy. Everything matched well together. From her waist to her neck, her dress was white and neatly folded. Her dark hair fell softly around it. Her eyes were deep and gentle. Because of her hair and eyes, the white cloth looked even whiter. It was as if everything about her was made to be beautiful. As for the rest, she understood it much better than I did. I could not look away from her eyes when she looked at me. She saw that I cared for her, and she knew I had kissed her, even though she was only about 8 years old. She turned to the stream in a shy way. She watched the water and moved her feet slowly. I felt upset because of the way she acted. I picked up my things and made noise, so she would know I was leaving. I thought she would call me back. But she did not say anything. I knew that going down the cliff in the dark was almost certain death for me. It was very dark at the entrance. So I turned around and went back to her.
"Lorna," I said.
"Oh, I thought you were gone," she answered. "Why did you come here? Do you know what they would do if they found you here with me?"
"They would beat us very hard, I think. Or at least they would beat me. They would never beat you."
"No. They would kill us both and bury us here by the water. The water often tells me that will happen."
"But why would they kill me?" I asked.
"Because you found the way up here. They would never believe it. Please go now. Oh, please go. They will kill us both very soon." Yes, I like you very much. Very much indeed. I will call you John Ridd if you want. But please go, John. When your feet are better, you can come and tell me about them.
But Lorna, I like you very much too. Almost as much as Annie, and much more than Lizzie. I never saw anyone like you. I will come back tomorrow. You must come too and see me. I will bring you many things. There are still apples. I caught a bird with only one leg hurt. And our dog just had puppies.
Oh dear, they will not let me have a dog. There is no dog in the valley. They say dogs are too noisy.
Just put your hand in mine. Your hands are so small, Lorna. I will bring you a beautiful dog. I will show you how big he is.
Hush, she said.
A shout came down the valley. My heart began to shake inside me. Lorna's happy face changed to fear. She moved close to me and looked up at me. She looked so weak and afraid that I decided at once to save her or die with her. My whole body felt hot and strong. I wished I had my gun. The little girl became braver when she saw I was not afraid. She put her cheek close to mine.
Come with me down the waterfall. I can carry you. My mother will take care of you.
No, no, she cried, when I lifted her. I will tell you what to do. They are only looking for me. Do you see that hole there?
She pointed to a small space in the rock near the meadow, about 50 yards away. In the weak evening light I could just see it.
Yes, I see it. But they will see me if I cross the grass.
Look, she whispered. There is a way out at the top of it. They would kill me if I told it. Oh, they are coming. I can see them.
Her face became white like the snow on the rocks above. She looked at the water and then at me.
Oh dear, she cried.
Then she began to cry loudly because she was so young and afraid. I pulled her behind the bushes near the water. We moved to a quiet place where the water was deep and smooth before it fell down the cliff. From the upper valley, no one could see us there. Even if they came close, they might not find us, especially if the trees had full leaves. Luckily, I had already picked up my fish and taken my fork with me. We crouched together in that small hollow place. Soon I saw about 12 rough-looking men on the other side of the water. They had no guns. They looked relaxed and cheerful, as if they had been riding and eating.
Queen! Queen! They shouted again and again. Where is our little queen?
They always call me Queen, Lorna whispered. One day I will be their queen.
Her soft cheek touched my rough one, and I felt her small heart beating fast.
Oh, they are crossing the wood there. Then they will see us.
Wait, I said. I know what to do now. I must go into the water. You must lie still and be quiet.
Yes, in the meadow there, she said softly. But the water will be very cold for you.
She saw at once what to do, even before I could speak. There was no time to wait.
Now you must never come again, she whispered over her shoulder. But I will come sometimes. Oh, here they are, Madonna.
I was afraid to look. I moved slowly into the water and lay down in it. I put my head between two big stones. Some small branches and grass from the river floated over me. It was getting dark between the hills. A white mist lay over the river. Because I was low in the water, I could see every small wave and stick and piece of grass. I could also see the soft light of evening above the river. Everything looked clear to me, like a picture. I thought the men would surely find me. All this time they were shouting and swearing. They made a loud noise that filled the valley. The rocks around us sent the sound back again. My heart shook with fear. I was also very cold. The water moved around me and made small sounds on the stones. I did not try to stop the noise. I felt hopeless and afraid. Then I saw the little girl again. She was kind and beautiful, and I wanted to be near her. For her sake, I knew I must be brave and stay hidden. She lay under a rock about 30 or 40 yards from me. She acted as if she were asleep. Her dress was spread neatly around her. Her hair lay over her shoulders. Soon one of the big rough men came around the rock and saw her. He stopped and looked at her for a while. He looked at her innocent face. Then he picked her up in his arms and kissed her. I heard the kiss. If I had my gun with me, I would have tried to shoot him.
Here is our queen, he shouted. Here is the captain's daughter. She is fast asleep and safe. I saw her first, so she is mine. No one else will touch the child. Go back to the bottle, all of you, he shouted to the other men.
He put her small light body on his big square shoulder. He held her narrow feet in one large hand. Then he walked away proudly. The purple velvet of her skirt moved in his long black beard. Her long soft hair blew behind her like a cloud in the wind. I felt very upset when I saw her carried away like that. I jumped up in the water. Someone might have seen me, but they were busy with the wine bottle. They did not look much at their little queen. They were in a hurry. They had thought she was dead in the water. Then they walked away together. They called to each other and talked about gambling, as far as I could hear. I watched them very carefully. As they went up the dark valley, little Lorna still sat on the biggest and fiercest man. She turned and raised her hand to me. I raised my hand to her. Mist and willow trees were all around us. She was gone, my dear little Lorna. She was tall for her age and strong. When my foolish fear became smaller, I wished I had said more to her. Her voice was different from any voice I had heard before. It was soft and sweet. But I had no time to think long, because I needed to find my supper. I crept into a bush to get warm. I rubbed my cold legs against the tree bark. I wished I had a warm fire from home. The daylight slowly went away, and the stars came out. I knew I must leave now, if I wanted to escape. I squeezed the water out of my wet clothes. Then I crawled from the river bank to the small opening in the cliff that Lorna had shown me. In the weak light, it was hard to see the hole, even though it was only a few steps away. Still, I went inside. I held onto some dry fern stems. I hoped no one would shoot me. While I stood there, trying to feel brave, something terrible almost happened. I heard a noise in front of me. I did not know where it came from. I was too afraid to turn around. Suddenly I felt the ground moving under me. I was sliding down a deep passage into darkness. I tried to hold the sides, but everything seemed to move with me. Then I found myself leaning over dark water. The water was black and shiny. Rock arches covered it above. I could not see the edge. I could not see the end. It looked very deep, as if it had no bottom. I felt cold and full of fear. Hard rock was all around me. A weak light moved over the quiet water. I almost lost my mind. I might have fallen in and drowned. Then, suddenly, a robin began to sing behind me in the brown ferns and ivy. Robins sometimes sing after dark in spring. The sound made me think of my little sister Annie. She could call any robin. The thought gave me comfort and courage. I quickly climbed back up toward the starlight. The stone slid down as I climbed. Behind me, I heard the water moving in the dark like a hungry animal far away under the rock arches. Chapter 9. There is no place like home. I tell you truly, as John Fry used to say when he told his biggest stories, that I climbed out of that pit as if the devil was chasing me. Now I deeply felt sorry for my foolish adventure. It was madness to come alone into that terrible valley. No one forced me to come. No one was there to help me. I said to myself, if I get out of this place, I will never come back again. If I ever return, someone must throw me in by force. I will let our new baby donkey be my teacher if I break this promise. Later you will see if I kept that promise. For now, I will only tell how I escaped that night. First, I sat in the small opening that Lorna had shown me. For a moment, a bitter thought came into my mind. I wondered if she wanted me to fall into the pit and drown, so I would not trouble her again. But in less than half a minute, I felt ashamed of that thought. I remembered how sad she was when even a small fish died. Then I said to myself, she would care for me more than for many fish. What she told me about the way out of this terrible place must be true. So I began to look very carefully for a way up, even though my teeth were shaking and my whole body hurt from the cold and the wet. Soon the moon came up over the mountain and shone through the trees at the top. Then I saw some rough steps cut into the rock. They were narrow and steep. They were far from each other. It looked as if someone had made them with a heavy hammer. They went up along the side of the cliff and around a large part of rock. Higher up, where the moonlight was brighter, I saw a broken path. It looked like the shadow of a crooked stick on a wall. This did not give me much hope. At first, I thought about lying down and letting myself die. But that did not feel right to me. God chooses the time for each of us. And I believe He gives us a sign when our time has not come. Then I saw lights moving at the top of the valley. It looked like people were coming after me with lanterns. That made me run faster without stopping to think. At once I put my foot on the first step, which felt like a small stirrup. I held the rock with my hands and tried to jump to the second step. With the help of my stick, I reached it. But I must tell the truth. At that age, I was not as quick as smaller boys. My body was growing fast. My muscles were not strong enough yet. My joints did not feel firm. The third hole in the rock was the hardest. The rock pushed out over my chest. It seemed impossible to climb. Then I saw a strong rope hanging in a dark crack in the rock. I just managed to catch the end of it. How I climbed up after that, crossed the open ground, and found my way home through Bagworthy Forest, I cannot clearly remember. I was so tired that everything felt like a dream. Even now, I am surprised that I can tell this much. When I first tried to write it down, my memory was like thick fog. But little by little, some parts became clear. I remembered them one by one. I even drank a small warm drink to help me, because the memory still frightens me. The hard work in the water, the danger of climbing up the long waterfall, the surprise of seeing the young lady, the fear of the murderers, and my struggle to escape still trouble me. Even now, I am a strong churchwarden and sit by my fire. Since that time, I have had many worse adventures. With God's help, I will tell them later. But writing is hard work. It is difficult to choose the right words and explain everything clearly. Sometimes I feel as if my pen will defeat me. It reminds me of my school days. If I made a mistake in my writing, old Dr. Twiggs would shout with sharp joy,
"John Ridd, take down your trousers."
He shouted. Let that be as it may, I deserved a good beating that night, after making such a fool of myself and grinding good fustian to pieces. But when I came home, supper was ready. The men were sitting at the white table. Mother, Annie, and Lizzie were close by. They were all excited and ready to begin eating. Only my mother was not ready. She was looking toward the door. Near the fire stood Betty Muxworthy. She was talking loudly, cooking, and tasting the food at the same time. I stood outside in the dark near the woodpile and looked through the door. For a moment, I wanted to stay outside like a dog. I was afraid they would scold me and ask many questions. But then I saw my dear mother still looking toward the door. I also smelled the sausages cooking brown over the fire. That was too much for me. So I went inside. No one could make me say where I had been all day and evening. They asked again and again. They were almost ready to shake me. Betty Muxworthy was the worst of all. She never knew when to stop asking questions. They did not make me tell lies. That would not have been right. They were asking about my private business. But I said nothing. I ate my supper very well. They tried to tease me and make fun of me. After supper, I smiled in a clever way and said nothing. That made them even more angry. I could have told them many things. I said so once or twice. Then poor Betty and little Lizzie were so excited that they almost pushed me into the fire. I laughed very hard. I also felt proud of myself. I cannot clearly say what I was thinking at that time. Maybe my mind was not thinking much at all. Maybe it only followed my body. But after my visit to Doone Glen, something changed in me. I began to dream at night. Before that, I did not often dream. I also started to practice shooting much more than before. I did not want to shoot the Doone family one by one. I did not even wish to hurt them. I am not a person who likes revenge. But I felt that I must learn to use a gun well. It seemed important for me to understand it. I felt I must be ready. Soon I could hit the barn door very well with the Spanish matchlock. I could also use John Fry's old gun. From 10 good yards away, I could shoot without resting the gun on anything. I did something wrong, though I did not see it then. I often kept John Fry with me from dinner time until evening. He praised my shooting, but he should have been working in the fields and ploughing in the spring. To be fair, I should have been working too. At least I should have been driving the horses. But John did not mind staying with me. He liked it better than holding the plough. There is an old saying among us, for pleasure's sake I would rather be wet than have 10 lumps of gold for each drop of my sweat. And here is another saying, which is not very careful or wise, and not like a Scotsman would say, God makes the wheat grow greener, while the farmer is at his dinner. And no man from Devonshire or Somerset, and I come from both places, thinks he should work harder than God wants him to work. Still, I worked hard with the gun. I shot at the church roof gutters as well as I could, through the red pine door. After some time, I wanted a better gun. I wanted one that made less noise and shot more straight. But then the sheep had to be sheared. After that came the hay season. Then we cut the small corn. We dug up the root called batata. It was new in our area, but people liked it and called it taties. Then we dried the apples. We worked the cider press. We stacked the firewood. We set nets for woodcocks. We watched the traps in the garden and near the hedges. In the white mornings of October, blackbirds jumped near the mole hills. Grey birds came to look for snails when the sun rose. It is strange how fast time passes when so many jobs fill the days. There is always something to do, and no time to stop and look around. I cannot understand how people live in towns and cities. There are no lambs there, and no birds, except in shop windows. There is no growing corn and no meadow grass. There is not even a stick to cut or a stile to climb and sit on. I do not know how those poor people live without becoming very tired of life. Only God knows how they manage. I do not know how that year passed. I was outside all day. Sometimes I went shooting or fishing. Sometimes I worked on the farm. At other times I rode after a lost animal. Often I went down to the seaside near Glenthorne. There I looked at the great sea and thought about becoming a sailor. At that time, I strongly believed I was born to be a seaman, as many strong boys do. I had been in a boat almost 2 times. The second time, my mother found out. She came and brought me home. After that, she cried so much that I promised her I would not go again without telling her. Betty Muxworthy had a very different opinion. One day she was washing my stockings and hanging them to dry. She spoke loudly while she worked.
A sailor is he, she said. He cannot stay out of the water here. I must always go and find him. He is like a big frog jumping about. I get tired just looking at his wet clothes. How will he stay on a ship, with water under him and splashing up when the wind blows? Let him go, missus, let him go. Old Davy can wash his clothes for him.
Betty's words stopped me more than my mother's prayers. I am afraid that is true. At that time, I did not like Betty. Children often dislike a strict servant and sometimes like one who is not honest. But Betty was only sharp in her words. She spoke quickly and sometimes without thinking. If you argued with her, she became more stubborn. But if you left her alone, she soon became calm again. Still, I did not understand women then. To tell the truth, I do not understand them even now. I never know what they mean unless they tell me clearly, and even then I am not always sure. But I will not speak more about that. Now I have some authority, yet no one listens when I only give advice. People wait until I truly make a rule. In the same way, when someone reads a history, he does not care much about the writer's wisdom or mistakes. He wants to know what happened and what people did. That I can tell, because I was there myself. The fear I felt that night in Glen Doone stayed with me for a long time. After that, I did not go even into the outer fields or woods without John Fry. John was pleased and surprised that I now valued him so much. After some time, I told him almost everything that had happened to me. I wanted to speak about it, and he wanted to hear it. But I did not tell him about Lorna. I felt shy about her. Still, I thought of her often and wished to see her again. Yet I was only a boy. Like other boys, I acted as if girls were not important. We said they could do nothing and only follow orders. When I was with other boys, we spoke of girls as if they were lower than us. We thought they were only good for running errands and caring for babies. And yet my sister Annie was much more important to me than all the boys in the parish and in Brendan and Countisbury together. At that time I did not understand this. If anyone had told me, I would have laughed. Annie had a pretty face and a very gentle way. Some people said she was almost like a lady, but she had no pride. She only wanted to make other people happy. If she failed, she would go away and cry alone. She never told anyone. She thought the mistake was hers, even when it was not. When she pleased you, her smile was lovely. She would touch her soft chin in her own special way. She did this while she tried to remember how to please you again. Her cheeks were bright pink. Her eyes were blue like the spring sky. She stood straight like a young apple tree. People could not help smiling at her. They would gently touch her brown curls. Then she would make a small polite bow. She never looked away when honest people looked at her. In the yard she would come and help take your saddle. She would also tell you what was for dinner, even if you did not ask. Later she grew into a very pretty young woman. She was tall and stood straight. Her neck was strong and well-shaped. Her shoulders were fair and white under her bright curling hair. Poor Annie. Like many gentle girls, but I will not speak of that now. At that time she seemed to me nothing special, after I had seen the beauty of Lorna Doone. Chapter 10. A Brave Rescue and a Rough Ride. It was a November evening. I was about 15 years old and growing fast. My sister Annie was 13. There had been a lot of rain. All the wooden troughs in the yard were full of water. Bark from the wood piles had washed into the gutters. Even our water pipe ran brown. Suddenly the ducks in the yard made a loud noise. They did not walk quietly to their pen as usual. They quacked in a wild and worried way. Annie and I ran outside to see what was wrong. There were 13 ducks in front of us. 10 were white and 3 had brown stripes. They all quacked loudly and sadly. They pushed their yellow bills here and there. Their bills were dirty from the mud. They jumped on their flat feet and made strange sounds. Some of them ran low along the ground. Their bills opened and shut quickly.
Annie began to sing, "Dilly, dilly, iny, iny, ducksy."
It was a little song that ducks seemed to like, but this time it did not calm them. They quacked even louder and ran in circles. Then they shook their tails and looked serious. After that they went round and round again. I am very fond of ducks. I like to watch them walk one after another. They move like small soldiers with their toes pointing out. Their little eyes look everywhere at once. They dip their bills in the water and then lift their heads with pleasure. After that they seem to tell the others what they have found. So I knew at once that something was very wrong in the duck yard. Annie saw it even faster than I did. She counted them carefully. She could find only 13. She knew there should be 14. So we began to look around. The ducks ran ahead of us as if to show the way. They had come to fetch us. At the lower end of the yard, near the 2 big ash trees by the small stream, we found the reason for their fear and sadness. The old white drake was the father of all the ducks. He had good manners and was very brave. He always ate last from the pan of barley meal. He was always the first to fight a dog or a cock that came near his family. He was a fine bird and very important to our yard. Now he was in great trouble, but he was still quacking loudly. The brook had been near him since he was a small duck. He often searched there for little water animals and worms. In summer the brook was small and sometimes almost dry. Now it was a big brown flood. The water covered the banks as if they did not belong to it. The water made loud foam and strong waves. It moved up and down like the sea. Any duck would feel afraid in such water. Our ducks were not used to storms. Across the brook there was a wooden hurdle. It was 6 feet long and hung on chains from a strong oak tree. In summer it stood above the small stream. It stopped our cows from going into the water. It also kept strange animals from coming through the brook. Now the water pushed hard against the hurdle. The chains were tight and made a loud sound. The hurdle was almost flat in the water. Grass and sticks were caught on it. It moved up and down with heavy splashes in the dirty red water. Between 2 bars of the hurdle there was a thick mass of rushes and plants. There were pieces of wood and dead water plants. And there was our old drake. He was stuck there by his shoulder. He rose and fell with the water. His head was wet. His tail was far behind him in the flood. Sometimes the water pushed him under. He could not understand what was happening. For a moment I laughed. The water lifted him high and dry above the waves. He looked at me with his one small eye. He had lost the other eye in a fight with a turkey cock. His look was sad and asking for help. He gave a loud quack. But the quack stopped suddenly. Water filled his throat. The hurdle pushed him back under the flood. Then I could only see the tip of his tail. When he came up again, he could not quack. He coughed and shook. His crest hung down. It seemed he would drown very soon. The frogs would swim over him. Annie was crying and holding her hands together. I was ready to run into the water. I did not like the look of it. Still, I hoped to hold onto the hurdle and save him. Just then a man on a horse came around the corner of the ash hedge on the other side of the brook. His horse stepped into the water.
"Ho there," he cried. "Go back, boy. The flood will carry you away like a piece of straw. I will do it for you. It is no trouble."
Illustration 079. JPG A brave rescue. He bent forward and spoke to his mare. She was young and very beautiful. Her color was like a red strawberry. She lifted her neck and did not like the water. But she trusted him and tried. She stepped into the flood. She put her front legs carefully forward. Her ears stood straight. Her big eyes opened wide. He kept her straight in the strong water with his knee. The water grew stronger. She looked back at him as if asking a question. He told her to go on. She moved forward. The water rose over her shoulders. She lifted her lip as if she did not care. Now she was brave. The strong water pushed her down the stream. She struck the water with her front feet. The rider bent low from his saddle. I had never seen anyone bend like that. With his left hand he caught Old Tom. He placed the drake safely in front of him. Old Tom gave a weak quack of thanks. The rider smiled. In a moment they were carried farther down the stream. The rider lay flat on the horse. He pushed the hurdle away from them. He guided the mare toward a place where the water was smooth. They came out of the water 30 or 40 yards lower. They landed in our kitchen garden among the winter cabbages. Annie and I came through the hedge to them. We thanked him and looked at him with great respect. But he did not answer us at once. First he spoke fully to his mare, as if he was telling her everything that had happened.
"Sweetheart, I know you could jump over it," he said, as he touched her cheek.
He was on the ground now. She came close to him, and water fell from her body.
"But I had a good reason, Winnie dear, to make you go through the water."
She looked at him with her soft eyes. She smiled with love. They understood each other. Then he took 2 small peppercorns from his pocket. He made the old drake swallow them. After that, he helped the bird stand near the open place in the hedge. Old Tom stood up bravely. He moved his wings and shook the water from his tail. Then he walked into the yard. His family came around him. They made happy sounds. They stood close and touched their bills together, as if they were thanking God for being safe. When the gentleman saw that everything was well, he turned to us. He smiled in a light way, as if he laughed a little at himself. We came closer and looked at him. He was not tall. He was about as tall as John Fry, maybe a little taller. He was strong and quick in his movements. His walk showed that he was full of energy. His legs were a little bent from riding so much. He looked like a man who spent most of his life on a horse. To me, who was only a boy, he seemed quite old. He was over 20 and already had a full beard. But he was not more than 24. His face was fresh and red. He had a short nose and bright blue eyes. There was something playful in his face, as if he did not take the world too seriously. But when he was not pleased, his face became sharp and hard, quick like a gunshot. We children could see that it was better to joke with him than to fight him.
"Well, young ones, why are you staring?" he asked.
He touched Annie kindly under her chin. Then he looked at me very carefully.
"Your mare," I said, standing tall because I was growing into a big boy. "I never saw such a beautiful horse, sir. Will you let me ride her?"
"Do you think you can ride her, lad?" he asked. "She carries no one but me. You could never ride her. I would not like to see you hurt."
Ride her, I cried, feeling brave because she looked so gentle. There is no horse on Exmoor that I cannot ride in half an hour. I do not use a saddle. Take the saddle off her.
He looked at me and gave a small dry whistle. He put his hands in his pockets. He smiled in a way that made me feel uneasy. Annie caught my arm and tried to stop me. That made me angry with her. He laughed and seemed pleased that she stopped me. The worst thing was that he said nothing.
Go away, Annie, I said. Do you think I am a fool, sir? Only let me try her. I will not ride her too hard.
"I believe you," he said, "but she may throw you down. The ground is soft after the rain, so it will not hurt too much. Come into the yard for your mother's cabbages. The straw will be soft when you fall, because pride must fall. I am your mother's cousin, boy. I am going up to the house. My name is Tom Faggus, as everyone knows, and this is my young mare, Winnie."
I felt very foolish that I did not know him before. This was Tom Faggus, the famous highwayman. And this was his young mare, the Strawberry Horse. Many people were already talking about her, almost as much as about him. Now I wanted even more to ride her. But I also felt afraid. I was not afraid of what the mare could do to me in a fair way. I trusted my riding skill. But it felt too great an honor to sit on her. Some people even said she was not a real horse, but a witch. Still, she looked like a true young mare. She was very beautiful. She moved in a smooth and easy way. Her shoulders were long and soft in shape. Her coat shone, with drops of water on it. Her eyes were large and bright, but calm. Maybe her beauty came from horses brought from far eastern lands. Maybe the light cream color mixed with brown gave her that red strawberry shade. I cannot say for sure. I only knew farm horses. Farm horses can be any color and any shape. You never know how they will look. You are only happy if they are strong and have 4 good legs. Mr. Faggus gave his mare a small wink. The young horse walked quietly after him. She was full of life, but she trusted him and followed him with love. Winnie stepped lightly on the straw. The ground under it was soft and wet, so she lifted her delicate feet quickly.
"Are you still ready, boy?"
Tom Faggus asked. He stopped, and the mare stopped too. Both of them looked at me in a teasing way.
Can she jump, sir? There is a good place to jump on this side of the brook.
Mr. Faggus laughed very softly. He turned to Winnie as if she understood the joke. She seemed to know what was funny.
"You mean a good place to fall, my boy," he said, "but it will not hurt you much. I know your family. You all have strong heads."
Let me get on, I said angrily.
I do not know why I was so angry. I just felt it.
Take off the saddle bags. I will try not to hurt her, unless she does something silly.
Mr. Faggus became serious when he heard my proud words. John Fry was running toward us. Bildad's and several other men came too. Tom Faggus looked around once. Then he stopped thinking about me. He cared more about his mare's good name than about my safety. Because I spoke proudly and acted foolishly, I was now in trouble. My legs were still weak. My arms felt soft and tired. Even in his anger, he seemed to think about this. He spoke very gently to the young mare. She was excited and could hardly stand still. She pulled in her nose and breathed with him. She tried to do what he wanted.
"Not too hard, my dear," he said softly. "Put him down gently in the straw. That will be enough."
He took off the saddle. I climbed onto her back at once. At first she moved very easily. Her ears stood up in a friendly way. She stepped lightly, as if she liked that I was not heavy. I thought she knew I could ride a little. Maybe she did not want to act wild.
Go on, Polly,
I cried. The men were watching us because work time was over.
Go on, Polly, and show them what you can do.
I pushed my heels into her sides. Billy Dads threw his hat into the air. But the mare did not go wild. Her eyes looked fierce, and Annie felt afraid. John Fry held a tool in his hand to protect himself. The mare moved back and forth. Her strong front legs lifted like tight springs. She was waiting and shaking with energy. Soon sweat began to show on her body. Then her master gave a sharp, clear whistle. Her ears turned toward him at once. I felt her body grow tight under me. Her back legs moved under her body. I knew something big was coming. First she stood up high in the air. Her head hit my nose hard, and it began to bleed. Then she came down with her front feet deep in the straw. Her back legs kicked high up behind her. I held onto her like soft wax, because I was as angry and proud as she was. She ran faster than I had ever gone before in my life. She rushed straight at the stone wall.
Oh, Jack, slip off. Annie screamed.
Just when I thought she would hit the wall, she turned very fast. My left knee hit the wall hard. Oh, I cried. My trousers were torn. If you kill me, you will die with me, I shouted. Then she jumped over the yard gate. Her jump shook my teeth together. After that, she leaped over a thick hedge. It was like she could fly. She ran toward the wet grass fields near the water. I lay on her neck like a small child and wished I had never been born. She ran straight into the wind. Dust and small clouds flew around her. I only saw her shoulders moving very fast. Her mane moved wildly in the wind. The ground seemed to run away under us. The air felt far behind us. I could hardly breathe. I prayed to God. I was sorry that I had not prayed earlier. For a long time, I could not think at all. I only held onto her neck and shoulders. I pushed my fingers into her skin and pressed my toes against her sides. I felt proud that I could stay on so long. But I knew I could fall at any time. She was angry because I was still on her back. She tried again to throw me off. She jumped sideways over a wide water trough. She moved from side to side very fast. I could hardly breathe. Branches hit my face. Sharp bushes caught my clothes. My back hurt very much. I wanted to give up and fall into the water plants. I thought I would lie there and die. Then I heard a sharp whistle from the hill near the house. People were watching us from there. The mare stopped at once. Then she ran home very fast and very smooth. She moved softly, almost without sound. I had never felt such smooth movement before. She was gentle but also very quick. I tried to sit up straight, but I had no strength left. When she jumped up at our gate, I fell off into the dirt heap. Chapter 11. Tom deserves his supper.
Well done, lad, Mr. Faggus said kindly.
Everyone stood around me as I got up from the ground. I was shaking and covered in mud. I felt ashamed, but I was not badly hurt. I had fallen on my head, which is very hard. John Fry was laughing loudly. I wanted to hit him.
Not bad at all, my boy, Mr. Faggus said. We may teach you to ride one day. I did not think you would stay on so long.
I would have stayed on longer, sir, I answered. But her sides were wet. She was very slippery.
Boy, you are right, he said. She has thrown many riders. Do not be upset that I laugh. I love my Winnie mare. She is dearer to me than any woman. I would have felt sad if you had beaten her. No one but me can ride her.
Shame on you, Tom Faggus, my mother cried as she came quickly toward us.
We were all surprised. We had never seen her so angry.
How could you put my boy on that wild horse, she said. His life is not worth less than yours. He is his father's only son. His father is an honest and quiet man. He is not a wild robber like you. A strong man should take you and your mad horse and throw you into the pond. And I will have it done if one hair of his head is hurt. Oh, my boy, my dear boy. What would I do without you? Lift your other arm, Johnny.
While she spoke, she touched my arms and face to see if I was hurt. She wiped the mud from me. Mr. Faggus looked very ashamed. He understood how mothers feel.
Look at his jacket, Mother. Annie cried. And his trousers are torn. That will cost a shilling.
What do I care about his clothes, you silly girl, Mother said. Think about your own clothes.
She gave Annie a light slap. Annie moved back and almost fell against Mr. Faggus. He caught her and held her safe. He kissed her kindly. She looked up at him with big blue eyes full of tears. "Oh, shame on you!" Mother cried. She was even more angry because she had hit Annie.
After all we have done for you, and saved your useless neck, you try to kill my son for me. Your horse will never come into our stable again. This is how you thank me. And you, John Fry, and you Bill Dadds, and you Jem Slocum, and all the rest of you cowards. You do not care about your master's son. You were afraid of that wild horse, so you put a young boy on it.
Well, Mrs., what could we do? John began. Jan wanted to go, did he not, Jim? And how were we?
Jan indeed. You will say Master John, please. He is old enough for that. And now, Tom Faggus, you may go. Be thankful I let you go. If that horse ever comes into our yard again, I will cut her leg myself if none of my cowards dare to do it.
Everyone looked at Mother. They were surprised to hear her speak like that. She was usually quiet and kind, even when people tricked her. The men picked up their shovels. They wanted to leave and tell their wives what had happened. Winnie was looking at Mother too. People were pointing at her, and she did not understand why. Then she came to me. She was shaking. She lowered her head and asked me to forgive her if she had been too proud. "Winnie will stay here tonight," I said. Tom Faggus had not spoken at all. He was putting on his things, ready to leave. He knew it is better to answer women in a soft way. "Mother, Winnie will stay. If she does not stay, I will go with her." Before today, I did not know what it was like to ride a real horse.
"Young man," said Tom Faggus. He was still getting ready to go. "You know more about horses than any man on Exmoor. Your mother can be proud of you. She did not need to fear. Do you think I, Tom Faggus, cousin of your father, would let you ride my mare? Great lords have wanted her, but I saw courage in your eyes. You look like your father. I knew you could ride, and you rode her well. Women do not understand these things. Goodbye, John. I am proud of you. I wanted to give you pleasure. I came with some great stories to tell you. They would have made you very excited. I have not eaten since this time yesterday. I gave my food to a widow, but I would rather be hungry on the moor than eat the best supper here, if this place has forgotten me."
And so, to tell the truth, I did it. Partly I learned it from her teaching. Partly it was my own gentle nature. And I knew that Father died because he had beaten those men.
"Good night, Cousin Sarah. Good night, Cousin Jack." Tom cried as he got back on his mare. "I have many miles to ride. I have eaten nothing. There's no food or house for me before Exeford. The night will be very dark, but it is my own fault. I stopped because I liked the boy's face."
"Cousin Tom," Mother said. She tried to speak so Annie and I could not hear. "It would be sad and unkind if you looked down on our poor house. We cannot give you what the big inns give. We do not have much food. But the men will go home now because it is Saturday. You can sit by the fire with the children. We have some pieces of red deer meat. There is a ham hanging in the chimney. We have dried salmon from Lynmouth. There is cold roast pig and some oysters. If you do not like those, we can cook 2 woodcocks in half an hour. Annie will make toast for them. And last week some people made a mistake. They went up the country and left a small keg of old drink near our wood stack. They took our horse Smiler without asking. I fear it is not right. But what can a poor widow do? John Fry wanted to take it. But our Jack stopped him. Our Jack was clever.
Yes, I was. John Fry had the keg under his apron early in the morning. He walked as if he carried firewood. John, I said, that is a heavy log. Let me help you.
Thank you, Jan, I do not need help, he answered. He turned his back to me. My wife wants a big log. It will keep the pot warm all day.
Then he shut his gate on my heels so I would stop. John, I said, that log has round holes in it. Who cut those holes? Lift your apron. Or I will lift it for you. But to return to Tom Faggus. He stayed to eat with us that night. He tasted a little of everything. First he had some oysters. Then he ate dried salmon. After that he had ham and eggs, cut in small pieces. Next he ate some deer meat cooked over the fire. Then he tried a cold roast pig. At last he had a woodcock on toast. After all that, he drank strong drink with hot water. He changed his wet clothes first. He ate with good hunger. He praised Annie's cooking many times. He made a happy sound with his lips. He rubbed his hands when he could. He wore John Fry's best clothes. He said he was not good enough to wear my father's clothes. Mother kept those to look at. He also said he was not big enough to fill them. Mother was glad he did not take them. John Fry was very proud. He liked to say that such a famous man wore his clothes. Later he showed the clothes to others. At that time Mr. Faggus was already becoming famous. His name was known in our area. People even spoke of him as far as Bridgewater. Tom Faggus was a cheerful man. He did not worry about small things. He did not look for trouble. He loved honest and simple people. If a traveler said something clever, he might even give back his purse. It is true that he took money by force, not by trick. The law was very angry with him. The law did not like his way of doing things. He said he had good reason for what he did. I do not understand such matters. I have seen many kinds of robbery. Some were called legal. Some were called illegal. I cannot see much difference between them. These questions are too high for me. I like the law when it helps me. I like it when it does not hurt anyone. I am loyal to the king, as a church officer should be. I try to think well of him. But when I was young, I did not understand something. Why was Tom Faggus called a great robber? He worked hard. And why was the king called Lord over all? He did not work at all. Yet everyone thanked him for taking money. At that time I did not know what work our cousin truly did. I only saw that mother was afraid. Now and then she whispered to him not to speak of certain things. She did not want the children to hear. He nodded wisely. Then he drank more of his strong drink.
Now let us go and see Winnie, Jack, he said to me after supper. I usually feed her before I eat, but she was very hot after you rode her so fast.
Now she must be sad for me, and I never let her stay sad for long. I was very happy to go with him, and Annie came quietly after us. The young horse was walking up and down on the hard floor of the stable. There was no straw on the floor, because he said he would make a bed for her later. She did not even have a rope on her head, because he did not want her tied.
When John Fry brought a halter, he said, "Do you think my mare is a dog?"
Now she ran to him like a child. Her big eyes shone in the light of the lantern.
"Hit me, Jack, and see what she does," he said. "I will not let her hurt you."
He was rubbing her ears while he spoke, and she leaned close to him. Then I made a move as if I would hit him. At once she caught me by my clothes and lifted me off the ground. She was ready to throw me down and step on me, but he stopped her quickly.
"What do you think of that, boy?" he asked. "Do you have a horse or a dog that would do this for you? And she can do even more. If I whistle in a special way, the way that tells her I am in danger, she will break the stable door. She will run to me inside the house. Nothing will stop her, not a stone wall and not a church tower. Ah, Winnie, Winnie, my little girl, we will die together.
Then he turned away and laughed. He began to feed her carefully, because she was very particular about her food. She would not eat even one oat that another horse had touched. She did not care how hungry she was. He mixed some powder with her oats and took it from his saddle bags. I did not know what it was, and he would not tell me. He laughed and called it star shavings. He watched her eat every bit of it. He gave her 2 or 3 drinks of clean water between the food. After that, he made her bed in a way I had never seen before. Then we said good night to her. Later we sat by the fire, and he kept us very happy. He sat in the big corner of the chimney and played games with us. All the time he was smoking in a way I had never seen before. He did not use a pipe. He had small rolls of tobacco, about as long as my finger. One end was flat and the other end was sharp. He put the sharp end in his mouth and held a small piece of burning wood to the other end. Then he pulled in a white cloud of smoke. We watched him again and again. I wanted to try it.
But he said, "No, my son. It is not for boys."
Then Annie put her hands on his knees, because she liked him very much.
She lifted her lips and asked, "Is it for girls then, Cousin Tom?"
She should not have asked. He gave it to her to try. She closed both eyes and pulled in the smoke. One breath was enough. She began to cough very hard. Lizzie and I had to hit her back gently until she almost cried. To make up for that, Cousin Tom began to tell us long stories. They were not about himself. But in a strange way, they were about almost everyone we had ever heard of. He did not stop for a moment. His stories moved on quickly and brightly, like the fire going up the chimney. They were full of change and life. He spoke in many different voices. Each person in the story had a different way of speaking. He even changed the place in the room from where the voice seemed to come. Annie and Lizzie ran around the room. They looked behind the clock and inside the cupboard. He changed his face again and again. He copied people so well. He did not even smile himself. But he made Mother laugh so much that she broke her new waistband. As for us children, we rolled on the floor laughing. Even Betty Muxworthy laughed loudly in the washroom. Chapter 12. A Man Justly Popular. Now Mr. Faggus was very clever and very kind. Many people knew his name. But I am not sure if we felt proud of him as part of our family, or a little ashamed. I think it depended on who was with us. For example, with the boys at Brendan, because there is no village at all, I was very proud to speak about him. I would talk proudly about my cousin Tom. But with the rich churchmen in the area, or the judges who sometimes came to visit and enjoyed riding to a warm farmhouse, it was different. Even with the rich shopkeepers from Pollock, it was the same. In short, with any people who had money and property and were afraid of losing them, we felt shy about saying that the famous outlaw was our cousin. I should feel sorry for him as well as blame him, even if our lives were very different. I know his story well. When we know a person's story, we often stop judging so quickly and start to feel pity instead. I do not try to excuse Tom's clear dishonesty. It was wrong and brought shame to him and no honor to his family. But he did not plan to do wrong at first. He did not see how he was moving toward bad choices. Only later did he understand it. Now I will tell his story, so people will stop speaking badly of him without thinking about his hard life. I will speak as if he were not my cousin. I hope people will listen carefully. No one can say that what I tell is false or change to help my family. He had many reasons to feel angry with the world. Still, most people said he was pleasant when a man had money in his pocket. Many times, after he had taken a man's money, he paid the road toll for the carriage behind him. He did not want to cause more trouble for them. Tom was a blacksmith in Northmolton in Devonshire. It was a rough place near Exmoor. People wondered how a man like him grew up there. He could read and write well. He also owned good property. He had land worth £100. He had rights to keep 200 sheep on common land. He also had many cattle. He became an orphan while still young and had to manage everything alone. So he started work very early in life. He became famous for shoeing horses. The blacksmiths in Barnstable began to lose customers because of him. He even won a gold coin for the best shod horse in North Devon. Some people say others never forgave him for that success. I do not know if this is true, but people are often jealous. Soon after his victory, trouble came to him. His business was growing. He was ready to marry the girl he loved. She was from South Molton. Her name was Betsy Paramore. Her father was a leather worker. Her father agreed to the marriage. Tom wanted to look his best for the wedding. A tailor came all the way from Exeter to make his clothes. Betsy's wedding clothes were ready too. Later, some people blamed him for that, as if it were his fault. Then, very suddenly, a lawyer's letter came to him. It began a lawsuit with Sir Robert Bampfylde, a rich man from the area. Sir Robert tried to take away Tom's rights to the common land. He drove Tom's cattle away and caused him trouble. The lawsuit destroyed Tom. Sir Robert had money and could pay many people to speak for him. Tom could not fight back. In the end, his goods and farm were sold. Even his blacksmith shop was taken. Before they could stop him, Tom saddled his horse and rode to South Molton. People who saw him said he looked almost mad. When he arrived, he did not find comfort. They closed the door to him. News of his loss had reached them before he came. Master Paramore was a careful and serious man. He was also an important member of the town council. Some people said that Tom was asked to pay for Betsy's wedding clothes, even though he was now too poor to marry her. I am not sure this story is true. People in South Molton like to talk. Also, I do not think the law would have forced him to pay. Betsy did not lose the clothes. She used them for her wedding the next month. She married Dick Vellicott from Mockham. All this hurt Tom very deeply. He felt great pain in his heart. He had lost his property and the woman he loved. In his sadness and anger, he said,
"The world has attacked me like a wolf," he said. "God help me now to attack the world."
For some time, it really seemed that luck was on his side. He stopped many travelers on the road and took money from them. Soon, his name was respected everywhere on this side of Bristow. He worked hard at his trade, both day and night. He kept 3 horses and used them all the time. In this way, he built a strong name for himself. After that, he could rest when he wished. He also had enough money to give to poor people. I must say he also spent money on social life. He truly enjoyed the company of rich people. He invited squires and noblemen to the inn and gave them the best food and drink. They liked him and often visited him. Once, the king's judges were traveling through the area. They accepted his invitation to dine with him. They laughed and said that if no one had ever accused him of a crime, he was now ready to accuse others. So they joked together. He always paid innkeepers well. Because of this, they were kind to him. Many of them wanted him to visit their inns. When people heard that Mr. Faggus was staying at an inn, they hurried there. The men came to drink to his health and did not have to pay. The women came to look at him and admire him. Children stood at the crossroads to watch for officers and give warning. One of his first meetings was with Sir Robert Bampfylde. Sir Robert was riding on the Barham Road with only one servant behind him. Tom Faggus put a pistol to Sir Robert's head. At that time, he had to act strongly because he was not yet well known. The servant stayed far back and did nothing. The baronet quickly took out his purse. His hand shook as he tried to be polite. Tom took the purse, the ring, and the watch. Then he gave them all back with a deep bow.
"It is not my custom to rob a robber," he said.
After that, he turned to the servant. He punished him for being afraid and not helping his master. He took all the servants' belongings. Later, Mr. Faggus kept only one horse. He feared the government might take the others. That one horse was a young mare named Winnie. He never told anyone how he got her. I believe a certain colonel gave her to him. The colonel loved sport and knew a lot about horses. Tom had once saved the colonel from some dishonest gamblers. Up to that time, Faggus had never killed anyone. People obeyed him because of his sharp eyes and the sound of his pistol. Now they also respected his name. He never robbed poor people. He never spoke badly to a woman. He gave money to the church. He loved his country and spoke strongly about it. He was also full of jokes and laughter. This is fair to say about him and shows why he was so popular. Everyone hated the Doones, who lived apart and looked down on others. But good people liked Mr. Faggus when he had not robbed them. Many poor sick people thanked him for the money he gave them, even if it came from others. Hostlers, stable boys, and tapsters admired him greatly. I have spoken long about him. Perhaps I have said too much, but I do not want people to misunderstand his character in the future. He was my second cousin and the lover of my. But I will not speak of that now. It is a sad story. About 3 months later, at the beginning of spring, he came again. He brought me a fine new carbine. He knew I loved such things and wanted to learn to shoot well. Mother would not let me keep the gun at first. She said he must promise that he had bought it honestly. He gave his word that he had. And no doubt he had bought it in a fair way, though the money came from bold actions. I could hardly wait to make bullets with the mold that came with it. Soon I ran to Quarry Hill. There I had made a new target. He also taught me how to ride Bright Winnie. She had grown since I last saw her, but she remembered me kindly. He spent time with Annie too. She liked him very much. He said he was her godfather. I do not know how that could be true. Then he rode away. Young Winnie's side shone brightly as he left. Now I think there is not much more to say about my boyhood. Life was quiet, as it often is. I began to work seriously on the farm. I tried to help my mother in all things. When I thought about Lorna Doone, it felt like a dream. I could hardly remember her face. Who wants to hear how much wheat we grew each year? Or how many cows we milked before we ate them? Or how the seasons changed from spring to winter? But I must speak about myself. I had to watch the sheep every day. I was always hungry and ate well. Each year I grew 4 inches taller. I also grew 2 inches wider. Soon there was no man as big as me anywhere on Exmoor. Still, what does size matter? There is no small door of the Doones at Plover's Barrows. And if there were, I could not pass through it. People laughed at my size even before I was fully grown. They made small jokes about me. The jokes were not clever, but they hurt me. I began to feel shy. I did not like to look at myself in a mirror. My mother was proud of me. She said she could never have too much of her son. The one who made me feel most ashamed was little Eliza. I held my head high because I could not bend my back. My back was straight like a strong post. I could not lower my chin even if I tried. Eliza never grew tall. She stayed small and thin. At Easter and at All Hallows she drank the wine at church. Still, she did not grow. Her body was straight enough, only very small. But her mind was sharp and strange. Her thoughts were full of corners. You never knew what she would say next. I do not like that kind of cleverness in women. May God forgive me for speaking so about my own sister. It was not her fault. It was not my father's fault either. The right way is to face the truth and then feel sorry for all. Before Eliza was born, my mother had a bad fall. John Fry had made a slide near the apple room door. He covered it with straw from the stable. He did this because he was lazy. My mother slipped and fell hard. My father was very angry. He pushed John's face down into the ice and held him there. But it was too late for Eliza. She was born the next day. She had more mind than body. This is not a good thing for anyone. My other sister, Annie, was very different. She was now a lovely young woman. She was beautiful to see. Sometimes I sat by the fire and looked at her for a long time. When I was not too sleepy, I thought about my dear father. She would also look at me across the fire. We waited for the flames to rise between us. Her hair was tied in a knot behind her head. Some soft hair fell over her shoulders. The firelight moved through it gently. It was sweet to see. Her face showed every feeling in her heart. It was as if her heart gave light to her face. If you watched her closely, you might think she was thinking of nothing. Then she would see you looking at her. Her eyes would show that she knew. God knows I try to be simple and kind. I try not to think badly of anyone. But many times I have spoken unkind words. Then I would meet Annie's soft and pure eyes. At once I felt ashamed and wished I had stayed silent. As for the Doones, they were still strong and safe. No one stood against them. People complained about them often. Rich and poor both spoke of the robberies. Once or twice the king himself heard of it. The king made a joke about the matter. I believe he meant no harm. He was pleased with his own joke. Then he forgot the trouble. The main officers of the law lived far away. The Chancellor had no cattle on Exmoor. He did not care much about our losses. As for the Chief Justice, someone stole his silver spoons. He became very angry. He swore he would hang no other man until he caught that thief. So the Doones did as they wished. No one tried to fight them. There was only one man brave enough to face them. That man was Tom Faggus. But he himself was wanted by the law. If the law ever looked closely at him, he would be in danger. Also, Tom had moved away. He now worked near Wantage in the county of Berks. He liked the dry weather there. The open hills were good for fast riding. The farmers were richer than ours. And the roads were better for robbing them. Some people said I should fight the Doones. They said I was big and could shoot well. They wanted me to show my strength. But at that time I was shy. If someone spoke to me suddenly, I shook. I often turned red like a young girl. My body was strong, but I did not yet feel strong inside. I still loved my father very much. If anyone spoke badly about him, I was ready to fight. But I did not see how hurting the Doones would help him now. Some people always want revenge. They follow their anger for many years. They forget peace and kindness for one short moment of bad joy. I think this comes from a dark heart. I do not believe good English people are like that. Some women may feel this way if their lives are very hard. But I do not speak wisely about such things. I only know this. If I met the Doone who killed my father, I would beat him if I could. I would not shoot him. I would only use a gun if he shot at me first, or hurt my family again, or was cruel to women. To be fair, my mother and Annie were gentle and kind. Eliza was different. Her face would grow white with anger. She did not trust herself to speak. That winter, when I was 21, something strange happened. It was very strange. It made others afraid. It made me feel uneasy. It did not hurt anyone. But no one could explain it. Many people said it must be the devil's work. The weather was warm for winter. Very little snow fell. If snow came, it did not stay on the ground. Even on the highest hills of Exmoor, the land stayed bare. I had never seen such a winter before. But the nights were very dark. There were almost no stars in the sky. All day, thick mist moved over the hills. It rolled up and down like steam from a great washing place. The moor was full of birds. There were snipes and teal. Curlews flew and cried. Lapwings moved their heavy wings. Ravens circled over dead sheep. But we saw no redshanks or dotterels. There were almost no golden plovers, though we usually had many. Instead, there were large lonely birds. They cried in the night. Their wings moved the air, but no man ever saw them clearly. It was sad and also dangerous to go hunting birds then. I loved to hunt in winter, but the fog came down very thick. The gun grew wet in the damp air. The birds were gone before the powder could burn. When the gun fired, the sound was dull and heavy. The hunter would turn and look behind him in fear. The real danger was losing the path. A man could fall into deep mud. He could fall from a high cliff. Still, I went out. I was young and foolish. I did not want to seem afraid. A wise man does not fear being afraid. He knows that danger is always around us. Maybe there was also some strange joy in the unknown. Young people sometimes like that feeling. My dear mother feared I would lose my way. She thought of me much more than of herself. So she told them to ring the big sheep bell. It hung above the pigeon house. They rang it every 10 minutes in the daytime. The sound came through the thick fog. I did not like it. It troubled me again and again. It reminded me of the school bell at Blundell's. I felt sad when I thought of going back to school. During those 2 months of fog, which lasted all winter, the saddest place was the sea. To stand on the beach was heavy in the heart. You could see the long waves coming in. You knew they were long, but you could only see a small part of them through the mist. You heard them rise and move over the smooth green rocks. They fell into the hollow places with a soft sound. They kept moving forward, slow and steady. They seemed quiet and full of sorrow. Then their small sound was gone. One old man lived in Lynmouth. He had traveled to many places in the world, but he did not like to talk about it. He wanted to die and be buried in his home village. His name was Old Will Whatcom. He lived near the water. Will said our strange winter came from something called the Gulf Stream. He said it was a strong river of water in the sea. It rushed into the channel very fast. He said the water was warm, almost warm enough for a man to shave with. This warm water pushed away our cold sea water. It spoiled the fish and stopped them from laying eggs. He said after this warm water, a cold spring would follow. On Sundays, I liked to go to Lynmouth to hear him speak. Sometimes he talked with me when he would not speak to others. He told me this strong water came to our west coast very hard. Sometimes it came once in 10 years. Sometimes it did not come for 50 years. Only God knew why. When it came, it brought warm air, clouds, fog, and wet weather. It also brought nuts, fruit, and even seashells. The tides changed and moved in strange ways. When he spoke about the nuts, he smiled and chewed his tobacco. I did not understand what he meant. Later I heard that nuts with soft insides came floating on the warm sea water. Never before had so much foreign drink come to our shore. Barrels floated in from the sea by mistake in the fog. Because of the waves and the mist, they lost their way and came to land. Some people like to talk too much. They said Old Will knew more than anyone about where these things would land. They said he knew the caves where the sea pulled things inside. But our great magistrate, de Witchholes, said there was no proof of crime. He said there was no good reason to suspect anyone, especially at a time when people should be kind. We also knew it was wrong for some quarrymen to say that they dug a new cellar at Ley Manor at night. They said it was to hold small gifts found in the caves when the tide was high. I will not speak badly of important people. We simple folk only laughed and called it the Gulf Stream. But what truly shocked and frightened us was not the foreign drink. It was not the shape of a small ship in the dark winter evening. What truly scared us was a strange and secret sound. At evening, when the sun was gone and the west was dark, and no stars were in the sky, a crying sound rose through the valleys. There was also a noise in the air, like many people running. It did not matter where you stood. You could be on the moor, behind rocks, or near the reeds. The sound came all the same. Sometimes it seemed to come from under the ground. Sometimes it seemed to come from above your head. Then something rushed past, and there was sad laughter. A man's hair would stand up before he could think clearly. God knows I am a simple man. I am slow to fear. I never believed that evil could rule over us. But after I heard that sound 3 times, in the lonely fog of evening, and felt the cold air after it, I did not want to go out at night. I did not even want to walk to the stables. I liked to stay near a candle and sit by the fire with others. Of course, many stories spread across the moor. Those who heard the sound often said it was a woman crying. They said they heard the soft noise of her dress as she ran. They said dark spirits followed her in the fog. When people were with me, I did not listen to such talk. Still, we sat closer together and closed our doors at sunset. Chapter 13 Master Huckaback comes in. Mr. Reuben Huckaback was known by many good people in Dulverton. They will remember him long after I am gone. He was my mother's uncle. He was her mother's brother. He owned the best shop in the town. He sold cloth and other soft goods. He made good money, especially at Christmas when the pack horses arrived safely with goods. Now we were his only close family. He had one granddaughter, little Ruth Huckaback. But people did not think much about her. My mother felt it was her Christian duty to stay close to her uncle. She liked him because he was a kind old man. She also thought about her children's future. People in Dulverton said he was the richest man in the town. They said he could buy half the landowners in the county. They even said that no man in Bampton, or Wivelescombe, or almost even Taunton, could show more gold coins than he could. People called this old man a gentleman because he had money. I have seen many men who were worse than him. Some were more violent and had less money. That year he had to come to us for the new year. He did not want to come because he hated life in the country. But my mother asked him many times. When my mother asked for something, she did not stop. At last she made him promise. He was proud that he never broke his word. He always kept a promise after he started his business. At Christmas, many packhorses came safely back to Dulverton. They carried many goods. Almost half of the goods were for Uncle Reuben. He knew well how to earn money from them. First he checked all his accounts. Then he sent letters to people who owed him money. He did this even at Christmas, like a careful Christian man. After that, he saddled his horse and rode toward Orr. He wore a thick warm coat. He left Ruth and his main worker at home. They had much work to do and little food to eat until he returned. We thought he would arrive soon after midday on the last day of December. The Doones were lazy and liked to stay in bed. So we believed it was safest to travel in the morning before they woke up. But we were wrong. The robbers were celebrating and enjoying themselves. They did not even go to bed that night. Early on the morning of the last day of the year, they rode out. They did not go out for business. They only wanted to cause trouble. We moved our dinner to 1 o'clock. For me, this was very hard because I was hungry. There would be a big supper at 6 on New Year's Eve. Singers would come with lanterns. They would sing outside the window of the parlor. After that, they would drink a hot drink until they felt dizzy. They would also eat a lot of food. No one in our family was churchwarden of Orr at that time. But everyone believed that only our family had the right to this position. Nicholas Snow had the title. But he followed my mother's advice in everything. He did not do the job very well. People hoped that one day a Rid would hold the office again. They said this would happen when I was old enough. Nicholas Snow was coming that evening. He would bring his 3 tall and pretty daughters. They were strong girls and good at working with milk and butter. There was a foolish story in the village. John Fry started it. He said that if there had been only one of the girls, I would have fallen in love with her. Because there were 3, he joked that I loved them all. The Snow family came for 2 reasons. Mr. Huckaback liked to see young women. Also, Nicholas Snow was the only man nearby who could smoke a pipe well. Only very rich people could also smoke like that, and we did not dare invite them. Uncle Ben loved to smoke his pipe. He could sit for hours by the warm fireplace. He did not need to speak. He was happy just to sit and smoke. But he liked another man to sit across from him and smoke too. Before 1 o'clock, I came inside after checking the cattle. The day was very foggy. We kept the cattle close to home so they would not get lost. I expected to see Uncle Ben by the fire. He liked to lift the covers of the dishes and look inside. He would smile when he saw the food. He loved our bacon very much. In Dulverton, they did not have good leeks. He was a man who liked to see everything himself. But he was not there. Instead, Betty Muxworthy ran out to meet me. She pushed me with a saucepan lid.
"Get away from me, Betty," I said politely.
Betty had become a big problem in the house. She always wanted her own way. It was very hard to argue with her.
Cider press, she cried again. She liked to call me that because I was big and strong. She knew I did not like the name. "Here be something strange today," she said.
"You mean a very good dinner, Betty," I answered. "I am very hungry."
I tried to go past her to smell the food.
"You always think about food, Jan Rid," she said. "But you must wait longer. He has not come, Master Cider Press. What do you say to that?"
"Do you mean Uncle Ben is not here yet?" I asked.
"Arrived? I do not know about that," she said. "I only tell you he has not come. Maybe the Doones have taken him."
Betty did not like Uncle Ben. He never gave her any money. She was not allowed to eat with him. She smiled widely and pushed me again with the greasy lid. I did not like this treatment. So I walked through the kitchen in anger. Betty still treated me as if I were only a small boy. "Oh, Johnny, Johnny," my mother cried.
"Oh, Johnny, Johnny," my mother cried.
She ran out of the big front room where we kept the stuffed birds, the peacock feathers, and the white hare that grandfather had shot. "I am so glad you are home at last." "Something is very wrong, Johnny." On her wrists she wore bright ribbons and small fine things. She loved such things because her family worked with cloth and clothes. She was more polished than most farm women. But I never liked those things. They did not seem right in our farmhouse. I do not like fancy dress. They had nothing to do with my father. And I could never say why I disliked them so much. Still, she did not wear them to show herself. She wore them for us because Uncle Ben had given them. Another thing I did not like was when people called me Johnny or Jack or even John. I did not care which one. I did not like any of them. That was honest of me.
"Well, Mother, what is wrong?" I asked.
"You need not be angry, Johnny," she said. "I hope it is not something sad. Do not be cross. You are a kind boy, John Ridd. Maybe you are too kind sometimes." Here she meant the Snow Girls, and I looked down. "But what would you say if the people there had taken your poor Uncle Reuben, his horse, and even his Sunday coat?"
She would never say the name Doones.
"Then I would feel sorry for them," I said. "He would open a shop by the river and take all their money."
"Is that all you say, John? I have cooked dinner just right. Supper is ready too. There is nothing to do but eat. The new plates came all the way from Watchet. They have the blue mark on them. It was not safe to bring them here. And Aunt Jane sent careful orders about how to cook the birds and the pig."
"Well, dear Mother, I am sorry," I said. "But let us eat our dinner. We agreed not to wait after 1 o'clock. You are only making us more hungry. The food will spoil. That would be a great pity. After dinner I will go and look for him in the fog. It will be like looking for a needle in a hay field. Unless you think I should go now without eating."
"Oh no, John," she said. "I never thought that. Thank God for my children's strong hunger. What is Uncle Ben next to them?"
So we ate a very good dinner. We wished he could be there. We wondered how much food to leave for him. When we heard no sound of his horse, I took my gun and went out to look for him. I followed the track along the hill from the farmyard, where the marks of the sleds lay. We have no wheels on Exmoor yet. I think we never will. One foolish man tried wheels last winter. He broke his cart and almost hurt himself badly. I walked along the top of the Rabbit Hill. A small stream ran below. Then I went down to the Lynn stream and jumped across it. After that I climbed the hill and crossed the open moor. The fog lay thick around me when I reached the high ground. The bushes on both sides looked like men hiding and waiting. Still, there was enough light. It was not yet 3 o'clock. A group of red deer ran across my path. Even in the fog I could see they were not sheep. I almost shot one. The children love venison. But the deer looked gentle and calm. I felt it was not right to shoot them. If one had run away fast, I might have fired. Then I stayed on the track and walked strongly for nearly 3 miles. My beard was starting to grow long. It was wet with big drops from the fog. I felt proud of it. I had no dog with me. The place felt lonely and wild. The low clouds moved over the land. If a wild sheep crossed my path, it ran from me in fear. I could not understand the marks on its body. We called that place Gibbet Moor. It was not in our parish. There were old hanging posts there, but most of the bodies were gone. People said the chains were sold and the bodies were taken for young doctors to study. I was not afraid. I was no longer a schoolboy. I knew Exmoor well. I also knew the warning signs that bad men leave behind. My gun was loaded and ready. I was strong now. I believed I was as strong as any 2 men in our area. Only the men in Glen Doone might be stronger. Jan Rid, they already called me, and people were afraid to wrestle with me. I was tired of hearing this name. Many times I wished I were smaller. On Sundays it was worst of all. When I walked up the small church path, the girls laughed softly at me. That evening the white mist grew thick around me. As the sun went down, I could not see far. The peat stacks and the dry bushes looked strange and out of shape in the fog. After some time, I began to feel unsure. I did not know exactly where I was or how I had come there. I had not seen the hanging post on the hill, and that troubled me. Then I heard the wind moving through a hollow place among rocks. For the first time, I felt real fear. It came over me like a cold sweat. Still, I told myself I was foolish. It was only a sound. When I stopped and listened, there was nothing. I heard only a beating noise, and that was my own heart. So I walked on again. I tried to feel brave and kept my gun ready in my hands. Soon I reached a place I did not know. There stood a tall stone, set upright in the ground. On it was a faint red cross. The stone looked worn, as if men had once fought there. I stopped and told myself to think calmly. I had walked too fast before. I leaned my gun against the stone. I tried to leave it there, but I still held it a little with my hand. I did not know what to do next. Finding Uncle Ben was his own problem, or the problem of the man who would take his place. First I needed to find my own way. More than anything, I wanted to be safe at home again with my family. The mist rolled toward me in thick waves. It moved slowly and heavily. Between the waves of fog, I could see almost nothing. Then all became hidden. I was glad to feel the stone behind me. I could just see my own shoes below. Suddenly a faraway sound passed by. It was like many horses running fast. In my fear, I lifted my gun.
God, send something I can shoot at, I said.
But nothing came. My gun slowly dropped down again, though I did not mean to lower it. Then, as I was thinking how foolish I was, a long sad sound rose from the ground below me. It was as if it came from under my feet. The big stone shook. The sound was lonely and strange. It was like something lost and unhappy. For a moment I stood still, like a tree root in the ground. I could not move my hands or feet. The hair on my head seemed to rise and push up my hat. My heart beat fast inside me. But nothing touched me. No shape came out of the mist. So I wiped my wet forehead and tried to hope for the best. I decided to run all the way home. I would not stop until I closed our own door behind me. Yet I was stopped again. When I reached the crossing near the dark pool in the hollow, I heard another sound. It came through the noise of my own feet. It was close to me in the fog. It was low and rough. It sounded like a sheep coughing. I stopped and listened. I was afraid, but I listened again, though I did not want to hear it. I wanted only to hurry home. My heart felt ready to run ahead of me. I did not wish to wait in the dark for an old sheep. But I love animals. Also, I feared the farmer would be ashamed if one of his sheep was lost. So I turned to help, and the strange sound was coming closer. I heard a short dry sound. It was weak and broken, with coughs and little breath. But I understood the words.
Lord, have mercy on me. O Lord, have mercy on my soul. If I cheated Sam Hicks last week, you know he deserved it. He lied about every stocking. O Lord, where am I going?
I heard these words in the dark night. There were many stops between them. Then I heard a long groan and a choking sound. I walked toward the voice as well as I could. Soon I ran straight into the head of a small mountain pony. On the pony's back was a man tied down. His feet were near the pony's neck. His head was near the tail. His arms hung down at the sides. The little pony was very afraid. It was not used to carrying such a load. It had been jumping and rolling on the ground to get free. Before the pony could turn away, I caught it by its wet forelock. It was tired and could not fight much. Still, it tried to bite me. So I hit it lightly on the nose.
Good sir, I said to the man, do not be afraid. You will not be hurt.
Help me, good friend, "Whoever you are," he said with difficulty. His neck moved so much that he could not look at me. "God sent you to help me. You have not come to rob me, because that is done already."
"What, Uncle Ben?" I cried. I was very surprised. It was the richest man in Dulverton. Uncle Ben in this state, Mr. Reuben Huckaback.
"I am an honest seller of cloth," he said weakly. "I sell serge and loincloth. My shop is at the sign of the Gartered Kitten in Dulverton. For God's sake, get me down from this wild pony. When we reach my house in Dulverton, I will pay you a good coin. But remember, the horse is mine. The quiet horse they stole is mine too."
"What, Uncle Ben, do you not know me?" I asked. "I am your nephew, John Ridd."
I quickly cut the ropes that held him. I put him the right way on the pony, but he was too weak to sit there, so I lifted him onto my back. I led the pony by cords around its nose. Then I walked toward Plover's Barrows. Uncle Ben soon fell asleep on my back. He was very tired and shaken. He was 65 years old. When he felt safe, he stopped talking. He began to snore loudly. His snoring was so strong that I almost believed the strange night noise in the fog came from him in Dulverton. When we reached home, we brought him inside. We placed him near the fireplace so he could rest. I was very glad to put him down. He was round and heavy, like his fortune. He shook his long coat. He stamped his feet in the kitchen. He looked around to be sure where he was. Then he fell asleep again while supper was made.
"He shall marry Ruth," he said to himself later. "He shall marry Ruth for this. He shall have my little savings when they are worth having. They are very small now. And much of them was taken today by those robbers."
My mother was very upset to see Uncle Ben like this. She and Annie took care of him at once. They gave him good food. I went outside to look after the pony. The pony was worth keeping. It served us well later. Uncle Ben wanted to take it back to Dulverton for his business. They use carts there.
"But you may have the pony, sir," I said. "You are welcome to it. You only need to ride it home the way I first found you riding it."
After that, he said no more about it. He was a strange old man. He was short in his manner but tall in body. He liked to surprise people. He often did the opposite of what others expected. He looked at everyone carefully, as if he feared they would cheat him. This surprised me. Farmers are honest people. We almost never cheat. Only on market day do we sometimes do a little, because buyers expect it. Our simple ways confused him. I told him this many times. He only laughed. He rubbed his mouth with the back of his dry, shiny hand. I think he soon missed having someone to bargain with. I thought about giving him the pony. He felt cheated without it. But then he might think I wanted his money after his death. It was the Doones who robbed Uncle Reuben. No one else would do it. They stole his quiet horse. Then they tied him onto the wild pony for sport. They said it was only for a little change. For 2 or 3 hours they ran after him in the thick fog. They laughed at him and enjoyed his loud cries. When they became hungry, they went away and left him alone. After some days, Mr. Huckaback could walk again. He felt angry and restless. He could not understand why anyone had robbed him.
"I have never done wrong," he said to himself. "I did not deserve this. I will not accept it, not in the name of our Lord the King."
At other times he spoke even louder.
"I am 65 years old. I have worked hard and lived honestly. No one has ever robbed me before. And now, in my old age, this happens for the first time."
We told him he should feel thankful. He had lived many years and had never been robbed before. Many people could not say the same. We said he should thank God for that. We told him he was not looking at the matter in a good way. Another man might kneel and give thanks for such long safety. But nothing we said helped. Uncle Ben would not change his mind. He said he had nothing to thank God for. Chapter 14. A motion which ends in a mull. Instead of enjoying his New Year pudding, Master Huckaback went on speaking about his great trouble. He spoke so much that at last we began to think there must be some truth in his complaint. He said that he had bought fine and costly presents for the young people in our house, and that these were stolen too.
Mother told him her children had enough. She said we did not need gold or silver.
Little Eliza spoke quickly. You can give us the pretty things in the summer, Uncle Ben, she said, when we come to visit you.
Mother told Eliza she should not speak like that. Still, to please our uncle, she said she would ask Farmer Nicholas Snow to come that evening. If the young girls would also come, she said, it would be more cheerful. And who knows? Maybe Uncle Huckaback may one day be glad this happened. They are good and honest girls. They would make fine wives for a shop or a farm.
She meant this for me, but I kept quiet and did not answer. In the evening Farmer Snow came. His daughters walked behind him, dressed very nicely, like horses prepared for a fair. Uncle Ben had not seen them on the night of his trouble, because someone had sent word to stop them. Now he was very pleased to see them. He behaved in his polite town manner. The girls were used to meeting important people. Soon they were not afraid of his money or his rich clothes. They laughed and played small jokes on him. Mother became worried for Annie, who was always shy and quiet. Later, when the hot drink was finished and before the warm wine was ready, we led the girls into the parlor. We locked the door so they could not hear. Then we came back to the kitchen fire to listen to Uncle Ben's plan. Farmer Snow sat in a corner. He did not care much about the talk. He smoked slowly and moved his head back, like a sheepdog dreaming. Mother sat on the settle and knitted quickly, as she always did. Uncle Ben sat on a three-legged stool, as if everything else had been stolen from him. He waited and let Mother speak first.
Master Snow, you know well, Mother began, her face turning red, that our kinsman has suffered harm on his quiet journey from Dulverton. These are bad times. Things do not seem to be getting better. If I could speak to our Lord the King, I would tell him many things. But I have had enough troubles of my own.
You are leaving the subject, Sarah, Uncle Ben said. He saw tears in her eyes and did not want that talk.
First settle the beginnings, said Farmer Snow slowly. First settle the beginnings. Then we will know what we are speaking about.
Beginnings be cursed, sir, cried Uncle Ben, now losing his temper. What beginnings were there when I was robbed? I was robbed in this parish. I can prove it. It is a shame for all and for all England. This parish must answer for it. This parish must pay me back. It is full of thieves. Yes, farmers and yeomen too. I will make every man here poor if I do not get my things back. I will even sell your old church before your eyes. I will have back my cloth, my watch, my saddle, and my horse.
Mother looked at me. I looked at Farmer Snow. We were all sorry for Uncle Ben. We made signs to one another to keep calm. We knew our parish well. We were not afraid of strong words, even from a rich man. But Uncle Ben understood our silence in another way. He believed that we were all afraid of him. He thought our parish was nothing and that he could do what he liked with us.
Nephew Jack, he cried, looking at me when I could not think of any answer. You are a slow and simple boy. You are like a farm worker in muddy boots. I will leave you nothing when I die. Maybe I will only leave you my boots to clean.
Well, uncle, I said, I will clean your boots all the same while you stay with us.
I did not think before I spoke. Later, that answer brought me £2,000, as you may hear one day.
As for the parish, my mother said, and she was very upset, the parish can protect itself. It does not need you. But our Jack is not a bad boy. I will not let you speak about him like that. Leave him nothing. Who asks you to give him anything? You should only leave him in peace. He could have harmed you the other night. But he did not. No one else would have helped you then. And now you think so badly of me and my children.
Oh, Sarah, Uncle Reuben said, your children are the same as all other children.
They are not, she answered. And they never will be. You should know that, Uncle Reuben, more than anyone. Other people's children indeed.
Well, well, he said, I do not know much about children. I only know my little Ruth, and she is nothing special.
I never said my children were special, Uncle Ben, my mother replied. I never thought that. But they are good children.
Here my mother took out her handkerchief. She felt moved when she spoke of us. I put my hand near my mouth and told her quietly not to mind him, even if he was very rich. Then Farmer Snow came forward. Sometimes he had good sense. He thought it was time to speak for the parish.
Master Huckaback, he began, and he pointed his pipe at him. You spoke about this parish. You said it was weak. I will tell you something, sir. You are not speaking the truth.
Farmer Nicholas Snow crossed his arms. His pipe rested on his sleeve. He gave a nod to me and then to my mother. He wanted us to see that he had done his duty. He did not care what might happen next. Still, we did not thank him much. The parish did not matter to my mother as much as her children. And I felt bad that my uncle, who was old, was called a liar in our own house. In our part of the country, that was a great insult. But Uncle Ben did not seem angry. Perhaps he heard such words often in business. He only looked at Farmer Nicholas with calm eyes. He even looked a little sorry for him, as if he thought the farmer did not understand trade.
Let us stop these hard words, my mother said gently. It is easy to speak in anger, but later we wish we had not spoken. I often think of that when I remember my good husband. Now, Uncle Reuben, tell us what you want us to do. How can we clear this shame and make you feel safe about your goods?
I do not care about my goods, Master Huckaback said in a proud voice. They were worth a lot of money, but I say nothing about that. What I want is this. I want those bad men punished.
Be careful, man, cried Farmer Nicholas. We live too near the forest to speak like that about the Doone men.
All of you are cowards, Uncle Reuben said, though he looked at the door first. I see there is no hope of strong action from this place. And you, Master Snow, I thought you would lead the people. You are church warden. But even my youngest shop boy could do better than you. You are all cowards. Do not answer me. I am finished with you all.
We knew it was no use to argue with him. So we stayed quiet and showed each other that it was better not to speak. Soon the hot wine was ready. It was the time of Epiphany, and we drank a good amount. After some cups, Uncle Reuben began to feel kinder toward us. He also started to respect Farmer Nicholas, because the farmer smoked calmly and made little noise. Lizzie and Annie tried to make the room cheerful. We had let the girls come in again. Young Faith Snow helped to fill the cups. She smiled and made sure the men were happy. At the end of the evening, the girls went to fetch and light their lanterns. They laughed and blew out each other's lights to see the sparks. Then Master Huckaback stood up. He held the back of a chair to keep his balance. He looked at my mother and at all of us. Let no one leave this place, he said, until I finish my words. I speak so there will be no bad feeling between us. I want us to feel happy and calm again. Maybe I went too far. Maybe I spoke in a rough way. I will not take back my words. I have never done that in my life. But I would change the way I said them. I want you to see them in a better light. You people here on Exmoor may not like to fight. You may be careful and slow to take up arms. But you are brave in better things. You are the kindest people I know when it comes to giving food. Then he sat down. There were tears in his eyes. He asked for a small cup of warm spiced wine. All the girls who had come back ran to get it for him. Annie was the first to reach him. So our journey against the Doones of Bagworthy came to an end. It had been a great and dangerous plan. We had talked about it too much, and that was not wise. As for me, I slept well that night. I felt safe at home again. There was no more fighting to think about. The fear was gone, and we only spoke about what we might have done. Chapter 15. Quo warranto . Illustration, 118, JPG Illustrated Capital. The next day Master Huckaback spoke to my mother in a secret way. He said he must go to a dangerous place for business. He asked for someone to go with him. My mother said he could take our John Fry. The cloth seller laughed at that. He said John Fry was not big enough. He said he needed another John. He wanted a strong man. He also said that if this John was taken away, all Exmoor would search for him until he was found. At these words my mother turned very pale. She gave many reasons why I should not go. Each reason sounded strong, but none was the true one. Eliza, who was jealous of me, whispered something to Annie about it. But I had already decided to go with Uncle Reuben. As soon as he spoke of it, I made up my mind. I wanted to see him safe on his journey. It also made me proud to guard a rich man. Soon I held my mother close and asked her to trust in God and let me go. At last she agreed. Later I felt annoyed when I learned the truth about this dangerous journey. We were only going to visit the Baron de Witchholes. Uncle Reuben wanted to give a complaint against the Doones. He hoped to get a warrant and a group of men to carry it out. Even though I am not clever, I could see this plan was foolish. I knew the Baron would not give a warrant against the Doones. And even if he did, it might bring trouble to Uncle Reuben himself. Still, I said nothing. I was young and did not wish to speak against him. I also wanted to see what would happen. There were other reasons too. We rode through Brendon Town, then over Ilford Bridge, and past Babrook. This way we did not need to climb the big hill above Lynmouth. The day was bright and clear. I laughed quietly at Uncle Reuben and all his careful plans. When we reached Leigh Manor, servants led us into the hall. They treated us with great politeness. We had good ale, some meat, and a piece of Christmas pudding. I had never been inside such a fine house before, except for a church. I felt very pleased to be welcomed so kindly by people of high birth. Uncle Reuben was not fully happy. He had to sit next to a small trader who had also come on business. After they finished their ale, the man drank to Uncle Reuben's health. Uncle Reuben looked at him and spoke in a firm voice. "Sir, my health would be much better if you paid me the £3 and 12 shillings you have owed me for 5 years. Now we are here before the justice, this is a good time to settle it." Soon we were called into the justice room. The Baron himself was there. Colonel Harding sat beside him to help him in his duty. I had seen the Baron de Witchholes before. I was not afraid of him. I had gone to school with his son, and he knew that. Because of this, he was kind to me. In truth, he was kind to everyone. Our people spoke well of him. They respected him even more because they knew his family was losing its wealth. The first de Witchholes came from Holland about 150 years ago. He was a great nobleman there. At that time the Spanish had much power, and they did not accept his religion. Because of this, he left his country. He came to England and brought with him all the wealth he could save. He bought large lands in Devonshire. After that, his family married into other old families of the county. They married into the Cotwells, the Marwoods, the Walrons, the Welses of Pilton, and the Chichesters of Hall. Some of the ladies brought a lot of property with them. Because of this, the family became richer and stronger. About 50 years before the time of my story, the name de Witchholes was one of the most respected names in the west of England. Few families were thought more important. But now they had lost much of their land. When land is lost, reputation often goes with it. People respect landowners. So their name was not as great as before. No one could clearly say how they lost their wealth. The first men of the family were good at saving money. The later ones were good at spending it. Some people joke that the strong Devon blood mixed with Dutch blood and made them more open with money. I cannot say if this is true, but people loved the last de Witchholes more than they had loved the family 100 years before. Hugh de Witchholes was a white-haired man. He looked noble and calm. His eyes were blue and kind. His forehead was smooth. He had a fine nose and thin lips that curved gently. When we entered the room, he stood up at once. Colonel Harding stayed in his chair and only turned around. He struck one spur against the other. Even without knowing them, we felt more respect for the man who showed respect to us. Yet many gentlemen forget this when they speak to people below them. Uncle Reuben made his best bow. Then he walked to the table. He tried to look calm, as if he did not know that he was richer than both of them together. They already knew him well, just as they knew me. Later I learned that Colonel Harding owed him a large sum of money, though it was safely secured. Uncle Reuben did not speak to the colonel. He spoke only to de Whichhalls. The Baron smiled gently when he heard the reason for our visit. Then he answered in a calm voice.
A warrant against the Doones, Master Huckaback. Which Doones do you mean? Please tell me their Christian names.
My lord, I am not their godfather. I do not think they even have one. But we all know the name of old Sir Enza. That should be enough.
Sir Enza Doone and his sons. Very well. How many sons does he have, Master Huckaback? And what are their names?
I cannot tell you, my lord. I do not know them as I know my own shop boys. But there were 7 sons. That should be enough.
A warrant against Sir Enza Doone and the 7 sons of Sir Enza Doone. Their Christian names are unknown. It is even doubtful if they have any. Very well, Master Huckaback. I have written it down. Sir Enza himself was there, of course, as you said before.
No, my lord. I never said that. I never said he was there.
If he can prove he was not there, you could be accused of lying under oath. And about the 7 sons, can you swear that they were truly his sons? Not nephews or grandsons. Not strangers.
My lord, I can swear they were Doones. And if I make a mistake, I can pay for it. There will be no problem about that.
Oh, yes, he can pay, Colonel Harding said shortly. He can pay well enough.
I am glad to hear it, the Baron said pleasantly. It shows that this robbery, if it was a robbery, did not destroy you. Sometimes people think they are robbed. Later they find they were not. Then they feel even happier about their property. Now tell me, are you quite sure that these men took or even borrowed anything from you?
My lord, do you think I was drunk?
Not at all, Master Huckaback. Though at this time of year, some men might be. But how did you know your visitors were from that family?
It could be no one else. Even with the fog, I knew.
Fog! Colonel Harding said sharply.
Fog, the Baron repeated slowly.
Ah, now I understand everything. The weather has been so thick that a man could not even see his horse's head. If the Doones are still there, they could not come out in such fog. That is certain. Master Huckaback, I am very glad this charge has failed. Now I see it clearly. The fog explains it all.
Go back, my good man, said Colonel Harding. If the day is clear, you will find your things where you left them. I know what it is like to be lost in an Exmoor fog.
By this time Uncle Reuben was very upset. He did not know what he was saying.
My lord, Sir Colonel, is this your justice? He cried. If I must go to London myself, I will tell the king about this. I will tell him how a man can be robbed, and then the judges say he should be punished instead. In the good county of Somerset, this happens.
Please forgive me for a moment, sir, said de Whichhalls. I was about to explain something important. Even if you could prove the crime, there would still be a problem. The crime happened in Somerset. But we serve as judges only in Devon. We have no power in Somerset. So we cannot deal with this case.
And why, in God's name, cried Uncle Reuben, now very angry. Did you not say that at the start? You have wasted my time and tried my patience. Gentlemen, you are all together in this. You stand by each other. You think it is a joke when an honest trader is robbed and almost killed. But if a poor man steals a small lamb to feed his children, he is hanged. And you all say it is right. But now, because of high birth and bad manners.
Here Uncle Ben became too upset to speak clearly. He began to shake, and foam came to his mouth. His tongue moved strangely in his whiskers. I do not clearly remember how we left that place. I was shocked that he had spoken so boldly to such important men. When I told my mother everything, she could hardly decide what to think.
I am sure you were wrong, John, she said at last.
That was all she would say. Yet I had done nothing except listen and bow my head when asked.
John, you may believe me, she went on. You have not acted as you should. Your father would have been shocked to go to Baron de Witchhall's house and speak to him like that. Still, it was brave of you, John. It is just like you. And since no other men are here, I will say this. I am proud of you.
On the road home, Uncle Ben said very little. He was angry with himself and even more angry with others. But before he went to bed, he spoke to me.
Nephew Jack, you have treated me better than the others, he said. You are not good with words, but I think I can trust you. Listen to me. This wicked business will not end here. I still have another plan.
You mean, sir, that you will go to the justices in this county? To Squire Maunder, or Sir Richard Blewett?
You fool, I mean nothing like that, he answered. They would only laugh at me, as those men in Devon did. No, I will go to the king himself. Or to a man even more powerful than the king, and I can reach him easily. I will not tell you his name now. But if you ever stand before him, you will never forget his name.
Later I learned he meant Judge Jeffreys. When will you see him, sir? I asked.
Maybe in spring. Maybe not until summer. I cannot go to London only for this. But when my business takes me there, I will see him. Remember my words, Jack. When you stand before this man, look straight at him and tell no lie. He will make those foolish squires tremble. I have stayed in this lonely place longer than I wished because of this trouble. But I will stay one more day, if one condition is met.
What condition, Uncle Ben? I asked. I am sorry you find this place so lonely. We will ask Farmer Nicholas to come again, and the singers too, Anne.
And the pretty milkmaids, he said. No, thank you. Let me rest. Those girls are too loud for me. Your Nanny is enough. Nanny is a good child. She can come and visit me.
Uncle Reuben always called her Nanny. He said Annie sounded too fine and too French for our family. But I have one condition, Jack, he said.
Tomorrow you must take me to a place where I can see the home of those bad Doones. Do not tell anyone. I want to look at their house from far away. I want to know the best way to reach them when the time comes. Can you do this for me? I will pay you well, boy.
I quickly promised to help him as best as I could, but I would not take any money. I was not so poor that I needed payment for this. The next day, after breakfast, I made a plan. I sent the workers to the far side of the farm. I especially sent John Fry there. He was very curious and liked to ask questions. He would find out secrets and tell them to his wife. Then Uncle Reuben got on my old horse, Peggy. We started toward the west. Uncle Ben said he would not go unless I carried a loaded gun. In those troubled times, it was wise to have one. Also, lately more of our sheep were being killed. This was not always the fault of the Doones. They said they were not butchers. Some people did not believe them. The Doones usually made the shepherds kill and cut the sheep for them. Sometimes the shepherds carried the best meat to the Doone gate. They did this so the meat would not look damaged. The problem was that simple people blamed the Doones for every lost sheep. Other thieves sometimes stole sheep too, but farmers were afraid to speak. Because of this, even a farmer with many sheep could not be sure of having good meat for a wedding feast. Now I returned to Uncle Ben. He did not let me walk far from him. I stayed close by his side. We spoke very little as we went along the lane and over the hill. The day was pleasant and bright. I could see he felt unsure in his mind. He was not as calm as an older man should be. So I said, Uncle Reuben, do not worry. I know every part of this land. There is no danger near us.
Fear, boy? Who speaks of fear? He answered. That thought never comes to me. Look at those pretty primroses.
At once I thought of Lorna Doone. I remembered her as a little girl from 6 years before. I had always liked her. Did Lorna ever think about me? Was I only a rough farm boy now? Was I good for nothing but catching fish? Had I ever seen a face as lovely as hers? She was quick and bright. Her eyes were full of life. She wanted to understand people. She did not hide her feelings. Sometimes her eyes turned away softly. She wanted to love someone. She wanted to love anything that was not evil. My uncle broke into my thoughts. He did not like the silence. We had come into Bagworthy Forest. It was the darkest and loneliest place around. The trees blocked the sun. Even in winter it felt heavy and cold. Some trees had no leaves. Others were brown and dry. The forest stood around us like a thick coat with no warmth. I walked close to Peggy's head. Peggy stayed close to me. She lifted her ears at every small sound. However, we did not see anything there. There were only a few old owls and hawks. A magpie sat alone on a branch. Then we reached the side of the hill. The hill was too steep for the pony to climb. Uncle Ben did not want to get off the pony. The pony made him feel less alone. He thought he could ride away fast if there was danger. But I told him we must finish what we started. At last he agreed. He tied Peggy in a place where we could find her again. He spoke in a cheerful voice, as if nothing was wrong. He took his staff. I carried my gun. Then we began to climb the steep hill. There was no path at all. This made us less comfortable. But it also gave us some courage. It showed that the robbers did not often come this way. We also knew we could not lose our direction. We only had to keep climbing straight up the hill in front of us. This hill formed the side wall of Glen Doone. The climb was very hard. The ground was steep and full of trees. To move forward, we had to bend low and push with our bodies. It felt like working very hard in a field. Thick oak roots stuck out above our heads. Sharp bushes caught our clothes and scratched us. Large rough stones stood in our way like big sheep. At last I had to leave my gun behind. I needed one hand to pull myself up. I used my other hand to help Uncle Reuben. Slowly and with great effort, we reached the top. We stood at the edge of the forest. The ground there was full of stones. It looked like the top of a quarry. There were no more trees between us and the cliff below. The cliff went down maybe 300 yards. It was a long and slippery slope. For the first time, I truly saw the strong place of the dunes. Now I understood what it was like. 7 years before, I had been in the valley. I had climbed the cliffs to escape. But at that time I was only a young boy. Boys do not notice much. They think only about what they must do at that moment. Soon they forget it. Now things were different. I had heard many stories about the dunes. I also remembered my own past. Uncle Ben had spoken strongly about coming here. Because of all this, I looked very carefully. What I saw filled me with surprise. The high ridge where we stood curved to the right and left. It stayed about the same height all along. Trees and bushes grew on top of it. About half a mile in front of us, there was another ridge like ours. It looked very close, as if we could throw a stone to it. That ridge curved toward ours. But they did not fully meet. Between them were two narrow gaps. We could only see the edges of these gaps. One gap was the dune gate. Above it hung a heavy rock like a great door. The other gap was the deep opening where I had once gone in. Between these two places, the hills opened wide. They formed a perfect oval shape. A winding stream ran through it. There lay a bright green valley. High black rocks stood all around it. It looked as if the valley had sunk down from the rough hills above. It seemed like a place where no frost or cold wind could enter. It felt like a place only for spring, hope, and comfort. When the clouds moved, the sunlight shone into the valley. The light rested there and shone softly. The pale blue sky of the morning looked gentle and fresh. But Uncle Reuben did not change his face. He looked down into Glen Doone first. He breathed in deeply, as if he were smelling it. Then he looked at the hills far away. After that, he turned and stared at me. But I was not listening to him. Something had caught my eye. Long ago, I had seen a small hole in the cliff. It was the way I once escaped from the valley. It was on the other side. From where we stood, it looked no bigger than a rabbit hole. But I could not stop looking at it. While I watched, I saw a small figure come near it. The person stopped for a moment. Then she went inside. She was light and white. She moved quickly and smoothly. She was gone almost at once. My heart beat hard in my chest. My face grew hot. I felt proud and ashamed at the same time. I felt strong, yet foolish. 7 years had passed. I was no longer a boy. I was a man now. Everyone must have forgotten me. I had almost forgotten them. But at that moment I felt something very strong. It was like standing before my future. Good or bad, it was there in Lorna Doone. Chapter 16 Lorna Growing Formidable. After we had looked carefully at the valley, Master Huckaback spoke to me on our way home. He asked me many questions. I did not like it. He had seen how I stared at something in the valley. He knew I was confused. So he wanted to know the reason. He did not learn much. I am not good at clever talk, and I would not tell a lie. But I kept quiet. Because of this, he guessed the wrong thing. He felt very proud of his own ideas. He laughed a little at what he thought was my simple mind. Still, he did learn one true thing. He learned that I had been inside Doone Valley many years before. He also saw that I might go there again, if I had a strong reason. But he did not learn how I entered it. He did not know what I had seen there. He did not know what I thought about it. He believed his own guesses. He trusted his cleverness too much. On one point he was successful. He made me promise to visit the valley again when I could. He also made me promise to keep it secret. I smiled at that. In his mind, my secret meant a secret between him and me. The next day he left for Dulverton, his favorite town. He spoke of great plans for my future. Then he was gone. After that, I felt restless. I wanted something to happen. I wanted action and adventure. The bravest thing I could think of was to go alone to Glen Doone. I would use the secret path I found when I was a boy. I waited only for one thing. A tailor in Pollock was making me new clothes. I wanted to look my best. When the clothes arrived and fitted well, I set out at once. I did not think about the cost. Like a fool, I forgot how badly fine clothes suffer in water. Because of delays and my own doubts, the day had come again to St. Valentine's Day. On that day, all the girls think of love. All the young men act shy. No one was more shy than I was. I was 21 years old. I was not very afraid of men. But I was afraid of women, especially if they were pretty. What troubled me most was my own size and strength. I grew bigger and stronger each day. It made me uneasy. I tell this honestly. Even now it seems strange to me. When I stood near a woman, I felt ashamed of my height and my broad body. In the kitchen, I would not lift a large piece of wood to the fire. I let Annie scold me. She would smile after that. Then she would lift a small log with her own round hands and put it on the fire. Many times I wished I were no bigger than John Fry. When he was rude, I could lift him easily with one hand. I would hold him by his belt and raise him high. Sometimes I set him on top of my hat. He could not move much there. At last he would speak about his family. Then he would ask me to put him down again. Now I thought this was a good sign, because I was born on St. Valentine's Day. But I was far too big to be a little love god. I chose a strong staff of ash wood, 7 feet long. I fixed a fork at the end, so I would look as I did before. After I left some messages about business at home, I went out through the back door. I walked through the small orchard and then down by the Loudlin Brook. I was not so afraid now. I crossed the thick land between the two streams. Soon I came to the Bagworthy stream, near the big dark pool. I was very surprised to see how shallow the stream looked now. The deep pool was still dark and dangerous, as before. The large rock slope was still hard to climb. But the water, which once reached my knees, now only touched my ankles. After some hard work, I climbed to the top. I stopped there and looked around carefully in the daylight. The winter had been very mild. Now spring was coming. The banks and bushes showed signs of new life. The valley below was beautiful and full of promise. It was safe from the wind and full of sunshine. The willow trees over the stream hung low. Their soft flowers shone like gold and silver. Between them, the water moved quickly and happily. It was bright blue, the fresh blue of early spring. On both sides of the stream, the meadow moved in the soft wind. New green grass pushed up from the ground. Small daisies and yellow flowers began to open. Here and there, I saw a pale primrose. I am not a clever man. But maybe because of that, I notice small things. These little signs of nature make me happy. I feel as if each blade of grass has its own story. I think of each flower as a child that knows me. When I think this way, I feel that I am no greater than they are. I am only more proud in my thoughts. As I stood there, I forgot many of my troubles. I let my mind follow the sounds and sights around me. Then I heard a sweeter sound than any bird song. It came softly across the valley in the quiet light of evening. The words were from an old song. The song could make a person laugh or cry.
Love, if there is true love, come and be my love. My love is for the one who loves me. I do not want bright gold or show. You must know my true value. If in all the world you have only me, that will be enough for me. But if you ever try to leave me and be free, then I will try to be too dear for you to leave. Then I will know that your heart and breath stay close to me, even until death.
I listened with all my heart. I did not think much about the meaning. It sounded like a song with a hidden lesson. But the voice was rich and soft and full of feeling. It was more beautiful than any singing in our church. All this time, I stayed hidden in a dark place in the rock near the falling water. I did not want the singer to see me and become afraid. After a while, I looked carefully from behind a bush. Then I saw the most beautiful sight of my life. One look was enough to make me kneel in the cold water. She was walking beside the stream. She moved among the primroses, as if she loved them. Each flower seemed brighter when she looked at it. I could not see her face clearly because my heart was beating so fast. Her hair fell softly from a crown of white violets. She moved lightly, like the first flower that opens in spring. The soft evening light from the west shone behind her. It made her look bright and gentle. Even now, when I see that evening light, I think of her. In truth, I see nothing in this world without thinking of her. The last note of her song still rested on her lips. She looked around, as if she expected the birds to answer. To me, her beauty was almost frightening. I felt low and simple beside her. Without thinking, as if something pulled me forward, I stepped out from the dark rocks. I stood there, too afraid to look at her. She turned to run away. She did not know me. Perhaps my tall shape frightened her. Then I fell down on the grass, as I had done 7 years before. I said only, "Lorna Doone."
At once she knew me by my voice and my manner. A smile came through her fear, like sunshine through leaves. She was clever and saw quickly that she did not need to fear me. "Oh, really?" she cried, with a little false anger, because she felt shy about her fear and was laughing inside. "Who are you, sir, and how do you know my name?"
I am John Ridd, I answered. I am the boy who gave you those beautiful fish 7 years ago, when you were very small.
Yes, the poor boy who was so afraid and had to hide in the water.
Do you remember how kind you were? You saved my life because you were quick. Then you rode away on a tall man's shoulder. You acted as if you had never seen me. But you looked back at me through the willow trees.
"Oh yes, I remember everything," she said. "It was rare to see anyone there. I mean, I just remember it well. But you do not seem to remember how dangerous this place is."
She kept looking at me. Her eyes were large and soft, but also bright and proud. When I saw them, I felt I would love her forever. At the same time, I felt I was not good enough for her. I could not answer her. My heart and mind were full of confused thoughts. I could not even look at her again. I only waited to hear her voice, which sounded sweet to me. She did not know what I was feeling. I did not fully understand it myself.
"I think, Master Ridd, you do not know how dangerous this place is," she said, looking away from me. "You do not know what kind of people live here."
Yes, I know enough, I said. And I am very afraid when I do not look at you.
She was too young to answer in a playful way, as some girls might. She was truly afraid that someone might hurt me. She feared strong men might catch me and do me harm. When I saw her fear, I also became afraid. I knew that bad things can happen quickly, so I decided I should go. I did not want to cause trouble. In my heart, I wished I could kiss her, but I did not. I thought it was better to leave and speak to her another time. If I went away now, she might think of me more. She might wait for me. She would not grow tired of me. I knew I was only a simple farmer's son. She looked noble and beautiful. But I could try to improve myself. Perhaps I could even learn to play music.
Mistress Lorna, I will go now, I said. I do not wish to cause trouble. If someone shot me, it would make you sad. I am sure of that. It would also break my mother's heart. Few mothers have such a son as me. Please think of me sometimes. I will bring you some fresh eggs. Our young blue hen has started laying.
I thank you kindly, said Lorna. But you do not need to come to see me. You can leave the eggs in my little bower. I am almost always there. I mean, I go there every day to read and to be alone.
Just show me where it is, I said. I will come 3 times a day and stop.
No, Master Ridd, I will never show you, she said. It is too dangerous. But it does not matter. You have already found the way.
She smiled then. Her smile made me wish for nothing in the world except to be close to her heart. But I kept this wish inside. I was shy with young girls. I gently touched her white hand when she gave it to me. I thought she gave a small sigh. That touched my heart deeply. I felt ready to give her everything I owned, even though my mother was still alive. After I left, I grew angry with myself for thinking she could care for someone like me. For about a mile, I scolded myself. Then, for the rest of the walk home, I felt angry with any man who might dare to love her. Chapter 17. John is bewitched. To explain how I loved my Lorna is very hard. I must forget all common worries of life. I must forget work, pain, and the slow change from youth to old age. Only then can I try to show you, like a dream, how strong my love was. Even now, I do not fully understand it. I cannot think of it in a calm and reasonable way. I cannot look at my past self and believe that was truly me. At the same time, I can never stop thinking about it. I may have pigs ready to sell. I may have wool waiting for the buyer. It makes no difference to my heart. I look at both of them. Then I say to myself, which would Lorna choose? I know this is foolish. Any man can call me a fool, and I will not argue with him, unless he learns my secret. After that, I try to return to my work. If I have any good sense, I try to use it for business. But my heart is not there. It stays with her. Anyone could trick me at that time, except in church matters. That week I did almost nothing. I only dreamed and walked from place to place. I hoped that by moving around I would feel like myself again. I did not care about the people near me. I did not enjoy food. I only pretended to eat and drink. When people asked questions, I felt shy and my face turned red. Now people called me master of the farm. They called me head farmer and chief worker. It made me angry when anyone tried to cheat me. But they did cheat me, as soon as they saw I was not thinking clearly. They thought I had lost my mind. They could not understand my feelings. I do not blame them much. When we do not understand someone, it is easy to laugh at them. I said nothing to them. But in my heart, I thought they were small people. They had never seen Lorna. Still, I was upset when John Fry told everyone on the farm, and even at the blacksmith place, that a mad dog had bitten me from the other side of Malland. Now this story seems small to me. It may seem small to anyone. But at that time, it made me very angry. To call Lorna a mad dog. To say my strange thoughts were only sickness. To say my deep feelings were nothing more than a disease. All this made me so angry that I beat John Fry very hard. He went home after that. He was too tired to explain to his wife what had happened. In the end, the lesson was good for both of them. It was also an example for their children. In this country, the weather does not let a man go too far in strong feelings. If he does, the weather soon changes and brings him back to his work. It is not like in the South, where the sky gives people everything. There, men can sit in the sun and watch their food grow. For them, the sky is like a kind mother. For us, it is more like a strict stepmother. It does not give too much comfort. It knows that hard weather and change are good for us. That spring came too early and too warm. So a change was needed. In early March, the weather turned. A dry east wind began to blow. It stopped the young plants from growing. When a man worked outside, the wind made his face and hands burn. The lilacs and the woodbines were just beginning to grow. Their small flowers were forming, but the cold wind pushed them back. Their soft tips turned brown at the edges. In the hedges, any man with normal eyes could see that something was wrong. The young elm trees had small red flowers. They tried to grow in the right way, but after they came out, they could not stay fresh. They turned brown too soon. The hazel trees had long soft flowers that make nuts. After they dropped their yellow dust, they should have opened and dried well. But they did not. They became dry at the bottom and fell off, as if someone had cut them with a knife. Most of all, near the hedges, everything seemed to shake. There was a weak sun, but the plants moved and made a soft, trembling sound. It was like a small fire in a house when many doors are open and cold air comes in. Sometimes I put my face against the trunk of a maple tree to feel warm. The bark was soft and rough at the same time. It felt warm like the leg of a red deer. But the hard east wind came through everything. It pushed through the broken hedge and shook it strongly. The branches knocked together, and there was no safe place to hide from the wind. Anyone who wanted to keep warm would run to a strong tree. He would try to eat his food behind it. He hoped for a little sunlight to warm his feet. If the sun came, he would hit his chest and try to believe he felt warmer. When a man came home at night after a long day of work, he knew the days were getting longer. He also knew that more light meant more work in the fields. There was still enough light to see what the day had done to his garden. The rows of fresh soil looked dry and rough. They stood up in hard lumps without life. The earth was loose and dusty. Every plant that had lived through the winter now bent down. They looked weak and afraid of what would come next. The sap inside them had stopped moving. The lines on their stems showed they had no food. If you pressed the top of a branch, it did not spring back. It felt soft and weak. When people ask about our trees, we often think of some tall pear trees. My grandfather planted them long ago. People respected him very much. He got the young branches for those trees in a special way. During the time of King James I, he gave shelter to a poor Italian soldier. The soldier was very thankful. He always tried to show his thanks. How the soldier came to our home is a long story. My mother told it to me, but I never understood it well. In any case, the pear trees were planted there. They are still there today. I wish everyone could taste their fruit. The trees are old and rough, but the fruit is very good. This year the trees trusted the warm west wind and the wet air. They believed spring had truly come, so they filled the ends of their branches with many flower buds. They were not open yet. You could not see white flowers, but some buds were starting to open a little at the sides. You could count many small round shapes there. Sometimes there were 12 small buds together. They looked like tiny buttons with lines on them. They stood very close to each other to find space. Between these buds were small grey-green leaves. They were almost as thin as hair. They curved gently, as if they wanted to protect the flowers. Other buds grew on older wood, where the sap moved more slowly. These had not opened yet. Their brown covers were breaking and falling away in small pieces. The light touched them and made them look pale. From far away, these buds looked light and soft. It was as if the sky had dropped cream over them. All this beauty for the eyes, and all this good promise for fruit, was hurt by the cold wind and the hard night frost. The new flowers turned brown between the small buds and on the thin stems that held them. The lower part of their covers hung down like torn cloth and shook in the wind. Each small stem, which could have grown into a pear if God wished, had a dark ring at its base and looked ready to fall and die. The buds that had not yet opened were a little safer, but they were still brown and weak. They were shrinking and did not look healthy or strong. I do not say this because I know how to explain it well. I do not know how. I have never met a man who truly understands it either. It is strange how we look at things and do not really see them. I am like that too, unless the thing is a dog, a horse, or a young woman. When it is a young woman, I look without knowing that I look. I even feel afraid to notice her. Later in life, I understood this better. I did not remember exactly how the girl looked, but I remembered how she was different from other girls. I speak about the spring and its lost promise because it felt like a sign to me. It seemed to show what would happen to my own young hopes. At that time, I often felt sad without a clear reason. Part of me even liked this sadness. I felt as if I was meant to live alone and without joy. Still, when my mother asked, I ate my food as usual. I also struck a lazy worker when needed. I made sure the plow worked well in the field. At night, I slept without bad dreams. My mother sometimes believed what people in the village said. They said a mad dog had bitten me, but she also told herself this could not be true because God would not allow it. When I was in the room with her, she gave me little peace. She did not ask me many questions. She did not look at me in a strange way. But I knew she was watching me quietly each time I lifted a spoon. Every hour, she placed a pan of water near me, as if by chance. Sometimes she even spilled a little water on my shoe or sleeve. Betty Muxworthy was worse than anyone. She was not afraid that I was ill. Instead, she made a bad joke of it. She would run into the kitchen, barking like a dog and breathing hard. Then she would shout that I had bitten her and that she would bring me to justice, even if it cost her a year of wages. She always did this when I sat in the corner after supper. I would cross my legs, lean my head against the oven, and begin to think about Lorna. Still, there is comfort in everything, if we do not search too hard for it. In my strange mood, I found peace in hard work. For many hours, I worked on the hedges and the ditches. I faced the cold wind directly. I felt my strength grow inside me. I hoped that one day someone would be proud of it. In the sound of the wind through the grass, and in the bending of the trees, I felt something strong. Even the flowers in the hedge and the soft primrose that bent in the wind and stood up again after it passed gave me a deep feeling. In all these things, I felt sweet pain when I thought of Lorna. No matter how cold the weather was or how strong the wind blew, one thing troubled me most. I could not decide when I should visit Glen Doone again. I did not like going there in secret, even if the people there were murderers. I did not like hiding and moving quietly like a spy. But there was another fear in my heart. I was afraid of what Lorna might think. She might see me as a rude country boy. She might think I had no manners, like a simple farmer among rich people, even if those rich people robbed us. I was not sure what to do. I thought it might be rude to visit again too soon without an invitation. The cold east wind had made my hands and face very dry and cracked. They looked so bad that Lorna might not wish to see them again. Still, I could not ask anyone for advice about this. I did not want to speak about it at home or in our village. The east wind continued all month. My hands and face grew worse each day. Then I began to think of something. Perhaps Lorna also had dry skin from the cold wind. If she went outside, the wind would touch her too. Maybe she would like to talk about it with me. Perhaps she would show me her small hands. So I decided to ask someone for advice. But I would not tell the real reason. The wisest person in our area was a woman called Mother Meldrum. Everyone on Exmoor knew her. Her true name was Maple Durham. I learned that much later. She came from an old family, but not from Devon or Somerset. She knew many ways to tell the future. She understood that people trusted their own old customs. So she used those customs when she helped them. At the same time, she would say that she also knew better and higher ways. She kept those for people who did not believe in the local ways. Mother Meldrum had 2 homes, though she owned no house. You could find her in different places at different times of the year. In summer, she lived in a pleasant cave. It faced the cool side of a hill. The cave was far inland near Hawkridge and above Tar Steps. Tar Steps is a strange crossing over the River Barle. People say the devil built it as part of a bet. In winter, she liked to live near the sea. She enjoyed the sea air. There she could get things on credit and speak with more people. She could also get credit near tar steps because people feared her. But there were not many people there with goods worth taking. So in autumn, when the leaves fell and the woods became wet and unpleasant, she moved. She went to the warmer cliffs near the channel. There she found shelter and dry ferns for her bed. She could see people walking in the distance. She often sat on a bank where the sun shone. John Fry told me where to find her. He had visited her before. He asked her about his rheumatism. He also spoke to her about sheep that acted strangely. He even asked about warts on his son's hand. He said that near the end of a winter day, anyone could find her there. She would be in a hollow place behind the cliffs. She gathered sticks and dry ferns for her fire. While she worked, she talked quietly to herself. Some visitors from outside call this place the Valley of Rocks. This valley, or Goyle as we say, is small. It lies west of Linton, about a mile from the town. It stretches toward Leigh Manor. People from our area also call it the Danes or the Deans. They say this name simply means a hollow place, like the word den. I do not know much about the meaning of the name, but the place itself is very pretty. It is not a place that would frighten anyone unless he had never left a small room. It is a green hollow with rough sides. It bends in the middle. Stone stands at each top edge. Large flat rocks lie among the brambles. On the right side there is a high rock. Some people call it the castle. It is not hard to climb. From the top, you can see far across the channel. Chapter 18. Witchery leads to witchcraft. On the inland side of the valley, near the bend, there is a strange old group of rocks. They stand one behind another and look bold and dark. If they were 10 times bigger, they would truly frighten a man. People call this place the Devil's Cheese Ring or the Devil's Cheese Knife. Both names mean the same thing. In the past, people ate cheese by cutting it from a round piece. Long ago, the top rock, which has now fallen, looked like such a tool. Perhaps it looked like a knife for cutting cheese if the devil ate cheese without toasting it. But the middle of the valley was quiet and peaceful. It was a good place to sit and rest. There a person could think that troubles did not exist if he chose not to think about them. You could know that the sea was beyond the hills, but you could not see it. You could only hear the sound of the waves. When you heard them, you might feel sorry for the sailors working hard on the sea. The sun came slowly around the hill and shone into the valley. It felt like a welcome guest. It brought warm light and gentle joy. It threw long shadows far away. The light woke the plants that were wet with morning dew. It also brought hope with every new bud. Sometimes I lay down and fell asleep there. I dreamed that the ferns were asparagus. In those days I was too young to care much about good food and comfort. I did not think about taste or pleasure. I could eat almost anything. Most young people are the same. We learn too late what is good and what is bad. When we learn it, the knowledge does not bring joy. It is only a lesson from memory, not a bright hope for the future. Mother Meldrum stayed in this rocky valley during the winter. She lived inside the Devil's Cheese Ring. The rocks protected her from wind and rain. This made people talk about her even more. Everyone else in the area was afraid to go near that place. They stayed away after dark and even on cloudy days. Under the edge of the old rocks, she had a narrow, winding passage. No one I ever knew was brave enough to enter it except her. One Sunday in Lent, when the sheep were shut in their fold, I decided to visit her. I felt afraid, but I went anyway. That morning our parson gave a beautiful sermon about the Witch of Endor. He spoke about the danger of playing with unseen powers. He also talked about the strange noise people had heard nearby. He said we did not have enough faith. He blamed us for other wrong actions as well. We listened to him very carefully. We like to hear educated people speak about things we do not understand. It wakes us up, like sheep when a good dog runs behind them. The dog may pull a little wool, but it does not bite. Still, we could not understand how our weak faith could cause that strange noise. It was worse at night. Even so, we believed the parson. We hoped to do better in the future. After church, we all went home. On Sundays, many people always ate dinner with us. Their homes were far away, and they had only listened to words all morning. The parson sat next to my mother, as he always did. He seemed worried that his sermon had upset us. He refused the best piece of meat, which he usually took. But we soon showed him that we were not angry. We told him we were proud of him. Then he felt comfortable again. After that, he accepted the best part of the sirloin without trouble. Although it was almost the end of March, the wind was very cold and strong that afternoon. I walked to the house of Mother Meldrum. I did not take a horse. I was afraid she might put a spell on it if she became angry. People said another wise woman had done this to Farmer Snow's horses. The sun was low near the hills when I came into the valley. I could not leave home early because I had to care for the cattle. The walk was more than 7 miles. Long shadows lay on the ground. The dry brown ferns moved in the wind. The brambles shook, and their old red leaves hung down. In some places under the rocks, a few wild goats were eating grass. When they saw me, they jumped away and stood high on the rocks. They looked at me from there. I could hear the sea far below. The sound moved along the valley. It touched the rocks and made a low, soft noise. The place felt lonely. I had no stick with me. I wanted to turn back and come another day. Then I saw a tall grey shape moving in the dark part of the valley. It gave me a strong feeling of fear. My thumb was inside my mother's Bible in my pocket. I carried it to keep myself safe. My hand shook so much that my thumb slipped out, and I could not put it back.
This is my fault, I said to myself. I should not have come here. I should have listened to the parson.
I turned a little to the side. I did not want to run away, because people might laugh at me. I tried to look like a man who was only walking to see the valley. I thought I had seen enough and was going home. I would have gone back and later been angry with myself for being afraid. But at that moment, the woman in the distance lifted her staff toward me. I had to stop. Now I stood face to face with whatever would happen. I made my body straight and still. I tried to stop being afraid. I trusted in my Bible and hoped it would protect me, even if I had done wrong by coming. Then I felt guilty in my heart, and I could not move forward. The old woman came closer and closer. My knees shook, and I sat down on a rock. I tried to think of something wise to say, but no thought came. I could not take my eyes off her. I prayed to God to stay near me. When she came close enough for me to see her face, I felt less fear. Her face showed that she had known much trouble. She looked like a person who had suffered but still cared for others. Long white hair fell down on both sides of her face. Her bright eyes looked at me through the lines of her skin. I still felt surprised and could not speak, but I wanted her to say something and break the silence.
You have not come to me, she said, looking straight at me, to hurt me or to ask for a blessing on your gun. Give me your hand, John Ridd, and tell me why you are here.
I was very surprised that she knew my name. I was afraid to give her my hand. I was even afraid to speak.
Do not fear me, my son, she said softly. I cannot hurt you. And even if I could, I would not. If you are wise, tell me why I care about you.
I have never been wise, Mother, I answered in my simple way. And I have never seen you before, as far as I know.
And yet I know you well, John, she said. I know you as if you were my own grandson. Do you remember the old oak tree at all? Do you remember the bog at the head of the river Exe? Do you remember the child who almost died there, but you saved her with your strength and kindness? That child was my granddaughter, John. She is all I have in this world.
When she spoke about the place, I remembered it clearly. It had happened last August. A little girl had fallen into a deep black pit with a basket of berries. She would have died there if her small dog had not seen me and run to me for help. Now I felt ashamed that I had not asked more about her that day. I carried the little girl on my back to my mother. Then we put clean clothes on her and made her ready. After that we took her where she told us to go. She did not tell us who she was. She only said her Christian name. She said she was 8 years old. She also said she liked fried batatas. We did not ask her any more questions. We do not question visitors in our home. When I thought about this story, and saw how she looked at me, I was no longer afraid of Mother Meldrum. I began to like her. I liked her because I had helped her grandchild. I also thought that if she was so wise, she would not have needed me to save the child from the water. So I stood up and spoke to her. I was still not sure of myself, but I tried to be brave.
Good mother, the shoe she lost was in the mud. It was not with us. We could not find the same one. So we gave her one of my sister Lizzie's shoes.
My son, why should I care about her shoe? She said. You are simple and foolish, some people would say. Now tell me why you have come here. You cannot lie to me.
I felt ashamed and shy. For a moment I wanted to tell her a lie. But she had said I could not lie, and I knew she was right.
I have come to know, I said, looking at a rock so my voice would not shake. When may I go to see Lorna Doone?
I could not say anything more. I had many other questions in my mind, but I stayed silent. Even though I looked away, I knew my words were enough. I felt the wise woman looking at me with anger and sadness. Then I became angry too, because she seemed to think lightly of Lorna.
John Ridd, the woman said, because now I looked at her bravely. Who are you speaking about? Is she a child of the men who killed your father?
I do not know, mother. How can I know? And what is that to you?
It is important to your mother, John. It is important to you as well. Nothing worse could happen to you.
I waited for her to speak again. Her voice was so sad that it took away my breath.
John Ridd, if you care about your body or your soul, if you care about your mother or your father's name, have nothing to do with any Doone.
She looked at me very strongly and raised her voice. The valley around us was curved like a great bell. When she said the name, the hills gave it back again. Doone! The sound filled the air. I felt as if my heart had left me. If God did not want me to see Lorna again, I asked for a sign from the rocks. I was ready to believe it. But no sign came. I turned to the woman. I almost wished she had been a man.
You are only a poor woman with bones and knives, water pails, and door keys, I said. What do you know about the future of a girl like Lorna? You can treat sore skin and small hurts. You can help sheep or animals when they are sick. But what do you know about her life? Look at me now, Mother Meldrum. Do I look like a fool?
You are a fool, my son, she said. I wish it were not so. Now look at what comes from that. John Ridd, watch and see the end.
She pointed to the castle rock. On a narrow shelf of stone, between us and the dark sky, 2 animals were fighting. A big sheep with a calm face had climbed up carefully. It wanted to eat some fresh green grass. The evening dew was on the grass. From a higher rock, a thin black goat came down quickly. It jumped and hit with its horns. It made an angry sound as it came. The goat had eaten there before. It had taken all the grass it liked. Still, it attacked the sheep with anger. The sheep wanted to move away. It looked around for a safe path, but there was none. The goat stood between the sheep and the place it had climbed from. There was no way to escape. The sheep had to fight, or it would fall into the sea far below.
Lie down, I shouted to the sheep, as if it were a dog. I had seen such a fight before. I knew the sheep could only live if it used its greater weight and stayed still.
Lie down! I shouted.
Lie down, John Ridd, cried Mother Meldrum.
She made fun of me, but she did not smile. The poor sheep turned when he heard my voice. He looked at me with sad eyes. I could not look at him for long. I ran as fast as I could to try to save him from the fight. The sheep saw that I was too far away to help. The goat was ready to jump at him. So the sheep bent his head down. His horns were small and curved to the sides. The goat kicked his back legs and rushed forward. He moved quickly and sharply. The long horns were pointed straight ahead. His short tail stood up stiff. As I ran up the steep rock, I could not see them for a moment. The sheep must have fought bravely. He moved back slowly and did not give up at once. I began to hope that I could save him. But just as I reached the top of the rock, I saw something terrible. The goat pushed the sheep backward. The sheep fell off the rock. He made a low, sad sound. His body made a short sound in the air. It was like a bucket falling down a deep well. I did not hear when he hit the water. I only heard the sound come back from the rocks. At that moment, I was very angry with the goat. I was out of breath and not thinking clearly. Before the goat could turn away, I caught his back leg. I lifted him with all my strength. Then I threw him down after the sheep. I wanted him to feel the same fate. Chapter 19. Another dangerous interview. Although I left the Deans at once, I did not feel calm. I did not want to ask the wise woman more questions. I was also afraid to visit her house under the Devil's Cheese Ring. She had kindly asked me to come. I ran most of the way home. It was very late for a Sunday evening when I reached Plover's Barrows. My mother wanted to know everything that had happened. But I could not tell her. I did not want to frighten her. So I tried to forget it and sleep. I kept my thoughts to myself. When I could not sleep, I tried to work very hard outside. I hoped heavy work and tiredness would help me forget. Good food also helped a little. These things worked for a week or two. My hands felt more pain than my heart during that time. Then the weather truly changed. The frost disappeared. A soft wind came from the southwest. The lambs played in the fields among the daisies. Now it was harder for me to stop thinking about Lorna. The fields were full of new green plants. The rivers shone in the sunlight. Light and shadow moved slowly across the hills with bushes. The sides of the wood showed many colors. Some trees were bright green. Some were silver gray. Others were brown. Each tree was just beginning to grow again. If a person stood under an elm tree and looked up, he could see small pieces falling to the ground. They were too small to understand at first. Above, the branches were shaking. They had a soft red color. I stopped under one of these trees. There, I cut the letters LD into the bark. I thought about it and felt new ideas growing inside me. In the end, I understood one thing. Lorna did not come to me, except in dreams or in my thoughts. My life felt empty without a real sign of her. So I decided I must go and find her again. I had to speak to her and tell her what was in my heart. I did not wait for spring to come fully. I put on my best clothes, as good as I had. I hoped I looked fine, but I was not fully sure. I had to dress in the hayloft, which made me doubt myself. Then I walked around the woodstack carefully. Liz's eyes were very sharp, and I did not want her to see me. After that, I felt sure no one would notice me or speak about me. Often I felt bad because I had not told dear Annie my secret story. I trusted her in everything. She loved me kindly and truly. Many times I tried to tell her. More than once I even began to speak. But my throat became dry. My mouth felt tight. I suddenly wanted to stop and say nothing. I thought maybe it was wiser to wait. I also remembered that I had no right to speak of Lorna as if she belonged to everyone. This time I wanted to take my gun. For a moment I almost did. It seemed unfair to be shot at and not be able to shoot back. But then I remembered the steep path and the slippery water slide. It would be hard to keep the gunpowder dry. So I took only a strong holly stick. It had dried for many winters in our kitchen chimney. My heart beat fast with hope of adventure. I was also afraid to meet Lorna. Still, the soft weather made me glad. Everything around me felt warm and kind. There was a feeling of strength and goodness in the air. It made me feel larger than myself. Hope seemed to breathe around me. Past troubles felt far away under my feet. In the distance, new things seemed to call me forward. Life felt rich and full. There was a bright mystery in it. And truly, I had to jump and climb with no mystery at all before I reached the top of the path into Doone Glen. The stream rushed down strongly. It made loud sounds at every turn. Much rain had fallen the night before, and there was no wind to dry it. Still, before it grew dark, I reached the top. It was hard work, but not very dangerous. I sat down in a place that rested my back and legs well. I felt happy to be on dry land again. I was glad to be there, waiting to see Lorna. Pretty trees stood around me. Then I did a foolish thing. I fell asleep. My holly stick lay in front of me. My best coat rested on soft moss with water and wood sorrel around it. Maybe I would not have slept so easily. Maybe I would not have enjoyed the spring air so much. But at home, at Plover's Barrows, I had drunk much cider. I drank it because I had felt low and weak since I met Mother Meldrum. I drank almost 3 parts of a gallon. A small stream ran softly beside me. It came down from the upper rock through moss and grass. It moved so gently, as if it did not want to make noise. It was like a child afraid to wake its mother. Sometimes it seemed to stop. It felt as if it feared its own falling sound. It waited, as if for an order. The blades of grass near it turned their tips slightly. They seemed to follow the wind instead of the water. But before their sharp edges could bend far, the water came again. It fell in heavy drops. It ran quickly and brightly, as if angry at being stopped. I liked to lie there and look at the water. The light moved on the water, and I blinked my eyes and watched it. Then I fell asleep again. Suddenly a shadow fell over me. I woke up at once. Between me and the low sun stood Lorna Doone.
"Master Ridd, are you mad?" she said. She took my hand and tried to pull me up.
"I am not mad, only half asleep," I answered. I acted as if I did not see her clearly, because I wanted her to keep holding my hand.
"Come away at once," she said. "If you want to live, you must be quick. The patrol will come very soon. Hurry, Master Ridd. Let me hide you."
"I will not move," I said. Inside, I felt very afraid. "I will not move unless you call me John."
"Very well, John," she said. "Master John Ridd, be quick. If you have people who care about you, think of them."
"I have many people who care about me," I said, so she would know it. "I will follow you, Mistress Lorna. But I will not hurry, unless other people are also in danger." She said nothing more. She looked up the valley many times, afraid someone might come. Then she led me to her small secret place in the rocks. Before, when I was a boy, I once fell into a deep and dangerous pit near this place. I was very frightened that day. At that time, I felt angry with Lorna because she sent me into such a risky place. But now I saw that she was right and I was wrong. The entrance to the pit was hard to find unless you looked for it carefully. Inside the rock, the first thing you could see in daylight was a stair cut into the stone. It went up the mountain. I had used those steps before to escape. On the right side was the mouth of the pit. It still looked dark and scary. Lorna laughed at me for being afraid of it. She took her water from there every day. On the left side there was a small crack in the rock. It was very hard to see. Grey ivy covered it like a hanging cloth. A man coming in from the bright sunlight would not notice it. His eyes would not see it in the dim light. Lorna lifted the ivy for me. I tried to go through the narrow opening. It was difficult because I was big and tall. Instead of being pleased with my size, Lorna laughed softly. I felt awkward and did not know where to put my head or arms. At last I got through. I said nothing more. Then I stepped into her quiet and secret room. The room was made of natural rock. It was round and wide, about 18 or 20 feet across. Many kinds of fern and moss grew there. The ferns were still closed because it was not yet spring, but the moss was fresh and green. Some moss was soft like feathers. Some looked like small cups. Some had little red edges. There was no roof over the room. Above us was the open sky. Small white clouds moved slowly across it. The floor was covered with soft grass, moss, and pale primroses. In a small sheltered place grew delicate wood sorrel. Around the sides were seats made of stone. They were smooth and shaped by nature. In the middle of the room a small spring of water came up from the ground. The water was clear and bright. It made a soft, gentle sound. After filling a little pool, it flowed quietly away into a darker place. While I looked at everything with wonder and a little sadness, Lorna turned to me lightly.
"Where are the fresh eggs, Master Ridd?" she asked. "Has your blue hen stopped laying?"
I did not like the way she spoke. She sounded as if she was laughing at my country speech. "Here they are," I answered. "I wanted to bring you more. But the paths are narrow, and I was afraid I would break them. Mistress Lorna." I took 24 eggs from my pocket. Each one was wrapped in hay. I placed them carefully on a flat rock covered with moss. Lorna watched with growing surprise as I put them down one by one. When I finished, I asked her to count them. But instead of counting, she began to cry. Tears ran down her face. "What have I done?" I asked. I felt ashamed and did not dare to look at her for long. Her sadness was deep and quiet. It was not like my sister Annie, who could soon smile again. "Oh, what have I done to make you so upset?"
"You have done nothing, Master Ridd," she answered proudly. "It is not because of you. The smell of the clean clover hay makes me feel this way. You have been very kind to me. I am not used to kindness."
Some sort of awkward feeling came over me when I heard her words and saw her crying. I wanted to speak, but I was afraid I might make things worse. So I kept silent, as I do when I feel pain. This silence made her tell me more. I was not curious in a selfish way. I only felt sorry for her and for the strange life around her. I looked down at the floor so she would not think I was watching her. But I still noticed everything she did. Lorna walked a little away from me. It was as if she did not care about me. My heart jumped, and I wanted to run after her at once. Before I could move, she turned back by herself. With a small sigh, she came to me again. Her eyes were soft and full of trouble. She no longer held her head high. She looked less proud and more tired, like a woman who needs care.
"Master Ridd," she said in a very soft voice, "have I done anything to hurt you?"
It was hard for me not to take her in my arms and kiss her when she looked at me like that. But I suddenly thought that would not be right. She trusted me. She was alone and without help. It would be wrong to use that. She seemed to understand what I was thinking. She looked unsure, as if she wondered whether I would dare to do it. Many thoughts went through my mind. I turned my eyes away because I was afraid of myself. In my heart I said, "John Ridd, behave well with this lonely girl." Lorna liked me more because I was careful and respectful. She did not love me yet. At least, I did not think she did. Her eyes were very beautiful and kind. But I felt there was strong will in them. She would not accept anything unless she believed it was right. Now she trusted me more because I had behaved well. She was quick in her thoughts and feelings. This was very different from my slow way. She sat opposite me. Sometimes she lifted her long lashes, and sometimes she dropped them. Then she began to tell me everything I wished to know. She told me every small thing she knew. Only one thing she did not tell me. She did not tell me how she truly felt about me. It did not tire me to listen to her. But for people who cannot see her face, it might be long to hear all her words exactly as she spoke them. So I will try to tell it shortly, as well as I can remember. No, I must ask you to forgive me. I tried to tell her story in my own words. But it was too hard. I became confused. Past and present mixed together in my mind. Two problems stopped me. First, I could not speak coldly about her pain. Second, I sometimes forgot myself and spoke as if I were Lorna. So it is better that she tells her own story. If you find it long, then the tired feeling is in you, not in her. Illustration 159 JPG Tailpiece. Chapter 20. Lorna begins her story. Illustration 160 a JPG Illustrated Capital.
"I cannot explain all my thoughts clearly," she said. "I have never tried to make them into a story. I do not know where the beginning was. I do not know where the middle should be. I am not even sure what I feel now, or what I should feel. When I ask people around me what is right and wrong, they do not help me. They are older and wiser than I am. But sometimes they laugh at me. Other times they grow angry. There are only two people who truly listen to me. One is my grandfather. The other is a wise man we call the counselor. My grandfather, Sir A2-Level, is very old. He is hard in his manner, except with me. He knows what is right and wrong, but he does not like to think about it. The counselor is different. He is clever and full of ideas, but he treats my questions like a game. He does not answer seriously unless he can make a joke. There are no women I can speak with now. My Aunt Sabina died. She worked hard to teach me. She was a lady with high manners and much learning. But she was sad because of the rough and violent life around her. She tried for many years to teach the young men to behave well. She wanted them to remember their good birth and have honor. Honor was her favorite word. They laughed and called her Old Aunt Honor. She often said that I was her only comfort. And she was mine. When she died, it hurt me deeply. It felt worse than losing a mother. For I do not remember my father or my mother. They tell me my father was the oldest son of Sir A2-Level. They say he was brave and good. Because of that, they call me the heiress of this small and violent place. Sometimes, as a sad joke, they call me their princess or their queen. Many people who live here, as I must live, would perhaps feel happy. Maybe I should feel happy too. We have a beautiful valley. It is safe from the cold winter and the strong summer sun. Storms and thick mist from the mountains do not trouble us. But it rains too often. The grass is fresh and green. The small river is clear and moves quickly. Many flowers grow here, one after another, in many colors. No one needs to feel bored if they are left alone with these things. In the early morning, I sometimes feel almost happy. The air is fresh. The sun rises slowly. Light is everywhere. At that time, I do not feel so different from the others. But when evening comes and the sky grows dark, I feel very sad. When the day ends, a heavy feeling comes over me. It is like night inside my heart. I cannot see the things I look for beyond this world. I cannot feel the peace that seems far above me. Even the bright stars give me no joy. I want to know something that no one here can tell me. What am I? Why am I here? When will I be with my parents again? You look surprised that I ask these questions. Maybe such thoughts are not good for a young person. But they are deep inside me. I cannot stop thinking about them. All around me there is fighting and stealing. There is rough laughter and cruel acts. There are wild jokes and sudden death. Is it strange that I cannot live like them? Is it strange that I cannot forget my soul and live like an animal? There is no one to guide me. There is no one to teach me what is right. I am still young, yet I feel as if I live under a curse that will never end.
Here Lorna stopped speaking and began to cry. She cried so sadly that I did not know what to do. I was not sure I understood her feelings. I was not sure I could comfort her. So I tried to stay quiet and look cheerful. Then I thought that was not polite. So I gently wiped the tears from her eyes.
Master Rid, she began again, I feel ashamed that I cried like a child. But you have a mother who loves you, and sisters, and a peaceful home. You cannot know what it is like to feel so alone. Sometimes the heart feels light and full of joy, as if only heaven touches it. Then later it falls into deep sadness, when a heavy feeling comes back. I do not often cry like this. I feel even more ashamed because I should be kind to you as my guest. At times I am so full of anger that I am afraid to speak. There are things they try to hide from me. You would be surprised that such wild men care so much about hiding things from a young girl. They used to speak proudly to Aunt Sabina about the things they stole and the harm they did. They wanted to make her angry, but they do not speak that way to me. Sometimes I almost smile when I see how awkward they are. They come to me with bright little packages. They try to hide them, but not very well. Inside are rings, chains, and jewels. These things once belonged to other people. But when I try to remember my early childhood, I cannot see it clearly. I try to feel back into the past, before I understood the world. But I learn only one thing. Nothing lives longer than God allows. Perhaps after sin and sorrow, we are still like children. The counselor once told me that. Maybe one day, beyond the clouds, we will look for our first life again. But we may never remember it. Now I speak of thoughts that come only when I am idle. When I am busy, they do not trouble me. Maybe it would have been good for me to have a father to stop these wandering thoughts. Or a mother to make a true home and teach me how to care for it. Because I am alone, I think too much. And nothing comes from my thinking. Nothing I can truly hold or understand. Only weak pictures in my mind, and questions without answers. Yet sometimes, when I am not trying to remember the past, and not asking about my parents, but doing small daily tasks, I feel something strange. It is like a small sign or a quiet message. It feels as if something is trying to tell me a meaning.
Whether I hear the wind in the trees, or farm music, or a bird singing, I feel a sweet pain inside me. It is like bright sun on white snow. At night I often wake and listen to the quiet. In the grey evening I walk far from people. Sometimes I stand and look at still water with dark shadows on it. Then a soft shape seems to move at the edge of my sight. It changes its place and its form all the time. When I try to see it clearly, it moves away. This makes my heart beat fast with hope. But at once the moment is gone. My memory flies away like a wild bird. Maybe I am like a child who runs after a bird that has flown from its cage. The bird sits free in the trees and looks at the open cage. It does not hurry to return. It will come back only if it wishes. I often think about my strange life. I am weak and I love peace and books. Yet I am the heiress of this wild place. It is a home of bad men. I do not think I will have much real power. Still, the counselor slowly makes himself strong here. He wants to control all our money. His son hopes to marry me, as if I were a princess. People say that even thieves have honor. Here I have the highest place. But among good people, it is better to be honest. We live quietly here and few people disturb us. I asked for one special right instead of giving an order. I asked that the lower end of the valley should belong to me. It is the narrow place where it is hard to enter. Only guards may come there. No one else comes near me there, except my grandfather, the counselor, or carver. I see by your face, Master Rid, that you know the name Carver Doone. He is known as the strongest and bravest among us. He is quick to act and clever in danger. This is what people expect from the counselor's son. But he is not like his father. Carver is hot in temper and very wild. He does not like long talk. The counselor, who is my uncle, gives him much advice. He speaks well about good behavior and wisdom. Yet he does not follow these good rules himself. Perhaps you are tired of my story. Perhaps I speak too slowly and think too long. My life does not change from day to day. Among the riders, there is no one I wait for more than the others. Now they are all feared, so they are seldom in danger. Among the older men, there is no one I respect or love, except my grandfather. I love him, but I am also afraid for him. Among the women, there is no one I truly like, except a little girl I once saved from hunger. She is a small girl from Cornwall. Her body is wide and strong, almost as wide as she is tall. She says her father was a miner from Cornwall. She says he was better than 2 men in Devonshire or for in Somerset. She believes he could do almost anything. Yet he left her alone to starve on a pile of peat. She does not know why this happened. She thinks there is some secret reason. One day, she believes, people will see that her father was an honourable man. His name was Simon Carfax. He came from a Cornish tin mine. He was the leader of a group of workers. Gwenny Carfax, my young maid, remembers when her father left Cornwall. Her mother had died only a week before. He was very sad and did not work well. He was ready to leave and take new work. Men came to him at night. They told him he needed a change. They said all men lose their wives. They said work would help him forget. He was full of sorrow and dark thoughts. He had also drunk from a square bottle. So they led him away. Gwenny says they promised he would be a great captain and choose the land around him. The last time she saw him, he went down a ladder in a wild place on Exmoor. He left her with bread and cheese. He told her to watch his travelling hat. From that day, he never came up from the ground again, as far as we know. Gwenny stayed near the hole for 3 days. She held his hat and ate the bread and cheese. He did not return. While she slept, someone closed the hole. She grew weak and very hungry. In her pain she walked many miles without knowing where she went. At last she lay down on a pile of peat. She thought she would die there. On that same day, I was coming back from Aunt Sabina. She did not want to die in Glen Doone. She said the angels might be afraid to come there, so she was taken to a small house in a lonely valley. I was allowed to visit her because we could not refuse the wish of a dying person. If she had asked for a priest, we would have brought one to her. I came back very sad, and I did not care about anything. Then I found this small lost girl lying there. Her arms were close to her body. She looked almost dead, but she was still biting something. There was a black root in her mouth. She also had a piece of dirty sheep's wool. At her feet lay an old eggshell from a bird of the moor. I tried to lift her, but she was short and heavy. I could not carry her. So I put some food into her mouth and left her to eat. Soon she began to eat properly. The food was special and rare. It was the food I had taken to tempt poor Aunt Sabina. Gwenny ate it at once. After that, she even wanted to eat the basket and the things inside it.
Gwenny thought I was an angel, though I do not look like one, as you see, Master Rid. She followed me everywhere. She seemed to think I would grow wings and fly if we had trouble. I brought her home with me, if this place can be called a home. Without asking, she made herself my only helper. She fought 2 or 3 other girls who used to serve me. Now they are afraid to come near my grandfather's house. She does not fear even our roughest men. But she looks at the counselor with respect and quiet fear. Around her there is much bad behavior and stealing. There is also wild drinking and noise. She says it is not her business. She says they know their own ways best. Because she thinks like this, our riders like her. Now she can go almost anywhere. She may travel at any time of day or year. Even the young men cannot go to some of the places where she goes. She is short, wide, and plain. No man tries to praise her beauty. If anyone did, she would not care. She would laugh at him if he were not a Cornishman. Sometimes she walks far away at night. She goes across the moors or up the rivers in the moonlight. She says she wants to give her father another chance to find her. When she comes back, she is never sad. She is not tired or angry. She is always sure that her father waits for the right time. In this way, she teaches me patience. She is content, and I try to be the same. Often I am troubled by things I cannot change. These things still hurt me, even if I do not wish to see them. Sometimes I want to run away from this dark valley. I think of risking everything in the outside world. If not for my grandfather, I would have gone long ago. I cannot let him die without a kind hand near him. I am also afraid of what will happen after his death. There may be a fight for power if people do not agree who should lead. We should be pitied more than blamed by the people whose goods we take. I have read about other places in the world. In those places, people live in peace. They love their homes and know their neighbors. This is normal for them. Honest people go to work at sunrise. They hope to return safely in the quiet evening. They find all their children at home. At night they lie down without fear. They listen to the wind. It is not an enemy trying to come inside. It is like a friend that reminds them how safe they are. I hear about this happy life, but I have never seen it. Perhaps I never will. I was born into trouble. Once I had a chance to escape. A relative offered to help me. I could have had a high place in a bright and happy world. But I was not strongly tempted. Or perhaps I was afraid to trust it. It ended in great sadness. Something terrible happened. I do not like to speak of it. That one moment changed my whole life. In one blow, I stopped being a child. I stopped thinking of play and flowers and trees. Instead, I felt death and darkness. It was like heavy earth lay upon me. Please be content, Master Ridd. Ask me no more about this. Then you will sleep better.
But I, John Ridd, was young and new to the world. I liked to hear stories that made my heart beat fast. I did not have good manners. I asked poor Lorna to continue. In my heart, I hoped she might hold my arm if she grew afraid. So she began again. Chapter 21. Lorna ends her story.
It has not yet been a full year, though it feels like 10 years ago. At that time I played like a child. I blew the soft seeds of a flower to see the time. I held a bright buttercup under my chin. I played with foxgloves and dandelions. I made games for myself with flowers and grass. Then I did not have much real trouble. I walked about and made stories in my mind. I played with fear as if it were a game. I made heroes from rocks and trees. Like many children, I liked to feel important. At that time I did not truly understand our bad way of living. I did not see clearly how we broke the law. I did not think deeply about the harm and sorrow we caused to others.
It was important to everyone to hide their rough ways from me. They showed me only their brave and noble side. They kept the darker side away from my eyes. Later I learned that my grandfather, Sir Lorna Doone, gave strict orders about this. He said that in front of me everyone must behave well. They must be kind and careful. It was not very hard to keep trouble away from me. The Doones do not rob near their own home. They do not fight much, except when they gamble. Sir Lorna is very old now and not strong, but he still gets what he wants. No one dares to say no to him. Even the strongest fighters are afraid of him. These men often care little about right or wrong, but they are afraid when they stand before the white-haired old man. He is not loud or angry with them. He does not shout or scold. He only smiles in a quiet way. He looks at them with eyes they cannot face. He understands them better than they understand themselves. Because of him, I am safe among these men. Some of them are not even close family to me. Still, I am as safe as if I slept in the house of the king's chief judge. But now I must tell you about one evening last summer. Something terrible happened then. After that day, I did not feel like a child anymore. The 15th of July was very hot and heavy. The sun had gone down, but the air was still close and warm. I remembered an old saying, if it rains on that day after sunset, it will rain for 40 days. I had been near the water at the lower end of our valley. I was making a small crown from woodbine and little pieces of heath. I wanted to please my grandfather. He likes to see me happy at supper time. I was proud of the little crown. It had taken time to make. I put it on my head at once so it would not be crushed. I carried my grey hat in my hand. Then I took a path that people do not often use. I had to be home before supper. If I was late, my grandfather would be very angry. The worst thing is that he never shows his anger. He only grows quiet. Instead of walking across the open field or along the river, I chose a short path. It went through the ash trees in the middle of the valley. The river runs close beside that place. You have never been so far up the valley. At least I do not think so. From the cliffs above, it looks like a long grey mark. I did not expect to meet anyone there. The young people are afraid of an old story about that place. The older men do not like trees where they cannot shoot clearly. Under the trees it was almost dark. I wanted to pass through quickly. The grey darkness was all around me. I could hardly see shadows. A little light seemed to rise from the ground. The earth was covered with old leaves from last winter. There were pale sticks and small broken branches. Everything was old and slowly turning to dust. I walked faster, feeling shy and afraid. I was ready to run if a hare or rabbit jumped out. Even a small mouse would have frightened me. Then, at a sharp turn in the path near the river, a man jumped out from behind a tree. He stopped me and caught hold of me. I tried to scream, but no sound came from my mouth. I could only hear my heart beating.
"Now, Cousin Lorna, my good cousin," he said calmly. "I am sure your voice is very sweet. But please keep quiet. If you cry out, you may bring death to your best cousin and true guardian, Alan Brandier of Loch Awe."
"You my guardian," I said. The idea seemed so strange that I almost laughed. Strange things always make me laugh first.
"I truly have that honor, madam," he answered with a deep bow. "Unless I am wrong and you are not Mistress Lorna Doone."
"You are not wrong. My name is Lorna Doone."
He looked at me in a serious way. It seemed he wished to speak of our family connection. But I stepped back and only said again,
"Yes, my name is Lorna Doone."
"Then I am your faithful guardian, Alan Brandier of Loch Awe," he said. "Some call me Lord Alan Brandier. My father is a nobleman in Scotland. Will you trust me?"
"Trust you?" I cried, looking at him in surprise. "You are not older than I am."
"Yes, I am," he replied. "At least 3 years older. You are not yet 16. I am almost 19.
When he said this, I looked at him carefully. 19 seemed very old to me then. But the more I looked, the less I believed him. He wore a man's clothes, but he did not seem much older than I was. He led me politely to an open place near the water. He stood as tall as he could. Light fell there beside the river. The water shone as it moved over white stones.
"Well, cousin, do you like what you see?" he asked. I had been looking at him for some time. I began to feel shy. Does Cousin Lorna think well of her guardian and nearest kinsman? In short, do you admire me as I admire you?
I was used to strong and tall men. This young man looked small and light to me. In the forest he had frightened me. But now, in the soft evening light, I saw him clearly. He was not much taller than I was. He wore bright clothes with many small decorations. His green coat had red lines on it. A thin sword hung at his side. He looked so dressed up that I could hardly look at him seriously.
"I truly do not know," I said. "But you seem kind, and I think you do not want to hurt anyone. Do they let you carry a sword?"
"I am afraid I do not look very fierce," he said.
He moved his sword and hit it lightly on the stones near the water.
"But I promise you, cousin, I do have some skill. This good sword has knocked many weapons from other men's hands. If the bravest robber in this valley even came near that flower crown you wear, I would cut him down before he could run or shout."
"Be quiet," I said. "Do not speak so loudly, or you may have to fight and run yourself, and both may fail."
He had forgotten where he was. He forgot who he was speaking to. He forgot how danger was close around us. The sky flashed with summer lightning over the hills. As I looked at him, I saw he was clearly from a noble family. He had good manners, but he spoke too proudly. A cold fear came into my heart. He did not look strong. If the Doones came with their heavy swords, they would defeat him very easily.
"Please do not be angry with me," he answered in a softer voice. "I have traveled far and with much trouble to see you. I know well the kind of people who live here. They are more ready to use a knife than to offer food. Still, I am safe enough. I can run very fast. These hills are nothing to me. I have seen worse fights on the border, with rougher and cleverer men than these. I remember once, some years ago, when I was just a young boy.
Sir, I said. There is no time for stories now. If you are not in a hurry, I am. I cannot stay here doing nothing. Please tell me how we are family, and why you say you are my guardian. And tell me why you have come here.
In order, cousin. Everything must be in order, even with a fair lady. First, I am your uncle's son. My father is your mother's brother, or perhaps your grandmother's. I may be mistaken, but I think I am right. My father is an important lord in the council of King Charles II. He wanted me to study law. Not because I needed money, thank God, but because he thought it was useful for public work. But first, young Mistress Lorna, allow me one thing. I cannot speak of law without some smoke.
He leaned against a willow tree. From a small gold box, he took out a thin dark stick. He put it between his lips. Then he struck fire from a stone and steel. He lit the end of the stick until it glowed red. After that, he blew out blue smoke that smelled sweet in the air. I had never seen this before, though I knew about tobacco pipes. It made me laugh at first. Then I remembered the danger, and I stopped laughing.
Cousin, do not be afraid, he said. This will make me safer. They will think I am a small light in the dark, and you are the flower under it. But now, back to the story. As you can guess, I did not learn much law. I had the ability, but I found it too dull. I only care for adventure, change, and brave action. So I learned just enough law to live without it. Still, because I had to sit at my desk for an hour each afternoon, I studied an amusing part of it. I liked the clever tricks and hidden traps in the law. Of all these traps, family histories are the most interesting. There is hardly a man alive who does not have some weakness in his family name within 4 generations. When I looked at our own family shield, I found a weakness there too. There is a detail about it, but that is not important now. Because I was curious, I followed this question carefully. And at last I found this. We, the Lords of Lockor, have an outlaw as our cousin. And I wish we had more like you.
Sir, I answered, amused by his strange way of speaking. Do you truly think it is no shame to be family to Sir Ensor Doone and his honest kin?
If that is true, then it is a great honor, he said. It would fix many problems in our family name. What noble family did not begin with a brave robber? Only trade can weaken our blood. Robbery can make it strong. The crime of one age becomes the honor of the next. We can begin again. We can even compete with the nobility of France. If only we can place half the Doones into our family line.
I do not like to hear you speak about the Doones as if they are nothing, I said, and I felt upset. But tell me, sir, how are you my guardian?
I will tell you, he answered. You are under my care because you were under my father's care by Scottish law. My father is now very deaf. So I have taken his place, at least in my own mind. I am here because I must not ignore my duty any longer. I want to take you away from this place. These people may seem good and polite, but this is not the best life for a young lady. Did I not speak like a true guardian? Can you still doubt me?
But good cousin Alan, if I may call you that, I said, it is not right for a young lady to go away with a young man, even if he says he is her guardian. If you come with me and speak to my grandfather, he will listen to you calmly. He will not treat you badly.
Thank you, kind Mistress Lorna, he said, but you ask me to walk into danger. Even if there were no danger, I have other reasons not to go. Now come with me, child. I promise on my honor that no harm will come to you. I will take you safely to London. By the law of this land, I have the right to care for you and for all that belongs to you.
But, sir, all you have learned about the law is how to live without it.
Well said, my fair cousin, he replied with a smile. You are clever, and you will grow even wiser. My mother, your aunt, will help you. She does not know I am here, but she wants to see you very much. Come with me. In a few months you will shine at court. You will not stay here making flower crowns and feeling sad.
I turned away and thought for a while. He seemed light and playful, and he dressed in a bright way. Yet I felt he was honest. Under his easy manner, I saw courage and strength. At first I did not think much about his plan. But when he spoke of my aunt, his mother, I remembered my dear Aunt Sabina. It felt as if she was asking me to listen. She always wished something like this for me. I also felt that Doone Glen was not the right place for a proud young girl. While I was thinking, I saw yellow lightning behind a large cloud. It flashed 3 times. There was no thunder yet. In front of the light, I saw the dark shape of the cloud. For a moment, it looked like an old man sitting in a chair. It seemed as if he lifted his hand to warn me. This made me think of my grandfather and all that I owed him. At the same time, the storm was coming closer. I began to feel afraid. Thunder frightens me more than anything else. It starts with a low sound, like a lion far away. Then it grows louder and rolls across the sky. Suddenly it cracks above, and the noise fills the air. When I hear it, my heart shakes inside me. I listened for the storm and heard it coming. It made me feel hurried and uneasy.
The sky is smoking, he said lightly. It drops sparks and makes noise. I did not think these hills were big enough to make thunder.
I cannot go with you, Lord Alan Brandir, I answered. I will not go. You are too playful for me. You are not old enough for me to trust in this way. My Aunt Sabina would not wish it. I will not leave my grandfather without his full permission. Thank you for coming, sir. Now please leave the way you came. How did you come here?
Fair cousin, you will be sorry for this one day, he said. You will regret it when you cannot change it. I wish my mother were here. She would soon persuade you. Still, he added with a smile, it would be strange for her to visit you like this, as her careless son has done, and hopes to do again. I climbed down the cliffs. Now I must climb back up. Goodbye, fair cousin Lorna. You seem in a hurry tonight. I am proud to be your guardian. Give me one flower to remember you.
He kissed his hand toward me, and I threw him a small bunch of woodbine.
Goodbye, fair cousin. Trust me. I will come again soon.
You will never do that, sir, cried a loud voice.
Carver Doone suddenly caught Alan Brandir, like a spider catching a fly. The young man gave a small cry of fear at first. Then he seemed ashamed of it and prepared to fight. He struggled bravely and tried to free one arm to reach his sword. But he could not move. He was as helpless as a small child in strong hands. Carver Doone put his strong arms around the light young man. In the flash of lightning, I saw him smile at the pale face that looked up at him. Then he lifted the youth from the ground, as a nurse lifts a child who does not want to sleep. He carried him away into the dark night. I was young then. Now I am older. In my thoughts, I feel 10 years older, though not even a year has passed. If that evil act happened again, I would follow him. I would fight him. I would hold the killer with my weak arms and try to stop him. I would even risk my own life. Now I am used to violence. Dark death does not shock me anymore. But that night I was different. The fear was too strong for me. The loud thunder above, the last sad look on the young face, and the bright lightning in the sky filled my heart with terror. I could not even breathe. My breath left me. I did not know where I was or what I was doing. I only knew that I was lying under big trees while the storm roared above me. I could not count. I could not cry out. My feet would not move. Still, as I lay there and listened through the wind and the distant sounds, I heard a sharp noise, like iron striking something. Then I heard a heavy piece of wood fall. There was no scream and no cry for help. Carver Doone knows what happened. Alan Brandir knew it too. Here Lorna Doone could not speak anymore. She began to cry deeply. Through her tears, she whispered something else. She said that a few days later she saw the giant carver. He was smoking a small brown stick, like the one her poor cousin used to have. I could not ask her more questions. I wanted to know if she had told her grandfather or the counselor, but she was too upset in her heart and in her body after telling the story, so I did not press her. I spoke to her gently and stayed a little away, so she could see that I also felt afraid. At that time I did not understand women well, and I still do not understand them much. But this seemed to calm her. Soon she was no longer afraid for herself. She was afraid for me. She began to think how she could send me away safely, so no harm would come to anyone. To tell the truth, as evening came, I was not happy to stay there. Part of me wanted to see if Master Carver could do such a thing to me, but the place felt wild and dangerous. Some of Lorna's fear stayed in my heart, even while I tried to take it away from her. Chapter 22. After Lorna told me this story, I went home feeling very sad. Now I feared more for her, and my troubles felt heavier than before. It seemed clear to me that she was the cousin of a great lord of Scotland, even if he was dead. What could she have to do with me, a farmer's son, who would likely have sons who were farmers too? At first I had felt sorry for that young man. I would have fought for him if I had the chance. But later I thought that perhaps he had no right to be there. He had come near Lorna without being asked. And we farmers do not like people who enter our land without permission. Still, if I had seen what happened, I believe I would have tried to save him. I was also angry with myself. I had been slow and shy. Before she told her story, I should have spoken the words in my heart. I should have told her that I could not live without loving her. I was not foolish enough to think she would answer me kindly at once. I did not expect her to care for me soon, if she ever would. I hardly dared to hope for that. But I had heard from men who knew more about such things that it is wise to speak early. When a girl knows she is loved, she may begin to think about the one who loves her. To tell the truth, I was afraid. She was very beautiful. I feared that some young man of higher birth and better manners might come before me. Such a man might win her heart and leave me with nothing. Many times, without thinking, I closed my big fist and kept it in my pocket, ready to use. But the worst thing was this. When I saw Lorna crying, I felt deep pain and fear for her. In that moment, I promised her that I would not cause her more worry or fear of harm. To keep this promise, I had to stay away from Glen Doone for at least 1 month. I was not to go near that place. However, I carefully added one small condition to our agreement. If something happened that made her more afraid or unhappy, I could come. In that case, she would put a dark cloak or cloth over a large white stone near the entrance of her hiding place. I mean the outer entrance. The stone could not be seen from the valley, but I had noticed before that it was easy to see from the high ground where Uncle Reuben and I once stood. I walked home feeling sad and tired. Still, I tried to comfort myself. I told myself that love is stronger than rank and power. I believed that love would win in the end. But when I reached home, I saw something that made me very angry. That same evening, young Marwood de Witchholes rode past our farm. He was the only son of the Baron. He was coming back from hunting birds on Exmoor. His dogs and servants were with him. He chose the short road through our farmyard. After his long ride, he felt thirsty. So he came to our house and asked for a drink. At that time, only my sister Annie was there to serve him. I strongly believe he had heard that Annie was very pretty. I think he wanted to see her for himself. We gave him cider from a large ox horn. It was made from special apples and kept separate because it was very good. When he took the horn, he let his fingers touch Annie's fingers. It looked like an accident. At the same time, he lifted his hat politely and looked at her face in the evening light. Later, Annie told me what she did. She made her best polite bow to him. She was pleased that he admired her. She also thought he was a fine young man with good manners. In truth, he was dark and handsome. He was quick in temper and did not always think before he acted. His black eyes had a sad look. Many women would feel sorry for him when they saw that look. I will not say what he thought about Annie, but I believe you could not find a better girl on Exmoor. Of course, I mean except my Lorna. Although he said he was thirsty, he took a long time to drink his cider. He held the ox horn for many minutes. He bowed to Annie again and again. He drank to the health of all our family. He even spoke kindly of me. He talked as if we had been close friends at school. But he knew very well that we were not friends. He was 3 years older than I was. Because of that, he had always looked down on me. He seemed to search for a reason to stay longer. Annie began to feel nervous. She was afraid our mother might come outside. She also feared that Eliza might look from the window, or that Betty might come down from the pig house. Suddenly, a strange sound rose near them. It seemed to come from under the ground. It was long, low, and hollow. I had spoken of this sound during the winter. Marwood jumped in his saddle. He dropped the horn onto the stones by the horse's feet. He looked around in surprise. Annie turned pale like a ghost. She tried to close the door quickly, but her hand shook so much that she could not shut it. No one had ever heard the sound so near to the house before. It came in the quiet of the evening light. By that time, almost every man in our parish knew about the sound. The parson himself had spoken of it. He said it was the devil groaning because there were too many Doones for him to manage. Marwood de Witchholes was not too frightened to think clearly. Instead, he saw a good chance to act brave. He jumped down from his horse. He caught hold of dear Annie as if to comfort her. She was always too shy to tell us everything that happened then. We never knew if, while he pretended to comfort her, he tried to steal a kiss from her innocent lips. I hoped he did not do that. If he did, it was not the act of a gentleman. He came from an old and good family. Just then, someone came to the end of the passage. It was me, John Ridd. I walked quickly because I heard loud noise. I went into the house feeling angry. I had seen the hunting dogs in the yard. I think it is cruel to chase birds when they have young ones. Inside, I saw something that shocked me. Squire Marwood was standing near the milk pans. His arm was around my sister Annie's waist. Annie was red in the face and trying to move away from him. She was not yet angry, but she wanted him to stop. Maybe I was wrong. God knows. If I was wrong, I will pay for it one day. But I hit him on the head with my open hand. He fell down into the milk pans. If we had not gone to school together, I might have hit him harder. After that, he might never have spoken again. As it was, he lay there without moving, and the cream ran over him. I lifted Annie in my arms. Then I carried her to my mother. Mother had heard the noise and was afraid. I did not ask Annie any questions about it. I was ready to defend my action in any way. I felt I had done my duty. I did not care what would happen next. For some days after that, Annie seemed more frightened than thankful. The strangest thing was about Eliza. She had often laughed at me before. She even made rude little poems about me. Now she tried to sit on my knee. She tried to kiss me and give me the best food from the pan. But I would not let her do that. I do not like sudden changes in people. Another thing surprised me even more. Soon after, a groom brought a letter from Marwood de Witchholes. It was a very polite and beautiful letter. He said he was sorry for his rudeness to my sister. He wrote to me as if we were equals. He said he had not meant to be rude. He said they were both afraid at that moment. He only wanted to comfort her. He also asked if he could come and see me. He called himself my old school friend. He wanted to make peace between us, as honest schoolboys should. This was very different from how I thought men should end a quarrel. When a man starts a fight, I think he should finish it. I did not know what to think. Still, I respected his higher manners. I decided one thing. Whenever he came, he must not see Annie. And to be fair, Annie did not wish to see him either. I am too ready to forgive. I know that about myself. I forgive a man quickly. I do not suspect him unless he has lied to me before. About Annie, I had long believed something else. I thought there was a quiet love between her and Tom Faggus. I did not like this idea much. Tom was rich now, and people respected him. But some people thought he was not truly respectable. They were the same people who punished robbers when luck left them. Soon young Squire Marwood came again. He acted as if I had never hit him. He spoke lightly about it, like we were still boys at school. It was not in my nature to stay angry with him. I also knew it was kind of him to visit our home. It is a sad thing to see an old family slowly lose its wealth. We heard that Leigh Barton and all the manor of Linton were in heavy debt. They owed much money to John Lovering of Waygifford. When we heard this, we felt sorry for the de Witchholes family. In our small way, we would have gladly helped them if we could. Meanwhile, the work on the farm moved forward, and each day gave us more to do. After the long dry wind in March and early April, we had 2 weeks of soft rain. When the sun came out again, the hills and valleys, the woods and fields, seemed to love his light. I have seen many springs since that time, but no two were the same. None was as beautiful as that one. Perhaps it was because I was in love, and everything looked bright to me. Spring was in our valley now. At first she came quietly, hiding from the cold wind. The lambs ran to her and cried in the fields. Small flowers began to rise from the ground. The old dry leaves of clover lay flat, and new green leaves pushed through them. Even the hard oak tree and the young beech tree let their brown leaves fall and got ready for new soft ones. Some plants had tried to grow early, even through frost and cold rain. The hazel showed its long catkins. The willow turned yellow. The elder grew fresh leaves. The old woodbine climbed again. All the hedge plants hurried to grow as fast as they could. Each one seemed to say it came first. When the danger of frost was gone, spring stayed with us. The air felt fresh and clean. The earth seemed happy. The streams ran and made a light sound, as if they were glad for the sun. But all this beauty made our work harder. With hoe and rake, we tried to keep space in the field so the corn could grow well. The winter wheat was strong and healthy. But the spring wheat, the barley, and the oats were covered by fast-growing weeds. So we remembered the old saying. Farmer, if you want your wife to do well, do not let the weeds grow. If you want your son to be strong, keep the bad plants away. So we walked up and down the fields. We worked carefully where the green blades grew close together. Each plant needed space to grow and spread its roots. I can tell you now, though you may not believe me, that it was harder to keep John Fry, Bill Dadds, and Jem Slocum working in a straight line and moving fast with me than to go alone and hoe half an acre before dinner. Instead of working well, they often stopped to look at something or to talk. Sometimes they said their tools were not good. Sometimes they spoke about other people's business. Worst of all, because they were married men, they liked to whisper foolish jokes about me. They asked if I had a sweetheart, or if I was ashamed of her. At last I became angry. I took 2 of them and knocked their heads together. After that, they worked better. In the evening we all sat near the kitchen chimney after supper. The men took off their heavy boots. We did not keep a fire now, because the pot was empty, but we liked to sit together and watch the ashes grow cold. At that time my mother and Eliza tried very hard to learn what I was thinking. Eliza asked clever questions, but Annie never asked me anything tricky. She sat with her hair loose and one hand under her chin. Sometimes she looked at me in a soft way. Her look seemed to say that she knew everything, and that I was not alone in my thoughts. Strangely, my mother never even thought that Annie could be thinking about such a thing. She was very good and quiet. She was careful with the clothes. She cooked well and knew how to care for the hens and the bacon. People laughed and said she would never look at a man unless her mother told her to. But I was not sure about that. Because of my own feelings, I thought I understood her better. I believed something different. Many times I wanted to speak to her. I wanted to warn her about Tom Faggus. But I did not know how to begin. I was afraid to hurt our close friendship. If she had already chosen him, my words would not change her mind. They would only make her sad. Also, I felt strange about giving advice. There is a country saying that the pot should not call the kettle black. I did not compare my sweet sister to a robber, but Annie might think badly of her if she loved Tom Faggus. By this time, our cousin Tom lived in a quiet and careful way. He had almost stopped his old dangerous work. He only returned to it when he felt restless or met officers on the road. Many people liked him, even those whose money he once took. During that long month, I watched every day for news of Lorna. The month felt very slow. No month had ever passed so slowly for me. I worked in the fields. I looked at the green valleys and the clear water. I saw the lambs in the pen and the young cows near the mill. I plowed the wet soil and walked among the young plants. At sunrise, I stopped to watch the sun rise over the hills. At sunset, I took off my hat and watched it fall into the grey sea. It did not matter if it was day or night. It did not matter if I was working or trying to sleep. My heart was tired all the time. Fear stayed close to it. Spring was beautiful, but that joy was for other men. The new growth of the year was for other eyes. For me, there was no light. There was no sign of hope. Nothing moved the cold feeling inside my heart. Chapter 23. A Royal Invitation. Although I usually had a strong appetite, I could only eat one good meal each day at that time. Mother felt very worried about me. She offered me every kind of food. She even spoke about sending to Pollock for a medicine man who came there twice a week. Annie spent much of her time cooking for me. Lizzie sang sweet songs to cheer me. Her voice was soft and pleasant. But Betty Muxworthy said I should be left alone.
"Leave the young man alone," she said. "You make too much trouble about him. All this food before dinner, and strong drink too. And he must not even sit near an open window. You will drive me mad with all this fuss. It may do him good to eat less for a while. It may take some foolishness out of him."
Mother did not agree with her. She sent for Nicholas Snow. She asked him to bring his 3 daughters. They came for ale and cake in the parlor. They spoke about the bees and when a swarm might come. I felt annoyed. I had to stay at home almost all the evening because of it. At last, I forgot my manners. I asked Nicholas why he had not fixed the swing hurdle. It stood where the Lynn stream ran from our land into his. He was supposed to keep it in good repair. He looked at me in a proud way.
"Business, young man, in business time," he said.
I was angry with him for another reason too. One Sunday after church, I heard a story. Someone said Nicholas Snow had looked kindly at my mother. This was during the sermon. The parson was speaking warmly about Christian love. When I thought about the bees, the ducks, and a young bullock with an injured knee, I began to suspect something. I believed Farmer Nicholas was looking at my mother with special interest. Perhaps he wished to avoid fixing the hurdle. Perhaps he also wished to control me in the matter of the dam. And I knew well that John Fry's wife always talked when she came to help with the washing. She said it was wrong for a strong and good-looking woman like my mother, who had enough money and only 3 children, to make all the farmers around her think about her. Mother always answered, "Oh, Mistress Fry, please think about your own work." But we saw that she fixed her apron and made her hair neat after that. And in the evening, Mistress Fry always went home with a cold pig's foot or a bowl of fat to cook with. So that same night, I could not speak to Mother about this, because it would not be right. After I walked the 3 young ladies home with our stable lantern, I asked Farmer Nicholas, who walked behind us, if I could speak with him alone before he went into his house.
"With great pleasure, my son," he said kindly. Maybe he thought I wanted to speak about Sally.
"Now, Farmer Nicholas Snow," I began, and I did not know how to start. "You must promise not to be angry with me for what I will say."
"Angry with you? No, my boy," he said. "I have known you too long for that. And your father was my best friend before you were born. He never hurt his neighbors. He never said a bad word. He was a good man. He liked a nice young woman and told her so. He did not keep her waiting, even though he did not have much money. He spoke clearly, like a man. And he was happy with her. Ah, God knows best. I will never see a man like him again. And he knew more about farming than anyone in this county."
"Well, Master Snow," I said, "It is kind of you to speak like that. Now I will be like my father. I will speak my mind."
"Yes, lad, that is right," he answered. "We have talked enough before the real matter."
"Then this is what I want to say. I will not let anyone try to marry my mother."
"Try to marry your mother?" Farmer Snow cried in great surprise. "Who has done that?"
"Yes, sir, someone is trying to marry her. And you know who it is."
Well, well. What are boys thinking these days? She can choose for herself. No, thank you, lad. I do not need your light. I know the way to my own door. And I have the right to go there.
He shut the door and did not even offer me a drink of cider. The next afternoon, when the work was finished, I took care of the horses myself. Now it was not wise to trust John Fry, because he had many children, and his wife was often angry. I said to myself that in 5 more days my month of work would be over. Then I would be free to go and look for Lorna. Just then, a man rode up from the ford where the road crosses the Lint stream. When I saw that it was not Tom Faggus, I did not go to meet him. I thought he was a traveller going to Brendan or Cheriton. He would likely ask for some milk or cider and then ride on after asking the way. But he did not do that. He stopped at our gate. He stood up in his saddle and shouted loudly, as if he were important. He waved a white paper in the air, like the white cloth our parson wears. So I walked across the yard to speak to him.
"Service of the king," he said. "Service of our lord the king. Come here, you big country fellow, or you may be fined or put in prison."
I did not like his words. Still, I went to him, because I am loyal to the king. But I walked slowly. No man can hurry me, though I will hurry for any woman. While he spoke, he rode across the straw in our yard. He slowly took his feet out of the stirrups. He looked afraid to stand because he was so tired. He was a hard-looking man, about 40 years old. He was of middle height and strong. He wore a dark brown riding suit. It was dirty with mud from the road. The clothes were made better than those from our village tailors. His cloak lay across the holsters. It was made of red skin and shone from the sweat of the horse. I looked at his bright helmet, his small quick eyes, and his thin black beard. He seemed to look down on me as if I were a simple country boy.
"Plover Barrow's farm," he said. "God only knows how tired I am. Is there anywhere in this bad county a place called Plover Barrow's farm? For the last 20 miles, people told me it was only half a mile more. Or just around the corner. If you say that again, I would hit you, if you were not 3 times my size."
"Sir," I replied, "you do not need to worry. This is Plover Barrow's farm, and you are welcome here. We have sheep kidneys for supper. The ale is fresh and ready to drink. But why do you speak badly of us? We do not like to hear such words."
"No, I mean no harm," he said. "Sheep kidneys are very good, if they are not burned. But I have been in the saddle for 10 days. I have not had one good meal. When they hear I am in the king's service, they give me the worst food. All the way from London, a bad man rode ahead of me. He took the best food everywhere. People bowed to him. He could ride 3 miles while I rode 1, and he never changed his horse. He could have robbed me at any time, if I had anything worth taking. He rides a red mare. She is strong and has a small head. One day I will see him hanged."
"Annie, bring the cut ham," I shouted. My sister had come to the door when she heard the horse. "Cut some slices of dried deer meat too. There is a gentleman here for supper. And open the tap well so the ale runs clear and bright."
"I hope I never go to a bad place," the stranger said, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I have never met such good people. You are honest folk. I will remember this when I give my report. If the food tastes as good as it sounds, I will be very happy. This supper is good enough for Tom Faggus himself. He is the man who has taken my food. Tell me, is that deer meat from the wild red deer here?
Yes, sir, I answered. Where else would we get it?
Good, good, he said. I have heard the taste is wonderful. Some deer ran past me in the morning fog. They frightened me. Since then, I have wanted to eat some. I saw their strong legs. But the young lady will not forget the deer meat, will she?
You can trust her, I said. She will not forget anything that will make a guest happy.
Then I will leave my horse with you and go inside. Half the joy of eating is the smell before. But wait. I almost forgot my business. Your words made me forget because I am so hungry. My body hurts from my heels to my shoulders. It hurts most in front of my coat. But I cannot rest or eat even bread until I have seen and touched John Ridd. I hope he is near. If not, I may have to eat my saddle.
Do not worry, sir, I answered. You have seen and touched John Ridd. I am he, and I am not a man who can hide easily.
It would take a very large basket to hide you, John Ridd. In the name of the King, His Majesty, Charles II, I give you this.
He touched me with a white paper I had seen him holding before. Now I saw it was thick paper called parchment. It was tied with string and sealed with wax in each corner. He told me to open it. I was so afraid that I did as he said without thinking. I broke the seals. Then I saw my name written in large letters. I hope I never feel such fear again when I am old.
Read it, my son, the officer said. Read it, you big fool, if you can read. There is nothing there to kill you. And my supper will get cold. Do not stare at me. You are big enough to eat me. Read it now.
If you please, sir, what is your name? I asked. I do not know why I asked him, except that I felt afraid. Jeremy Stickles is my name, lad, nothing more than a poor apparitor of the worshipful court of King's Bench. And at this moment a starving one, and no supper for me unless thou wilt read. Because he spoke like this, I had to read the paper. I did not read every word. I only read the main parts. To our good subject, John Ridd, greeting. It described me much better than I knew myself. Then it said that, in the name of the King, I must come in person to the justices at Westminster. I must leave all my own work and go at once. There I must speak about certain matters that could harm the peace of the King and the safety of the country. At the end, there were 4 seals. There was also a name I could not clearly read. It began with a J. Under it, in different writing, were the words, "Charges will be borne. The matter is full urgent." The messenger watched me while I read. He looked pleased when he saw my surprise. He had expected it. Not knowing what to do, I looked again at the outside of the paper. At the top I saw the words, "Ride, ride, ride. On His Gracious Majesty's business. Spur and spare not." Anyone who knows me can understand what happened next. My head felt light and my ears rang. I had to hold the wooden hook under the thatch where we hang the hay rakes. I almost lost my senses. I thought this trouble had come because I did not listen to Mother Meldrum's warning. I had gone again to see Lorna. The officer felt sorry for me, and also for his supper. "My son, do not be afraid," he said. "We are not going to harm thee. Only tell the truth. It will be well for thee. But never mind that now. I will explain everything later and show thee how to stay safe. First, let me see good food and no delay." "We do our best, sir, without any bargain," I said. "We always try to please our guests." When my mother saw the paper, we could not hide it from her. She fell down into her bed of flowers, which she had been caring for. When we helped her up again, she began to cry out about the wicked times and the bad people in the world. She said it was useless to explain. She already knew the reason. Soon the whole parish would know. The King had heard about her son. He had heard that I was quiet, steady, hard-working, and the strongest young man in England. And because the King himself was not a good man, God forgive her for saying it, he would not rest until he had poor Johnny and made him as wild as himself. If he does that. Here she began to cry again. Annie held her head. Lizzie made sure her dress was proper. Then Master Jeremy Stickles, who was moved by her tears and was not a bad man, spoke kindly. He told her clearly that the king was not happy on his throne until he had seen John Ridd. My name and my size and my good character had gone far and wide. By the God who made me, the king was greatly impressed. When she heard this, Mother lay back in her garden chair. She smiled at all of us, and most of all at Jeremy. She looked at me with shy pride, and she still had tears in her eyes.
His Majesty shall have my John, she said softly. His Majesty is very good. But only for a fortnight. I want no titles for him. Johnny is enough for me. Master John is enough for working men.
Although my mother was glad for me to go to London, and expected great honor for me, I felt very unhappy. What would Lorna think? The long month was now over after so much waiting. She would come softly down the valley. She would be shy, yet she would hope to see me. And I would not be there. It would look as if I did not care for her. This thought troubled me deeply. I saw no way to escape. All night I could not sleep. Jeremy Stickles slept near me and snored loudly. Still I lay awake. I felt that I was in a place of duty. I had been trusted. I must not run away from it. Who knew what the king might ask me about the Doones? I felt sure they were behind this strange summons. And what would the king think if, after receiving his message with so many seals, I broke his trust? As the son of a churchwarden, I must not spread his words in a careless way. Perhaps I thought too much about these duties. Still, all these thoughts were in my heart. They lay heavy upon me. Chapter 24. A Safe Pass for King's Messenger. In the end, I decided that even Lorna must not know why I was going away. She must not know anything about it. But I wished her to know that I would be far from home. Perhaps she would feel sad when she heard it. I did not know how to tell her even that much. I did not want to break my promise. I thought about it for a long time. Then I fell asleep, even though it was already time to get up. I did not come to breakfast. Mother was very worried because I was always there in the morning. But Master Stickles told her that men often feel strange when they receive the king's order. He said it was a good sign. Later I went to him in the yard. He was standing there and watching the young turkeys run in the sun. Their father made a loud sound, and the little ones followed him. "When must we start?" I asked. "My horse hurt his feet and cannot travel today. Smiler worked hard yesterday on the high hills. The other horses cannot carry me."
In a few more years, Master Stickles said, looking at me with a smile, it will be hard for any horse to carry you, John.
By this time, he spoke to us like an old friend. He called me Jack. He called Eliza Lizzie. And he called our sister Annie Nancy, which I did not like. "That is in God's hands, sir," I answered, a little sharp in my voice. "The horse will not be yours. But please tell me when we must begin our long journey to London. You say it is very important."
"Yes, it is important, my son," he said. "But look at that young turkey there, the one that walks with a little jump. He will make a fine meal tomorrow. Your mother must have time to prepare. That is only fair. Have the turkey killed tonight. I look forward to eating him. We will have him for dinner tomorrow. Maybe we will cook another one too. We can eat some red deer meat for supper. Then on Friday morning, if God allows, we will begin our journey for the king."
"Good sir," I said, and my voice shook a little because I wished so much to see Lorna. "If the king's business can wait until Friday, can it not wait until Monday? We have young pigs that are 6 weeks old by Friday. They are white and very good. There are too many for the mother pig. One should be roasted. Would it not be a pity to leave the women to cook and cut it?"
"My son Jack," Master Stickles said, "I have never stayed in such a kind house before. God forbid that I should hurry away and seem unthankful. Also, Friday is not a good day to begin a journey. Tomorrow at noon I will choose a young pig, when they are playing in the yard. On Friday we will cook him, then we will prepare ourselves and leave early on Saturday."
This plan was almost as bad for me as leaving at once. Sunday was the first day when I could honorably go into Glen Doone. I tried everything to make Master Jeremy Stickles stay longer. I offered him any animal on the farm for his dinner, but he would not delay our journey past Saturday. Only his liking for us and our kindness had made him stay so long. So my only hope of seeing Lorna before I left was to watch from the cliff. Perhaps I would see her. Perhaps she would give me a sign. I watched many times. My eyes grew tired. Sometimes I thought I saw her, but it was only my hope. I lay hidden behind the trees on the rocky hill. I stayed so still that rabbits and squirrels played near me. Even a sharp-eyed weasel thought I was a piece of wood. But nothing changed. The white rock stayed white. I began to hate the sight of it. No dress or movement of a girl broke the quiet valley. In those old days, a journey to London seemed very dangerous to us. For a poor man, it felt like going into the unknown. A rich lord, with many servants and guards, was safer. Only if robbers knew about his coming would he be in great danger. For a poor man, the danger was different. It was not only from men on horses who stopped travelers. There were also thieves on foot. Some innkeepers were not honest. Some soldiers were wild and careless. The roads were bad and full of holes and deep mud. When a poor man began such a journey, he did not know what to fear more. He might lose his money. He might lose his life. Today things are not like that. Highway robbers are not rare in the time of our good Queen Anne. They are still active, but they are not as polite as people say they were before. The roads are better now. There are also more stage wagons. Some of them can travel 40 miles in one summer day. Because of this, people think distances are shorter than before. Sometimes I wonder if God is happy that we travel so fast and forget Him. But that is not my work to judge. I should not speak too strongly about roads. I have helped to build roads on Exmoor myself. Now I return to my story. I often forget my path when I speak too much. It would have taken 10 of the king's messengers to pull me away from Plover's Barrows without saying goodbye to Lorna. But I remembered the trust the king had given me. That trust held me back. I felt very sad. The plans that seemed wise before now caused trouble. I could not go to see Lorna. We should have made a plan so that I could send her a signal if I needed to. But it was too late to change anything. At last, I decided to keep my honor. I would be true to the king and true to Lorna. Even if I lost everything, I would keep my word. Only my heart would be heavy. And my heart was not the only one that felt sad. When the time came to say goodbye, my mother almost cried. Annie was the same. They both looked ready to break down. I told them to be brave. I smiled in a cheerful way. I said I would return next week as one of the king's great captains. I told them they must not be afraid of me then. They smiled at that idea. They said they could never be afraid of me, no matter what clothes I wore. I kissed my hand to them once more. Then I rode away, trying to look brave. But truly, I could not have done it alone. If Jeremy Stickles had not been there, I might not have left at all. And I must be honest. When we reached the turn in the road where the moor begins, my courage almost left me. From that place, you can see the last part of the yard. You can see the hay stacks and the chickens walking around them. If you know the place well, you can even see the kitchen window under the walnut tree. At that moment, my heart hurt badly. I pretended there was a stone in old Smiler's shoe. I got down from my horse and bent my head for a short time. Then I remembered that my family would be watching me. They would look until they could not see me anymore. They might hope I would turn back. So I got on my horse again with all the courage I could find. I rode after Jeremy Stickles. Jeremy saw that I felt low. He tried to cheer me up. He told jokes and funny stories. He spoke in a light and happy way. Before we had ridden 1 mile, I began to feel curious about the places he described. The fresh air and the fine weather helped me. The thought of going to a great city also excited me. Jeremy said London was a wonderful place. He knew it very well. He said his company was good too, and I believed him. I felt it would be rude not to laugh a little. At first I laughed only a bit. Then I laughed much more. I did not think deeply about the stories. They were strange and funny. Jeremy told them in a strange way too. Soon we became very good friends. He was happy that I laughed so much. I do not like to speak too much about myself in this story. It does not seem right to praise my own looks. But now I must say something. I wore very fine clothes that day. There were even better clothes packed in the bag behind my saddle. With all that, I believe I must have looked quite pleasing. Many times on the road I wished Lorna could be there. I wished she could hide behind a bush and watch me. I wanted her to look at me and think about how much my clothes had cost. My mother did not save money on my clothes. As soon as she heard that I would go to London, she called every good tailor from our side of Exmoor to our house. They all came to help. For 3 days they worked very hard. They had plenty of beer or cider, as each man liked. When they finished, they all said the clothes were wonderful. They said people in London would admire them. I also thought the clothes were very good. But Jeremy Stickles turned up his nose. He acted as if he did not care. It does not matter what he thought. The truth is that I look better than before. When a man wears fine clothes, he tries to behave well. He does not want to make them dirty. He also begins to feel more important. Sometimes people do wrong things because they think badly of others. But often they do wrong because they think badly of themselves. Both of these are not right. Still, a good man cannot be judged only by his clothes. By dinner time we reached Pollock. There we ate with my old friend, Master Puck. He was now rich and quite large in body. We had plenty of food with us, but we decided not to eat our own food while we still had friends on the road. So on that first day we did not touch our store at all. As we had planned before leaving home, we stayed that night in Dunster. We slept in the house of a good tanner. He was my mother's first cousin. He welcomed us warmly. He promised to take old Smiler back to his stable at Plover's Barrows after 1 day of rest. From there we hired horses to go to Bridgewater. From Bridgewater we travelled on to Bristol. We rested once between those two towns. The whole road was new to me. Many things happened, and I still remember them clearly. It feels as if it was only yesterday. But I must not take as long to tell the story as it took to travel. If I do, you may become tired of it. Lorna was not there on the road. Also, a man from our area has since made the same journey and says it is nothing special. Still, I must say one thing to be fair to someone who has been spoken of badly. There were 2 of us travelling. I am a large man. Without help, we would have had to fight or run from danger. But dear Annie had found a way to get us a free pass from Master Faggus. I do not know how she did it. When people learned that I was cousin to Tom Faggus and knew him well, they treated me with great respect. Every house on the road was happy to welcome me. They did this even though my friend wore the red badge of the king.
"I will hide this, my son Jack," he said. He cut off the red badge with a knife. "Your sign is better than mine. The man who gave me little food before will now give me plenty when I go home."
So we continued our journey in very good condition. We lived well because people respected that famous highwayman. Many people said they were sorry he had left his old work. Some even asked me to speak to him and tell him to return to the road. The innkeepers said business was not so good now. Farmers did not drink much ale or strong spirits. They did not need to drink before meeting common riders. And they did not think it worth drinking with such riders afterward. Master Stickles went himself to speak to Squire Faggus, who people now called by that name. He went as an officer of the King's Justices. He wanted to ask the squire, for the good of all, to return to his old church work. The journey was long and tiring. The roads were very good on the far side of Bristow. A man would not get stuck in the mud if he watched the road well, except maybe in Berkshire. Because we had a pass, and the innkeeper knew about it, we only met 2 riders on the road. The first man rode away quickly when he saw my friend's pistols and the strong gun I carried. The second man stopped to speak with us. When he learned that we were cousins of Squire Faggus, he became very friendly.
"God save you, gentlemen," he said, taking off his hat. "I worked on this road with him for many days. Those good times will not come again. Please give him my love and my prayers. My name is King, and my nature is the same. Tell him that. No one will harm you."
Then he rode down the hill. He was a true gentleman and had a fine horse. Night was falling when we reached Tyburn. The king's officer said we should stop there. He thought it was not safe to cross the fields to Charing Village at night. I agreed with him. I wanted to see London in the daylight. In truth, London was not worth seeing. It was ugly and very dirty. It was nothing like Exmoor. Some shops were grand, and their signs were even grander. I liked to stand and look at them. But it was not easy to do this. Before I could understand what the signs meant, people pushed past me and looked at me with anger. Some even touched their swords. Or the shop owner and his young workers ran out and grabbed me.
Buy. What do you need? Buy.
At first, I did not understand them. On Exmoor, we say the word boy in a way that sounds like buy. So I answered with some anger.
Sir, I am not a boy. I am a man of 21 years. I do not need anything from you. You only lack good manners.
The only things I truly liked were the River Thames and the Hall and Church of Westminster. There are fine things to see there. There are even finer things to think about. But when I walked in the streets, I often wished to be back with the sheep. The noise was great. There were many coaches. Footmen ran everywhere. Rich courtiers walked proudly and pushed others aside. Many times I feared I would lose my temper. When people pushed me against the wall, I told them they were welcome to it. I said I could stand away from the wall, and perhaps they could not. I meant no insult by this. Still, some men were angry. One young lord, red in the face from drink, pulled out his sword and came at me. I knocked the sword up with my holly stick. It flew onto the roof of a house. Then I caught him by the belt with one hand and threw him into the dirty water in the street. This caused a little trouble. But no one else wished to test me after that. It was now the year 1683. More than 9 years had passed since my father died and this story began. All London was in great trouble because of a fight between the King's Court and the city. The King, or rather his party, wanted full power to choose the chief officers of the city. People said the king cared mostly about having much money and spending it. The citizens said the right to choose their officers belonged to them under their charter. Because of this, a legal action was started against the city to take away its charter. The matter was being judged in the King's Court. This case took all the judges' time. My own case, which had seemed very urgent, was delayed again and again. The court and the city were still fighting. The anger between them was very strong. One sheriff had been fined £100,000 by the king. A former Lord Mayor had been ordered to stand in public shame because he would not swear to something false. Because of this, courtiers and citizens could not meet calmly in the streets. They often shouted at each other. Sometimes they even came to blows. Now I heard people speak about this matter all the time. There was no other topic in the town. To me it seemed even more important than the church business at all. But I could not decide which side I should choose. My place in the world, the trust people gave me, and my father's strong opinions pulled me to one side. Yet my reason and my heart were against anything that seemed unfair. They pulled me to the other side. My father had felt the same way when the Civil War began. At that time he was younger than I am now. He knew less about politics than I do. Later my mother told me something about those days. She saw that I was unsure and unhappy about it. She said my father often thanked God that he was not forced to choose a side. He was glad he could live quietly and stay out of trouble. Still, he always called himself a true and loyal supporter of the king. As for me, I only wished to be heard and then to go away. I did not even know clearly what was wanted from me. Even Jeremy Stickles did not know, or he said he did not know. Then matters between the king and the people grew very serious. Anyone who dared to have an opinion seemed to be in danger. About the middle of June, the judges gave their decision. They said the City of London had lost its rights. They said its charter would now belong to the king. People were still talking loudly about this when worse news came. Rumors of a great plot spread everywhere. It was said that a man who worked in the malting trade had planned to harm the king and the Duke of York. This shocked everyone. Many people did not dislike the king himself. They disliked the men around him. But the worst news was this. Lord William Russell and Mr. Algernon Sidney were arrested. They were sent to the Tower of London. They were accused of high treason. When people heard this, they felt deep pain and anger. I did not know these great men. I did not know if the charge against them was true, so I had little to say, but the many people around me did not stay silent. There was great excitement in the town. People felt a strong sense of wrong. They wanted to see justice done. Men took each other by the hand and led one another into taverns to talk more. At that time I did not drink much. I even feared strong drinks. Still, it was very hard for me to refuse when others pressed me to join them. To refuse too often would have seemed rude. However, that matter is not important now. I do not deal with great history. I feel sorry for those who must write about it. They will always have both friends and enemies in their stories. They cannot please everyone, and this troubles their minds. Yet great events often pull small ones after them. Big changes in a city can affect the life of one simple man. This movement in the town, with all its strong words and deep feeling, had more effect on my own life than I first understood. It was decided, perhaps to insult the citizens who supported him, that Lord Russell would not be tried at Westminster or at Lincoln's Inn. Instead, his trial would take place at the Old Bailey, inside the city. This decision kept me waiting much longer in London. The good Lord was to be tried by the Court of Common Pleas, but the officers of the King's Bench, with whom I dealt each day, were busy speaking with other lawyers. They told me to come back another day. Then they put me off again. I had heard before that the law is slow. A great poet once wrote about this among the many troubles of life. But I never thought I would feel this trouble myself at my age. Now I learned how hard it is to wait for justice. It seemed to me that if lawyers do not do their work on time, they should pay the people who must wait. Instead, the people must pay them. And that felt very unfair to me. Chapter 25. A great man attends to business. I had gone to see Lord Russell die in the fields of Lincoln's Inn. But when I saw what was happening, I felt sick and full of tears. I could not watch. He was a good and noble man. His death made me very sad. After that, I walked quickly toward Westminster. I was less angry now about the death of King Charles I. Many people hurried past me. Most of them looked shocked and upset. Some turned their heads away, afraid to see more. Their faces showed sorrow, horror, and pity. Some were also angry. When I reached Westminster Hall, it was empty. Even the usual poor workers were gone. They often waited there for work or money. I knocked at 3 different doors. These doors led to rooms where officers used to go in and out. No one answered me. Only the echo came back. At last, an old man told me that all the lawyers had gone to Lincoln's Inn. They had gone to see the result of their own work. A few days later, I had better luck. The court was sitting again and was very busy. The lawyers wanted to finish their work before their holiday. I waited in the hall for a good moment to speak. While I was standing there, a man touched my arm gently. He wore a white horsehair wig and carried a long blue bag. He led me to a quiet place. I followed him gladly. I thought he brought a message from the judges. He first looked around to make sure no one could hear us. Then he turned to me suddenly.
"Now, John, how is your dear mother?" he asked.
I was very surprised that he knew about my mother. Still, I answered him politely.
"Sir," I said, "it has been 2 months since I saw her. I wish I knew how she is. I also wish I knew how the farm is going."
"Sir, I respect and admire you," the old gentleman said, bowing low. "Few young men today love and honor their mothers. Oh, how I loved mine."
He looked up toward heaven. His face showed deep feeling. I felt sorry for him, but I was also a little surprised.
"I am very sorry for you, sir," I said respectfully. "I do not wish to trouble your grief. But I am no fine court gentleman. I am only a farmer's son. I am trying to learn how to farm."
"Enough, John. That is enough," he said. "I can see it in your face. You are honest and brave. But in London, people without honor may cheat you. The world is bad. I am too old to make it better.
He seemed kind and wise. So I told him almost everything about my life in London. I told him how much money I paid to the fellmonger. I told him about the places I had visited. I said I wanted to go home before the corn became ripe. But I also explained that I must stay. I was bound by something called a recognizance. This meant I must be ready to give evidence when called. I told him nearly all my troubles. But I did not tell him why I had been summoned. That was a secret. And I did not tell him that I had no money left. My story was told in a small arch away from the other lawyers. The other lawyers moved a little and looked at me from the side, like sheep looking through a fence while others eat.
My God! My lawyer cried. He hit his chest with a roll of papers. In what country do we live? What laws rule us? There is no case in court. There is no written statement. There is not even a paper from the king. And still a fine young man is taken from his home and his loving mother. He is taken at the busiest time of the farming year. And he must pay for it himself. I have heard of many wrongs, but this is the worst. Only a royal commission could make this right. This is not only against the law, sir. It is also against the Constitution.
I did not tell you before, sir, I answered in a quiet voice. I did not know you would feel so strongly. But now I must leave you. I see the door is open again. Please, sir, accept.
He held out his hand. No, no, my son. Not two, he said, and looked away so he would not frighten me.
Please accept my best thanks and my great respect, I said. Then I put my hand in his. And if work or pleasure brings you to our part of the country, I hope you will visit us. My mother and I, if I ever get home again, will do our best to make you comfortable in our simple home.
I was going away, but he still held my hand and looked at me. His face was now cold and serious.
Young man, a general invitation does not pay my fee. I have spent a full hour of my working time on your case. I have studied it and given you my opinion. I have been a lawyer for 36 years, called by the Inner Temple. My fee is my own choice, though it is called an honorarium. For the honor of my profession, I should charge you at least 5 guineas. Still, I would have taken one, if you had offered it kindly. Now I will write 2 guineas, my son, and half a crown for my clerk.
As he spoke, he took a red book with clasps from his large blue bag. On the cover were gold letters that said Fee Book. Before I could answer, because I was so surprised, he wrote on one page, "For hearing the case of John Ridd and giving advice, 2 guineas.
But sir, good sir, I said, feeling afraid, because I did not have 2 guineas left in the world, and I felt ashamed to say so. I did not know I must pay you. I never thought of it like that."
How else did you think a lawyer would listen to your long story? He cried. I thought you listened out of kindness, sir. I thought you felt sorry for my trouble. I thought you liked me a little. A lawyer feels sorry for free? You foolish young man. Either you are very tricky, or you know nothing at all. Well, I suppose I must lower it to 1 guinea, and the clerk's fee. This is bad business. Very bad.
If he had stayed kind and gentle, as he was when he heard my story, I would have sold even my clothes to pay him. I would not leave a debt behind, even if I did not mean to make it. But when he spoke so hard and sharp, and I knew I had done nothing wrong, I began to wonder if he truly deserved my money. So I answered him quickly, though I am usually slow to speak.
Sir, I am not a mean man. If another young man had called me that, it would not be good for him. I will pay this money, if I must, though I did not wish to owe it. You told me the court must pay my fair expenses. If this is a fair expense, come with me now to Lord Justice Jeffreys. Ask him for the 2 guineas. Or maybe 5, for telling me to deny his power.
With these words, I took his arm to lead him, because the door was still open. In the name of God, boy, let me go. Good sir, please let me go. My wife is sick, and my daughter is dying. In the name of God, sir, let me go.
No, I said, holding him tight. I cannot let you go without payment. What is right is right. You must pay it.
If you take me before that cruel man, I am ruined, he said. He will remove me from my work at once. Then my family will have no food. Here, boy, take these 2 guineas. You have beaten a man who tried to trick you. I will never again trust my first look at a country lad.
He pushed 2 gold coins into the hand that held his arm. He spoke in a low and quick voice because people were coming close to us.
For God's sake, let me go, boy. In another moment it will be too late.
Sir, I said, you spoke 2 times about a clerk's fee. You said it was something sad but needed.
Yes, yes, my son, he answered. You have a clerk just as I do. Here is the fee. Now you should study the law. Having something in your hand is most of the law, and you have me. Keeping calm is the rest, and you have that too.
His praise pleased me. I also felt the weight of the gold and silver in my hand. So I let go of Councillor Kitch, for that was who he was. In a moment he was gone, with his wig, his blue bag, and his troubles. Before I could decide what to do with the money, the court crier came out and asked who I was. I told him quickly that I had important business with His Majesty's bench, and it was private. He took me inside and warned me to be careful. First he brought me to a small clerk. That clerk sent me to a higher one. The higher clerk sent me to the head clerk. When this man heard my story, which I told without complaint, he looked at me with anger, as if I had hurt him.
John Ridd, he said, looking hard at me, do you truly wish to stand before the Lord Chief Justice?
Yes, sir, I answered. I have wished for this for more than 2 months.
Then you shall go before him, he said. But remember one thing. Do not speak about your long delay here, or you may have trouble.
How, sir? I asked. Trouble for being kept here against my will. He turned away and did not answer. It seemed he did not think the question important. He led me through a small passage to a door with a curtain across it.
If my lord asks you many questions, the clerk whispered, answer at once and speak the truth. He will find out if you do not. He does not like to be told he is wrong. He also does not like a weak or guilty look. Do not worry much about the 2 men at his sides, but listen carefully to the man in the middle. Never make him ask you the same thing twice.
I thanked him for his advice. He lifted the curtain and pushed me inside. Then he stepped back and left me alone. The room was not large, but it looked high to me. It was dark, with wooden walls around it. At the far end were raised seats like those in a church. They were covered with velvet and had wide arms. Above the middle seat was a cover hanging over it. 3 men sat there. One sat in the center, and one on each side. All 3 wore heavy robes with fur. They also wore large grey wigs that fell down to their shoulders. Each man had a strong wooden desk before him. The desks held pens and papers. But they were not writing. The man in the middle was telling a story. The other 2 were laughing and listening with pleasure. It was hard to see their real age because of their large wigs. The man in the middle seemed the youngest, yet he was the chief. He was thick and heavy, with a wide red face and strong square jaws. His eyes were sharp and bright. Gentle people might fear him. Proud men might dislike him. Between me and the 3 judges, a few lawyers were packing their bags and papers from a long table in the middle of the room. It looked as if one case had ended, and no other case had begun.
But before I could look around again, the big angry man saw me. He looked at me with sharp eyes and shouted,
Who are you, countryman?
Please, sir, I said in a loud voice, my name is John Ridd. I come from Orr Parish in Somerset. A man called Jeremy Stickles brought me to London about 2 months ago. He told me to stay here and be ready to give evidence. I do not know what the case is about. I only know it is about the king and the peace of the country. I have seen the king 3 times. He said nothing to me. Every day, except Sunday, I walk in Westminster Hall. I wait there all day, hoping someone will call me. But no one calls me. Now I want to ask if I may go home.
Well done, John. The judge said while I tried to catch my breath, I will promise for you that you never made such a long speech before. You are a brave Englishman, or you could not speak like that. I remember this case. I will take care of it myself, even if it started before I became Chief Justice. But I cannot deal with it now. You will not run away. You are as easy to find as the Tower of London. I feel sorry for the king's money, keeping you here for more than 2 months.
My lord, please forgive me, I said. My mother has paid for me. I have not received 1 coin.
What? The judge shouted.
His loud voice made everyone afraid, and I was afraid too.
Has the king come to this? Does he let his own witnesses go hungry?
My lord, Mr. Spank said in a low voice, we forgot about it because of more serious cases.
I will forget your head if this happens again. The judge said angrily, what you paid for. You have taken the money yourself. I know you're kind. This will be a bad day for you. Do not answer me. Say 1 more word, and I will have you punished.
He moved in his seat and held his knees with both hands. No one dared to speak. At last he looked at me again.
John Ridd, you have been treated badly. Do not speak. Go to Mr. Spank. Let me know how he treats you.
He gave Spank a sharp look.
Come back tomorrow. Before we begin any other case, I will see that you get justice. Now go. Your name is Ridd, and now we are rid of you.
I was very glad to leave after that storm of anger. I had never seen such terrible eyes before. The judge's eyes looked very dark and fierce. Mr. Spank waited for me in the lobby. I was still shaking when he came close to me. He carried a heavy yellow leather bag.
Good Master Ridd, take it all, he said softly. Please say something kind about me to his lordship. He likes you. You must use that. No one ever looked at him as you did. You did not argue with him, and he likes that. Stay in London. He may make you rich. He even made a joke about your name. Please remember that I have a large family.
But I would not take the bag. It felt like a bribe to give me so much money without even asking about my costs. I told him to keep the money until the next day. I said I would spend the rest of the day counting my costs for food and lodging. Mr. Stickles had paid before, but not after he left me. In the morning I would bring a written note. My landlord would sign it. It would include even my breakfast that day. Then I would take only the exact amount from the yellow bag. I would be thankful for that and nothing more.
If that is how you use a chance, Spank said with a cold look, you will not do well in these times. Even the Lord Chief Justice cannot help you much if you do not know how to help yourself.
That did not matter to me. The word approver troubled me when the judge used it. In our country, an approver was thought to be a very low person. I would rather pay for every breakfast and dinner since I came to London than take money as an approver. And I felt very disappointed when they treated me in that way. I believed they had called me because I was a loyal subject and a humble friend of His Majesty. In the morning, I met Mr. Spank at the door. He was waiting for me and wanted to see me. I showed him my bill, written clearly and neatly. He laughed when he saw it.
Take the money twice, Master Ridd, he said. Once for yourself, and once for His Majesty. All his loyal tradesmen do this when they can. His Majesty knows it and is proud of it. He says it shows their love for him. And he says, he gives twice who gives quickly. So how can I complain about giving twice, when I pay so slowly?
No, I will take the money only once, I said. If His Majesty likes to be cheated, he will not lack people to do it, while there are 16 Spanks in the family.
The clerk smiled at this. He felt proud of his many children. After he paid my account, he spoke to me in a low voice.
He is alone this morning, John, and in very good humor. He has been told that he may deal with poor Master Algernon Sidney. He says he will soon end his ideas about a republic. He laughs at his own joke, like a happy pig with a nut. That always makes him pleasant. John read, my lord.
With that, he pulled back the curtain. By special order, I stood there alone, face to face with Judge Jeffreys. Chapter 26. John is drained and cast aside. His lordship was reading some letters. He did not look up for a minute or two, although he knew I was there. I stood and waited to bow to him. I was afraid to speak first. I looked at his large round head and wondered at it. At last, he closed the letters. He seemed pleased with what he had read. Then he fixed his wide and strong eyes on me. He looked at me as if I were something he wanted to judge at once.
May it please your worship, I said. Here I am, as you ordered, waiting for your command.
You are made for weight, John, more than for orders, he said. How much do you weigh?
About 240 pounds, my lord. When I am ready for wrestling, I answered. And I think I have lost some weight here, after staying so long in London.
Ha ha, you do not look troubled, he said. Has His Majesty seen you?
Yes, my lord, 2 or 3 times. He made some joke about me.
I am sure it was not a good one, he said. His humor is not as fine as mine. It is often rough and not very polite.
Now, John, or Jack. I think people often call you Jack.
Yes, your lord, he said. When I am with old Molly and Betty Muxworthy, they call me Jack.
Be quiet, you bold boy, he said. You talk too much. We must give you less food. But you are a very big boy. Ha, ha. Where is that man Spank? Spank must hear this later. This joke is too clever for your big head, Jack.
It is not too clever, my lord, Jack said. I went to school. The boys there made many bad jokes about me.
Ha, ha. So they hurt you with their jokes. But it is hard to miss you. Even with a big spear. Now you look like you will cry. Very good, very good. I win against you from every side, Jack. And you have many sides. They are very wide and soft. You must pay double for the jokes you give me.
In my village, we say heavy things need heavy payment, my lord, Jack answered.
Oh, I hurt you again, Jack. That spear joke was not soft for you.
Now, Jack Whale, I have pulled you hard, he said. Now I will question you.
His face changed at once. He stopped smiling. His heavy eyebrows came down low. He looked at me as if he had never laughed in his life.
I am ready to answer, my lord, I said. If you ask nothing beyond what I know, and nothing against my honor.
You had better answer everything, he said. What do you know about honor? Now tell me, is there near your home a group of robbers and outlaws? Are they men whom everyone fears?
Yes, my lord. I believe some of them are robbers. All of them are outlaws.
And what is your high sheriff doing? He asked. Why does he not hang them all? Or send them to me and I will hang them?
I think he is afraid, my lord. It is not safe to trouble them. They come from good families and they do not care about danger. Their home is strong and hard to enter.
Good families, he said. What about Lord Russell, Lord Essex, and Sidney? Being from a good family does not save a man. It may even bring him to death. What is the name of this bad family? How many are there?
They are the Doones of Bagworthy Forest, my lord. We think there are about 40 men. There are also women and children.
40 Doones, 40 thieves, and women and children too. How long have they lived there?
Maybe 30 years, my lord. Maybe even 40. They came before the Great War. That was long before I can remember.
Yes, long before you were born, John. Good. You speak clearly. I hate a liar when I find one. You want me to travel in the West. You shall have me there. When I finish with the traders in London, now tell me, is there a family called the Witch House living near you?
He asked this very suddenly. He looked hard into my eyes, as if he wanted to catch me in a mistake. I felt very surprised by the question.
Yes, my lord. They do not live very near us, but not far away. Baron de Witch Halls of Ley Manor.
Baron of the Exchequer, yes? Does he take money instead of the king? Some matters there need to go further. I will look into it, and also into the witch who causes trouble. Wild men in the West, drunken outlaws, you will all pay one day. John Ridd, I will come to or perish. I will clear it out.
Your worship is very learned, I answered. But you are not fair to us. We are loyal and honest people. Since I came to London, I have not seen better people than those in our parish. We live quietly. We do not speak proudly about ourselves.
Enough, John, enough. Do you not know that true goodness does not praise itself? Now tell me, have you ever heard that the Witch House works together with the Doones of Bagworthy?
He spoke slowly. His large eyes stayed on my face. I could not think clearly. I could not look at him, and I could not look away. The idea was new to me. I had never thought of it before. He watched me and saw that I was searching for the truth.
John Ridd, your eyes tell me enough, he said. I see you never imagined this. Now tell me, have you ever seen a man called Thomas Faggus?
Yes, sir. Many times. He is my cousin, and I fear he has plans.
I stopped. I had no right to speak about our Annie.
Tom Faggus is a good man, he said.
A small smile came to his strong face.
Master Faggus has sometimes made mistakes about property. Lawyers often do that. But he is honest. He sends his bill and gets paid. He does not charge for writing it. Still, we must check his costs like any other lawyer.
Of course, my lord, I said.
I did not understand what he meant.
I fear he may one day be hanged, said the Lord Chief Justice. He spoke more quietly. Tell him this from me, Jack. He will never be judged in my court, but I cannot be everywhere. Some judges may not remember his kindness to them. Tell him to change his name, or become a parson, or do something that makes it wrong to hang him. Being a parson is best. He has a strong face. He could ride on horseback and collect church money. Now a few more questions, John Ridd, then I will finish with you for now.
My heart jumped with hope. I wanted to leave London and go home. Still, I was not sure if I could trust his words.
Is there any talk near your home against His Majesty our good king? He asked.
No, my lord. There is no sign of that. We pray for him in church. After church, we speak about him and hope it helps him, as it should. But that is all. We do not know much about him. At least I do not, until I go home again.
That is right, John. The less you speak, the better. But I have heard of trouble in Taunton. I have heard of trouble near Dulverton, and even closer on Exmoor. These are serious matters. Some men may stand in the pillory. Some may even hang. You say you know nothing of this. Soon all England will hear of it. John, I like you. You have told me the truth without fear. So listen to me. Stay away from this trouble. It will fail in the end, but many men will die for it. Even I could not save you, John Ridd. If you were part of it, keep away from the Doones. Keep away from the Witch House. Keep away from anything you do not understand. At first, I thought I could use you, but you are too honest and simple. I will send a sharper man instead. And remember this, John, do not help the other side, and do not carry my words to anyone.
Then the Lord Justice looked at me very hard. His eyes were cold. I felt afraid and wished to leave. But after a moment he smiled and spoke in a lighter way.
Now go, Jack. I will remember you, and I think you will not forget me for a long time.
My lord, I am glad to go. The hay must be brought in. The haystacks need fixing. No one can make the wooden ties like I can. 2 men must twist each hay rope. Mother thinks all is well. She listens to what people say. Some tell her lies. Some cheat her when she sells a pig. Even the sheepskins are taken from us.
John Ridd, I thought your people were known for honesty and kindness to their neighbors.
Yes, my lord. But when I say our people, I mean only our own family. Not the other men and women.
That is enough, John. Go now. Men and women are no better than they must be.
I wanted to explain myself, but he would not listen. He sent me out of the court. He said that men everywhere steal and lie. Women are not much different. I did not argue with him. He was a judge and must know many things. And I am a man myself, so it might seem I spoke only to defend myself. So I bowed and left. Still, I was not sure he was right. Yet I was not free to go home at once. I did not have enough money to travel all the way to Ore. I could walk and ask for food on the road. But that felt too low for me. So I packed my few clothes. I paid my small debts. I was ready to leave in half an hour if I could get a little money for the road. I was young and strong. I believed I could walk from London to Ore in 10 or 12 days. That was not much slower than riding a horse. But I had been foolish. Master Spank paid me the money from the bill I gave him. It was 50 shillings less than my mother had given me. I had spent that 50 shillings in the city. I saw the sights. I paid for food and drink for others. I could not ask the king to pay for that. First, I paid all my debts. They were not many. Then I thought the treasury would repay me later. I began to think of home. I dreamed of the country air. I saw my mother's happy face in my mind. And what did I do? I spent more than half of what was left. I bought gifts for Mother. I bought gifts for Annie and Lizzie, for John Fry and his wife, for Betty Muxworthy, for Bill Dadds, for Jim Slocum, for many others in Ore. I even bought fine things for all the Snow family. They like good and beautiful things. And I must tell the truth. I also bought a gift for Lorna. It was very expensive. The price frightened me, but the shopkeeper said it was not too much. He said no young man who loves a lady can give her something cheap. He spoke as if Lorna already loved me. Of course, I had not told him about her. But he talked as if he knew everything. The thought that beautiful Lorna might love me filled my head. It made me bold. If the price had been 3 times higher, I think I would still have paid it. Now in all this I was foolish. Not because I remembered my friends and neighbours, for that is right when a man comes from London. But I was foolish because I did not first make sure how much money I had left. When I went again with a small bill for only 3 more days of food, and money for 1 week on the road home, counted very carefully, Master Spank would not see me. He would not speak to me at all. Instead, he sent me a small blue paper. It looked like a paper from a butcher. On it were these words, and nothing more. John Ridd, go away. He who will not when he may, when he will, he shall have no. From this I understood that I was no longer in favour with the Chief Justice Jeffreys. Maybe my words in court had not helped him. Maybe he wanted to forget the matter for a time. In any case, I felt great sadness and some anger. I was also very worried and disappointed. The time for making hay was past. The small corn was almost ready to cut. The trout were rising to the yellow fly. The blackbirds were eating our white cherries. I felt sure of it, though I could not see them. And who was there to help my mother? Who would stop her from crying? And what had happened to Lorna? Perhaps she had left me and thought me foolish and false. Perhaps she had thrown herself into the deep black well. Or worst of all, perhaps she was married, though still so young, to that bad man Carver Doone. I did not even know if the Doones cared about marriage. That last thought made me go at once to look for Mr. Spank again. I decided that if I caught him, I would beat him well, though he had 16 children. But I could not find him anywhere. The usher told me he had gone to the sea for his health. He said the master had worked too hard. He also said no wise man would stay in London in that hot and dirty weather. Only a poor man like himself, who never touched money, would remain. He said the heat might bring the plague, This gave me a new fear. I had heard of the plague in London and the terrible things that happened. So I went back quickly to my room. I opened my clothes and looked at my skin for spots. I was afraid because I had stayed so long at the hairy skin dresser's shop. When I found no marks, I fell on my knees and thanked God. Then I decided to start for all the next day. I would take my gun, ready for use, whatever might happen, in sun or rain. Even if all the people at home laughed at me for begging my way back, I would go. They had spoken proudly when I left, as if I were kin to the king. But my pride, and my mother's pride too, were saved a little. After I paid all I owed, I had only 1 crown left. With it I went to buy some powder and shot. On the road, these are almost more important than shoes or food. At the corner of the street, I met my good friend Jeremy Stickles. He had just come to look for me. I took him back to my small room, which was mine at least until the morning. I told him all that had happened. I told him how hurt I felt. But he did not seem surprised at all.
"It is the way of the world, Jack," he said. "They got all they could from you. Why should they give you more? We do not feed a pig after it is dead. We only prepare it. We do not give it food on the day we kill it. They have already given you more than they needed to. You are lucky, John. You have 1 day's pay after your work was done. Maybe even half a day more. God help me, John. I see many things in this world. There is no use holding too hard to old words when men change their minds. I tell you, Jack, all men tell lies sometimes. The wise man does not press them too hard for it."
I did not understand him well. I never looked at the world in that way. I would not call myself a liar, not to others and not to myself. Only to God, when I was in trouble, might I say such a thing. And I do not think a man is a liar if he makes things softer without meaning harm, because he wishes to protect his neighbor.
£5 you shall have, Jack," Jeremy said suddenly, while I was still thinking. £5. I will try to get it back from that rogue spank. I would make it 10, John, but I have had bad luck of late. Put away your papers. I want no receipt. John Ridd, no foolish talk with me.
I was ready to kiss his hand. To think that any man in London, the hardest and most suspicious place in the world, would trust me with £5 without even a paper for it. It was too much for me. I began to cry. Though I am big and strong, my heart is still like a child's. It was not the money that moved me. It was the kind way he gave it. After so much hard talk, he still trusted that I was honest.
Chapter 27. Home again at last. It was the start of the wheat harvest when I reached the town of Dunster. I had walked all the way from London, and my feet were very sore. £5 was enough to pay for simple food and a bed on the road. I even had some small coins to give to poorer travellers. But that money was not enough to hire a horse. I knew this well because I remembered the high prices Jeremy Stickles had paid when we rode to London. That evening Dunster looked very beautiful to me. I had almost lost hope that I would arrive before night, even though I could see the castle from far away. When I finally entered the town, my travel troubles ended. At least I did not have to walk any more. My mother's cousin, the good tanner, lived there. We had once stayed with him on our way to London. He was very upset when he saw me. I had come back on foot, tired, and almost without shoes. My clothes were also in poor condition. He swore that if any strong plan began against the cruel papists, and if it seemed likely to succeed, he would risk £1,000 as easily as 1 penny. I told him he must not do that. I had heard other things in London, but I could not tell even a small part of what I knew and had seen there. He did not understand me. I only nodded, and that was not enough for him. A young man cannot nod in a way that makes others understand. Older men can do that better. Still, I think he understood one thing. The poor state in which I returned was not the fault of King Charles II. It was not the fault of his advisers either. It was my own doing. I had travelled too fast. My walking had been quicker than post horses. My mind was troubled, and my body felt desperate. So I walked from London to Dunster in only 6 days. It may be about 170 miles. I cannot say the exact distance. I lost my way more than 12 times. Yet in 6 days I was there. They welcomed me with great kindness. The tanner had several daughters. I do not remember how many. They were pretty young women and good workers. They could make fine pastry. They asked me many questions. They treated me almost like a lord. They offered to mend my stockings, which truly needed mending. While they talked around me, I fell asleep. I would not admit it, but I did.
They said, "Poor cousin. He is very tired."
Then they led me to a soft bed. They kissed me gently, and I slept. In the morning I looked out of the window. I saw the hills of Exmoor. Each day on my journey I had feared those hills. Now they looked small and friendly. I thanked God when I saw them. And this time I did not have to climb them by my own strength. My good uncle, as we call a parent's cousin, would not let me walk again. He knew I must hurry to my mother. He agreed that I was right to go at once. He said I must not walk, even if he lost his Saturday business from Minehead and watch it. So he gave me his strongest horse. The girls came to the door to wish me a safe journey. They kissed their hands to me as I rode away. I felt proud and happy. I had seen much of the world. I had stood strong in it. Now I was back among my own people. They were kinder and warmer than most people I met in the great city of London. I even thought they looked better. But I cannot fully explain what I felt in my heart. As I rode closer and closer, my heart grew full. I was going back to the place of all I loved. Every warm memory lived there. All my young hopes had begun there. In one word, I was going home. The first sheep I saw on the moor had a big red J.R. on his side. Mother had told them to mark the sheep with my name, not hers. When I saw it, my heart jumped. My eyes filled with tears. That was his name. He was strong and good at fighting. He knew me, even though I was on a strange horse. I bent down and touched his head. I promised he would never be killed for meat. After I rode past him, he ran fast across the moor. He went to bring the other sheep with J.R. on them. It was as if he wanted to tell them that young master had come home at last. But truly, it would take me all afternoon to tell you even a small part of what I felt in that half hour. The sun was going down in the calm way it should. I did not use my spurs or whip. I was afraid the many sights would be too much for me. There was the pool where we washed the sheep. There was the wet hollow where I once shot 3 wild ducks. I saw the stack of peat where I hid my dinner when I could not go home. Near it stood the bush with thyme around it, where Annie had found a large swarm of our bees. Then I reached the corner of the dry stone wall. After that place, the open moor ended. The partridges flew from there into the corn fields. They made soft calls as they ran. It seemed as if they were happy to find their supper. They looked toward our house and the haystacks. They would stay there until winter came. And then I saw her. But I can hardly speak of it. Annie ran to me so fast that she almost pulled me off my horse. She even kissed the front of my gun.
I shouted, "Jem, boy. I knew you would come. Oh, John. Oh, John. I have waited here every Saturday night. I saw you for the last mile or more. But I did not come around the corner. I was afraid I would cry too soon. I wanted to cry when I had you with me. Now I can cry as much as I want. You must not try to stop me, John. I am so happy. But you must not cry, John. What will Mother think? She will be jealous of me."
What Mother thought, I cannot say. I think she did not think clearly for half an hour. She only held me very tight and cried. Now and then she thanked God. But she also feared that God might take me away again if she felt too thankful. She believed I had saved myself by my own strength. She said I should have the praise for it. When John's wife, Mrs. Fry, said that we must not be proud because all was the Lord's doing, Mother spoke to her very sharply. Later she felt sorry for that and asked Mrs. Fry to forgive her. Perhaps I should not even tell this. Old Smiler had told them I was coming. I mean everyone except Annie. He had broken free from his rope and was eating grass in the lane. Then he saw a strange horse with his young master and mistress riding on it. Annie was sitting behind me because there was no one else to look after her. Smiler stopped and stared at us. He gave a loud neigh, and his tail stood straight up in surprise. Then he kicked his back legs high and ran fast toward home. All the dogs began to bark when they saw him. Now I think I have said enough about my great return home. People even talked about it that same evening in Cos Gate. I cannot truly describe how it felt. So how can I expect anyone else to imagine it? Very few people travel so far from home, unless they must for work or have no settled life. And even among those people, not 1 in 100 has such a home to return to as I had. Mother cried again. She felt sad and also a little angry. Annie cried too. Little Eliza cried as well. They were upset when I told them I had been left without money for my journey home. I said I thought I might have to beg on the road. Farmer Snow would have heard about it. They spoke with strong feeling and even said such things were not right in a kingdom. I could see they were sorry that I had not gained a higher position. Still, they all said they were glad I was only what I had always been. Mother and Annie said this at once. But Lizzie said nothing. She waited until I opened my bag and showed her the fine present I had brought. Then she kissed me, almost as Annie did. She said she did not care much about captains. Liz's gift was the best, except for Lorna's. Lorna's gift I carried close to my heart all the way home. I hoped it would make her love me because it had rested so long near my heart. For Lizzie I had brought a costly and heavy book. It was beyond my understanding. But I knew she would value it. The gifts for Mother and Annie were simple, yet I knew they would love them because they came from me. That evening we were all very happy. Chapter 28. John has hope of Lorna. Although I wished very much to hear more about Lorna, I did not feel it right to leave Mother and Annie the next day. It was Sunday. My heart longed to know about her, but my duty was at home. Before we had even finished breakfast, all the farm workers came to the house. Their wives came too. Even the 2 boys who scared the crows were there. They were dressed as if they were going to a fair. They wanted to see how I was. They asked if it was true that the king had made me one of his bodyguards. If that was so, they asked what would happen to the championship belt for wrestling in the West Counties. I had held that belt for more than a year. No one had yet beaten me. Strangely, this question seemed most important to them. No one asked who would manage the farm. No one asked about their wages. They only asked who would wear the belt.
I will wear the belt myself, I said. I will keep it for the honor of all parish, as long as God gives me strength and health to meet any man who challenges me. No one asked me to be a bodyguard. And if they had asked, I would not have agreed.
Some of them said the king must be foolish not to keep me near him for protection in these troubled times. They spoke about fear of Catholics. I could have told them the king was not afraid of Catholics at all. In truth, he liked them. But I said nothing. I remembered what Judge Jeffries had told me. At church that day, everyone stared at me. Men, women, and children all looked my way. Only the Snow girls pretended not to look, but they watched when I was not looking at them. They all stared as if they expected to see some sign of the king upon me. They forgot to kneel at the right time. The parson had to remind them. If I coughed, moved my book, bowed my head, or even said Amen, they looked at one another. Their looks seemed to say, he learned that in London, and maybe from the king himself. However, after some time, all this trouble passed. People were even angry with me. They said I was not sharper or smarter. They said I was not more fashionable, even after meeting important people and seeing many fine things. Maybe I did not become wiser in London, but I was much happier when I came home. There I learned to enjoy quiet life. I learned to be thankful for the good things around us. I understood that we must love people for their kindness, even when they feel they must help us. Before my journey, I thought these things were normal. I did not think they were special. But when I lost them, I saw they were gifts. And I knew they could be taken away. In the hot and dusty city, I missed trees and fields. I missed running water and the sounds of the country. I missed the fresh country wind. Because of this, I believed I would never grow tired of these simple joys. At least, That was what I thought then. In summer, I woke when the sun came over the hills. The morning light filled me with hope. Leaves moved softly outside my window in the fresh air. The vine on the wall slowly turned in the light. Beyond the garden wall, the wide green field shone in the early light. They looked bright and fresh with morning dew. Cows walked down the meadow. Each one moved in its own way, like people do. They shook their horns and walked slowly. On the right was the farmyard. Clean straw lay on the ground. Around it stood the barn, the grain store, the cider press, and the stables. In every stable door stood a horse, eating quietly. Each driver fixed his straps and looked down the lane. He waited to begin work until the milkmaids had passed. At last the cock came out. Where had he been so long? He flapped his wings and crowed loudly. No other cock dared to challenge him. 2 or 3 moved away quietly, waiting until they were stronger. Soon the hens gathered around, clucking and talking. They seemed proud of their master. While the cock was still making noise, the old turkey cock arrived with his family. Then the geese at the lower end of the yard stretched their necks and made loud cries. They seemed ready for trouble. The ducks in the pond showed only their tails, as if they did not wish to choose sides. Just when it seemed a fight might begin, the old mother pig walked between them. She moved slowly and made deep sounds. Her great body stood between the birds. Because they could not see each other, they calmed down. Each one went away, acting brave and proud. So the morning went on. The sun grew stronger as it rose higher. The cows in their stalls, the horses in the stable, and the men at their cottage doors had all rested and eaten. Everything smelled of hay and straw. Now everyone had to begin work, whether pulling, carrying, or digging. On that Monday morning, I thought of all this. My own work was waiting for me. I was trying to think of a way to leave it without harming anyone. I wanted to see my love and let her know I was true. This felt like the hardest work of all, yet it felt as sure as the sunrise. I knew everyone would watch me on my first day back at the farm. They wanted to see what I had learned in London. Even my gentle mother would be watching. But could I let another day pass and let Lorna think I had forgotten her? I wanted very much to tell my dear mother about Lorna. I wanted to tell her how deeply I loved her. Yet I had little hope that Lorna would ever love me. Many times I wished to speak and end the secret. But I remembered how my father died at the hands of the Doones. This stopped me. It seemed wrong to make my mother sad when there was little chance of success. If Lorna ever loved me, I would tell my mother at once. It would make me very happy to hide nothing from her. At first she would feel great pain, but later she might understand. Still, I saw no more hope of Lorna loving me than of the moon coming down from the sky. It seemed almost impossible. Now the small bird sang with joy. The water made a clear sound. Cows called in the green fields. There were no houses near us, only our own and one neighbor's home. We knew everyone around us. They were kind and simple people. They cared about each other. But none of this made me happy. Some of it even made me feel worse. Inside me, I felt a deep wish and a dark trouble in my mind. Many people may think I was foolish. I had just come back from London. Many pretty girls looked at me there because I was tall and strong. I could have found a sweetheart, even with my country accent and little money, if I had wanted. I only needed to say the word. But I do not respect a man who changes his love quickly. In London I saw shirt studs that men put in one day and take out the next. Some men treat their hearts the same way. They love one girl today and another tomorrow. I am not like that. So I decided to take my chance. I did not care if anyone noticed me. I only wanted Lorna to notice me. I only wanted time to say 10 words to her. First, I worked hard with the farm men. No man in our area could work as strongly as I could. When they were tired, I knew they would not follow me. They were also happy with the small gifts I had brought from London, so they would not speak about me. Then I walked away quickly. I trusted my speed. I stopped worrying. I decided to face whatever might happen and still try to be home for supper. First, I went to the top of the broken highland. I had agreed to watch for a sign there, At last I saw that the white stone was covered with a cloth. This was the sign that Lorna wanted me. For a moment I stood still in shock. I was too late. The one thing I cared about most had happened, and I had missed it. I looked carefully at every small space around me. I hoped to see some small sign of her, but I saw nothing. Then I hurried along the outer cliffs. I did not care about my knees or my neck. I climbed the old way I knew. Nothing could stop me. Soon I stood in the small rock space above the narrow stream. I looked down into the quiet valley where my heart always stayed. I knew it might be wrong to come. I knew I had duties at home. I loved my home and tried to be strong. But my heart always lived there with her. I knew I was foolish, and I accepted it. Birds flew around me in the warm August light. The trees shone softly as the sun went down. The water moved gently in the evening air. I crouched there and watched. I felt everything around me, but it was like a dream. Time passed quietly while I waited. At last I saw a small figure. She was light and slender in the moving shadows. She walked softly through the trees and across the meadow. She moved as if she did not know where to go. Why should I hide and watch her from far away? Why should I fear danger now? Even if they killed me, one tear from her would be enough for me. So I ran out at once. I did not think about guns or danger. It was not brave courage. It was love that had been locked inside me too long. I do not know if Lorna was afraid of how I looked. Maybe she feared what I would say. Maybe she feared her own feelings. But she looked frightened, and I had hoped she would look glad. Perhaps my great joy was too much for her. Perhaps she did not want to show her own feelings. For a moment I felt I might forget myself. But she stayed calm. This made me think deeply. Some men say all women hide their true thoughts, but I do not believe that. So I walked toward her slowly. I felt unsure now. I spoke with some trouble in my voice.
Mistress Lorna, I hoped you needed me.
Oh yes, I did, she said. But that was long ago. 2 months ago, or more, sir.
She looked away, as if it was finished. I felt shocked and afraid. I could not breathe well. I thought I had lost her and that another man had won her heart. I tried to turn away without another word. I wanted to leave. But I could not stop a foolish sob. I was angry with myself for it. Yet it came too fast for pride to stop. That one sound showed all my feelings. Lorna heard it. She ran to me. Her bright eyes were full of surprise and kindness. It was as if she did not know that I loved her so deeply. She held out both her hands. I took them and looked at them.
Master Rid, I did not mean to hurt you, she whispered softly. I did not mean to make you sad.
If you do not want to hurt me, no one else in this world can hurt me, I answered. I loved her very much, but I was still afraid to look at her because my eyes felt weak.
Come away from this bright place, she said, and her voice shook. People watch me now. Come into the shadows, John.
I would have jumped even into a dark and dangerous place just to hear her call me John. Even if danger waited there, I would not care. She moved quickly across the quiet grass. I followed her with fast steps. I was not afraid now, except of losing her. As she walked before me, I saw her beauty and her gentle way. She knew she was beautiful, and she carried herself with grace. She took me to her rich garden place, which I once told you about. It was beautiful in spring, but now in summer it was even more wonderful. Flowers and green leaves were everywhere, but I did not truly see it. My heart did not care about the garden. I only saw the young woman walking softly before me. She was afraid to look at me. My love was strong, and she felt it. It was new to her. She did not understand it. She could not speak about it. She could only feel it, and it gave her both joy and pain. She tried to look at me, but she could not. She tried to look away, but she could not do that either. She lowered her eyes and blushed. She felt shy with me, and even shy with herself. I did not touch her. I wanted very much to hold her. Her right hand rested softly on the moss. Still, I did not take it. I did not try to see her eyes. My whole life felt like it waited for one look from her. But I let her choose the moment. After some time, I do not know how long, she slowly lifted her eyes. There were small tears under them. She looked at me in a quiet and unsure way. I had never seen a look with so much feeling before. "Darling, do you love me?" I asked.
"Yes, I like you very much," she answered. She turned her eyes away, and her dark hair fell over her face.
"But do you love me, Lorna? Do you love me more than anything else in the world?"
"No, of course not. Why should I?" she said.
"I do not know why," I answered. "I only hoped you did. Either do not love me at all, or love me as I love you, forever."
"John, I care for you very much," she said gently. "I do not want to make you sad. You are brave and kind and simple. I mean simple in a good way. I think you are better than anyone else. I think about you almost every day."
"That is not enough for me, Lorna," I said. "I think about you every moment of my life. For you, I would leave my home. I would leave all other people. I would even leave my family. For you, I would give my life. I would give up everything. Do you love me like that?"
"No," Lorna said quietly. "I like you very much when you do not speak so wildly. I like to see you come into the valley. You look strong, as if you could fill the whole place. I like to think that even Carver would be nothing against you. But love you like that? Why should I? I made a sign for you many times. For 2 months or more, you did not answer it. If you love me so much, why do you leave me alone? Why do you let other people decide things about me?"
"Other people decide?" I cried. "Oh, Lorna, you do not mean to marry Carver?"
"No, Master Ridd, do not be so afraid. When you look so afraid, I feel afraid too."
But you did not marry Carver, did you? Tell me quickly. Why do you make me wait?
"Of course I did not marry him, Master Ridd. If I had married him, would I be here with you now? Would I let you hold my hand? Would I let you make me laugh, as you often do? Sometimes you almost make me laugh too much. And sometimes you make me afraid."
Did they want you to marry Carver? Tell me everything.
"Not yet, not yet. They are not as quick as you are, John. I am only 17. Who thinks about marriage at that age? But they wanted me to promise. They wanted me to say in front of my grandfather that I would marry him one day. It seems something made them afraid. There is a young man named Charlworth Doone. Everyone calls him Charlie. He is proud and full of life. He looks brave and handsome. My uncle, the councillor, believes that Charlie looks at me too much when he passes my grandfather's cottage."
At these words, Lorna's face turned red. I felt afraid and angry at once. I began to hate this Charlie even more than Carver Doone.
"He had better be careful," I said. "If he dares to look at you like that, I will deal with him. If he sees you at all, it will be from far away."
"Master Ridd, you sound worse than Carver. I thought you were kind. They wanted me to promise. They even wanted me to swear a serious oath. I have never sworn an oath in my life. They wanted me to promise to marry my oldest cousin, Carver Doone. He is more than 35 years old. He is twice my age. That is why I sent the sign to ask you to come. They said it would bring peace to the family. They said it would be good for me. But I would not listen. The councillor spoke for a long time. My grandfather asked me to think carefully. Carver smiled in his best way, but his smile is very frightening. Then he and his father tried to force me. But Sir Enza would not allow it. They decided to wait until he is too old to stop them. Now they watch me. They follow me. I have almost no freedom left. I could not even meet you here, in my own quiet place, without the help of dear little Gwenny Carfax. She helps me now. Through her, I hope to escape from them, because no one else helps me."
Tears filled her soft dark eyes. She looked hurt and sad. In a few words, I told her why I had stayed away. I told her about my troubles and my time far from home. I told her I had tried to send her news, but it was too dangerous. When she heard this, she understood. Then I showed her what I had brought from London. It was a ring. It had small pearls and a blue sapphire in the middle. It was very beautiful.
She began to cry softly. Then she came and sat very close to me.
I trembled with joy and fear. Soon I felt calm again. I gently lifted her left hand and looked at it. Her hand was small and white. I saw the thin blue lines under her skin. Her fingers were fine and soft. She smiled because I looked at her hand with such wonder. Before she could speak, and before she knew what I would do, I quickly placed the ring on her finger. The blue stone matched the soft blue lines in her hand. The white pearls shone against her pale skin. She looked up at me, and her face was more red than before. Tears stood in her eyes. She wanted to love me as strongly as I loved her, but she was not sure yet. She smiled a little, though she was near to tears. Then she kissed my forehead. After that, she took my ring from her finger and held it out to me. When she saw my sad face, she kissed the ring 3 times and gave it back. What could I do when she spoke like that? I kissed her hand again and again. I told her I would rather die with her love than live without it, even if I had everything else in the world. She looked so beautiful then that I had to turn away. Her dark eyes shone, and her cheeks were bright with color. I felt weak because she was so lovely.
"Oh, you clever Master Rid," Lorna said. "I thought you were too simple to do this. Now I see why you can catch fish, like the first day I saw you."
Have I caught you, little fish? I asked. Or must I wait all my life and never catch you?
"Not one and not the other, John," she said. "You have not caught me fully, but I like you very much. If you stay away for a time, I may like you even more. And no other man has hope, unless I tell you." "John, I cannot take it now," she said softly. "If I keep it, I am not fair to you. I will try to love you as you wish and as you deserve. Keep the ring for me until that day. I feel that I will be ready soon. Perhaps one day you will be sorry. You may think it is too late to be loved by a girl like me."
My dearest, I whispered through her hair. How long must I wait? How long must I wonder if you can love a simple farmer like me? I am not noble. I am not learned.
"I will not let you speak badly of yourself," Lorna said gently. "You are not rough or foolish. You know more than I do. You learned Greek and Latin. You went to the best school in the west of England. Only my grandfather and the councillor know as much as you. Sometimes I laugh at the way you speak, but it is only for fun. I never wanted to hurt you."
Nothing you say can hurt me, I answered. Unless you say, "Go away, John Rid. I love another man more than you."
"Then I will never hurt you in that way," she said. "Now, John, please be calm."
She called me John again and again, and I loved the sound of it. She stood close to me, and her eyes were bright with feeling. I felt my hand move without thinking. It went too near her waist under her cloak. She saw it at once. I quickly pretended to pick a fern from the ground.
"Now, John," she said quickly. "Master John Rid, it is time for you to go home to your mother. I love your mother from what you have told me. I will not let you stay away from her."
If you truly love my mother, I said with a smile, then the best way to show it is to love me.
She laughed in the sweetest way. Her eyes moved quickly, and her cheeks grew red again. She tried to hide her feelings, but she could not. I did not need her to tell me. I knew it in my heart. Even though we both looked away, I understood one thing clearly. Lorna Doone had begun to love me, and she would go on loving me. Chapter 29. Reaping leads to reveling. Although Lorna told me not to see her for 2 months, my heart was light for most of that time.
1 month for you and 1 for me," she had whispered when we parted.
Even so, I was happier than anyone on Exmoor. For I knew she was safe. Every day we had a secret signal between us. We had planned it carefully.
I have nothing to fear now, John, she said when we said goodbye. It is true that they watch me. But Gwenny is too clever for them.
While my grandfather is here, no one will hurt me. Little Gwenny watches the people who try to watch me. And you, John, are ready to help if something bad happens. I have never been so safe before. So do not squeeze my hand, John. I am safe without it, and you do not know how strong you are. But I knew my strength very well. Hills and valleys felt small under my feet. Even the wildest cattle did not frighten me. I could push them back and make them move, but I was careful not to hurt them. I felt strong enough to pull down small trees. Yet I loved all living things. I felt kindness toward everything around me. I felt that I belonged with them. Soon the golden harvest was ready. The corn moved in the wind on the wide hills. It also grew in quiet places near the edge of the woods. It was the best harvest our land had seen for many years. Not since my father died had we seen such a rich crop. His sickle had hung on the wall since that sad time. No man on Exmoor had been strong enough to use it well after he died. He fell in the best years of his life. But now I took the sickle from the wall. Mother had kept it there with pride. She watched me as I held it. She did not know whether to smile or cry. All the people from our parish came to our upper yard. That year we were to begin the harvest. Farmer Nicholas and Jasper Kebby had agreed to this. So we started in our usual order. First walked Parson Josiah Bowden. He wore his long black robe and carried the parish Bible. A sickle hung behind him. He walked strongly, for he was a big man. Our family came next. I walked beside Mother and held her arm. In my other hand I carried my father's sickle. On my back I carried a loaf of our bread and a small barrel of cider. Behind us walked Annie and Lizzie. They wore pretty rings of blue flowers on their heads. Mother would have worn flowers too if she were still a farmer's wife. But she was a widow. She wore no. Her widow's hood was off, and her long hair fell down like a young girl's. Her hair was thick and bright, even after all her troubles. After us came the young women of the village. There were milkmaids and others. Betty Muxworthy walked in front of them. She was still telling them to walk properly. They only laughed at her. They knew the men were behind them. Then the Snow family came. Farmer Nicholas walked in the middle. He looked as if he would rather lead us, but he was willing to follow. From time to time he made signs to people here and there, as if I were not important. His 3 big daughters walked beside him. They were strong and good-looking. They stayed close to him, as if someone might try to take them away. When I saw them, I understood more clearly why I loved Lorna's quiet and simple ways. After the Snows came Jasper Kebby and his new wife. They were honest and kind people. They had a small farm of 100 acres and some common land. After them came the men. They did not walk in good order. They tried to look at the girls in front and made jokes about them. The wives laughed, though some of them might not laugh when alone. Behind them came the children. They walked slowly, picked flowers, and asked many questions. There were about 60 of us in all. The narrow lane was full of people. When we reached the large field gate, we stopped. Here the first corn would be cut. Parson Bowden lifted the wooden bar of the gate. The sleeves of his robe turned green from the wood. He spoke so everyone could hear him, though he was a little out of breath. In the name of the Lord, Amen. Amen. So be it, cried the clerk from far behind. He was only a shoemaker. Then the parson read verses from the Bible. He told us to lift our eyes and look at the fields ready for harvest. After that he put the Bible on top of the gatepost. Even in his long robe, he cut 3 strong strokes of corn. He laid the cut corn neatly in a line. The rest of us waited outside the gate. We did not want to disturb him, but we whispered that he did the work well. When he had placed the corn in order, Mother walked into the field with my help. We both spoke together, thanked the Lord for all his kindness, and for these first gifts from his hand. Then the clerk read a psalm, 1 line at a time. He did it very well. In the middle of it, he sneezed. The other cobbler at Brendan had pushed a beard of wheat up his nose. When the psalm was finished, we sang it loudly. Our voices were strong. The foxgloves on the bank shook as if they were small bells. After that, the parson drank some cider. Then we all began to reap the wheat. I speak about the men, not the women. In some places, women also cut the wheat. They work well and keep the same line as the men. They look neat and careful. But I think the men there must watch the women all the time. They may fear the women will hurt themselves with the sharp hooks. In our part, the women do different work. They walk behind the men. They stay away from the swinging hooks. They bend down and hold the cut wheat in their arms. They catch the long lines of corn that the men throw down. Then they tie the corn together. They put a small band under it and twist it tight. They press it with a knee to keep it close. Soon there is a good sheaf. It is ready to stand in the field. After them come the children. Each child gathers a little for himself, if the farmer is kind. Each one makes a bundle. It grows as big as the child, or even bigger. Sometimes they fall down with it in the rough field. We men moved forward along the long yellow wall of wheat. Our knees were wide apart. The left arm held the corn. The right arm moved the bright sickle. Each man stayed in his place. Each cut the wheat on his side. Each pushed deeper into the golden field. Each threw his cut corn to the left, where it lay in lines. We moved across the field like a half group of wild birds. We went one way and then the other. When we reached a hedge, we stopped. The sickles needed sharpening. Our throats were dry. Our backs were tired. Every man had something to say, and the women liked to hear kind words. Then we walked back to the other side of the field. We carried our hooks under our arms. The dog stayed to watch our jackets. Now, will you believe me, or will you laugh at me? Even while I worked deep in the tall wheat, I saw her in my mind. I held the corn and moved the sickle around it. I threw the cut wheat down. But in the middle of the bright yellow field, I saw the face of my love. In my thought, she looked at me with her eyes lowered. It was as if she wondered at my strong feelings. Then I remembered how she once raised her shining eyes. That memory was brighter to me than the sun on the wheat. It filled my heart with hope. Even now I could see, far away, the round tops and dark shadows of Bagworthy Wood. Perhaps she was walking in the valley. Perhaps she looked up at the trees. Oh, I wished I were a bird near her. I saw a light mist above Doone Glen. Perhaps soft rain was falling on her. Oh, I wished I were one small drop of rain. The breeze that bent the corn toward me might have come from her. Perhaps it carried her sweet voice. The wind can touch her cheek. It can move her hair. It can go where it likes around her. A man is only a breath of air. I wished I were that breath near her. But while I stood there dreaming, my work stopped. My right arm hung still. The sickle dropped low. My left arm was ready to hold something, but not wheat. My eyes looked toward the far woods. Suddenly I thought, what are the other men doing? Why am I alone here? They had tricked me. They had gone to the hedge for the cider. They had brought bread and meat across the field. They moved quietly over the cut wheat. And there they were, sitting down to eat. It was not even 11 o'clock.
John Fry, you big villain! I shouted.
I caught him by the neckcloth and lifted him a little. He still held his knife and fork. A goose leg was in his mouth.
John Fry, what are you doing?
Let me down, or I can't tell you, John said.
So I put him down. I must say he was right.
Please your worship, John said. He called me that since I came back from London. He believed the king had made me a magistrate. He thought it was a secret. We saw your worship thinking about the king's business in the middle of the wheat. So we said, let him think. We will save time and eat our dinner. Here we are, your worship. We hope you are not angry.
He held up a big spoonful of fried potatoes. I was glad to take the spoon. I began to eat with them. It is often best to let men do as they wish. Therefore I was able to eat with them, even though it was very early. In my long and busy life, I have learned that 12 o'clock is the best time for a man to have dinner. At that hour, the sun stands high in the sky. It feels like a short rest in the middle of the day. The plants and leaves also seem to pause before the afternoon work begins. At that time, everything feels balanced and calm. A man's body also feels right and healthy. This way of living is good for health. An old rhyme says this clearly. Sunrise, breakfast. Sun high, dinner. Sundown, supper. This makes a sinner into a saint. Now the wheat falls, I cried. Turn again. You have eaten well. Give your master and mistress a good harvest for another year. And truly, we worked well all that afternoon. I did not only lead the line, I also kept the men working hard beside me. We cut about 10 acres before the sun began to sink. Its light shone between the stacks of wheat. Then it turned red and slowly disappeared behind the clouds. Soon the sky became grey. When we saw this, we cleaned our sickles. We wiped our faces and chests. Then we walked home together. We were already thinking about a good supper. That night all the reapers came to the harvest supper. Parson Bowden also came. He said the prayer before the meal. He also helped to cut the meat. And he was needed, I can tell you. The reapers were very hungry. Many of their wives had babies. They said they must eat well for the children. And they truly did eat well. The rule was, take food and come again. It was like our work in the field that day. I had no time to talk or ask questions. I only served meat and poured gravy. All the time, our dear Annie moved quickly around the room. Her sleeves were rolled up. Her face was warm from work. She carried a bucket of potatoes mixed with lard and cabbage. Even Lizzie left her books. She served beer and cider. Mother gave large pieces of plum pudding on metal plates. She served it with mutton. Betty Muxworthy moved in and out of the room again and again. She had no time even to complain. She changed the dishes, served more meat, stirred the fire, and cooked more food. But John Fry did not move from his seat. He only used his knife and fork. He acted like a special guest. His wife kept putting food on his plate. I thought he would never stop eating. At last, when they could eat no more, they turned to drinking. First they brought in the neck of corn. It was decorated with bright ribbons. They placed it on the mantelpiece. Each man held his cup full of frothy drink. Then they sang a song about the harvest. Everyone shouted loudly in the chorus. Some were singing one verse. Others were already at the next. But in the loud chorus, all their voices joined together like a storm. And if any farmer in the country wants to know the Exmoor harvest song, as we sang it in my time and will sing after I am gone, I will write it here for him. I do not write the strong local words, because they may be hard to understand. Exmoor harvest song. 1. The corn, oh the corn, it is time for the corn to grow ripe. Go to the door, my lad, and look at it in the moonlight. You can see past the wood how yellow it is. It is time to cut the wheat, and soon we must cut the barley too. Chorus. The corn, oh the corn, the soft yellow corn. Here is to the corn, with cups on the table. We have worked all day, and we will work again tomorrow. We will carry it home to the yard, and then we will thank the Lord. 2. The wheat, oh the wheat, it is time for the wheat to grow ripe. All day it has bent down its heavy head. Its red beard hangs low over our chests as we cut it. It is harvest time, and the good price makes the hard work feel better. Chorus. The wheat, oh the wheat, the golden wheat. Here is to the wheat, with bread on the table. We have worked all day, and we will not give up. We will bring it all to the yard, and then we will thank the Lord. 3. The barley, oh the barley is ready. All day it has made a soft sound in the wind with its brown heads. It waits with its bent beard until we cut it. It is harvest time, and the barley must wait for its turn. Chorus. The barley, oh the barley, the red-brown barley. Here is to the barley, with beer on the table. We will cut it when all the wheat is down. When everything is in the yard, we will stop and thank the Lord. For the oats, oh the oats, it is time for the oats to grow ripe. All day they have moved in the wind with their white tops. They wait for the hook that will cut them for the horses. It is harvest time, and they hang down in their long coats. Chorus. The oats, oh the oats, the silver oats. Here is to the oats, with food on the table. We will cut them when the barley is tied and laid down. When everything is safe in the yard, we will kneel and thank the Lord. 5. The corn, oh the corn, God bless the corn. Come to the door, my lads, and look in the moonlight. On every hill and in every valley, it shines yellow. It looks wide and bright, like a great glory. Chorus, the corn, oh the corn, the soft yellow corn. We thank God for the corn and the bread on our table. Before we work again tomorrow, we will give thanks. We will lift our hands to heaven and kneel before the Lord. We sang this song very well the first time. The church choir led us. There was a clarinet, and the parson kept the time by tapping his cup. We sang it again a second time. It was not quite so good, but you might still praise it if you had been there all evening. The parson had gone by then, and the clerk was not as good at keeping time. But when we sang it a third time, no man, even a very sober one, could tell one verse from another. No one could even tell the chorus from the verses. Every man, and every woman too, sang in their own way, with their own words and tune. And truly, they had a good reason. It was a fine harvest, and we could thank the Lord without shame. That year we had more land with wheat than ever before. We had twice as much grain on each acre. While we were laughing and enjoying ourselves, I sometimes thought of my father in the churchyard near us. He would have been so proud to see it. My mother had left us before, but she came back just then because people wanted to drink to her health again. They had already done this many times. When I looked at her eyes, I saw sadness there. I knew she was thinking the same as I was. After a while, I left the noise, the laughter, and the smoke. There was not much smoke, except from Farmer Nicholas. I crossed the yard in the moonlight. I went to my father's grave to cool myself and be quiet. Chapter 30. Annie gets the best of it. I no longer had any bitter feelings about my father's death. Annie also felt calm about it. But Lizzie, who seemed to love him least, still wanted someone to be punished. So I was surprised, and even a little afraid, because the moonlight was pale and strange, when I saw Annie sitting by the grave. She was as still as the stone. She wore her best clothes, after putting away the dishes. My nerves are usually strong. Only in love, or when I meet strange women, do I feel weak. So I walked up to her, even though she looked very white and pure in the moonlight. I had seen her wear those clothes before, and I knew it was her.
What are you doing here, Annie?
I asked you in a strict voice because I was upset that you came so close and almost frightened me.
Nothing at all, Annie said shortly.
And that was true in a way. I do not believe women are great liars, as some men say, but I think they often see things in a confused way and do not understand them clearly. I have never known a woman who was fully open and simple in her thoughts, except my Lorna. And even then, I am not sure I would have loved her so much if she had not been beautiful. Why is that? I said. Miss Annie, what are you doing here at this time of night? You leave me alone to take care of our guests.
You do not seem to be taking care of them, John, Annie answered softly. What are you doing here at this time of night?
Her words surprised me. I felt she was very bold for a young girl. I turned to walk away and not speak to her again. But she ran after me. She caught my hand and held me. Then she put her head on my chest, and her face was wet with tears.
Oh, John, I will tell you everything. Only do not be angry with me.
Angry? No, I said. I have no right to be angry because you have secrets. Now every young girl thinks she must have secrets.
And you have none, John. You have no secrets at all. What about your walks at night?
We will not argue here, poor Annie, I said in a proud voice. I have many serious thoughts. Girls do not understand such things.
And I also have serious thoughts, John. Oh, I will tell you everything if you look at me kindly and promise to forgive me. I am so unhappy.
Even though she was behaving badly, her words touched my heart. I also wanted very much to know what she wished to tell me. So I let her hold my arm and kiss me. She led me a little way to the old yew tree. She would not tell me where she had been. There, under the tree, she waited a long time before she spoke. She seemed unsure and changed her mind again and again. She put her cheek against the tree and cried. She cried so much that I felt sorry for her. I also thought our mother would scold her for spoiling her best dress. "Will you stop now?" I said at last, more sharply than I wished. I knew she could cry all night if someone allowed her to. I may not understand all women, but I understand my sisters. At least I think I do, except for Eliza.
Yes, I will stop, Annie said, breathing hard. You are very strict with me, John. But I know you want what is good. If another girl had a pain in her heart, and could not speak of it, maybe you would be kinder to her. Maybe you would kiss her and come closer. Maybe you would show her more love.
Her words were exactly what I had tried to do with Lorna. I was so surprised that I could not speak. For a moment I even wondered if Annie had strange powers. No one in our family had ever been like that. Then suddenly I thought of a way to answer her and turn the matter around. "Annie," I said, "you speak as if you know these things well. That means someone has treated you in this way. Tell me at once who has dared to behave so with you." "Then, John, you will never know if you ask like that." It was not wrong at all. Cousins can do such things. And when a man is your godfather. Annie stopped very suddenly. She knew she had said too much. But she looked at me in the bright moonlight. She tried to look brave and calm.
"Then, John, you will never know if you ask like that. It was not wrong at all. Cousins can do such things. And when a man is your godfather."
I was afraid this would happen, I said sadly. I know he has come here many times without letting me see him. It is not right for a man to hide and try to win a young girl's heart without her family knowing.
"You are not doing the same thing yourself, dear John?" she asked.
"He is only a common highwayman," I went on, not listening to her. "He owns no land. He could be hanged on any piece of land, and he has no right there."
"John," my sister said, "are the Doones not allowed to be hanged on common land?"
When she said this, I was so shocked that I jumped into the air like a rabbit. Then I ran fast through the gate, across the yard, and into the kitchen. There I asked Farmer Nicholas Snow for some tobacco and a pipe. He gave them to me kindly. He had already drunk a good deal that night. I smoked my first pipe ever. It felt strange, but it helped me. It made me feel calm and steady. Most of the reapers had gone home by then. They had to wake up early the next morning. Some wives led their husbands home. Some husbands had to lead their wives. It depended on who had drunk more. But Betty was still full of energy. She moved from person to person. She hoped to get some extra coins from those who had money. The next day, while she worked at the kneading bowl, 3 shillings and 6pence fell from her pocket. Lizzie said she did not know how much more money Betty might have had. By this time, I had almost finished my pipe. I wondered why I had never liked tobacco before. I thought I would try it again the next night. Then I began to think about Annie. She had spoken badly and surprised me, but it was not kind to leave her alone outside at night. She was upset. Some of the men might pass through the churchyard on their way home. They might not be afraid of ghosts tonight. When they were sober, they would never speak badly to my sister. But after drinking, I could not trust them. I also needed to know how much Annie knew about my secret with Lorna. So I went outside again. I carried my pipe as I had seen Farmer Nicholas do. I watched the smoke move in the moonlight. It rose and turned softly in the air. Annie had gone back to our father's grave. She sat on the grass. She was crying very quietly. She did not want to trouble anyone. I helped her stand up. I spoke kindly to her. I could not scold her in that place. Perhaps she was not as wrong as Tom Faggus was. Annie thanked me many times. She kissed me again and again. She asked me to forgive her for being rude. Then, because I was kind to her, she tried to ask about my own secret with Lorna. She wanted to turn the talk away from herself. She was clever, but not clever enough. I soon saw that she knew nothing. She did not even know Lorna's name. She only guessed from small things she had seen, as women often do. So I brought the talk back to Tom Faggus. "My poor Annie, have you truly promised to marry him?" I asked.
"Then you have no reason, John, no special reason, to treat poor Sally Snow badly," she answered.
"You did this without asking Mother or me." "Oh, Annie, that was wrong," I said.
"But, dear brother, Mother wants you to marry Sally very much. You could marry her tomorrow if you wished. She loves the very ground."
"I am sure Tom tells you the same thing," I said. "He says he loves the ground you walk on." "But did you believe him?"
"You may believe me," she said. "Half the farm will belong to Sally after her father dies. She only acts proud to make you like her. She is the best girl in the dairy. She makes the best cakes."
"Annie, do not talk like that," I said. "I only want to know the truth about you and Tom Faggus. Do you plan to marry him?"
"Marry before my own brother," she cried. "And leave him with no one to care for him? Who can cook him a good red deer meal as I can, except Sally herself? Come home now, dear, and I will cook something for you. You did not eat any supper, because you were busy with all those people."
That was true. I had not eaten anything. I saw that she would only ask more questions if I stayed. A girl is very quick with questions, and I could not win. So I let her take me home. I was thinking about the piece of meat she promised me. But I did not know she would trick me so well. She saw that I was not careful now. When we came to the farm gate, she stopped. She acted as if a thorn bush caught her dress. I bent down to help her. While I was busy, she looked straight at me in the moonlight. Then she spoke very fast.
"Can your love cook a piece of meat, John?" she asked.
"No, I hope not," I answered quickly. "She is not just a kitchen girl."
"She is not as pretty as Sally Snow," Annie said.
"She is much prettier than many Sally Snows," I said angrily.
"Oh, but look at Sally's eyes," Annie cried.
"Look at Lorna Doone's eyes," I said. "Then you will never look at Sally's again."
"Oh, Lorna Doone. Lorna Doone," Annie said.
She looked a little afraid, but she clapped her hands with joy. She was happy because she had learned my secret.
"So Lorna Doone is the beautiful girl who has taken someone's heart. I will remember that name. It is such a strange name. Wait, I should write it down. Give me your hat, poor boy, so I can write on it."
"I almost want to slap your ear," I said angrily. "I would do it if you had not been crying before, you naughty girl. But I will not do it now. I will save it for Master Faggus. And I will make it worse because I waited."
"Oh no, John. Please no," she said quickly.
She became serious at once.
"Your hand is very strong, John. He would never forgive you. He is kind, but he cannot accept an insult. Promise me you will not hit him. If you promise, I will keep your secret. I will not tell Mother. I will not tell Cousin Tom."
"And not Lizzie. Most of all, not Lizzie," I said quickly.
I knew she would be the hardest on me.
"Of course not little Lizzie," Annie said. "A young girl like her should not know about such things. And I would not like it if Lizzie knew your secrets instead of me, dear John. No one will know that you told me. But I will worry when you stay out late at night with those terrible people."
"Well," I said, "there is no use being sad about what is done. You know my secret, and I know yours. I do not know which secret will cause more trouble when Mother hears about it."
I could live with Mother speaking to me all the time. But I could not live with her sad silence.
"That is how I feel too, John," Annie said.
When she said this, her face became bright. Her soft eyes looked at me with warmth.
But now I will be happier, dear. I will try to help you. I think the young lady deserves it. She does not want the farm, I hope.
I cried.
My voice and my face showed strong scorn.
Then I am very glad, Annie said.
She always tried to see the good side of things.
I really think Sally Snow likes our dairy place. She likes the shape of our cream pans. She asked many questions about our fields. She even asked about the color of our milk.
Then you were right, dear Annie. She loves the land itself.
And the animals on it, Annie answered, and she kissed me again. Sally has taken a great liking to our best cow, Nipple Pins. But she will not get her now. That is a comfort.
We went into the house very quietly. Farmer Nicholas Snow was asleep. He did not know that his plans had changed because of us. Then Annie spoke to me in a playful way, with a small smile and a light blush.
Do you wish Lorna Doone were here, John? I wish she were in the parlor with Mother. Not those two proud milkmaids Uncle Ben talks about. And not poor, foolish Mistress Kebby.
I do wish that, Annie. I must kiss you for thinking of it. It feels as if you have known about us for a whole year.
She loves you with all her heart, John. There is no doubt about that.
Annie looked up at me. Her look seemed to say that anyone would love me.
That is the one thing she will not do, I said.
I knew Annie would love me more for saying this.
She is only starting to like me, Annie. She is very young. She only loves her grandfather now. But I hope she will love me later.
Of course she will, my sister said. It will be impossible for her not to.
Well, I am not sure, I answered.
I wanted to feel more certain.
Girls are very strange.
Not at all, Annie said, and she looked down with bright eyes. Love is simple. It is like milking a cow, when you know how to do it.
But you must not leave her alone for too long. That is my advice to you. You were very foolish not to tell me before. I would have made Lorna care for you long ago, Johnny. Now go into the parlor, dear, while I cook your meat. Faith Snow is not here, but Polly and Sally are. Sally has decided to win your heart tonight, John. Just look at the bright scarf she is wearing. I would feel ashamed to wear such a thing. But you will not hit poor Tom, will you?
I will not, my darling. Not for your sweet sake.
Brave Annie gave me a small push toward the parlor. I felt shy when I went in, after all she had said about Sally. I decided to look at Sally carefully. If she showed interest in me, I would try to speak kindly to her. I wanted practice for Lorna. But when I saw how rich and fine the two young ladies looked, I felt unsure. They bowed to me and stepped back in a proud way. It was as if they thought I wished to impress them. They spoke about the royal court, as if they lived there. They talked about the newest dress of one duchess. They spoke about the face of some countess. They even told stories about a lord's clever words. They did not speak about butter, cream, or eggs, which they knew well. Then I knew someone else must be in the room to hear all this talk. And I was right. Behind the curtain near the window sat Uncle Ben. He looked tired and half asleep. Next to him was a small girl. She was very quiet and watched everything. My mother took me to Uncle Ben. He held my hand but did not stand up. He said I was bigger than ever. His words were not very kind.
I asked him kindly how he was.
He said he was well enough. But he said he did not like the loud noise we had made.
I am sorry if we disturbed you, sir, I said politely. I did not know you were here. It is harvest time, so we are busy.
So I see, he said. And there is much waste and too much drink. Now look closely, if your eyes can still see well. This small girl is my granddaughter and my heiress.
When he said bearess, he looked at my mother.
My heiress, little Ruth Huckaback.
I am glad to see you, Ruth, I said. I held out my hand, but she seemed afraid to take it. Welcome to Plover's Barrows, Cousin Ruth.
Ruth stood up and made a polite bow. She lifted her big brown eyes and looked at me. She seemed more afraid than friendly. She did not look like a girl who would own great wealth one day.
Come to the kitchen, I said kindly. I will lift you up to the ceiling. I always do that with little girls. Then you can see the hams and bacon.
Uncle Reuben laughed loudly.
Ruth turned away, and her face became red.
Do you know how old she is, you fool? Uncle Ben said slowly. She was 17 last July.
On the 1st of July, Grandfather, Ruth said softly, still turned away. But many people do not believe it.
Then my mother came to help me, as she often did. She smiled and spoke kindly.
If my son may not lift Miss Ruth, he may at least dance with her. We have waited for you, dear John, to begin a small harvest dance. The kitchen door is open for everyone.
You take Ruth. Uncle Ben, you take Sally. Master Debbie, you dance with Polly. And neighbor Nicholas, if I can wake him, will dance with fair Mistress Kebby. Lizzie will play the virginal for us. Won't you, dear Lizzie?
But who will dance with you, madam? Uncle Ben asked politely.
I think you must change the plan. I have not danced for 20 years. And I will not dance now while you sit alone and no one stands with you.
No, Master Huckaback, Sally Snow cried, tossing her hair. Mistress Reed is too kind when she gives you to me. You must dance with her. I will bring Annie to dance with me tonight. I like to dance with girls. They do not squeeze or crush one's dress. It is much nicer.
Do not worry about me, my dears, our mother said with a smile. Parson Bowden promised to come back. I expect him any minute. He will lead me in the first dance. And he will bring a partner for Annie too. He is a very nice young gentleman. Now begin, and I will join you soon.
We could not refuse her without being rude. And the girls were already moving their feet. Lizzie was playing loudly and proudly. Even Annie, while she helped me with my food, was moving her foot to the music. I could see her from the parlor door. So I took little Ruth and spun her around when the music began. The tune was fast and bright. Soon the others followed us, laughing and telling me not to jump over Ruth. After a while my serious little partner began to smile. She looked up at me with bright eyes and made sweet little bows. Then I thought how foolish I had been to think of putting her in the cheese rack. But there was one thing I did not understand. Mother always tried to push me toward Sally Snow before. Now she did the opposite. She did not let me stay even 1 minute with Sally. I could not cross near her in the dance. I could not whisper to her. I could not even go near a corner with her, which I wished to do, only for practice. All evening she kept me close to Ruth Huckaback. Many times she came to us and praised me to Ruth. I was almost ashamed, though of course I felt I deserved the praise. Still, I could not say that aloud. Then Annie came down the dance. Her beautiful hair moved around her shoulders. She was the lightest and loveliest girl in the room. Her cheeks were red under her blue eyes. She looked shy and sweet. She met my eyes with surprise and a little sadness. She was leaning on Squire Marwood de Witchhalls. I would rather have seen her with Tom Faggus. That is what I had expected when I heard about Parson Bowden. It seemed wrong to me that she should dance with anyone else. I found a way to whisper this to her.
She only said, "Look at yourself, John. No, let us both be happy tonight. You are not dancing with Lorna, John. But you seem very pleased."
Nonsense, I said. Do you think I could jump about like this if my true love were here?
Chapter 31. John Fry's Errand. We danced very late that night. Mother was in such high spirits that she would not let us go to bed. I saw her look at young Squire Marwood as he talked closely with Annie. Then she looked at me and Ruth Huckaback, who were becoming good friends. Poor mother was proud and hopeful. She did not know that her plans were already failing. Next morning I had to rise before daylight to begin work early, so I did not go to my bedroom that night. I did not want to wake my mother. I decided to sleep in the loft. It was cool and fresh there, and it smelled of sweet hay. After living in town, where I felt hot and trapped, I wanted the country air. The sound of a calf seemed like music. The clucking of a hen made me smile. Even the horses snoring sounded good to me.
You will have your own way, I see, Betty said, sleepy and cross after cleaning everything. Sleep in the pig yard if you like, January.
I let her have the last word. Women should have that right. I stood in the yard and looked at the bright harvest moon. It shone over the yellow fields. Then, as I stood in the shadow of the stable, I saw something. A short and wide figure moved quietly across the yard. It passed between me and the gate. Instead of running after it at once, I stopped to think. Who could it be? What was anyone doing there when all our people were in bed and the workers had gone home or to the shed near the wheat field? Having decided at last that the person could not be one of our people, though even the dogs were quiet, I thought it must be a girl or a woman. So I ran down as fast as I could to see what was happening. But I was too late because I had waited too long before moving. This place was at the lower end of the yard. It was not near the road from the parish. It was near the sled path that crossed the fields. There the small brook ran down to the Lynn stream. It was also the place where Squire Faggus once saved the old drake. The brook was almost dry now. There was very little water in it. A person could easily hide in the dry channel. It led to a small wood behind our cabbage garden. From there, it was easy to reach the parish road. I saw at once that there was no use trying to follow anyone in the moonlight. So I decided to keep this matter to myself, though I was very puzzled. I planned to watch the place again the next night. Then I went back up the tall ladder and slept there until morning. Many people may wonder, as I did, why Master Huckaback had come from Dulverton at that time of year. It was the busy season for clothes because workers had money from the harvest. New wheat was also coming from the early farms in the hills, and he traded in corn as well. We were very busy ourselves and could not give him much time. It surprised me even more that he brought his granddaughter. He had once said he would never come again without a group of soldiers. Yet now he came with only the girl. I could not understand how they entered the house and were sitting comfortably in the parlor without my knowing anything about it. That last question was easy to answer. Mother had let them in through the small passage. At that moment we were singing a loud harvest song. The noise was so great that it could have covered any sound. But as for his reason for coming, and why he left his business behind, only he could explain that. Since he did not explain, we felt it would be rude to ask. He did not seem ready to leave, even though his visit was not convenient for us. He must have seen that himself. Soon Lizzie, who was the quickest thinker among us, said she believed he chose this time on purpose. She thought he wanted freedom to follow his own plan, whatever that might be, without us stopping him. Mother looked hard at Lizzie when she said this, because she believed something different. But Annie and I agreed that we should look into it. The question was how to do that. We could watch Uncle Reuben when he went out. We could also listen carefully when he talked at night while he rested. Although he had spoken badly of harvest parties, he enjoyed sitting in our kitchen as much as any man. He only liked it quiet and without many people watching him. Still, it did not feel right to study a guest in this way, even if we did not fully trust him. To watch a man closely when he had been drinking seemed wrong. It also did not seem fair to follow a visitor when he left our land, unless we wished to bring him back and offer more food. Yet the times were troubled and uncertain. We felt that Uncle Ben was not acting like a fair guest. He made long trips to places we did not know. We feared he might bring trouble to our house. Each morning after breakfast he prayed for a short time. This was not his usual habit. Then he rode away on Dolly, Annie's quiet pony. Behind him hung a bag of good food. In front of him he carried 2 large pistols. He always wore his poorest clothes, as if he expected someone might rob him. He never carried his gold watch. He also left behind his bag of money. The girls learned all this and told me, because I was away from home during the day. They encouraged me strongly to discover where Uncle Reuben was going. Perhaps they were more curious than careful. They wanted me to follow him and see what he did. He never returned until it was dark or nearly dark. He always came home just before we returned from the harvest fields. Dolly always looked very tired. She was often dirty with mud from beyond our parish. But I did not want to go with him. If I went, I would lose one full day of work. The other men would lose at least half a day. But more than that, I felt it was not right for me to do it. It was one thing to walk carefully into the Doones Valley. They were enemies of the country. I had to watch every step there because I was in danger. But this was different. He wanted me to follow a weak old man. That man was our guest. He was also family through my mother. I said, I will not do it. It is not right for me. I refuse. The girls knew my nature. They stopped asking me about it. But the next morning something strange happened. After breakfast, I saw that we had only 13 men in the field. We should have had 14. Now we were cutting barley, so we used scythes, not reaping hooks. I looked around. One scythe was lying on the ground. There was also a tin cup that no one had used. Who left his scythe here? I asked. And who has not touched this cup?
Bildad looked at me in a strange way. Did you not know, Master Jan? He said. Jan Fry went away before breakfast.
Oh, very well, I said. John knows what he is doing. John Fry was almost like a foreman now. I could not speak against him in front of the men. That would weaken his position. Still, I decided to speak to him alone later. In the evening I came home late. I was very tired. But Annie was not in the kitchen. Lizzie was not by the fire with her book. Little Ruth was not there either. This made me angry. I went to the girls' room. I was not in a good mood. All three of them were in Annie's small corner. They were listening closely to John Fry. He was telling them a big story. There was a large jug of ale beside him. A drinking horn stood empty near his hand. He looked proud, like a hero. The girls looked at him with bright eyes.
Well done, John, Annie was saying. You did it very well. You were very brave. Now tell us the rest.
What is all this foolish talk? I said loudly. They looked afraid when they heard my voice. The light from the candles showed their faces clearly. John Fry, go home to your wife now, I said. If you stay, you will get your punishment tonight, not tomorrow morning. John did not answer. He scratched his head. He looked at the girls, hoping they would help him.
I think you should leave, Lizzie said, looking straight at me. You have no right to come into the young lady's room without asking.
Very well, Miss Lizzie, I said. Mother has some right here, I believe. I turned to go and call our mother. She always supported me. She never allowed the house to become noisy and wild. But Annie caught my arm. Little Ruth stood in front of the door.
Lizzie said, do not be silly, John. We know things about you. More than you think.
I looked quickly at Annie. I wondered if she had told them something. But her face was calm and honest. At once I felt better. Then Annie spoke softly.
Lizzie, you speak too quickly, my child. No one knows anything about our John that could shame him. He works from morning until night. He earns money for all of us. He may choose when he goes out and when he comes in. He does not need to ask a girl 5 years younger than he is. Now, John, sit down. We will tell you what we have done. I am not sure you will like it.
I kissed Annie. Ruth kissed her too. John Fry looked much happier. But Lizzie made a face at us. Then Annie began to explain.
You must understand, dear John, that we have been very curious since Uncle Reuben came. We want to know why he came, especially at this busy time of year. He is always very busy now. He gave us no clear answer. He did not tell us any reason, true or false. This shows that he does not understand women at all. If Ruth had known his reason and refused to tell us, it would have been easier. We would have made her speak after a few days.
But dear Ruth did not know more than we did. I must say she was just as curious as the rest of us. We could accept the mystery, but one thing was too much. Every morning he took Dolly, my sweet Dolly, as if she were his. He kept her all day and brought her back only near dark. She always came home dirty and tired.
When I told him Dolly was my pony, he spoke in a bold way. He said we owed him a pony. He said this was because you took his little horse when you found him tied to it. Now he wants to take Dolly to Dulverton. He wants to use her to pull his small cart. If there is law in this land, he cannot do that. John, you will not let him, will you?
I will not, I said. Not unless he agrees to my old offer. If we owe him the pony, then we also owe him the straps.
Sweet Annie laughed like a small bell. Then she continued her story.
John, we were very unhappy. You may not understand, but every evening I went to the stable. I held poor Dolly and kissed her. I asked her where she had been and what she had seen that day. But Dolly could not tell me. She moved her ears down and rolled her eyes, but she said nothing. Then I asked John Fry to tie her tail with a white ribbon. It was like a small decoration. I hoped I could follow her track in the hills for at least a mile. But Uncle Ben was too clever. He cut the ribbon off before he left. He said he did not want any Doones following him. At last I came to you for help. I knew you could run fast. Ruth and Lizzie helped me ask you. But you gave us a short answer. And that night you had a poor supper, as you deserved.
Annie, I cried, very surprised, I will never trust you again with my supper. I thought you felt sorry.
And I did, dear. I was sorry. But we had to do what was right. When we talked about it, Ruth had the best idea. She said we must find a man on the farm we could trust. He could follow Uncle Ben. Then I remembered old John Fry. He will do much for money.
Not for money, please, miss, said John Fry, drinking his beer. I do it because I like your sweet face.
Of course, John, and with the king's money behind it. So Lizzie ran to call John Fry at once. We told him exactly what to do. He must leave during breakfast, when there was noise and confusion. No one would notice him. He must ride to the bottom of the Black Combe. There he would find the same pony Uncle Ben had ridden before. It is the fastest pony on the farm. He must not wait for breakfast, unless he could eat while moving. Then he must ride up the Black Combe. He should follow the same path Uncle Reuben took. At the top he must look carefully ahead. He must follow Uncle Ben without being seen.
Yes, and I did it well, John Fry said proudly.
Well, what did you see, John? I asked, trying not to show too much interest.
John was just going to tell us, Lizzie said quickly, when you came in and stopped him.
Then let him begin again, I said. Now I must know everything. It is my duty, for you girls and for Mother.
Hem, said Lizzie in an unfriendly way.
But I did not answer her. She was often difficult. So John Fry began his story again. He was glad to tell it clearly this time. He did not tell stories in a fine way like my Lorna. Still, he spoke well enough for those who knew him. I will now tell it shortly in my own words. John rode his forest pony. It was hard to control because it pulled strongly at the bit. He reached the top of the long Black Combe. This place was 2 miles or more from Plover's Barrows. The path turned to the south. Before he reached the very top, he stopped his pony. He got down quietly. He moved behind a small bush of whortle plants. From there he looked ahead. In front of him was a wide flat land of moor. There were some wet, soft places here and there. Around them grew low bushes. Of course, John Fry knew the place very well. He was a shepherd and often brought back lost cattle. The wide hills in front of him were outside our land, or rather beside it. We could have used that land for grazing if we wanted, but it was poor land and not worth the trouble. Even Jasper Kebby did not care for it. The ground was empty and dry, with almost nothing growing there. We mostly knew that place because of our cows. When cows have young calves, they often run away. At that time, they do not want to see people. They try to hide with their calves, even in bad land. Our cows often do this. Other farmers say the same about theirs. John Fry knew the place well, but he did not like it. None of our people liked it. The land near Tom's Hill and Larkspur, and especially Black Barrow Down, had a bad name. People said an evil spell was on it. It was also known, though people did not like to speak about it, that Squire Tom had been killed there more than 100 years ago. Some shepherds said they saw him even in the middle of the day. They said he walked with his head in his left hand and his right arm raised to the sun. So John was very brave to ride across that moor alone. He had a quick pony and some whiskey with him. I admit that he was bold. But I am sure he would not have gone only for Annie's sweet face. He would not have gone even for the gold coin the 3 young women promised him. The real reason was his strong curiosity. He watched the moor carefully from behind a small bush. At first, he saw nothing alive except 3 or 4 wild cattle. They walked slowly and looked for grass. He also saw a sick sheep that had been left there. Some black crows waited near her. When John was about to leave and say he had failed, he saw something far away on Black Barrow Down. At first, he was not sure. The shape had no clear color. But then it moved in front of a bare cliff. He saw that it was a man on a horse. The rider moved slowly and carefully. He was afraid of deep wet ground and snakes. That land is full of adders. Large black snakes live in the marshes there. They can crawl and also swim. John knew at once that the rider must be Uncle Reuben. No one from the Doone family went that way. The shepherds were too afraid to go there. It was not a kind place for an unarmed man. It was even more dangerous to follow a man who might not want to be watched. That man must have had some secret reason for going to such a lonely place. Still, John's curiosity was too strong. He wanted to know why an old man, a stranger, a rich man, and a quiet man would go there in such a secret way. He also hoped to find some rich secret. So he decided to follow and learn the truth, no matter what happened. He waited for a short time so he would not be seen. Master Huckaback then turned left and rode into a small narrow valley. From there, he could not see the open moor. Then John got back on his pony. He rode over rough ground and stones. He moved carefully between the wet, soft places. He went as fast as he safely could. After about half an hour, he came near the entrance of the small valley. Now he had to be very careful. Uncle Ben might have stopped inside to rest his horse, or he might have reached the end of his journey. John thought that someone might shoot him, and no one would ever know what happened to him. So he turned his pony to the side of the narrow valley. He leaned over and looked carefully around the rocky corner. The small horse ate the dry bushes near the path. Soon John saw that the valley was empty, at least in the part he could see. He moved forward into it, but his heart felt heavy and uneasy. He followed the narrow path for more than half a mile. Then the ground divided into 2 ways. One path went left and climbed up a steep red hill. The other path went right. It was narrow and went slowly down. Here and there, he saw yellow sand between the thin grass. He looked at the sand very carefully, hoping to see a sign of Master Huckaback. At last he saw clear marks. The man he was chasing had gone down the hill. So John had to go down too. He felt deep fear now. He wished he had never started this dangerous journey. He did not know where he was. He was afraid even to think about it. He had heard stories about a terrible place near here. People called it the Wizard's Slough. Slowly and sadly, John rode down the slope. He was very careful. As he went farther, his fear grew stronger. Even his pony became afraid and moved back. This horse was born on wild land, but now it did not want to go on. John began to think this was a warning from God. The path became darker and deeper. Just as he made up his mind to turn back, he went around a corner. Then he saw something that stopped him at once. In front of him was the wizard's slough. It looked black and still, like dark water without life. The surface moved slowly and made small bubbles. Around it grew a thin ring of yellow reeds. Outside the reeds, bright green water grass spread across the ground. It looked fresh and soft. It could easily trick a person to step on it and sink. Near the edge grew small blue flowers, sundew, and forget-me-not. They looked gentle and beautiful. Any child would want to touch them. On both sides, the hills went back from the water. The ground was uneven and wet. There were clumps of rushes and tall water plants. A few rough older trees stood there, heavy with water. No birds were there. He saw no rail, no water hen, no wagtail, and no reed warbler. The place was silent. John had heard about this terrible marsh before. His grandfather had told him about it. Even his mother spoke of it when she wanted him to stay quiet as a child. But his father never liked to speak of it. His father was a serious man and believed in evil powers. Because of these stories, John wanted to look at the place more closely, but he pulled his saddle tight first. He was ready to turn and ride away fast if something happened. Now he saw why it is important to stay alert, even in lonely places. On the other side of the slough, a little way past the wet ground, he noticed something strange. There lay a cut tree over a large hole in the earth. Around it were wooden poles, flat stones, and some yellow gravel. But the tall reeds around the wet ground partly hid the place from his eyes. He could not understand what he saw. He only felt that it was something bad, and maybe some kind of witchcraft. Dolly did not look hurt. She stood there clearly, tied to a tree stump not far away. She moved her tail and pushed the flies away. John felt very afraid inside. He worried that Dolly might smell his pony and make a sound. If she neighed, she would show where they were, even if she could not see them. Suddenly, something white came up from the hole under the brown tree trunk. John was very shocked. His blood felt cold. He could not run away. He pressed his face down among the loose stones. His shoulders shook. He prayed to God to save him. The white thing was not so terrible after all. It was only a long white nightcap with a small tassel on top. It looked like the kind of cap a man wears before he is hanged. Then John saw a man's face under the cap. He saw the man's neck and shoulders slowly come up from the hole. Now he felt sure this was the place where dead murderers came back to life. He had heard this story on Exmoor. He knew that a man had been hanged the week before. This was the 9th day after that. John could not stay there any longer. He had been brave, but now he had no more courage. He did not wait to see what the man would do. He climbed quickly onto his horse. Then he rode away as fast as he could. He was too afraid to go back the same way. He did not want to pass Black Barrow Down again. So he took another path that led toward Cloven Rocks. He rode hard for an hour. He drank all his whiskey on the way. At last he met a shepherd. The shepherd showed him the road to a public house near Exeford. When he reached the inn, the fear left him and he felt weak. He needed a great deal of food and drink before he felt normal again. He drank a large amount of ale. He also ate a big piece of bacon. After that he felt better. He made sure to go home before dark. He followed a sheep path that he knew well. At last John Fry finished his story. Annie and Lizzie had cried out many times while he spoke. They praised him for being brave. Still, they were a little sorry that he had not stayed longer so he could tell us more. When he ended, I spoke to him very seriously.
Now, John, you have dreamed half of this. I believe you fell asleep on the top of the Black Valley after you drank your whiskey. I do not think you went onto the moor at all. You know you sometimes tell stories, John.
The girls were very angry with me. They put their hands over my mouth. But I looked at John and waited for his answer.
It is not for me to say no, John answered honestly. Maybe a man tells a lie sometimes, like other men do. But this is not a lie, Master Jan. I wish to God it was. Then I could sleep better tonight.
I believe you are telling the truth, John, I am sorry for what I said. Now do not tell anyone about this strange thing. There is trouble coming. I can feel it. It is my duty to watch it. Many things come into my mind now, but I will not speak of them.
They were not happy with this answer. They wanted to know more. But I would not tell them anything else. When they troubled me greatly and said they would sleep outside my door all night, I spoke again.
My dear girls, this is foolish. Too many people already know about this matter. I must be careful for your own sake. I have my own thoughts about it. Maybe I am wrong. I will not ask you to agree with me. I also will not make you curious.
Annie made an unhappy face. Lizzie looked cross. Ruth stared at me with wide eyes, but she said nothing. I saw that if any one of the three could keep a secret, it would be Ruth Huckaback. John Fry had already gone home, still shaking. Chapter 32. Feeding of the Pigs. The story John Fry told that night made me very uneasy. I believed it was true. It also came after the warning from Judge Jeffreys. Jeremy Stickles had also given me signs. The tanner at Dunster had spoken out strongly. There were many other small stories and rumours. On market days and in inns, I saw signs that some people understood each other in secret. We knew for certain that in Taunton, Bridgewater, and even Dulverton, many people were unhappy with the king. They wished for the old days of the Puritans. Albeit I had told the truth, and the pure and simple truth, when, upon my examination, I had assured his lordship that to the best of my knowledge there was nothing of the sort with us. I had spoken honestly when I said that we had no such plans. I believed it was true at that time. But now I began to doubt myself. I started to wonder if I had been wrong. We heard that weapons had been brought to Lynmouth in the middle of the night. Some people said they heard men walking on the hills. The sound carried far because of a strong echo there. These stories made me uneasy. It was clear that if anyone wanted to gather men in secret, Exmoor was a good place. The land was wild and empty. Deep valleys ran far inland from the sea. The coast was quiet and not watched closely. Ships could come in without much danger from large waves. The rocks and strong winds were there, but the worst storms from the southwest did less harm on our side than on the other coast. Even if there was a plan against King Charles II, or against his Roman advisers and his brother, I asked myself another question. Would Master Huckaback be part of it? He was rich and careful. The Lord Chief Justice knew him well. Would such a man risk everything? I could not answer that. Uncle Ben was a secret man. He loved money very much. He also kept anger in his heart for a long time. Without knowing what he could gain, I could not guess what he might do. I knew he hated the Roman Catholics, though he did not speak of them often. People said he followed Oliver Cromwell's army. They said he went more as a seller of goods than as a true soldier. I also knew he would go far, and spend much money, to take revenge on the Doones. Yet during this visit he never once spoke their name. Then I wondered about the Doones themselves. If there was trouble in the country, which side would they choose? By birth they were Roman Catholics. I knew this from Lorna. It was also known that a priest had come to their valley more than once when a man there was dying. But they had no reason to love the king's family. The king's father had sent them away and taken their land. They had lost everything. They might wish to win it back. They were bold men and did not fear danger. They might join a Protestant rising if it gave them a chance for revenge and for getting back their land. I do not say that I thought of all this as clearly then as I do now. At that time I only felt confused and troubled. I did not know what to believe. I was also afraid for my mother. She was warm-hearted and kind to everyone. She did not think of danger to herself. By this time I knew a little about the laws of England. I feared she might be punished if she gave shelter to people who were in trouble with the law. If a poor man came to our door and cried, "The officers are after me. Please hide me," she would take him in at once. She would hide him and give him food. It would not matter to her if he had done something wrong. To tell the truth, my sisters would do the same. And I think I would do it too. So we were not a family that would stay safe in times of trouble. Before I could decide what to do, and how to learn the truth, something changed. I did not want to spy on Uncle Reuben. I was not afraid of the wizard Slough. I was not afraid of the man with the white nightcap either. Still, I did not know how to act. Then the matter changed in a new way. Uncle Ben left us as suddenly as he had come. He gave no reason for going. He did not even take back the pony. Instead, he left something very valuable with my mother. He asked her to care for his young granddaughter. He said he would fetch the child to Dulverton when it was safe. Mother was very happy at this request. She could not hide her joy. Ruth was just as pleased, though she tried not to show it too much. For at Dulverton she had to watch the food all the time. She had to check who came in and out of the shop. This work made her unhappy, and she could not enjoy her life there. She was very different from the day she came to live with us. She learned our simple and open ways. She liked our kindness and our loud laughter. By this time the harvest was finished. The corn was safe, and the ricks had strong thatch to protect them from storms. The reapers had gone home with good pay and thankful hearts. Then I began to think more and more about Lorna. I wanted very much to see her again. I asked my sister Annie to speak to Sally Snow. I told her to explain, once and for all, that I could not have anything more to do with Sally. Annie had to be gentle. She must not hurt Sally's feelings. She must not show that I knew about Sally's kind thoughts about me or her love for our farm. I only felt it was fair not to waste Sally's time. She was a pretty girl, and many young men wanted to marry her. Annie did this very well. Later she told me how she spoke to Sally kindly and openly. She told Sally a little about my sad love story. Of course she did not say who the girl was. She did not give any details. But she made it clear that there was no hope for Sally to marry me. Sally's face changed a little when she heard this. Then she calmly began to talk about a red cow at milking time. There are 2 kinds of months in the calendar. One follows the moon, and one follows the sun. Since no one told me which kind to count, I chose the moon months. So, on the very day when 8 weeks were finished, I went to look for Lorna. I took the pearl ring with hope in my heart. I also took all the fresh eggs I could find. And I caught 18 small trout from our brook. It gave me great joy to catch those trout. Each time one jumped on the grass, I thought how happy Lorna would be to see it. Even now I remember that feeling. I thought that after she took my ring and said she loved me, she might ask me to stay for supper. So I spoke to Annie before I left. She was now my greatest comfort. I asked her to explain my absence if I came home late. But I was very disappointed. I waited for hours with patience, though I was also in some danger. Lorna did not come. There was not even a small sign of her. Another thing happened that made me angry, though it was not very important. The trout and eggs I brought were taken away by Carver Doone. To keep them fresh, I had put them on a little bed of reeds near the water. I covered them with large leaves. Later I forgot about them. I was hiding under a willow tree. I did not want to go into Lorna's little shelter without her leave. I only looked once to see if she was there. While I waited, I turned the ring in my pocket. I had just seen the new moon. Then I saw a big man walking slowly down the valley. He wore a wide hat and a leather coat. His boots were heavy and reached high on his legs. On his shoulder he carried a long gun. This troubled me most of all. I had only my staff with me. I did not want trouble. So I moved quickly into a narrow gap between the rocks. I kept the tree between us so he would not see me. From behind a rock, where I had made a small hiding place, I watched him carefully. Presently the tall man came back. He was about 50 yards from me. The light was still clear enough for me to see his face as he came closer. I do not understand faces well, but something in his face made me feel cold and afraid. It was not an ugly face. In fact, it was strong and well-shaped. It showed power and firm will. His short black hair lay over a wide forehead. A long black beard came down below his hard chin. There was no sign of weakness in him. There was nothing gentle or kind in his look. There was no smile, no warmth, nothing that made a man easy to like. Still, he might have been a good man. I have known good men who looked hard because of their strong ideas about God. He might have seemed good, but for his cold blue eyes. Those eyes looked cruel. Do not think that I saw all this in one quick moment. I am slow in my thoughts. I need time to understand things. but later I like to put my thoughts together clearly. At that time, I only said to myself, "What a man to have Lorna." It felt very wrong to think of her with him. Of course, I would never let that happen. I almost wished he would come closer and look into my hiding place. I stood there with my ash stick ready in my hand. I was prepared to fight him. If he came near enough, it would be a fight of strength, not guns. But he did not know I was there. He walked slowly like a guard on duty. When he reached the water, he turned back. As he walked along the stream, he saw my small pile of food. I had covered it with leaves. The leaves were upside down, and this made him curious. He bent down and moved the leaves away. He found the fish. He also saw the eggs that I had placed a little apart. In my simple heart, I thought he now knew about me. I thought he had found my secret. But to my surprise, he looked pleased. I heard his short, hard laugh.
Ha, ha. Charlie boy. Fisherman Charlie, are you setting bait for Lorna? Now I understand your fishing. And the missing hens from the councillor's yard. If I do not eat well tonight, I will be angry. I will roast these now. And maybe I will roast you later, Charlie.
After this, he calmly took my fish. He also took the best of deer and his eggs. Then he went away, still laughing to himself, to his home, if that place can be called a home. I felt very hurt and ashamed because of this bold theft. I jumped out from behind my rock. I wanted to run after him. But my better sense stopped me just in time. If he saw me, everything would be lost. Even if I could fight him without weapons, it would be foolish. He might learn my secret path. Then there could be a barrier between Lorna and me. She might suffer because of me. All this trouble would come only because of a few eggs and fish. It was better to lose them. The loss was small, even if it hurt my pride. It was safer than risking Lorna's safety. And he might even shoot me. I believe I chose the wiser way. I went back to my hiding place without the eggs and fish. After I waited long enough, I knew my love would not come that day. So I walked home very sadly. The early autumn wind made a low sound across the open land. All the joy of the harvest was gone. The happy feeling had left the land. The early dark of autumn felt heavy on my heart. Still, I went there every evening for 2 weeks. Each time I hoped to see Lorna. Each time I went home sad. What troubled me most was this. The signals were changed as we had planned. So Lorna must still be trying to meet me. It seemed she was not stopped by anyone. One evening I almost lost my life. It happened like this. I was waiting at the mouth of the glen. I was not careful that day. I did not look through my small hole in the rock, as I should have done. Suddenly a bullet flew past me. It made a sharp sound in the air. It went through my hat and knocked it off my head. My soft hat fell into the stream. The wind and water carried it away very fast. In a moment it was far down the river. I quickly moved back and hid close to the rock. I stayed very still. I knew how near death I had been. I heard the bullet fly down the valley with a sad sound. I looked through a small crack in the rock. I saw smoke rising from a thick bed of bushes. Soon Carver Doone came out. He had stopped to load his gun again. Then he ran to see what he had hit. The stone under me was wet and slippery. It was hard to keep my place. Carver came close to the edge of the waterfall. There he stopped for a short time. He stood on dry ground, only 1 yard from me. It was the same place where I had fallen long ago as a boy. I heard him breathe hard. He made a low sound of anger. I kept my right fist ready. If he saw me, I would strike him. Then my black hat appeared below in the white water. It moved in the foam like a hurt bird. That morning I had not known which hat to wear. At last I chose the black one. I thought it looked better. I hoped Lorna might like it.
Have I killed you at last, old bird? Carver shouted. This is the 3rd time I have shot at you. You were starting to laugh at me. Now you will not wake me with your noise in the morning. Ha ha. Not many men get 3 chances from Carver Doone. No one lives after that.
I laughed quietly to myself as he walked away proudly. Was this not his third chance at me? And still he did not know the truth. I thought that one day I might have my chance at him. I was tired of hiding and watching. Only my fear for Lorna kept me careful. Now I had seen that Carver was strong. He was a man fit for me to fight. I had not met such a man before. In wrestling or stick fighting, most men were weaker than I was. As the days passed and I did not see Lorna, I grew more worried. I even thought of entering the glen from the upper end. I would take the risk and try to return alive. But I remembered Annie and her prayers. So I did not do it. That same night, or perhaps the next, I noticed something strange. Betty Muxworthy was acting in a very unusual way. She made strange signs to me when no one was looking. She put her finger on her lips and pointed behind her. But I did not care much. I was in a bad mood and felt unlucky. I thought she only wanted to complain about some small problem. Soon she pushed me with a bundle of sticks. She came close to my ear and spoke very softly.
Lorna Doone.
I was so surprised that I turned and looked at her. But she acted as if nothing had happened. She began to clean an empty pot very hard with a broom.
Oh, Betty, let me help you, I said. That work is too hard for you.
She gave me a rough answer. You have seen me do this every night for 10 years, Jan, she said. And you never asked if it was hard. But if you want to help, carry the bucket for the pigs. Oh dear, I forgot to feed them.
She gave me another quick wink. This time I watched her closely. Betty took the lantern from its hook by the door. She lit it and did not let me ask any questions. Then she went outside. She pointed to the big tub of pig food. It was heavy and full. Usually 2 men carried it with a pole. But she looked at me calmly.
Jan Rid, carry this for me.
I carried it without speaking. I wondered what she was planning. I also wondered if she was asking too much of me. When we reached the pig yard, she suddenly turned to me. She held up the lantern and looked at how easily I carried the tub with one hand.
Jan Rid, she said, no other man in England could do that. Now you shall have Lorna.
I did not understand her words. How could carrying pig food help me get Lorna? How could Betty decide such a thing? My thoughts were confused. At that moment the pigs woke up. They had been sleeping and waiting for food. When they smelled it, they jumped up at once. They ran over each other in their hurry. They pushed and squealed loudly. All of them were ready to eat.
Take the small bucket and give it to them, Betty said. Do not waste such good food.
So I fed the pigs while she held the lantern. I knew she would not tell me anything more until every pig had its share. And in truth, no man could look at them and wait before feeding them. They showed their hunger in a strong way. Some ran up and down, rubbed against us, and squealed as if they had not eaten for days. Some ran to the wooden troughs and pushed each other away. The gentlest ones put their front feet on the top rail of the pen. They blinked their small eyes and made soft sounds to ask us kindly. It was as if they said, I trust you now. You will be kind and give me the first and best food.
Open G up now, Jan, she called. Main, young Sal W.I., the babel back our way of first one of it, 'cause I brought her up on my lap, I did. Suck, suck, suck. How I sticked her tail up. Do me good to see you Now thicky trough, these ain't and tack thee girt legs out the why. Wish they would gee thee a good bait, mak thee hop a bit faster, I reckon. Heard that there girt bird over's back W.I., the broomstick. He be robbing of my young Zoe. Chug, chug, chug. And a drap more left in the dripping pail.
Come now, Betty, I said, when the pigs were busy eating and pushing each other.
They sucked, chewed, swallowed, and even spilled food on each other's backs.
Come now, Betty, how much longer must I wait for your message? Surely I am as good as a pig.
Dunno as thee be, Jan. No strakiness in my backen. And now I mind it, Jan. Thee said last Friday as how I had got a gut build. Will you stick to that now, Maester Jan?
No, no, Betty. I was wrong. I should have said a fine mustache, and you may be proud of it.
Then thee be a layer, Jan Rid. Say so, like a man, lad.
Not that, Betty, but I was wrong. I am very sorry. And if a crown piece, Betty.
No FAI, she said.
Still, she put the coin into her pocket.
Now take my advice, Jan. Thee marry Sally Snow.
Not for all England. Oh, Betty, you know I cannot.
And me. I know worse than that, Jan. It will break my poor mother's heart. And there is so much danger. Dost love Lana so much?
With all my heart and soul. I will marry her, or I will die, Betty.
Well, thee will die either way, but I will not argue, and do her love thee too, Jan.
I hope so, Betty. I truly hope so. What do you think?
Then I will keep quiet. I know about boys and girls. I was young once, same as you.
Betty lifted the lantern and looked at me. The light showed a bright look in her eyes that I had never seen before.
No matter, she went on. I be foolish to speak of it. All that is gone to the churchyard. But it is a happy foolishness for thee, my boy. I love to see thee in love. It comes over me like spring, though I be near 60. Now, Jan, I will tell thee one thing. I cannot bear to see thee worry so. Bend thy head down, same as the pigs do.
I bent close to her.
She whispered in my ear, go in the morning, thee get soft. Her can't get out in the evening now. Her hath sent word to me to tell ye.
I was so happy that I kissed Betty gently. All the pigs saw it. She did not seem angry, though it had been many years since anyone had kissed her. Then she stepped back and looked at me as if she were upset.
LFAI, London impudence, I doubt. I fear thee'st gone wrong, January.
Chapter 33. An early morning call. Of course, I rose very early the next morning, before the sun came up in October. I walked through the wild land and the woods toward the Bagworthy water, near the long waterfall. The sunrise was beautiful in the cold morning air. The sun slowly came up over the grey mountain and the wide hills. Light spread across the land. The morning mist sank down into the low places. It moved away softly and hid near rocks and corners where the cliffs stood over the grass. Then the hills showed themselves, one behind another. The woods seemed to rise like great folds of cloth. They looked strong and quiet, as if they remembered many storms. Autumn had already touched them. There were soft colors of gold, red, and olive. They seemed glad to see the sun again, like children greeting a father. JPG Autumn's mellow hand. Before I could clearly see the shape of the woods, a bright light suddenly rose over the hills and valleys. It spread colors of gold, blue, purple, and soft red across the land. The colors changed as they touched different places. The light pushed away the dark and all fear. It felt full of hope and seemed to say, God is here. Life and joy woke up in every quiet corner. Flowers, buds, and birds all felt this new happiness. The strong shining light slowly became soft and gentle. Maybe one day, such a morning will come to us forever. Then there will be no more rocks or deep valleys. There will be no great wild sea. Bright glory will not frighten us. Happiness will not feel jealous of glory. Everything will shine in the light of the Father's face, because He is there. He makes His sun rise for good people and bad people. If not for that saving light, Doone Glen would have stayed dark. I stood at the top of the long narrow path. I was breathing hard, because the climb was very difficult. Few men could climb it. But when I reached the mountain pass, my pain and my unhappy thoughts slowly left me. I felt only wonder and deep joy. I am not quick to understand things. But sometimes I see beauty very clearly. Because it happens rarely, I remember it like a picture in my mind. A strong bar of rock stood before me. Water had cut a steep path through it. The rock was dark in shadow, with grey and red lines down its face. The sun began to shine over the hills in the east. It came through an opening in the trees, where old nests and ivy hung. The shapes of tall trees leaned from the cliffs and lay in shadow on the bright grass below. Through the wet meadow, half in shade and half in sunlight, clear water ran. It moved in bright curves like living light. On both sides of the stream, the grass was growing for the last time before winter. The blades stood tall and fresh. They looked clean and shining with small drops of water. Their soft green color showed under a light grey cover. The grey gave the green a gentle and modest look. Even though my mind was troubled, my heart felt lifted. When we see such great and kind beauty, how can we hold on to our small human sadness? I did not feel ashamed of my sadness. Instead, I felt almost shy because I was so happy. For then I saw my Lorna coming toward me. She looked purer than the morning dew. She was brighter and clearer than the sun. What made me love her so much was her joyful nature. She was playful and full of light. Yet she was also shy, like a young girl who dreams of things she does not yet understand. She seemed to feel that something important waited for her in the future. She walked down the valley. She did not know that I was watching her. She had stopped expecting me for a time because of a mistake I had made. At least, she told herself that. In the bright morning, she forgot all her worries. She moved lightly, almost as if she floated in the sunrise. When she suddenly saw me, I quickly stepped forward. I did not want her to think I was hiding and watching her. Color rose in her cheeks. Her eyes shone more brightly. She came toward me with joy.
"At last you are here, John," she said. "I thought you had forgotten me. I tried to tell you before. They keep me inside every evening. Come into my house. You are not safe here."
JPG, at last then, you are come, John? For a time I could not speak because I was so happy. I followed her to her small grotto. I had been there 2 times before. I felt that the most important moment of my life was near. I believed Lorna would tell me she loved me. For a short time, she acted as if she did not understand my look. She tried to talk about other things. Her voice was not steady. Her cheeks grew red under her long eyelashes.
"This is not why I came," I said very softly. "You know what I want to ask."
"If you came to ask something, why do you wait?" she asked.
She turned away bravely, but I saw her lips shake a little.
"I wait because I am afraid," I said. "My whole life depends on one word from you. If you say no, I may lose you forever. You are more to me than all the world."
When I spoke, she trembled more. She did not answer. She did not look at me.
"I have loved you for many years," I continued. "When you were a small child, I cared for you. When you were a young girl, I admired you. Now you are a grown woman, and I love you more than I can say. I have waited a long time. I know I am not as great as you, but I cannot wait any longer. I must have your answer."
"You have always been faithful, John," she said softly to the ferns and moss. "I think I must give you something for that."
"That is not enough," I said. "I do not want love given from pity. I do not want you to agree just to be kind. I want all your love, or none. I want your whole heart, as you have mine, Lorna."
While I spoke, she looked up at me through her soft lashes. She waited one more moment, as if she wished to enjoy my doubt. Then she opened her beautiful eyes wide and full of love. She put both arms around my neck.
"Darling, you have won my whole heart," she said. "I will never belong to myself again. I am yours, my only one, forever."
After that, I do not clearly remember what I said or did. I was too happy to think. I only remember that she lifted her bright lips to me like a child, and I kissed her. She smiled so sweetly that I almost forgot myself and kissed her too long.
"That is enough," Lorna said gently, though her face was very red. "For now, that is enough, John. And remember this, dear. All the kindness must come from me. You must stay a little distant, as is right with a young lady, unless I invite you closer. But you may kiss my hand, John. Yes, you may kiss my hand. Oh, of course. I forgot. How silly of me.
By that time, I had taken her sweet hand and looked at it with great pride. I felt proud that such a lovely hand was mine. Then I put my small ring on her wedding finger. This time she kept it. She looked at it with love. Then she held me close and began to cry.
Each time you cry, I said, holding her near, I will think you ask me not to stay distant. There, no one will make you cry again. You will not sigh anymore. You will live in peace and happiness with me. I will guard and care for you. No one will dare to trouble you.
But she gave a long sad sigh. She looked down at the ground. Large tears rolled down her face. She pressed her hand against her chest.
It can never be, she whispered to herself. Who am I to dream of this? Something inside me says it can never be.
Chapter 34. Two negatives make an affirmative. Illustration, 286 JPG Illustrated Capital. At such a time, nothing could make me sad. Lorna loved me. She was sweet, pure, and playful. To me, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was noble in birth and in mind. And I was only a simple farmer, not clever, not rich, and not from a great family. Yet I had won her loving heart forever. No fear could take that joy from me. At her request, I said goodbye quickly, though very warmly. Then I hurried home, full of deep joy, but also with a little worry. Lorna had made me promise to tell my mother everything. I had always meant to tell her when my love was certain. I knew my dear mother would be troubled and upset. To marry the heir of Glen Doone was not an easy matter. She might also feel sad about little Ruth Huckaback. But I trusted my mother's love and kindness. She loved me deeply and forgave easily. I believed that soon she would see the matter as I did. I thought that if I could make her look at Lorna, even once, she would love her at once. She would be proud of her. Then she would thank me and praise me, even if I did not deserve it. But my plan did not go well. When we sat down for breakfast, Squire Faggus was there with my mother and the others. Now everyone called him Squire Faggus. Something about him felt strange. He did not seem easy and cheerful as before. He ate his breakfast quietly. He made no jokes. He did not say he liked one thing more than another. But he looked often at Annie with small, quiet smiles. Annie could not sit still. She did not look at anyone for long. In my heart, I knew what was coming. I felt very sorry for my mother. After breakfast, I had to see the field. We were ploughing the barley field to plant new grass. I asked Tom Faggus to come with me. He refused. I knew why. I decided to leave him alone with my family. Still, I was not happy. He was known for breaking the law. Our family was always honest. I did not like the thought of him marrying into it. I took my dinner with me and worked in the field all day. When I came back, Squire Faggus was gone. That did not seem good to me. If my mother had agreed with him, she would have asked him to stay and celebrate. Soon I had no more doubts. Lizzie ran to meet me near the woodpile. She was very excited.
Oh, John, there is such trouble. Mother is very upset. Annie is crying so much. What do you think has happened? You will never guess. But I have known for a long time.
There is no need to guess, I said. I spoke as if I did not care, because she looked too pleased with herself. I have known about it for a long time. I see you are not crying. I would like you better if you were.
Why should I cry? I like Tom Faggus. He is the only man I know who has real courage.
That was meant to hurt me. Mr. Faggus had become Lizzie's favourite because he hated the Doones. He often said that if he could find 12 brave men, he would break their stronghold and end them. This anger of his seemed strange to me. As far as I knew, the Doones had never harmed him. Perhaps he was jealous of them because they were better outlaws than he was. I was not good at quick answers. So I said nothing to Lizzie. I had learned that silence troubled her more than angry words. Then we went into the house together. Mother sent for me at once. At that moment, I was trying to comfort my dear sister Annie.
"Oh, John, say one good word for me," she cried. She held my hands and looked up at me with wet eyes.
"Not just one, but 100, I said. I held her close. "Do not be afraid, little sister. I will make your case look so good that mother will soon call you her best and most loving child. She will praise Cousin Tom. She may even send a man on a horse to bring him back. Then you will have to speak for me instead."
"Oh, John, dear John, you will not tell her about Lorna. Not today, please."
"Yes, today," I said. "And right now. I want to finish with it."
"But think about mother. She cannot bear more trouble after this shock."
"She will bear it better," I said. "One trouble will push the other away. I know mother well. First she will be very angry with you. Then she will be angry with me. Then she will be angry with both of us for a short time. After that, she will think about which of us is more wrong. When she does that, she will see the good in each of us. She will remember that we are her children. If we stay away for a while, she will begin to think she was too quick to judge. Then she will remember how good we have always been to her. She will think of our father. She will remember her young days of love. She will sigh and cry a little. Then she will smile. She will call us to her. She will ask us to forgive her. And she will call us her two dear children."
"John, how can you know all that?" she asked. She wiped her eyes and smiled at me softly.
"Who told you that, John?" she asked. "Who called you stupid? I think what you say is true. You speak about it in the same way I would. I mean if I had 2 children who acted as we did. But tell me, dear John, how did you learn all this?"
"Do not worry about that," I said, a little proud. "I must be foolish if I still do not understand what mother is like."
Everything happened just as I said it would. So I do not need to explain it again. I do not want to write what mother said about Lorna when she first felt upset and shocked. Her words were not fair, and they hurt me. I even repeated some of her strong words back to her, and that frightened her. But when people speak in anger and later feel sorry, it is better not to repeat those words. Some say angels remember such things. I hope they do not listen too closely, or it may trouble them. By the afternoon, when the sun was going down, mother sat on the bench in the garden. She rested her head on my big otterskin coat, which keeps out the rain. Her right arm was around Annie's waist. She did not know which of us needed more love or more pity. She had not yet forgiven Tom Faggus or Lorna. She still felt they were taking her children away from her. But she was starting to think a little better of them. She also felt much more kindly toward her own children. It helped that she was not so sure of her own judgment as before. In truth, she did not think much about herself. She only cared about things that touched her children. No one could wish for a better mother. I cannot say more than that. Poor Lizzie was not very bad. She behaved quite well, most of the time. People should feel sorry for her. She was part of a large and good-looking family. She knew she was not as strong or as healthy as we were. Because of this, she tried too hard to show her good qualities. She wanted people to value her mind more than her body. She believed her inner gifts were better than her outer ones. Still, she had some fine features. Her eyes were lovely. Her hands and feet were very pretty, almost as nice as Lorna's. Her neck was white and smooth. But she did not have our strong walk or our bright health. We all sat on the garden bench under the big ash tree. Annie and I let mother talk as she wished. Young people are often more awake than their parents. Fathers and mothers may laugh at this idea. But children often understand more than they think. Annie and I both knew we had won this time. So we let mother speak as if she were teaching us. We listened like 2 quiet dolls.
"My dear John," mother said, "your situation is very hard. A young and dreamy girl has met a simple boy. I pray that I am right in thinking well of her. They met in times of danger and trouble. You saved her again and again, and you risked your life each time. Of course she grew fond of you. She began to look up to you as someone better than herself."
"Now, mother," I said, "if you saw Lorna, you would think I am nothing."
"I am sure I would," mother replied. "And so would the king, the queen, and all the royal family. Well then, This poor angel decides to feel sorry for my son. After he saves her life so many times, she chooses to marry him. She does it out of pity. And she throws his poor mother aside. And the saddest part of all is this.
That my mother will never understand the truth, I said. Never, never understand it.
That is all I want, she answered.
I only want to see the simple truth with my own eyes. John, it is very wise of you to kiss me. But maybe it is not so wise to bring Lorna here one afternoon, just to see what she thinks of me. There is a good piece of mutton now. And there are some very good sausages left. They are on the blue dish with the anchor, Annie. They are from the last small pig we killed.
As if Lorna would eat sausages, I said. I tried to sound proud and almost angry. But inside I was very happy that Mother spoke Lorna's name so easily. The way she said it made my heart jump. Lorna to eat sausages.
I do not see why she should not, my mother answered with a smile. If she wants to be a farmer's wife, she must learn farmer's ways. What do you say, Annie?
I hope she will eat whatever John wants, Annie said seriously. Especially because I made them.
Oh, if only you could see her once, I said. If you saw her, Mother, you would never let her leave again. And she would love you with all her heart. She is so kind and gentle.
That is lucky for me, my mother said. As she spoke, she began to cry again. She had been crying from time to time when she thought no one was looking. Otherwise, John, she would soon send me away from the farm. You are already so much under her control. I can see my time is finished here. Lizzie and I will go and find our own way in the world. It is better like that.
Mother, I cried, please do not talk like that. Everything here belongs to you. And I hope your children belong to you too. And you belong to us. You have always cared for us, from the time we were very small. Why are you making Annie cry? You should know better. After that, Mother began again to speak about all the things she had done for us. She had told these stories many times before. I do not know how many times. But she seemed to enjoy telling them each time. Then she said she was a foolish old woman. Annie, being a lively girl, pulled out one of her grey hairs. Chapter 35. Ruth is not like Lorna. Illustration 292. JPG Carver Doone. Although our mother slowly agreed to Annie's marriage, and many problems between Annie and her lover were now smaller, things were not much better for Lorna and me. We felt a little more peaceful in our hearts. Our minds were easier. But that was all. For the present, it became harder for Lorna and me to meet and talk together. Mother did not know how close I had come to danger with Carver Doone. Still, she made me promise that I would not risk my life by going on useless visits. About this question, whether a visit was truly needed, she said she would trust my good sense and my honor. She only asked me to tell her before I went. I could not promise that. If she knew each time I left, she would worry the whole time I was away. I did not want to cause her such pain. So instead, I promised to tell her everything when I returned. As I expected, Mother soon began to think of ways to save me from danger and herself from fear. She made many plans. She wanted to bring Lorna away from the Doones in some clever way. She wished to have her safe in our house. There Lorna would stay for at least a year. Mother and Annie would teach her about dairy work and farm life. They would even teach her the best way to pack butter. All this began because I once said, without thinking much, that dear Lorna wished for a quiet life. She longed for peace and simple days. She wanted rest away from fighting and fear. Dear Mother, now long gone from this world, I still remember your loving heart and warm spirit. When I think of your kindness and your simple dreams, my eyes grow wet. To take Lorna away from Glen Doone was not impossible. I was brave enough to try. But first I had to ask myself one thing. Would she leave her old grandfather to die without her care? And even if she agreed to escape because she feared Carver and that cruel counselor, could I truly keep her safe? Would I need a whole army of soldiers to guard her? The Doones would quickly ride out to search for their queen. They would look everywhere. Sooner or later they would find her. Then they might burn our house, kill us, and carry her back in triumph. I told my mother all these thoughts. At last she agreed with a deep sigh. For now, there was nothing more I could do. I must watch over Lorna carefully, but from a safe distance. I must study the plans of the Doones. I must wait for a better time, when their power might grow weaker. Meanwhile, Mother even suggested, not very wisely, that I might fall in love with another young woman. This girl was quieter and more peaceful. She had money, though she was not of such high family as Lorna, and she would be near me every day. I am not sure, but I think my dear mother would have been sad if I had changed my mind so easily. I felt angry when she suggested it. But she was not very upset with me. She only smiled and said,
"Well, it is not for me to decide. God knows what is good for us. We cannot choose who we like. If we could, I would not be living here today. And I am glad about one thing. Uncle Reuben deserves that his plan should fail. He called my boy a coward. He said my boy was not brave because he would not join a foolish plan against the valley where his love lives. And all the time this so-called coward risked his life there every day. He never told anyone. I am happy you will not marry that small granddaughter of that proud old rich man, even for all her unhappy money."
She turned her head. Poor Ruth Huckaback was standing beside her. Ruth looked pale and sad. She looked straight at my mother. Mother's face became very red. She could not speak for a moment.
"If you please, madam," Ruth said in a calm voice, "it is not my fault, but God's will, that I am small. I did not know you looked at me with such dislike because of this. You have not told my grandfather, at least not when I could hear, that you think he is a proud old miser. When I return to Dulverton, and I hope to go tomorrow, because it is too late today, I will not tell him your opinion. I do not want to harm any plans you may have about his money. I thank you all for your kindness to me. You have been very kind. More kind than a small girl like me could expect. But I must tell you one more truth. It is not certain that my grandfather will give his money to me. If I make him angry, which I would do at once for a brave and honest man," here she looked at me, "and I did not know how to feel, he would leave me with nothing. He is a fair man in his way. And many times I wish he would do that. His money brings me many troubles."
Then she began to cry. She said a soft goodbye and ran away. The three of us looked at each other. We felt ashamed.
"What an impudent little dwarf," my mother said at last, when she could speak again. "Oh, John, you should be thankful. Think what kind of wife she would have been for you."
"Well, I am surprised," Annie said, and she put her arms around our mother. "Who would think that small girl had such a strong spirit? I cannot understand how she hid it so well. John might have believed she was an angel."
For my part, I said, and I laughed a little, I never liked Ruth Huckaback as much as I do now. She is a special girl. I would have married her tomorrow if I had never seen my Lorna.
"And what would I be then in my own house?" Mother cried. "I can never thank dear Lorna enough for saving me. Did you see her eyes?"
Yes, I did, I answered. They were very bright. 9 girls out of 10 would pretend not to hear such words. They would keep their anger inside. Annie, would you do that?
"I think," Annie said, "though I cannot be sure, that I would feel ashamed to hear words not meant for me. I would be almost as angry with myself as with anyone else."
"Yes," my mother replied, "any daughter of mine would act that way. She would not shout and speak badly. Still, I am sorry my words, which the poor girl chose to hear, made her forget herself. I will ask her to forgive me before she goes. And I expect her to ask my pardon too."
She will never do that, I said. No girl is more strong in her mind when she believes she is right. Even if it was only an accident. I might have said the same thing myself. But she was too hard on you, dear mother.
After that, we spoke no more about it. The next morning little Ruth left us. We tried to make her stay, but she would not. She promised to be a true friend to my younger sister Eliza. When she said goodbye to Annie, she looked at her in a strange way. Annie thought Ruth felt angry because Annie was taller. But Annie may have been wrong. I rode beside Ruth until we were far past Exeford. There was no more danger on the moor. Then I left her with John Fry. I did not want to seem too careful about her, after all the talk about her money. Tears stood in her eyes when she said farewell to me. She sent a kind message to my mother. She promised to visit us again at Christmas if she could get permission. Upon the whole, I thought she acted very well. She was a maid, and her pride was hurt. Still, she kept her spirit and her self-respect. At the same time, she tried to forgive. To forgive is very hard, especially for a woman, except inside her own family. After this, 1 month passed. Nothing important happened. But I felt it was right and honest to visit Lorna at once after I spoke with my mother. I told her everything. My sweet Lorna gave me one loving kiss, as she always did when she kissed me. I asked for another kiss to take to my mother. Before I left, she gave it to me. I will not repeat all she said. Those words were only for us. But there was one thing she said, and I told it exactly to my mother and Annie.
I can never believe, dear John, that after all the crimes and wild acts of my family, it is right for me to live in peace and comfort in a simple home. With all my heart, I wish for a home. Any home would be good for me. Even if it seems dull to others, it would be like heaven to me, if there is no fighting and no noise, and if I can call it my own. But even if God allows this for me, instead of the wild life of my family, the Doones will never allow it.
Then I told her how my mother and Annie wished for her to come to Plover's Barrows. We wanted to teach her the quiet work of the house. I knew she would enjoy it. She blushed brightly. She said she would never leave her grandfather while he was alive. And even if she were free, she said she would only bring danger to any house that welcomed her. Her family would follow her anywhere. I could not deny this. It made me very sad. When she saw my sadness, she spoke bravely.
We must hope for better days, she said. If we can. How long will you wait for me, John?
Not one day, if I could choose, I answered warmly.
She turned away and looked shy. For a moment, she would not look at me.
But I will wait all my life, I said, if my fate is so hard. And how long will you wait for me, Lorna?
Until I can have you, she answered with a sly smile.
Her smile was brighter to me than anything else.
And now, she continued, you tied me to you with a beautiful ring. When I cannot wear it, I carry it near my heart. But I will tie you to me with the poorest and plainest ring you have ever seen. I could give you 50 prettier ones. But they would not be honest. I love you for your honesty, and for nothing else, of course, John. So do not be proud. Look at it. What a strange old thing. There are old marks on it. They look very odd. It almost looks like a cat in a tree. But never mind. This ring must have belonged to a giant. So maybe it will fit you, you big John. It has hung on my old glass necklace since I was a child. My grandfather once made some men give it back. Now you look very surprised. What do you think of it?
It is worth more than the pearl ring I gave you, my darling, I said. But I will not take it from you.
Then you will not take me, she said. I want nothing to do with a gentleman.
I am no gentleman, dear. I am a farmer.
Very well, a farmer. I want nothing to do with a farmer who will not take my love gift. So please give it back to me. And take your fine ring again.
She looked at me in a way that was half serious and half playful. But it was full of love. I tried to stay calm and strong. But I could not. I kissed her until she felt shy. Her head rested on my chest. Her dark hair fell over me. Then I put the pearl ring back on her soft finger. She had lifted it as if to scold me. On my own smallest finger, I placed the heavy old ring she gave me. I looked at it with great pleasure. When she felt calm again, I spoke seriously. I wanted to stop her from scolding me.
Mistress Lorna, this is not a giant's ring. It is an old thumb ring. Long ago, in my father's time, we found one like it in our field. We sent it to learned men. They told us about it. But they kept the ring. I will take this ring, my only love. It will stay with me until I die.
And so it will, unless someone is cruel enough to rob a dead man. I have spoken about this ring, though I did not plan to. These things are very special to me, but this ring is important in the story of my dear Lorna. Chapter 36. John returns to business. November came. We had our feast of All Hallowmas. We roasted apples on sticks and enjoyed the warm fire. After that came the day of Guy Fawkes. We made big bonfires and cooked sweet roots in the fire. We ate well and felt happy because of our faith. Then we began to plant the winter wheat. While we were busy in the fields, another visitor arrived. It was Master Jeremy Stickles. He had helped me before in London. My mother was very thankful to him. He seemed happy to enjoy her thanks. He made our farmhouse his main place to stay. He expected us to serve him at any time. He went out late at night and came back early in the morning. He always wanted someone ready with a horse or food. Sometimes he needed a servant or a fire prepared. We had to be ready at once. We knew he worked for the king. He had soldiers in different places who followed his orders. He never went out without heavy guns that were ready to fire. He kept a sharp sword near him. Even when he slept, his weapons were close to his hand. He carried an important paper with the king's seal. This paper ordered all good people and all officers to help him. Judges and local leaders had to obey him. They had to give help, horses, or goods if he asked. If they refused, they would be in trouble. Master Stickles did not tell women about his work. He did not trust them with secrets. After some time, he saw that he could trust me. He also saw that it was hard for him to work without my help. One day he took me to a quiet place. First he made me promise not to tell anyone his secret. I could only speak if he gave me permission. Then he told me almost everything. Now many years have passed since that time. All those events are long finished. Most people have forgotten them. Only those who suffered still remember. So I can tell the story without breaking my promise. One night Master Stickles was going out again. I was coming home at the same time. I made a small joke about his secret work and his great energy. He looked around the yard to see if anyone listened. Then he led me into the clover field near the house.
"John," he said, "you have some right to know what is happening. You once helped the Lord Chief Justice, but he thought you were not flexible enough. He also thought you did not have a quick mind."
"Thank God for that," I answered.
He touched his own head, as if to show that he had more brains than I did. Then he made me promise to keep his secret. I agreed, though it was not a good moment for me. After that, he spoke in a serious and proud way.
"There are some people who make plans," he said. "There are others who are caught in these plans. And there are a few who understand the plans and stop them. That is the best gift of all. I have this gift, but it is not an easy one. It brings danger. A man must be brave and calm. He must think quickly and be honest. Because of this, the king's advisors chose me for this work. They could not find a better man. You have stayed in London longer than you wanted, Jack, but you know nothing about the affairs of the country."
"That is true," I said. "And it is better for me. I heard many people talk about these things. Everyone was speaking loudly. Some were almost ready to fight. But only if it was safe. One man said one thing. Another said something different. They talked about Birmingham's, Tantivies, Whigs, Tories, and many other things. I did not understand much. I was happy to drink my glass and hit my spoon on it instead of answering.
"You are right, John," he said. "Let the king live as he likes. He cares more about women than about ruling England. People do not fear him like they feared his father. He wants his own way, but he does not always stop others. He understands women well, because he never asks them questions. Now tell me this. Did you hear much in London about the Duke of Monmouth?
Not very much, I answered. In Devonshire, people talk more about him. They said he was kind and very handsome. They said the Tories sent him away. Most people wished he would return. They did not want the Duke of York, who was in Scotland.
Things have changed since you left London, he said. The Whigs are becoming strong again. This is because the Tories killed Lord Russell. Now there is another man, Master Sidney. If he is punished too, the trouble will grow. Many people are unhappy. Soon there may be open trouble. The king has many soldiers in London. He wants to bring more from Tangier, but he cannot control the countryside well. The local soldiers are not strong help, even if they try. Do you understand me now, John?
Not really, I said. I do not see what Tangier has to do with Exmoor. And I do not see what the Duke of Monmouth has to do with Jeremy Stickles.
You slow fellow, he said. Think the other way. Jeremy Stickles may have much to do with the Duke of Monmouth. The Whigs tried to stop the Duke of York from becoming king. They failed. They were punished with blood they caused. Now they are ready for more action. The power is turning toward them. In England, power always moves from one side to the other. Soon the Whigs may be on top.
But our saying is that the king is always on top, I said. How can the Whigs be?
You are very slow, John, he answered. It is easier to sew with a hard nut than to teach you about government. Still, let it be. I have seen a small child who understands politics better than you. Do not look hurt. It is my fault. I spoke in a way too deep for you. I should have remembered how simple your mind is.
Do not say sorry, Master Jeremy, I replied. I am the one who should say sorry. I truly know nothing about politics.
Stay that way, my boy, he said. You will have a quieter life. Now I will speak simply. I am here to watch a secret plan. This plan is not only against the king, it is against the next ruler after him.
Now I understand, I said. You could have told me that much earlier.
Yes, it would have been better for you, he replied kindly. Your head is almost too full now. Fighting is your skill, Jack. You are good at that. And perhaps this matter will give you enough action for your big head. Now listen to me carefully. I want good for you. I can see how this will end. Stay on the side that wins. Do not join the other side.
That is what I want to do, I said quickly. But I do not know which side will win. I think about Lorna. I think about my dear mother and sisters, and our farm.
Lorna, he cried. Who is Lorna? Is that the name of a girl?
Mind your own business, I answered proudly. You can spy as much as you like. You can use our house for your work. But if you ever spy into my own matters, I will not forgive you. Not even all the king's guards in London will save you. I am strong enough with one finger. I was very angry because he spoke about Lorna in that way. I looked at him hard and spoke in a strong voice. He became quiet at once. He stepped back, as if I might hit him. Then I left him and went to work with the sacks of corn. I wanted to calm myself before I saw my mother. At that time, I was very strong, but I also had many troubles. People often used my easy nature. When I felt too much pressure, sudden anger came over me. My body felt hot and full of power. I wanted to throw something or fight. I had to control myself so I would not hurt anyone. After these moments, I always felt ashamed. I knew that strong muscles are not as good as a strong mind. It is wrong to use strength against weaker people. For some days, there was cold feeling between Master Stickles and me. I blamed myself for it. I remembered how kind he had been to me in London. I asked him many times to forgive my foolish anger. I said he could punish me if he wished. But he only said it did not matter. He said there was nothing to forgive. When people say that, they often still feel hurt. So there was distance between us. To me, this was not a great loss. It kept me away from his secret work, which I did not like. I only feared that I might seem ungrateful. But if he did not want my friendship, what could I do? After a few days, I was able to help him in an important way. You will hear about that later. But at that time, my own life was in great trouble. I could think of nothing else. It was hard to hide my worry. Without any warning, Lorna's signal stopped. She had given me signs every day before. I watched for them and felt happy when I saw them. One day I stood on the hill in the wood. There was no change from the day before. I could not believe my eyes. I thought she must have made a mistake. But this thought made me heavy at heart. Each day there was still no sign from her. My heart grew more sad. 3 times I went down into the valley. The stream was brown and fast because of the autumn rain. The trees were bare and wet. I waited there for many hours. I waited in the day and far into the night. No light step came toward me. No sweet voice called my name. Everything was lonely and wet and cold. It felt as if my love was gone. The wind sounded sad in the valley. One evening I walked far up the valley. I had never gone so far before. I passed the small wood where Lorna had once found her young cousin and then lost him. I followed the river quietly in the evening mist. I came near the last small house in that place. I was close enough to throw a stone at it. The house was low and dark. It was built of wood and stone. There was no light in the windows. I believed this was Carver's house. Lorna had once spoken of it. I felt curious, and perhaps a little jealous. I wanted to look more closely. So I moved quietly along the stream. I almost forgot to be afraid because I was so anxious. In truth, there was little danger. The sky was dark. No one could aim well with a gun in that light. And I believed only a gun could harm me. I was proud of my strength and my skill with a stick. Still, I moved carefully. I was now very near this dangerous place. The back of Carver's house stood close to the fast river. There was a small hole in the wall for shooting. I looked through it. Everything inside was quiet. I listened carefully. I could hear no one. For a moment my heart jumped with joy. I had feared to find Lorna there. Then I studied the house closely. I looked at the windows and the door. I noticed how the house stood and which way it faced. I looked at it as if I were a thief planning to enter. It was good that I did this. You will understand why later. Having looked carefully at the place, I kept every detail in my slow but careful mind. I remembered the shape of the land. I remembered the way the stream turned. I noticed the bushes near the door. After that, I wanted to walk farther and learn more about the village. But I saw a red light across the river. It was about 40 yards above me. It stretched from the other side like a red chain. This light stopped me. In the second house, many outlaws were together. They were loud and happy. They made noise as if they were honest men. Some of them were talking about right and wrong. They spoke as if they truly understood the law. I was cold and worried, but I almost laughed at this. Before I went home that night and made my dear mother calm and happy again, I made a strong decision. I would enter Glen Doone from the upper end. I would learn everything about my Lorna. I could have entered by my secret path, as I had done many times before. But now I saw that I needed to know more than only that way. Trouble was growing around me. Jeremy Stickles was moving in secret. Uncle Reuben was planning something dark. A strange man in a white nightcap had come from the grave. My sister Annie was promised to a highwayman. My mother was very upset. Worst of all, Lorna was taken away. She was locked up. Perhaps she was suffering. This was not a time to wait or think too long. A strong man must act. If I left Lorna in that place, I would fail her. If I allowed those cruel men to hurt her, I would not be worthy of her love. If my heart could not give me strength, then men were useless. With these heavy thoughts in my mind, I decided to act the next day. I would not change my plan. Then, because my body was strong and tired, I slept deeply. Nothing could wake me. Chapter 37. A very desperate venture. The plan I made was more dangerous than anything I had done before. This is clear because I went to Bullock and made my will with a fairly honest lawyer. I did not have much to leave. But the farm and the animals might depend on my wishes. Now I smile when I remember how careful I was. It was very hard for me to leave most of my clothes and personal things to Lorna. I did not want the clever old lawyer to know who she was or where she lived. At last, I believed I had stopped old Mr. Tape from guessing. But when I left, his wrinkled smile and his words made me uneasy again.
"A very good will, young sir," he said. "It is fair and proper. You leave everything to your close family. You show duty to your mother and sister. Nothing goes to strangers, except a small gift to an elderly lady, I think. This gift may or may not be legal, because the lady is not clearly named. Ha, ha. Few young men are so free from secret troubles. My charge is 2 guineas, sir. It is a very good will for that price. You are wise to make it. It does you credit. Well, we must all die one day. And often the young die before the old."
I thought 2 guineas was far too much money for only 15 minutes of work. I also did not like the words he said at the end. His rough voice made them sound like a bad sign. Still, I decided to go. I wanted to find out what had happened to Lorna, even if I died. I do not say this was bravery. I only had to choose between 2 bad things. To lose my dear Lorna was the worst thing of all. The way around the southern hills to the Doone Gate was much longer than the lower path by the water. But I did not dare take a horse. I was afraid the Doones might see me. I left early in the evening. I did not want to hurry or become too tired. As I walked, I was very careful. I looked at the top of every hill. I also watched every valley for any moving person. It was almost dark, and the sun had been down for some time. Still, I could see the robbers' road in front of me. It lay between the hills, where a small stream ran down from higher ground. The banks were covered with thick bushes. At that moment, I saw no one on the road. There was no guard that I could see. Even so, I thought it was safer to wait. I waited until the evening became night. Then I moved quietly down from the hill. Soon I stood on the Doone track. As I came closer to the entrance, the road became straight and hard. It looked like a path cut from stone. Water ran darkly beside it. There was no tree or bush to hide behind. The place felt cold and hard. Even in the dark, I could see how rough it was. There was a smell like old earth. I felt trapped there. I wished I could leave. Just then, my luck seemed to turn bad. As I walked lightly toward the entrance, the moon rose over the rocks in the east. It had often helped me before. Now it felt like an enemy. Its light filled the open space. I quickly stepped back into the shadow on the right side of the road. From there, I watched the 3 entrances. The moonlight fell across them at an angle. Across the 3 rough stone arches, a large oak tree hung above. It was dark and heavy. It looked dangerous. I had heard that it could be dropped in a moment. It could crush many men and stop horses from entering. Behind the tree, there was a wooden platform built on a stone ledge. Brushwood and timber covered it. 30 men could hide there and shoot at anyone who tried to enter. It would be almost impossible to drive them away. The rock dropped straight down below them for many feet. Above them, the rock rose very high. It bent forward so that nothing could easily fall on them. No man could climb so high. The way to reach this place was through secret stone rooms. Only the Doones knew that path. The cleverest part of their plan was this. There were 3 entrances, not 1. All 3 looked almost the same. There was no sign to show which one was right. People said that when danger came, they changed the true entrance each day. They could close the other 2 with sliding doors. Those doors led to deep cracks and dark pits. Now I saw the 3 rough arches before me. They looked black and frightening. Only one would lead to the valley inside. The river no longer helped me choose. It went under the mountain with a low, heavy sound. I had no way to know which path was safe. I knew the other 2 could lead to death. In the dark, among steep rocks and deep water, a man would have no chance. For a moment, I almost decided to leave. But I knew one thing. If I waited longer, I would grow more afraid. It seemed to me that in peaceful times, the middle way was often the safest. Perhaps the right and left paths joined it farther inside. Maybe the guards could move the doors as they wished. I also felt it was a good sign that I remembered a line from my Latin grammar. It said that the middle road is the safest. So I did not wait any longer. I went into the middle passage. I held a long ash stick in front of me. The end of it was covered with iron. Soon I was in deep darkness. I moved my hand along the wall to find my way. I felt more fear than I wanted to feel. When I looked back, I could not see the light anymore. I had left it behind. Then I hit something hard. It was sharp and very cold. It hurt my legs badly. I almost cried out, but I stopped myself. When I stood up and touched it, I understood what it was. It was a small cannon. This made me feel a little calmer. They would not put such a weapon there unless this was the true entrance. I walked on again. I moved slowly and with pain. Soon I saw that it was good I had hit the cannon. If not, I might have walked straight into the guards. They could have shot me at once. As it was, I turned a corner and almost met them. I quickly stepped back. If their lantern had been in the right place, they might have seen me. There were only 2 of them. They were big and strong, like all the Doones. If they had no guns, I would not fear to fight them both. But each man had a long heavy gun near him. The guns were not in their hands, but close beside them. I had to be very careful. Even care might not be enough without luck. I stayed behind the corner. I pressed one cheek against the rock. With one eye, I looked slowly around the edge. Then I watched and waited. The 2 men looked happy. Bad men should not look happy, but often they do. They sat in a small space in the rock. The lantern stood in the corner. They drank from glass cups. They played a small game with coins. They also smoked long clay pipes. I could see the shape of the pipes in the light. From time to time, they laughed. Each man thought he was winning. One man sat with his knees up. His left hand rested on his leg. He had his back to me. He looked heavier than the other. The second man leaned against the rock. He was half sitting and half standing. He wore leather clothes like a rider. The lantern light showed his face clearly. He was very handsome and bold. When I saw him, I felt unhappy. He was so near to my Lorna. How long must I stay here like this? I asked myself. I was tired of hearing them shout. 1 point.
2 points.
No, Charlie.
Yes, it is mine, Phelps.
My only chance was to wait. Maybe they would fight and forget about watching the passage. At last I decided to move past them. The cave was wide at that place. Then Charlie, the younger and taller man, reached for the money. He said he had won it. The other man pulled his arm away. He said Charlie had no right to it. Charlie threw the drink from his glass at the other's face. He missed him. The drink hit the candle instead. The flame burned blue for a moment. Then it went out. One man swore. The other laughed. Before they could decide what to do, I slipped past them. I turned the next corner quickly. Then I did a foolish thing. I made the sound of an owl. John Fry had taught me how to do it well. The sound echoed loudly in the cave. One man dropped his firebox. The other grabbed his gun and made it ready. When I heard that sound, I knew I had been stupid. If they had fired the gun, the whole place would wake up. Everyone would run after me. But luck was with me. I heard one man speak.
Charlie, what was that? He asked. It scared me. I dropped my box. My flint is gone. Can you light it with your pipe?
My pipe is out, Phelps, Charlie answered. It has been out for a long time. I am not afraid of an owl. Give me the lantern. Stay here. I am not finished with you yet.
Well said, Phelps replied. Go straight to Carver's place. The other men are asleep. Nothing is happening tonight. Do not stop under the captain's window. The Queen does not want to see you. Carver will hit your head if you are late.
Will he? Charlie said. We will see about that.
And after some rough jokes and loud laughter, I heard Charlie, or someone like him, walking toward me. His steps were loose and unsteady. He was not sober. He moved from side to side as he walked. I did not step away from his path. After what he said about Lorna, I wanted to catch him, if it was wise to do so. His coat touched my thumb. His leather boots brushed my knee. If he had turned and seen me, he would have died at once. But he was too drunk to notice anything. So I let him pass in peace. Then I had an idea. He was going exactly where I wanted to go. He was walking toward Lorna's window. I followed him without much care. Soon I saw his shape clearly against the bright moon. He went down a steep and turning path. There was a handrail at the corners. Charlie often stumbled as he walked. He almost fell many times. It was a wonder he did not fall flat. I walked behind him. I hoped he would not turn and see me. The strong drink kept him from thinking clearly. He did not look back. In this way, he led me to the top of a meadow. There a stream came out from under the ground. It moved quietly and made small bubbling sounds. From that place I could see the robbers' village. There were bushes around it, but not too many. The moon was almost full. Its light showed every house clearly. The moonlight gave each building a soft shape and form. I knew the first house was the captain's. Lorna had told me about it. My mother had also described it. Now I saw Charlie stop there for a short time. He whistled with his fingers and then hurried on, as if afraid. The tune he whistled was strange to me. It stayed in my ears. It sounded new and wild. I softly repeated the tune to myself. At the same time, I watched where each house stood. The village looked beautiful in the moonlight. The stream ran between the houses instead of a street. The water moved gently and reflected the moon. Its soft sound filled the quiet place. High rocks stood around the village. Grass and plants covered the ground. In the calm light, it looked like a small paradise. And all the people there slept peacefully. They had no worry in their hearts. They lived by taking from others and making others work for them. They enjoyed life without much labor. Yet they were proud of their name. Charlie walked down through the village. I followed him carefully. I stayed in the shadows as much as I could. I looked at every window to see if any light was still on. When I passed Serenza's house, my heart jumped. I saw a window higher than the others. A weak light moved inside it. It must be the room where my dear Lorna lay. That foolish young man had looked up at this very window when he whistled. My courage grew strong. I was no longer afraid. If Lorna had been given to that wicked Carver, she would not be in her grandfather's house. She would be in Carver's own house. With this thought, I hurried after Charlie Doone. I had decided not to hurt him unless I had to save my own life. Then, as I stood behind a tree and watched, the door of the farthest house opened. It was Carver himself. He stood in the doorway without a hat and only half dressed. He held a lamp in his hand. The light showed his large chest and strong arms.
"Who wants me at this time of night?" he said in a rough voice. "If some young fool is walking near the girls, he will feel pain for it."
All the pretty girls are for you, are they, Master Carver? Charlie said with a laugh. We young men must be happy with less.
"Would have," Carver muttered angrily. "I will have what I want. I wait for my time, but not much longer. And listen to me, Charlie. If I see your smooth face near that girl again, I will throw you into the river."
Maybe you could not do it, Master Carver, Charlie answered. But I will not stay long. You are not good company tonight. I only want a light for my lantern and a glass of schnapps, if you have some.
"What happened to your light?" Carver asked. "It is good for you that I am not on watch tonight."
A big owl flew between me and Phelps while we were on guard, Charlie said. It was frightened by our bright eyes. Phelps fell down and knocked the light out.
"That sounds like a story," Carver said. "We will learn the truth tomorrow. Here, take your light and go. All good men are in bed now."
Then I will go to bed too, Charlie said. And why are you still awake? Have I earned my schnapps now?
If you have paid, then you have paid a bad debt. There is already too much bad in you. Go away. I have no more patience. Then he shut the door hard in the young man's face. He had just lit his lantern. Charlie walked back to the watch place. As he passed me, he spoke in a low voice.
This is bad for all of us if that angry old man is our captain. He has no kindness in him. He shows no welcome. He does not even speak in a pleasant way. He cannot even make a good new curse. I want to leave this place. If it was not for the girls, I would go.
I felt very afraid when I stood in the dark near Lorna's window and said her name in a soft voice. The house had only one floor, like the others. The ends of pine beams came out through the stone walls. On the west side there were only 2 rough windows. Maybe both of them were Lorna's. The Doones built their own houses because they did not want strangers to know their ways. Their work was rough and not well made. They had taken most of the windows from other houses nearby. The window was not tight, but I could have whispered for a long time before she answered. She was often troubled by rude men, so she was careful. I did not dare to speak loudly because I saw another guard on the west cliff. From there he could see the whole valley. This man was alone, with no friend to drink or play games with. He saw me standing by the wall of the house. He stepped closer to the edge of the cliff and called out to me.
Who are you? Answer me. 1, 2, 3. Then I will shoot.
His gun was pointed straight at me. The moonlight shone on the barrel. He was less than 50 yards away. He began to count. I felt almost without hope. I started to whistle. I did not know how long I could keep breathing. By chance, I whistled the strange tune I had practiced last. It was the tune I heard from Charlie. My mouth was dry with fear, and it was hard to make the notes. But something surprising happened. The man stepped back. He lowered his gun. Then he gave a salute. It was the sweetest sound I had ever known. Later I learned that this tune was Carver Doone's special signal. Charlworth Doone had copied it to trick Lorna. The guard thought I was Carver. Carver often walked there to speak with Lorna in secret. He would not call out his own name if he could help it. The guard did not want to disturb Carver. So he walked away along the cliff. He went far enough so he could not see us. This helped me greatly. Lorna came to the window at once to see why the guard had shouted. She pulled back the curtain with care. Then she opened the rough window. She looked toward the cliff and the trees. After that, she gave a long and sad sigh.
Oh, Lorna, do you not know me? I whispered from the side. I was afraid to appear suddenly and frighten her.
She was always quick to think, but she did not know my voice. She began to close the window quickly. I caught it and held it open. Then I showed my face.
John, you must be mad.
I am mad, I said. I have had no news of you, my dear. You knew I would come. Of course you knew.
Well, I thought maybe you would, she said. Now, John, do not squeeze my hand so hard. Can you see the iron bars they have put here?
Yes, I see them, I said. Do you think I would be happy with only this sweet hand, and those ugly iron bars between us? I will take them away before I leave. Now, my dear, just for a moment. Give me your other hand too.
So I took the other flower too, but I was not honest. I kept both flowers. They were soft and beautiful in my hands. I put them close to my heart and felt them shake a little.
Oh, John, you will make me cry at once, she said.
She had already been crying for a long time.
If you speak like that, I cannot stop my tears. You know we can never be together. Everyone is against us. Why should I make you unhappy? Please try not to think about me anymore.
And will you try not to think about me, Lorna? I asked.
Oh yes, John, if you agree, she said softly. At least I will try to try.
Then you will not try that at all, I cried, full of strong feeling.
Her voice was gentle and sad.
The only thing we will try to do is to belong to each other. If we truly do our best, Lorna, only God can stop us.
She made the sign of the cross with one free hand because I spoke so boldly. Her throat moved as if she wanted to speak. but she could not answer me.
Now tell me, I said. What does all this mean? Why are you shut up here? Why did you send me no sign? Has your grandfather changed his mind about us? Are you in danger?
My poor grandfather is very sick, she said. I am afraid he will not live long. The councillor and his son now rule the valley. I do not dare to go outside. I am afraid of what they may do to me. When I went out to make a sign for you, Carver tried to catch me, but I ran faster than he did. Little Gwenny cannot leave the valley now, so I could not send you any message. I have been very unhappy, my dear. I was afraid you might think I was not true to you. Those cruel men now believe I belong to them. You must watch this house all day and all night if you want to save me. They are ready to do anything. If my poor grandfather dies without a son near him or a daughter to cry for him, it will be very sad. Oh, I should think only about him, not about myself.
But he has many sons, I said. Why do none of them come to him?
I do not know. I cannot explain it. He is a strange old man, and not many people love him. This afternoon he was very angry with the councillor. But you must not stay here. You are very brave, John, and I am selfish to keep you. Wait, what was that shadow?
It was only a bat, my dear. He is flying in the night. I will not stay long. You are shaking with fear. But how can I leave you like this, Lorna?
You must go, she said. I will be so afraid if they hurt you. I hear the old nurse walking. Grandfather will call me soon. Stay away from the window.
But it was not the old nurse. It was Gwenny Carfax, Lorna's young servant. Lorna brought her to the window and showed her to me. She almost laughed, even though she was sad.
Oh, John, I am so glad. Gwenny, I am happy you came. I have wanted to show you my young man, as you call him. It is a little dark, but you can see him. I want you to look at him again, Gwenny.
What? Gwenny cried in surprise. She stood on her toes and looked out at me. She stared at me as if she was judging my size. He is bigger than any Doone. I heard he beat our Cornish champion in wrestling.
"'Twadn't fair play nohow, no, don't tell me, 'twadn't fair play nohow." "It was not fair, Gwenny," I said. "The other man did not fight in a fair way. I know that." When I said this, Gwenny looked very pleased. She was happy with my answer. It pleased her more than money ever could.
I will know you again, young man, she said, nodding in a proud way. I will not forget you. Now you stay here and talk with her. I will go outside and watch for you.
She did not speak in a polite way, but she wanted to give us time alone. I felt thankful to her when she left.
She is the best little girl in the world, Lorna said, with a soft laugh. And she is very strange, but very true. No one can make her turn against me. If she seems to stand with others, do not doubt her. Now no more talk of courting, John. I love you too much for that. Yes, very much. As much as you can think. Then double it. But please go now, dear John. If you love me, go.
How can I go like this? I asked. We have decided nothing. How will I know if you are in danger? Think of something. You are clever. Tell me what to do, and I will go. I do not want to frighten you.
I have thought about it for a long time, Lorna said quickly.
Her voice was clear and sweet.
Do you see that tree near the cliff? There are 7 rooks' nests in it. Can you count them from above? From a safe place, dear?
Yes, I can. If I cannot at first, I will find a place where I can see them well.
Gwenny climbs like a cat. In summer she climbs that tree. She watches the young birds every day. She even dares the boys to touch them. Now there are no birds and no eggs there. If you see only 6 nests, I am in danger and need you. If you see only 5 nests, Carver has taken me away.
Good God, I said.
The thought made me afraid. My voice frightened Lorna.
Do not fear, John, she whispered sadly.
Her words made my blood feel cold.
I have a way to stop him. Or at least to save myself. If you come within 1 day after he takes me, you will find me safe. After that, I may be dead or alive. But you will never be ashamed to look at me.
Her face looked proud, even in the dark. I did not try to hold or kiss her. This was not the time. I only said, God bless you, my darling.
She said the same to me in a low and sad voice.
Then I moved away under Carver's house. I walked in the shadow of the eastern cliff. I knew the village well enough now. I did not go by the water path. It was too dark for that. I did not climb the cliff near Lorna's place. Instead, I took a path I had found before. There is no need to explain it. A heavy worry was gone from my heart. But I still had many troubles to think about. One thing was clear. If Lorna could not belong to me, she would belong to no other man. My mother waited up for me that night. She sat with me for a long time. She agreed with me. That thought gave us some comfort. Chapter 38. A good turn for Jeremy. John Fry now earned 6 shillings each week as regular pay. He also earned extra money at harvest and shearing time. He had a small cottage and paid no rent. He also had a piece of garden to grow food for his wife and children. At that time, the law said that workers could earn only 4 shillings and 6pence a week in summer. In winter they must earn 1 shilling less. If we paid more than this, we could be fined or even put in prison. So people thought John Fry was the richest worker on Exmoor. Many men joked about robbing him, as if he had the king's money in his pocket. Tom Faggus even said he would try to rob John if he met him on the road. Tom had stopped his old life and wanted a pardon from the king. But there was something strange. No man on Exmoor complained more than John Fry. No man felt more sure that he was not paid enough. He was always unhappy about his wages. No one grumbled as much as he did. And there was one thing John did which I could not think was right. I tried hard to be fair to him even when he behaved badly. But this matter troubled me. If we said he was lazy, even a little, he turned against us at once. He threatened to report us for paying him too much money. Then we had to be quiet. I do not say this to speak badly of John Fry. We still remember him as a good and honest man. I do not wish to hurt his grandchildren. I will say clearly that I have known much worse men, and many of them are still alive. I only speak about this small fault because it helps explain his dealings with Jeremy Stickles. Master Jeremy had lived in London and Norwich. He thought we country people were very simple. He believed he could cheat us whenever he wished. But that is not true. When we know that someone thinks we are foolish, we let him believe it. We allow him to feel clever. In the end, he often loses money and feels surprised. Then we laugh at him. After I had warned Jeremy not to interfere in my business, he grew closer to John. He called John simple, but he used him for everything.
He would say, "Run and bring my horse, John. John, are my pistols ready? Come to the stable, John. I need you."
He ordered John about all day. It was rude. Many times I wanted to tell him that he should pay John's wages himself. John enjoyed this attention. He acted very secret and important. Soon half the village thought he controlled great matters of the country. He would not even look at farm tools anymore. This could not last. I was the only man in the village who understood politics at all. So I warned John. I told him he must not speak so freely about the government. Such matters were not his business. His talk might bring trouble to us all. John only lifted his nose in the air. He acted as if he had been to London many times. This angered me. I told him that if he even said the name of a member of Parliament for 2 weeks, I would beat him with the plough whip. I never thought John would tell Jeremy about what we saw at the Wizard Slough. He had sworn on his knife that he would tell no one without my permission. But it seems he told everything to Jeremy for some reward. He even added more to the story. When Jeremy heard this, he was very surprised at Uncle Reuben's actions. He had always believed Uncle Reuben was loyal and careful. I learned all this later, after Jeremy became friendly with me again. That only happened because I saved his life. I had to watch the 7 rooks' nests very carefully. At the same time, I did not want to waste my mother's food by being idle. So I worked near the west corner of our farm. From there, I was close to Glen Doone. I could quickly run up to a high place and look across the land. One day Squire Faggus came to visit us just before dinner. Soon he and the king's messenger were talking closely together.
Tom brought his favorite mare to show Annie. He helped Annie sit on the horse. He told Winnie to behave well.
The squire was very happy. He had just bought land that was worth much more than he paid. He did it by playing a clever trick on old Sir Roger Bassett. Sir Roger did not think the squire was serious, because he believed he had no money. They made the agreement while drinking wine in a tavern. Sir Roger gave his word. After that, even lawyers could not stop the sale. They could only say that Master Faggus, because of a past crime, was not allowed to receive the land. "I will soon cure that," said Tom.
My pardon has been ready for many months. I can ask for it when I choose.
Then he spoke to our Annie. She listened with a red and happy face. She believed every word. He said that when he was young and innocent, lawyers had ruined him. Now, after many years on the road, he knew their tricks. So it was only fair, he said, that he should win against them. He would take their money and return to good society. He would go to London at once and ask for his pardon. After that, his dear Annie would be happy with him. They spoke of many sweet things. I had no right to listen. This was not for me. So I walked away up the lane to my afternoon work. I felt sad when I thought of my own love and how hard it was. Their love now looked easy and bright. Still, I was glad for Annie. But sometimes I remembered the old saying, "Wrong never becomes right." I worked hard in the small ash wood. I had my billhook and my knife. I cut young trees where they grew too close together. From the straight ones, I made poles for thatch roofs. I made strong hooks for walls. I made small gates for sheep fences. I shaped handles for rakes and hoes and other tools. The smaller sticks I tied into bundles. Later I would take them home on the sled to the woodpile. While I worked, I often looked at the 7 rooks' nests. They showed me that my Lorna was safe. When I felt tired of cutting or bending, I did not stand still. Instead, I climbed up to the hill ridge. After some time, I forgot about Tom and Annie. I thought only of Lorna. I dreamed of our life together. I thought about what we would call our children. I planned how I would teach them well. They must bring honor to her high family. Even while I dreamed, I did not stop working well. Fresh cut wood is not as strong as wood that has dried a little. This is true when the sap is still in it. So we always keep extra wood ready. The small wood sloped to the west. The sun was going down and shining bright on rocks and banks. The tree trunks were spotted and uneven. Their branches bent close together like children who are afraid. Above me, the dry leaves moved softly. They shook and made a quiet sound. They rose and fell gently. On the ground between the tree stumps lay brown dead leaves. There were soft patches of pale moss. There were old sticks, dark and broken. Here and there grew small groups of rushes. Near the hedge ran a little stream. It was very small. It carried only a little water because of the warm weather. Still, it had small dark corners under the banks. In one place, the water rushed through a hollow plant stem. In other places, it divided around small sticks. It made little pools in the rocks. These pools were almost as wide as a man's hat. Green moss grew around them. Long grasses hung over the sides. Ferns grew along the small banks. They bent over the water. Some had pale yellow parts. Some had many small hanging leaves. Some were tall and wide. They moved gently in the light wind. They looked soft and beautiful. God has made nothing more lovely. Only he sees them always. It was time to go home for supper. I felt ready for it. I had worked many hours. Only the small stream, some hares, and one pheasant had been with me. The sun had gone down behind the dark wood on the far cliffs of Bagworthy. The brown plants were turning grey. The young ash trees looked dark against the sky. The little stream looked black under the grasses. Outside the hedge, the clover leaves were closing in the evening dew. I thanked God for this beautiful place. My love had helped me see its beauty. Then I got ready to stop working and go home to rest. Therefore I cleaned my billhook and my shearing knife very carefully. I do not like to leave my tools dirty. Then I thought about the 7 rooks' nests. I was not sure if I should look at them again. It was getting dark. About 15 minutes had passed since I last made any chopping sound. I had been sorting my wood and tying it into bundles. I was not cutting at that time. The small stream near me sounded louder than my work. Because of that quiet, I stayed alive that evening, though I did not know I was in danger. I was tying the last bundle of sticks. I was just finishing it. Then I saw 3 men outside the hedge. The light of the evening was yellow behind them. I could see that each man carried a gun. They did not walk in an easy way. They moved slowly along the hedge, like hunters looking for someone. For a moment, fear filled my heart. I thought they were looking for me. Very quickly I believed that they knew about my visits to Glen Doone. I thought they had come to take my life. It was lucky that I heard their clothes catch on the brambles. I also saw their hats under the low branches of the ash trees. I was standing in a small hollow, and dark trees were behind me. That helped me. I had no time to run. Without thinking, I threw myself flat into the thick ferns. I held my breath and lay still like a piece of wood. I had seen the light shine on their guns. I knew the bad ways of men in this place. I did not want to join the number of those already dead. The 3 men came to the gap in the hedge. I had used that gap many times. They stood there and looked inside. Some men say they have never felt fear. They say they never could be afraid. Maybe such men live somewhere. I have never met them. The fear I felt then was terrible. My whole body shook inside me. I lay there with only a piece of wood and some fern to hide me. The evening was dark. I saw 3 faces above the hedge. I also saw 3 guns pointing forward.
Someone has been working here, said Carver Doone in his deep voice. Jump down, Charlie, and look around. We must leave no one who can speak about us.
Give me a hand, Charlie said. The bank is very steep.
Nonsense, said Marwood de Witchhorse.
To my surprise, he was the 3rd man.
It is only a farm worker cutting wood. He went home long ago. I can see the whole place. There is not even a rabbit here.
I breathed again and thanked God that I had my coat on, which hid me well.
The squire is right, said Charlie from a higher place. Nobody is here now, Captain. It is good for the poor man that he works only in the daytime. Even his tool is gone.
No man works in a wood like this without a dog, Marwood said. People are afraid of spirits in the trees.
There is a big young man on this farm, Carver said in a low, angry voice. I have a score to settle with him if I ever meet him. He hates us because we shot his father. Last winter he thought about bringing the officers against us, but he was afraid. He has been in London too. I think he went there for some secret reason.
Oh, you mean John Ridd, said the young squire. He is a simple farmer. He is not clever enough for secret plans. He only cares about wrestling. He is as strong as a bull, but he has little sense.
A bullet for that bull, Carver said with a cruel smile. A bullet will give weight to his head the first time I see him.
No, Captain, Charlie answered. I will not have him shot. He was at school with me. He also has a very pretty sister. But his cousin is different. That one is much more dangerous.
We shall see, said the big man with the black beard. It will be bad for any fool who stands in my way. Come now. Do not stay here. If the man escapes us, both of you will answer to me.
Do not worry, Captain, Charlie said. I am sure he will not live long. My bullet is ready for him. I will deal with him myself because he has insulted me.
You may do it, Marwood said as they turned away and walked along the hedge. I like to face a man with a sword. I do not like to shoot at him from hiding.
I could not hear the rest. The thick hedge was now between us. There was no other opening in it until the very bottom, near the corner of the wood. Yet I was still in danger. They could come through the second gap. If they did, they would see me unless I moved into the thick bushes before they entered the open place. But I was too angry and too curious to be careful. Carver Doone's words made me very angry, because I knew the truth about him and his false way with Lorna. When I saw Squire Marwood with such bad men, I wanted to know more. Their threats against someone I did not know made me feel sorry for that person. So I forgot to be wise. I forgot that courage is better when danger is far away. I held my billhook tight. Very slowly, I lay down in the small stream. I decided to take my chance near the corner where the water ran under the hedge. Then I followed them along the fence. I moved as softly as a rabbit. I was inside the fence, and they were outside. We were so near that I heard the branches move as they pushed through. I never loved fern so much as I did then. At the end of the little hollow, I bent down between two thick groups of ferns. They were my best cover. Cows had passed through the gap there to find food and cool air. They had left only a small mound of hard earth between me and the outlaws. The men were on my left side. In front of me, where the brook left the wood, there was a strong holly hedge. I prayed that they would walk straight ahead. If they turned right and came through the gap, their guns would almost touch my face. I heard them near the gap. I did not dare to look. My body shook, and I could hardly stay still. They walked up and down outside the gap. They were not sure which path to take. At that terrible moment, I thought I might die. And do you know what I did? I counted the threads of a spider's web. I also counted the small dead flies in it, shaking in the weak light.
We will see him better in there, Carver said in his rough voice. Sit behind the holly hedge, lads. Wait until he comes down the hill. Then we say good evening to him. 1 man aim at his body. 2 men aim at his head. Aim well. Do not miss.
Captain, that is not a good plan, Charlie said very quietly. You are proud of your shooting. We all know you shoot well. But he may come after dark. We must be closer to him. This hedge is too far away. He comes down here from Slocumslade, not from Tibbicott. He follows that track on the left. Then he goes by the front land to Glenthorne, where his boat waits in the small bay. I have followed him many evenings. I know his path exactly. Do not waste all my work.
Very well, Carver said. We will follow you. If we fail, you pay for it with your life.
Follow me then. We go into the hollow. Your legs are slow, Captain.
If you lead me the wrong way, Carver said, your body will be slow forever.
I heard them going down the hill. That part was steep and full of rocks. I looked through the hedge. I saw them go into some bushes beside the path. That was the path Master Stickles used almost every evening when he left our house for work. Then I understood. They had come to kill him. I should have known before, but fear had made me dull. For a moment I thought, oh God, I wish I were clever. I wish I could fight these cruel men in their own way. They know how to lie. They like to hide and watch. They feel no fear about killing. A man needs these dark skills to fight the Doones on equal ground. But I thank God that I do not have them. This was not the time for such thoughts. I had to try to stop the crime. If I followed the armed men down the hill, they would surely see me and kill me. There was no cover there, and some light still lay on the hill. I thought of another plan. I would run around the hill as fast as I could. I would stay out of sight from the valley. Then I would climb down the rocks, cross the brook, and reach the path from Slocumslade. If I was quick, I might stop the king's messenger before he went farther. So I did this. I ran very hard. At every step I feared I would hear gunshots in the valley. I slipped down the rough rocks and tore my clothes and skin. Then I crossed Bagworthy Stream, not far below Doone Valley. After that I climbed the hill towards Slocumslade. My heart beat hard in my chest as I ran. Why Jeremy chose this road and not the shorter road over Orr Hill, I did not know. I did not think about it. I only wanted to save his life. I reached him about a minute before danger came. That was very hard, because I ran very fast. I even had a large pistol pointed at my head when I caught his horse by the bridle. Jeremy, Jerry, was all I could say. I could hardly breathe because I had run so fast.
Spoken just in time, John Ridd, Master Stickles cried. He still held the pistol toward me. I should have known you by your size, John. What are you doing here?
I came to save your life. Please, do not go farther. There are 3 men hiding in the bushes there. They have long guns and are waiting for you.
I have felt that someone watched me, he said. That is why I pointed the pistol at you. Come back around this corner. Rest and catch your breath. Tell me everything. I have never seen you so out of breath. I could beat you in a race now, John.
Jeremy Stickles was a brave man. He could think quickly and find a way in danger. That was why he had this important work. Still, he shook when he heard my news. I did not tell him the name of young Marwood de Witchholes. I also did not show that I knew the other men. I had my own reasons for this.
We will let them wait there, Jeremy said after thinking. I cannot bring my soldiers from Glenthorne or Lymouth in time. 3 wild Doones with good weapons are too many for you and me. This attack will make us move sooner than we planned. And one more thing, John. From this day, I am your friend. Shake my hand, my lad. Forgive me for being cold to you before, in the troubles that are coming. It may help you that you saved me today.
He shook my hand very strongly. It was not a common handshake. After he learned from me how to ride away without being seen, he went on to his duty. I thought about staying to see how long the 3 men would wait. But I saw no real reason to do that. I was growing hungry, so I put my coat around me and went home to Plover's Barrows. Chapter 39. A Troubled State and a Foolish Joke. The next day Stickles took me aside. He told me all about his plans, even if I did not ask to hear them. I told him clearly that he must not be angry with me. He must not think I was dishonest if I used some of this knowledge for myself or for my friends. He agreed to this. But he made one condition. I must not stop his plans. I must not tell anyone about them. In other things, I could act as my own heart told me. He said I was an honest and loyal gentleman. What he told me was not very long. I can say it in a few words. Many people already know the main part of it. For some years, many people did not support the king. They disliked his brother James even more. They were afraid that Roman Catholics would gain too much power. These feelings were growing fast. Some people were angry because certain leaders acted proud and harsh. The Duke of York was strict and cruel. Courts of justice were not fair. Old rights and charters were taken away. Many also feared the strong power of the French king. He had too much influence in England. And there was another reason. In politics, feelings often change like a tide. When a big new change is made, people first praise it. But soon they pull back and leave it alone. After some quiet time, strong feelings rise again. Then people move forward in one great wave. At the time I speak of, such a wave was rising in England. It was not yet open and loud, but it was growing. No number of judges or officers like Jeremy Stickles could stop it. They could not turn it back by punishing a few men. The trouble was that this great movement first went in the wrong direction. It did not follow the right path. Instead, it rushed into a false and dangerous way. Most of the old and wise leaders of the country stood against this mistake. They would not let the great ship of the nation drift that way. Some small groups might try it. But the true leaders would not allow it. For a time, nothing happened. There was no open fight. But people waited and watched. Each person hoped for something different. Each person felt that a strong change might come soon. To speak more simply, the towns in Somerset and many towns in Devon were full of excited people. They pushed forward and talked loudly. They were ready to believe any story. They were also ready to make others believe it. I do not know if they truly believed the story about the black box and the other foolish tales. But I know this. They said they believed it. And they made simple country people believe it too. The towns of Taunton, Bridgewater, Minehead, and Dulverton were the loudest. They spoke first and strongest. They said they were unhappy. They said they would not accept a Catholic king on the Protestant throne of England. They even spoke of what they would do if such a thing happened. On the other side, the Tory leaders were not yet afraid of a sudden fight. They did not think trouble would start at once. They also did not want to act too soon and harm their own cause. Most people believed that no great struggle would begin while the present king was alive, unless he became brave enough to show openly that he followed the Catholic faith, if he truly followed it at all. So the Tories decided to wait and watch. They did not allow their enemies to gather men or weapons in open groups. They kept careful watch on all plans and secret meetings. They waited for their enemies to make a bold and open move. Then they planned to strike hard. At this time, a Tory watcher was among us. The Whigs would call him a spy. His name was Jeremy Stickles. He had 3 duties. First, and most openly, he had to collect taxes at the small harbour of Lynmouth and farther along the coast. This coast was becoming a place where smugglers often came. These were people who brought goods to land without paying the king's tax. Before this, no officer had worked here to collect such money. Only a short time earlier, one had been sent to Minehead. Even the excise tax, which had been ordered many years before, was mostly ignored by the people here. His second duty was secret. Only the Doones knew about it. He had to watch those outlaws closely. He had to report on their ways of living. He had to describe their actions, which were many and often wrong. He had to speak about their bad name in the country. He also had to learn about their politics. He had to find out if they were loyal to the king and to the Pope or not. Jeremy Stickles' third duty was fully political. He had to learn what our people and the local gentry were thinking. He had to watch the trained bands of soldiers, who were not always loyal. He had to discover if anyone was gathering weapons or training men in secret. There was even a rumor that gunpowder might be brought into the area. If needed, he had to stop this by force. In short, he had to watch the enemy and act before they did. But in this last duty, the government made a serious mistake. They wanted to avoid public notice. Because of this, they gave him very little force. He had only about 20 soldiers with muskets. These men were spread along the coast. They were hardly enough even to stand guard. It is true that he had a written order that allowed him to call on the trained bands. But he was told not to use them for political reasons, unless there was no other choice. He could use them against the Doones as common criminals if it was necessary. That is, if he could persuade them to help at all. He laughed loudly. I saw nothing funny. We like things to stay the same. Sudden change troubles us. Only the loss of the farm, or the death of the king, or of Betty Muxworthy, could trouble us more than losing the Doones of Bagworthy. And I was thinking most of all about my dear Lorna. If soldiers attacked Glen Doone, what would happen to her? She was gentle and innocent. The soldiers might be rough. The thought made me afraid. Jeremy spoke again. He praised my strength and courage. He said I was worth for common men to him. Then I stopped him.
So you see, John, he said at last, I have more work than help. I am sorry I took this hard and poor task. I believe some men want to keep everything quiet. The army men are also jealous, because I am not a colonel or a captain in the king's service. They do not trust me with soldiers, but they also will not send a colonel or captain. They are afraid of causing fear in the country. The only thing I can do is attack the Doone men and burn their houses. That may be the only way to win. What do you think of that, John Ridd?
Burn the town of the Doones, I said. And kill all the Doones there? Surely, Jeremy, you would not do something so cruel.
Cruel, John? It would help 3 counties. You people who live near them are used to them. You even like the excitement when you come home at night. You are glad when your sheep and cows are still there. After some time, you may enjoy sleeping safely in your beds. You may enjoy not losing your sisters and sweethearts. In truth, it is better not to be robbed than to be robbed.
I think we would miss them, I answered after I thought for a moment. I had never thought about life without the Doones. We were used to them. We counted their trouble as part of the year. I am sure we would miss them very much. And something worse may happen.
You are the strongest Tory of all, Stickles cried, laughing as he shook my hand. You believe robbers have a right to steal your fat sheep. I am a merry Tory, John, but you are even merrier. Look at your sad face at the thought of not being robbed anymore.
Master Stickles, I will not help you. The reason is my own. It is not disloyal. But remember this, I will not fight. I will not give advice. I will not guard prisoners.
Not fight, Jeremy cried. Not fight the men who killed your father, John.
Not one blow, I answered. Unless I see the man who did it and he is proud of it. It was a bad deed. But it was not done calmly. I will not calmly take revenge. That is God's work, not mine.
Very well, John, Master Stickles said. I know you are stubborn. When you decide something, no one can change you. But you have another reason. I can see it. Anyway, come and watch, John. It will be good sport. We will attack the Doones in their home. Many farmers will find their daughters. Some young men will find their sweethearts. Perhaps you will find a nice young girl too, John.
No more of this, I said firmly. This is not your business, Jeremy. Do not joke about it.
Good, my lord. So be it. But I tell you one thing. We will take your uncle, Huckaback of Dulverton. We will send him first to attack Doone Castle. I hear he often said he would storm a valley if he had 12 soldiers with guns. Now we will give him that chance. He can show his loyalty to the king. Some people have begun to doubt it.
I said nothing to this. It seemed fair that Uncle Reuben should have the first chance to get back his stolen goods. He had spoken much about revenge. Still, I asked Master Stickles when he planned to begin this dangerous attack. He said he must first prepare many things. He needed to travel inland, even to Tiverton, and perhaps to Crediton and Exeter. There he would gather men and weapons for the fight.
For he wanted to bring not only the local farmers, but also trained soldiers. If the Doones came out on horses, there would be horse soldiers ready to stop them and block their way back. All this made me feel very worried. I had many reasons to worry. The most important reason was Lorna. If the attack worked, what would happen to her? Who would save her from rough soldiers? Even if she escaped from her own people during the fight, who would protect her then? I also worried about smaller things. Who would guard our stacks of corn, our sheep, and our cattle? What about our fat pigs that would soon be ready for bacon? If soldiers spread across the land, they might take whatever they wanted. The Doones had their own rules. They took what they believed was their right. The parsons did the same. The lords of the land did the same. Even the king did the same, God bless him. But these common soldiers were different. Many of them were likely poor and hungry. They would be glad to enjoy good food and comfort. Who were they to come and act like great heroes over us? Who gave them the right to order us about? They might expect our sisters to cook for them. After that, they might treat them without respect. In my opinion, England hates one thing very much. We do not like it when simple men are taken from farms and taverns, trained for a few months, and then pushed on us as great defenders and heroes. There was another reason I felt troubled. We must always think about what our neighbors say. I knew that people for 10 miles around would talk about me. After all my wrestling matches, many people knew my name. They would raise their hands and say,
"Shame on John Ridd if he lets them go without him."
When I thought about all this, and many other things you can imagine, I felt trapped. I did not know what to do. There was Lorna, my love and my life. She felt duty to her old grandfather. He could do little harm now, so he deserved some kindness. Because she was a good woman, she would stay in danger. There was no strong man there to guard her. Many men would look at her because she was beautiful and important. At the same time, the whole country was excited. Everyone wanted to fight the Doones. The young men hoped to win gold chains for their sweethearts. They hoped to bring home money for their mothers. And at home, our farmyard was full of grain. We had more than we could remember. Yet it might all be burned or stolen before we even finished the bread we had baked. Among all these troubles, there seemed to be one good thing.
Tom Faggus came back from London. He looked proud and happy. He carried a royal pardon written on fine paper.
Everyone admired the paper. No one could read a single word of it.
The squire laughed and said he could steal 50 purses more easily than read one line of it.
Some people joked about it. They said the paper was made from a sheep Tom had once stolen. They said that was why the writing spoke so kindly of him. But I knew a little about lawyers by this time. I told them they were wrong. I said this matter had more to do with wolves than with sheep. We have an old saying about the 3 learned professions. The doctor harms our bodies. The parson troubles our souls. But the lawyer is the cleverest of them all. He catches our minds. He hides his tricks under many long and dead words. Even he does not fully understand how to spell them.